This seemingly ordinary system space, yet you used it to exploit a time glitch, forcibly stretching 1 hour in the outside world into 20 days within the formation. While the entire class was working themselves to the bone for that tiny bit of body unlock rate, you were frantically competing in an invisible, pure white dimension. You voraciously devoured expensive physique elixirs, repeatedly striking those inhuman poses from extreme 108 forms, your bones cracking like popping beans. A cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Ding. Time domain activated. A pale blue stream of data refreshed frantically on your retina. Development level 13%, 75%. When you open your eyes again and return to the classroom, gazing at the rich kid who is still mocking you as a loser, you grip your faintly glowing alloy battle knife tightly. The genius rankings of Anqing are about to be rewritten. You never would have dreamed that, in this world where martial arts reach divine levels, you'd actually stumbled upon a game-breaking time glitch, turning 1 hour in the outside world into 20 days, while the entire class is working themselves to the bone for that pitiful 1% body unlock rate. You're frantically leveling up in a dimension invisible to others. With a sharp, brain-searing electrical buzz, ding. Velocity system activated, time domain enabled. Your once frail body was instantly pulled into a pure white space, a place free from hunger and fatigue, with nothing but infinite time. You voraciously consumed expensive physique elixirs, repeating the inhuman poses of extreme 108 forms over and over again. The data stream on your retinas refreshed frantically. Human limit 13%, 15%, 75%. When you opened your eyes again and returned to the classroom, looking at that rich kid who was still mocking you as a common grade low-tier loser, the corners of your mouth curled up slightly, and the alloy battle knife in your hand grew faintly warm. You knew that with a single swing of this blade, the list of geniuses in Anqing would be rewritten for you. 500 years later, Earth. Anqing number 9 High School, Class C, Senior Year Class 2. Whoosh. A sharp pain shot through his brain, and Feng woke from his sleep. As he looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, a flood of information suddenly surged into his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. He had traveled through time. He had traveled 500 years into the future and possessed the body of someone who shared his exact name. The world 500 years in the future is one where warriors reign supreme. In the year 2020 AD, Mana awoke. Earth entered the age of martial cultivation. Humans can absorb mana from the air through cultivation techniques, pushing the limits of the human body to become warriors. Now, 500 years have passed. Warrior cultivation has evolved to its pinnacle. Even a weak warrior can shatter stone and split boulders, wielding immense strength, while a powerful warrior can soar through the skies, traverse the earth, move mountains, and fill the seas. Warriors are the figures countless people in this era aspire to become. Feng's parents were two powerful level 2 warriors who lived lives of immense glory, but tragically, they died a month ago during a monster uprising. 500 years ago, after Earth's Mana awoke, numerous rifts appeared out of nowhere in the skies across the globe. From these rifts, countless savage monsters poured forth to invade Earth, waging a fierce war against humanity. In the early stages of the war, humanity barely managed to repel the monsters' invasion through advanced technology and hot weapons. As mana revived, humans began cultivating martial arts and evolving their physiques. By combining technology with martial cultivation, humanity gradually gained the upper hand in the war against the monsters. However, even today, many regions around the world remain occupied by monsters, and powerful monsters frequently emerge from the rifts on Earth's surface, causing rampages. Feng's parents perished in a monster rampage outside Anqing exactly 1 month ago. After his parents' death, Feng lost his shelter, and coupled with his extremely poor cultivation talent, survival became a struggle. In this world where martial prowess is revered, talent is highly valued. In this era, warrior cultivation talent is classified into common grade, uncommon grade, rare grade, and epic grade. Each grade is further subdivided into low tier, mid tier, high tier, and peak tier. Feng's talent, however, is common grade low tier. Common grade low tier talent is considered the worst martial cultivation talent. Worse still, Feng's talent has not yet awakened. Before a talent awakens, cultivation progresses extremely slowly. To date, after more than a decade, he has only developed his body unlock rate to 13%. The body unlock rate refers to the development of the human body. Only by developing the body unlock rate to 100% can one become a warrior. The awakening of martial cultivation talents is divided into active and passive awakening. Active awakening occurs naturally upon reaching a certain age, typically around 17 or 18, when the talent awakens on its own. Passive awakening involves a powerful warrior using their formidable cultivation to perform a cleansing of the marrow and hair on a junior whose talent has not yet awakened, causing the talent to awaken prematurely. Generally, only elite warriors with cultivation at level 7 or above dare to use this method to awaken the talents of their juniors. Those prodigies born into powerful warrior clans can awaken their talents from a young age, giving them a head start over their peers. Feng's parents are only level 2 warriors. They cannot use this method to awaken Feng's talents early, so they can only wait for Feng's body to awaken on its own. In 100 days, the national entrance exam for martial arts universities will take place. If Feng cannot raise his body unlock rate to over 50% within the final 100 days, he will not be admitted to a martial arts university. All martial arts universities nationwide adhere to uniform admission standards. They only accept recent high school graduates under the age of 18 who have developed their body unlock rate to over 50%. With Feng's unawakened common grade low tier talent, it's simply impossible for him to raise his body unlock rate from 13% to over 50% in the final 100 days. If he can't raise his body unlock rate to over 50%, he won't be able to enroll in a martial arts university for further study. Feng will have no choice but to enter the workforce early, become part of the lower class, and live a mediocre, unremarkable life. Damn, this is too much. After sorting through the information in his mind, Feng grumbled to himself, my career was just taking off, and the goddess was starting to throw herself at me, when I fucking got transported to another world and worst of all, into the body of such a loser. Starting off with his parents' funeral. A trash talent that hasn't even awakened yet, a mediocre, unremarkable life with absolutely no highlights. This is so frustrating. If the original body had even the slightest advantage, he wouldn't be regretting this transport so much. Whereas system dad? Whereas system dad? Whereas the cheat code? Come on out, I've already been transported here, Feng screamed inwardly. If he didn't have a system or a cheat code, he'd really be nothing special. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and his classmates began leaving the classroom one by one. At Anqing No. 9 High School, students were divided into 3 classes, Class A, Class B, and Class C. Students in Class C all had talents in the common grade low tier or mid tier and were automatically considered underachievers who wouldn't be able to get into a martial arts university. Students in Class B had talents in the common grade high tier or peak tier and were capable of getting into an average martial arts university. Students in Class A were top students with talents in the uncommon grade, capable of aiming for martial arts universities ranked in the top 100 nationwide. Feng's Class 2 of Senior Year 3 was Class C. Feng roared for a while, but the system still didn't appear. Feng sighed, if the system won't show up, I'll just have to rely on myself. Those time travelers who rely on systems are all useless noobs. True powerhouses carve their own paths through their own efforts, Feng consoled himself. I look down on all of you time travelers with systems. Feng snorted coldly, Feng, would rather starve to death, die on the streets, or be slain by a stronger opponent than rely on a system's help. Just then, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have activated the velocity system. Immediately, a status panel appeared in Feng's mind. Host, Feng. Vitality, 130. Speed, 13 ms. Strength, 130 kilograms. Number of entries into system space, 1. System. Seeing the status panel appear in his mind, Feng was startled, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Relying on myself is impossible. It'll never happen in this lifetime. Systems are all like dads, they speak so sweetly, let you cheat, and have every feature imaginable. I really want a system. Ding. The hostess cultivation talent has not yet awakened. Now awakening the hostess talent. In an instant, Feng felt a warm current surge through his limbs and bones, opening every pore in his body. His cultivation talent had awakened. Ding, awakening a common grade low-tier talent for the host. Feng's breathing quickened. Before his talent had awakened, he decultivated for over a decade just to raise his body unlock rate to 13%. Now that his talent had awakened, his speed had increased dramatically. Feng thought for a moment, then asked in his mind, "Velocity system, what functions do you have?" The velocity system allows the host to use the time domain within the system space for cultivation once a day, the system replied. The flow of time in the time domain differs from the outside world. 20 days of cultivation in the time domain equate to 1 hour passing outside. Hearing the system's explanation, Feng was overjoyed. The velocity system allowed him to enter the time domain within system space once a day to train. Each session lasted 20 days, and 20 days of training in the time domain equaled just 1 hour outside. It's important to note that what Feng lacked most right now was time. Although he had just awakened a common grade low-tier talent, it was still impossible for him to train his body unlock rate to over 50% within 100 days. But with the velocity system, it's a different story. He can enter the time domain within system space once a day to train, with each session lasting 20 days. In a month, he can enter the time domain to train 30 times that's 600 days. In 600 days, which is roughly 2 years, he'll definitely be able to raise his body unlock rate to over 50%. Suddenly, Feng realized something. Since time flows 20 times faster in system space than in the outside world, if he spent 20 years training in the time domain, only 1 year would pass on the outside. Wouldn't that mean he'd go from being a teenager to a middle-aged man in just a single year? No, the system explained, sensing Feng's thoughts. Once you enter system space, you exist in a different dimension from the one you're in now. The flow of life belongs to a separate timeline. Whatever your life state is when you enter system space, that's what it will remain when you exit UNTH. Different dimensions belong to different timelines, and the flow of life varies accordingly. When Feng enters system space, his life is measured by the flow of another dimension, so naturally, he UNTH. Feng was only partially convinced. With your current knowledge, it's hard for me to explain this clearly, the system continued. Anyway, all you need to know is that you UNTH. Is it looking down on me? Feng thought to himself, but he didn't bother to argue with the system. Knowing he UNTH put his mind at ease. You've just awakened the system. Initially, your time domain allows for 20 days of cultivation per session. As your level increases, that time will extend, the system explained. I see, Feng realized. In other words, as his level rose, the duration of a single cultivation session in the time domain could increase to a month, or even 2 months. By the way, system, could you boost my common grade low-tier talent a little? Feng said, this talent is really pitifully low. Of course I can upgrade it, but not right now. Once your body unlock rate reaches 100%, I'll upgrade it for you directly to an epic grade talent. At that point, with the boost from the talent, you'll be able to push through in one go, break through your limits, and become a super warrior, the system said. It can be upgraded, and it'll even help me become a super warrior. Feng was startled. A super warrior was an anomaly among warriors. Every super warrior was a prodigy who had shattered their limits, an incredibly rare existence. Since the system was confident it could help him become a super warrior, he'd wait until then to upgrade his talent. For now, with the time domain acceleration in system space, combined with his already awakened talent, he had more than enough. There were 100 days left until the college entrance exams. 100 days if he entered the time domain in system space to train once a day, that would amount to 100 sessions, or 2,000 days, roughly 6 years. In 6 years, he would definitely be able to develop his body unlock rate to 100% and become a warrior. Students who become warriors before the college entrance exam are considered the very top geniuses in all of launching the kind of talent that major martial arts universities vie for. Feng immediately left the classroom and hurried home, eager to try out system space's training features. As he walked along the path leading out of campus, Feng, wait a minute. Suddenly, a clear, young female voice called out from behind him. Feng turned to look back. The voice belonged to a youthful, beautiful girl with long, slender legs and big eyes. In Feng's mind, As the original hostess memories flashed through his mind, Fong realized what was happening. Damn it! Not this cliché plot again. The girl who had called out to Fong from behind was none other than his girlfriend, Fiona. Before Fong's parents died, he had lived a carefree life under the protection of his parents, both level 2 warriors, and had even managed to date Fiona, a pretty girl. Fiona's parents weren't warriors and held very low social status. Fiona herself wasn't particularly gifted, she was only slightly better than Fong, at common grade mid-tier. Fiona had set her sights on Fong mainly because of his parents, both level 2 warriors. By staying with Fong and under their protection, she believed she could, with her common grade mid-tier talent, become a warrior one day and live a life of comfort and security. But the death of Fong's parents shattered Fiona's plans, and her attitude toward Fong had changed drastically. She hadn't contacted him for several weeks, so now that she called him over, anyone with half a brain could guess what she was up to. Fong turned to face Fiona, yet another mess left by his previous self that he'd have to clean up. Let us break up. We're not right for each other, Fiona said bluntly, her tone firm. Fine. Fong agreed to the breakup immediately, then turned to leave. After all, he was a time traveler equipped with a system. Why would he stoop to the level of ordinary mortals like them? His priority now was to clean up his previous self's mess and then go back to figuring out the system. Seeing that Fong agreed to the breakup, Fiona was a bit taken aback. She expected him to humiliate her or call her materialistic. She hadn't expected Fong to agree to the breakup so readily, without the slightest intention of dragging things out. After high school, just find a job and live an ordinary life at the bottom of society, Fiona said indifferently. Don't feel resentful. Your common grade, low-tier talent means you'll never achieve anything great in your lifetime. Fiona looked at Fong, but with my common grade mid-tier talent, as long as someone gives me a leg up, I'll become a warrior in the future. We're not on the same level. With that, Fiona turned and walked away, not even bothering to look back at Fong. It was clear their futures would never intersect again. What an idiot, Fong muttered under his breath as he turned to leave. I'm not even going to stoop to your level, yet you still have to say a few words just to make yourself heard. Ignorant little villain. Just then, a cold voice rang out behind Fong. Stop right there. Fong halted in his tracks and turned to face the speaker. Fiona was standing right beside him. The person she just mentioned, the one who could give her a leg up, was this guy. It seemed he overheard Fong's idiot remark. Holy shit, she's hooked up with a rich second-generation heir. Leo, a member of the Li family, a level 4 martial arts clan in Anqing, possessed a common grade peak tier talent. His body unlock rate had now reached 52%, and he was an honors student in Class B. Neither his family background nor his talent could compare to those of his original host, Fong. Fiona is my girlfriend now. Watch your mouth. From now on, I don't want anyone bothering her, Leo said to Fong. Fong looked down on him and retorted, I've wanted to kick that kind of trash to the curb for ages. If you like picking up trash, go ahead and take her. No matter what, we can't lose in terms of presence. We've got to hold our ground firmly. Since Fong has inherited the original hostess body, let us make him pay for it. You're weak in combat, but you sure are good at talking trash, Leo said, looking down on Fong. I can take on 10 guys like you all by myself. With that, Leo unleashed a surge of presence, bearing down on Fong as if to say, if I can't beat you with words, I'll just beat the crap out of you. How about that? With his common grade peak tier talent and a body unlock rate of 52%, Leo was far stronger than Fong. Overwhelmed by Leo's aura, Fong felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being stalked by a wild beast. Ha, Leo sneered. A loser from Class C, you'll spend your whole life scraping the bottom of the barrel, never amounting to anything. With that, Leo turned and walked away, not wanting to waste time on a loser like this from Class C. With only 100 days left until the college entrance exams, focusing on training to increase his body unlock rate was the most important thing. After Leo left, Fong snorted coldly. Big shot, big shot. Impressive, impressive. I can't take him on. His original body's body unlock rate was only at 13%. If it came down to a fight, he really wouldn't stand a chance against Leo. Moreover, in terms of talent and background, the original host was no match for Leo. Going head to head with him would only leave him at a disadvantage. I'll go back and figure out the system's functions first, level up a bit. As for Leo, I'll let you run wild for a while. Sooner or later, I'll have you on your knees begging for mercy. Feng said, pursing his lips. You're just a minor villain at the start. Why are you getting so worked up? Back home. Entering his room, Feng closed the door securely. After packing all the elixirs he'd need for 20 days of cultivation, Feng silently chanted in his mind, I wish to enter the system space to cultivate. Instantly, Feng's physical body vanished from the room. Feng's vision went black when he opened his eyes again. His body had already appeared in a square, enclosed space. The space was hundreds of meters long and wide, completely empty, with a 5-meter diameter circle in the center. Inside the circle lay the time domain, which he would enter during cultivation. He could only enter the time domain once a day. During cultivation, Feng consumed elixirs. The abundant energy contained within them sustained his body's energy expenditure, allowing him to go without food or drink and focus entirely on cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on arriving in the system space. Without hesitation, Feng stepped into the central time domain circle and assumed the postures of the 6th edition of the nationally unified and revised foundational cultivation technique, Extreme 108 Forms. He began cultivating his body unlock rate. The 6th edition of Extreme 108 Forms was the latest version of the cultivation technique, repeatedly refined and developed by countless top-tier warriors nationwide, specifically designed for those who had not yet become warriors. The practice requires performing 108 extremely difficult postures that push the human body to its limits and temper the physique. When combined with the physique elixir, it yields twice the results with half the effort in developing one's physical potential. With Feng's common-grade low-tier talent, it took him half a day to complete a full cycle of all the postures in the Extreme 108 Forms. Completing one cycle of the Extreme 108 Forms consumes one physique elixir. Inside the time domain, half a day later. After completing one cycle of the Extreme 108 Forms, Feng's muscles and bones crackled and popped. His exhausted body continuously absorbed the potency of the physique elixir, emitting pleasurable moans as his body unlock rate increased slightly. Awesome! Feng roared, then continued his training. After 20 days of cultivation in the time domain equivalent to 1 hour in the outside world, he reached the daily limit for using the time domain. Feng exited the time domain. During those 20 days inside the time domain, he had cultivated the Extreme 108 Forms a total of 40 times, consuming 40 physique elixirs. His body unlock rate had increased from 13% before entering to 15%, a 2% improvement. Upon exiting the system space and returning to the room outside, Feng checked the time. Only 1 hour had passed. Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Entering the system space once a day to use the time domain could increase his body unlock rate by 2%. Give him 20 days. 20 entries would raise his body unlock rate to over 50%. Unfortunately, he could only enter the system space's time domain to practice once a day. If he could enter a few more times, wouldn't that be nothing short of miraculous? However, for now, once a day with each session lasting 20 days was good enough. Feng's current training time is equivalent to 20 times that of others. If he lacks natural talent, he'll make up for it with time. Diligence makes up for shortcomings. Feng can still stay ahead of the others. Each session of training in the system space consumes 40 physique elixirs, with each one selling for 1,000 yuan on the market. 40 elixirs amount to 40,000 yuan. Feng's parents were former warriors. Before they passed away, they set aside over 100 physique elixirs for him, enough to sustain his cultivation for several months at his previous pace. Unfortunately, his original self had been foolish back then and gave 50 physique elixirs to Fiona, keeping only 50 for himself. Now that he has used 40, he has only 10 left. Looks like I'll have to go buy some physique elixir. Feng stood up and left the room. Feng's parents had died while defending against a monster uprising in Ansheng. The Ansheng government had provided 2 million yuan in compensation, which, combined with the over 1 million yuan in savings his parents had left behind, brought Feng's total funds to over 3 million yuan, enough to purchase physique elixir for a period of cultivation. At a trading hall in Anqing, Feng spent 1.5 million to buy 1,500 physique elixirs, then returned to continue his training. This time, he didn't enter the system space, instead, he trained in his room. Training in his room for one night was enough to complete a full cycle of the extreme 108 forms. He planned to focus on development in the early stages so he could go all out later on. Daytime. Feng went to school as usual. The last class of the afternoon was taught by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Xing. As class was about to end, Zhang Xing said, "Next month, the school will hold its first diagnostic assessment. The assessment consists of an academic exam and a practical combat test. Everyone should make the most of their time to review. After the academic exam, the practical combat test will begin. The school will organize all senior year students to go to the wilderness forest area outside Anqing to hunt monsters." The opening might seem like a cliché, but stick with it for 10 chapters, and you'll fall in love with this book. Without further ado, I love you all. 500 years ago. After Mana's revival, flowers, grass, and trees grew rampantly. Now, the entire world is covered in primeval forests where the sun never shines. These primeval forests have become a paradise for monsters and a forbidden zone for humans. After Zhang Xing finished speaking, he dismissed the class and left the classroom. Clearly, Zhang Xing didn't hold much hope for his students in the diagnostic exam coming up in a month. Senior 3 Class 2 was SC class. Even the highest body unlock rate in the class was only 38%, making them no match for the top students in Class B or Class A. After Zhang Xing left, the students of Senior 3 Class 2 gradually filed out, paying little attention to the diagnostic exam he just mentioned. In the practical diagnostic exam, the students of Class C would merely serve as cannon fodder, allowing others to boost their sense of superiority. After everyone had left, only Feng and Summer remained in Senior 3 Class 2. Summer's talent was rated common grade mid-tier with a body unlock rate of 38%. Widely recognized as the top student in Class 122, she was the one most likely to reach a body unlock rate of over 50% before the college entrance exams and gain admission to Shouwu University. "In the practical assessment where we hunt monsters, I have to get a good score." Summer clenched her fist, determined to perform well in the practical assessment. Seeing that Feng had also stayed behind in the classroom, seemingly quite interested in the preliminary practical assessment, Summer said coolly, "What's the matter, Feng? Aren't you going to give up on yourself like those slackers?" As the top student in Class 2 of Senior 3, Summer looked down on someone like Feng, whose body unlock rate was less than 20%. "You're not planning to give up either, are you?" Feng replied indifferently. Here came another person trying to make a name for themselves. "You're comparing yourself to me?" Upon hearing this, Summer seemed to take interest and gave a sarcastic smile. "Don't you have the slightest idea what our respective abilities are?" "What are our respective abilities?" Feng laughed, too lazy to waste words on him. He stood up to leave the classroom, saying, "Whether I have any idea or not, we'll find out in a month." "We'll find out in a month. Truly, ignorance is bliss." Summer snarled coldly, "In a month, I'll see just how you end up at the bottom." Ignoring Summer, Feng left the classroom. In a month's time, Feng would naturally let Summer know who was really at the bottom. Back home, Feng immediately entered the time domain of the system space, swallowed a physique elixir, assumed the stances of the extreme 108 forms, and began his cultivation. An hour later, he emerged from the system space. Having consumed 40 physique elixirs, his body unlock rate had increased by 2%. Feng didn't waste the rest of the night either, devoting it entirely to cultivation. The month passed in a flash. At dawn, the sky was ablaze with rosy light. Feng finished his training and exhaled a breath of stale air. Over the course of a month, Feng had entered system space 30 times, totaling 600 days, and consumed 1,200 physique elixirs. Combined with this month's 30 nights of non-stop training, Feng's body unlock rate had risen from 15% to 75%. He opened the status panel. Host, Feng. Vitality, 750. Speed, 25 ms. Strength, 750 kilograms. Remaining system space entries, 0. These were Feng's current physical stats. With a speed of 25 meters per second and a strength of 750 kilograms, a single punch from Feng could now pack a force of 1,500 Jin, enough to kill a wild bull with just a few blows. Leo's body unlock rate is only 52%. If he were to face Leo again now, Feng is confident he could crush him. Today is the day of the school's diagnostic academic exam. After getting ready, Feng headed straight to school. Academic scores account for only 10% of the college entrance exam total. The remaining 90% is divided between physical potential development 50% and combat performance 40%. Since academic scores carry such a low weight, many students don't even bother with them, focusing instead on developing their physical limits and training for the practical assessment. Feng's academic performance is average. He can manage to pass. After the exam ended, Zhang Xing, the homeroom teacher of Senior 3 Class 2, gathered everyone for a class meeting to go over the specifics of the upcoming practical assessment. Once everyone had arrived in the classroom, Zhang Xing began. The practical assessment will take place in 7 days. Anqing No. 9 High School has already designated a section of primeval forest outside the city for this assessment. Within this designated area, there are many ferocious beasts that have not yet evolved into monsters. Your task is to kill as many of these beasts as possible to earn points. Everyone nodded half-heartedly. Given Class C's current strength, they could only take down beasts below Tier 4. If they encountered any above Tier 4, their only option was to run. Beasts that had not yet evolved into monsters were classified into Tiers 1 through 10. A Tier 10 beast was equivalent to a powerhouse with a body unlock rate of 100% and could evolve into a monster at any moment. Beasts of Tier 4 or higher could only be handled by humans with a body unlock rate of 40% or higher. These were targets for the top students in Class B and Class A at Anqing No. 9 High School, not something the students of Class C could handle. Killing a Tier 1 beast earns you 10 points, a Tier 2 beast earns you 20 points, and so on. Killing a Tier 10 beast earns you 100 points. Zhang Xing explained, everyone, give it your all and achieve excellent results. Down below, the students responded listlessly. Going to the practical exam was essentially just watching others perform. No one liked to be a mere backdrop for others. Zhang Xing sighed and continued, there is one more thing. Our Senior 3 Class 2 needs to select a representative to serve as the class leader. Let us see who you think is suitable. For the practical exam, school regulations required each class to select a top student to serve as the team leader and act as the class's representative. Whispers spread through the audience. To be a team leader, one must have a high body unlock rate and possess exceptional strength, dominating the competition to be up to the task. The only suitable candidate in the class was likely Summer. A month had passed, and Summer's body unlock rate had risen from 38% to 43%, making her the undisputed strongest student in the class. Let us go with Summer, someone in the class suggested. The speaker was one of Summer's close friends. No one is more suitable than Summer, several girls in the class who had a secret crush on her chimed in. Summer smiled, pleased with everyone's reaction, and looked at Zhang Xing, waiting for his decision. Zhang Xing nodded. As things stood, Summer was indeed the most suitable person in the class to be the team leader, and her classmates agreed. Just as Zhang Xing was about to announce Summer as the team leader, a dissenting voice rang out. I disagree, Feng stood up and said calmly. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile. He'd never been able to in this life. His body unlock rate had already reached 75%, making him one of the top students in Class B. Why would he deliberately hide it? He wasn't the type to hold back when he had the skills. Showing off was a necessity for Feng. He simply couldn't hide it. From his previous life's memories, Feng understood that today's society was extremely open-minded. The more extraordinary your talent, the more resources the government would allocate to nurture you once it was discovered. In this era of war between humans and monsters, the government placed immense value on geniuses. As for the notion that revealing one's talent would invite assassination, that was utter nonsense. With Earth's population now exceeding 20 billion, there were countless prodigies. What business is it of others if you have exceptional talent? Why would anyone go out of their way to assassinate you, only to end up in deep trouble? Earth's society isn't like the worlds depicted in fantasy novels. It's protected by a comprehensive legal system, so situations where someone is assassinated simply for revealing their talents simply don't happen. On the contrary, revealing your talent and demonstrating your worth if discovered by government agencies can actually lead to even better training opportunities. Feng certainly wouldn't choose to keep a low profile. Right now, he only possesses the time system. He has no cultivation techniques, elixirs, or money. He'll have to figure out how to get his hands on them. The moment Feng spoke, the chatter in the classroom ceased instantly. Everyone's gaze turned to Feng. How dare he openly oppose Summer's appointment as team leader? What was going on? Wasn't he afraid of offending Summer and facing retaliation behind the scenes? After all, Summer wasn't just the strongest student in class 32, she also had 2 level 2 warrior parents backing her. If Feng's parents were still alive, he might not have feared Summer's retaliation, but now they were both dead. And yet he dared to provoke Summer? Who gave him the courage? What do you mean by that? Summer stood up, her voice icy. Being publicly contradicted, especially by a loser like Feng, whom he usually looked down on, was a huge blow to his pride and left him seething inside. Zhang Xing looked at Feng, somewhat puzzled. From what Feng had said, he seemed to disagree with Summer being the team leader. Did Feng have a better candidate in mind? Everyone was waiting for Feng's response. New novel, Terror Awakening, Get Stronger by Slaying Ghosts. Terror Awakening is a fast-paced, invincible urban action novel, humorous, funny, and with the occasional steamy scene. Come support the new book, it's just as good as my previous one. Feng glanced at Summer and said indifferently, to be a team leader, first, your body unlock rate must be high, and second, your combat power must outshine everyone else. In my opinion, Summer, you don't even qualify in either of these areas. As soon as he said this, everyone in the classroom froze. What did he mean? Feng was saying that Summer's body unlock rate and combat prowess weren't good enough to qualify in his eyes. That tone was way too arrogant. After all, Summer's body unlock rate had already reached 43%. She was among the top students in all Class C sections, yet Feng actually dared to say she wasn't qualified in his eyes. Not good enough in your eyes, Summer said coldly, her fists clenched and her face contorted with fury, like a ferocious beast. Get out here and let everyone see who's not good enough. With that, Summer immediately left her seat and walked toward Feng's spot. Clearly, Summer was prepared to attack Feng right then and there. Everyone in the class stepped aside, clearing a space in the middle of the classroom. Zhang Xing, seeing this, made no move to stop them. In this era where martial prowess was revered, combat was permitted. Since Feng had said Summer wasn't qualified, she'd have to prove it with her strength. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them, wondering where Feng had found the courage to provoke the strongest student in the class. Summer let out a loud roar as her 43% body unlock rate erupted, unleashing a punch that slammed straight toward Feng's face. With her body unlock rate at 43%, Summer's physical strength had reached nearly 430 kilograms, and a single punch could deliver 800 Jin of force. Before the fist even reached its target, a terrifying gust of wind whistled through the air, sending shivers down the spines of everyone watching. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly suffer severe damage from that punch. However, Feng simply shifted his stance, extended his palm, and effortlessly caught Summer's powerful punch. The area fell instantly silent. With his fist clamped in Feng's grip, Summer, furious and humiliated, stomped his foot and strained with all his might to break free. But no matter how hard Summer struggled, his fist trapped in Feng's grasp felt as if it were clamped in an iron vise. He simply couldn't break free. Summer was so frantic that sweat poured down his face, the veins in his neck bulged, and his face turned crimson. The entire class was stunned. Feng's strength was so immense that simply grabbing Summer's fist rendered him completely helpless. What they didn't know was that for Feng, whose body unlock rate had now reached 75%, with one-armed strength of 1,500 Jin, Summer was naturally no match. Feng looked at Summer, who was struggling desperately in front of him, and snorted coldly, "I said you're not qualified, and that's final." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng's hand gripping Summer's fist suddenly swung in a wide arc. Summer's body was spun around, rotating 360 degrees in the air before slamming violently onto the desks in front of him. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the two desks in front were smashed to pieces. Summer lay on the floor, clutching his head and wailing, completely stripped of his earlier arrogance and having lost all confidence to fight again. Feng looked around and said, "I'll be the class leader. Does anyone object?" The entire class fell silent. He was too strong with that level of power. His body unlock rate must be at least 70%. Who would have thought Feng would be so low-key? Even with a body unlock rate over 70%, he hadn't made it public. A body unlock rate over 70% would only place him among the average students in Class B. No wonder he dared to openly provoke Summer. He clearly didn't even consider Summer a threat. Zhang Xing looked around. Seeing that no one spoke up to object, he said, "Since no one objects, Feng will be the team leader for our Class practical combat assessment this time." Everyone nodded. Summer got up from the floor, his whole body aching, but he didn't argue. Feng was stronger than him, so he had no reason to object. Zhang Xing looked at Feng and said, "Feng, come to my office. The rest of you can go back." Feng followed Zhang Xing to the office. Zhang Xing cut straight to the point. "Has your body unlock rate risen to over 70%? Feng nodded without denying it. Since he was participating in the practical assessment, his strength would naturally be revealed, and he had no intention of hiding it. Not bad. The practical assessment is in 7 days. Do your best. You have a chance to break into the top 100 nationwide at Shouwu University, Zhang Xing said. Zhang Xing didn't ask Feng how he managed to raise his body unlock rate so quickly in such a short time. Everyone had their own secrets, and those were a matter of individual fate. Zhang Xing said, "Judging by your fighting style just now, you haven't cultivated any martial techniques yet, have you? You have 7 days left. During that time, I suggest you spend some time learning 1 or 2 basic martial techniques. They'll come in handy when fighting ferocious beasts. I haven't practiced any martial arts techniques yet." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I'll go back these next few days and spend some time studying some techniques," Feng replied. Cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and cultivation level, these 3 are mutually reinforcing. A powerful warrior must master all 3 to unleash their full combat potential. Zhang Xing nodded and said, "I won't keep you any longer. Go back early and get back to your cultivation." "Okay, goodbye, master," Feng nodded and left the office. Once outside the school, Feng hurried to a trading hall in Ancheng. The trading hall was state-run and responsible for selling various items needed by warriors, including cultivation techniques, elixirs, martial arts, equipment, weapons, rare natural treasures, and more, as well as purchasing materials from monsters. Upon arriving at the trading hall, a staff member at the counter respectfully asked, "Sir, is there anything you need?" The trading hall primarily served warriors in this era. Warriors enjoyed an incredibly exalted status and were treated with special consideration wherever they went. Feng asked, "Do you have any martial arts suitable for aspiring warriors whose body unlock rate hasn't reached 100%? "Yes," the clerk replied politely. Aspiring warriors who haven't reached a 100% body unlock rate generally practice introductory martial arts. Introductory martial arts? Feng looked at the clerk. "Yes," the staff member nodded. Elementary martial arts include elementary footwork, elementary fist techniques, elementary palm techniques, elementary sword techniques, elementary blade techniques, elementary spear techniques, elementary axe techniques, elementary halberd techniques, and elementary hammer techniques, among others. The staff member introduced the elementary martial arts suitable for aspiring warriors who had not yet attained full warrior status. Those who have not yet become warriors are unable to channel heaven and earth mana into their bodies. They can only practice the most basic martial arts techniques to enhance their combat effectiveness and improve their fighting skills. "How much does a basic martial arts manual cost?" Feng asked. Feng knew full well that anything related to warriors, especially martial arts manuals and techniques, was exorbitantly expensive. He wasn't sure if the savings he had on hand would be enough to buy a few martial arts techniques. All introductory martial arts manuals are subject to a uniform national price of 500,000 per volume, the staff member said. These manuals contain complete annotations by martial arts grandmasters, making them very easy to learn. 500,000 per volume. Fong sucked in a sharp breath. It was indeed exorbitantly expensive. He currently had just over 2 million left. He needed to set some aside to buy physique elixir to support his cultivation. But since he was going to take the combat assessment, he couldn't avoid buying martial arts manuals. Besides, they were indispensable for a warrior. Give me one copy of the elementary footwork manual and one copy of the elementary sword technique manual, Fong said. Fong decided to spend 1 million first to buy one copy of elementary footwork and one copy of elementary sword techniques. Footwork was for positioning, evasion, and escape. Sword techniques were for dealing damage, killing, and launching attacks. For now, as long as he mastered these two elementary martial arts, it would be enough to handle the practical assessment 7 days from now. After Fong swiped his card to pay. Here you go, the clerk handed Fong the two manuals and explained, the cultivation of a basic martial art is divided into 4 levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. For the average person, reaching the entry level requires 1 month of daily 3-hour practice. Advancing from entry to minor achievement takes 2 months. From minor achievement to major achievement, at least 3 months, and from major achievement to perfection, at least 4 months. These manuals contain all the necessary information. You can study them on your own once you return home, the clerk said, turning to Fong. Since you've purchased the elementary sword techniques manual, I wonder if you have a suitable battle sword. We have many battle swords for sale in our trading hall. Perhaps you'd like to take a look. Our battle swords are no ordinary blades. They're forged from an extremely hard alloy and designed specifically for warriors to use in combat against monsters. Monsters have tough leather armor, and ordinary swords struggle to break through their defenses. Fong took the two manuals and asked, "What kinds of battle blades do you have?" Having purchased the preliminary sword techniques manual, Fong naturally needed a good battle blade to go with it. Our battle blades are divided into 5 grades, A, B, C, D, and E, the staff member replied. The highest grade A-class battle blades can handle level 9 monsters, while the lowest grade E-class battle blades can handle level 1 to level 2 monsters. All our blades are made of alloy, and we offer a 10-to-1 refund for any counterfeit, the clerk assured him. Given your current cultivation level, sir, I recommend you purchase an E-grade blade. What is the price range for an E-grade blade? Fong asked, unsure if he had enough savings to cover it. 1 million to 10 million, the clerk replied. That is so expensive. Fong was taken aback. He only had a little over 1 million left, and buying a blade would leave him with very little. Sir, all our blades are alloy combat blades designed to handle monsters. They're not ordinary blades, the staff member explained. Even with our lowest grade E-class alloy combat blade, you can handle level 1 monsters. As for wild beasts that haven't yet evolved into monsters, even those at the 10th tier, our combat blades can handle them with ease. Fong began to ponder. For this practical assessment, all the targets were beasts that hadn't yet evolved into monsters. The cheapest E-class alloy combat knife would be more than enough. As for the formidable beings that had already evolved from beasts into monsters, they were beyond his current capabilities. Even a good knife wouldn't help. Give me an E-class alloy combat knife for 1 million, Fong said. Sure, the staff member replied. After the transaction was complete, Fong returned home, went into his room, and entered the system space to begin his training. For an ordinary person to master a basic manual from beginner to perfection, spending 3 hours a day on training would take 10 months, or 900 hours. But in the system space, Fong could train martial arts 24 hours a day in 20 days. He could accumulate 480 hours of training. He only needed to enter the system space twice to master a basic martial art from the beginner level to perfection. For students about to take the Warrior College entrance exam, there was simply no time to study martial arts. They were mostly focused on improving their body unlock rate. Therefore, for high school seniors, being able to master a basic martial art to a modest level already made them stand out among their peers. But thanks to system space, Fong can master it to perfection, putting him ahead of the rest. Inside system space, Fong decided to first use 4 of his system space entries to master 2 basic martial arts to perfection, thereby boosting his combat effectiveness. He would then spend the final 3 days focusing on his body unlock rate. Feng took out the elementary sword technique manual and began his training. The elementary sword technique included chopping, hacking, cleaving, intercepting, scraping, sweeping, thrusting, coiling, fanning, blocking, and sliding. Gripping his E-grade alloy battle sword, Feng began to execute each move one by one. Time flew by. 7 days passed. Before he knew it, the day of the school's practical combat assessment had arrived. Over the course of those 7 days, Feng had trained non-stop day and night for 140 days within the system space. He successfully mastered both sets of basic martial arts to perfection, and his body unlock rate had also risen from 75% to 81%. Host, Feng. Vitality, 810. Speed, 27 ms. Strength, 810 kilograms. Remaining system space entries, 0. Feng's current physical strength had reached a staggering 1,600 gene. Combined with his perfected elementary sword technique and E-grade alloy battle sword, and bolstered by his perfected elementary footwork, he was absolutely capable of slaying a 9th-tier beast. Even if he encountered a 10th-tier beast, he would still have the strength to fight back. Feng, carrying his E-grade alloy battle sword on his back, arrived at the school's assembly point. This practical assessment was organized by the school and the government, with numerous military warriors responsible for security. Anqing No. 9 High School's senior class consisted of 30 classes, 20 Class CS, 7 Class BS, and 3 Class As. As the class leader, Feng stood at the front of Class 122's formation, holding the class plaque, with their homeroom teacher, Zhang Xing, standing beside him. They awaited the school's unified order to set off. Standing next to Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, the homeroom teacher of Senior 3-1, noticed that Feng was the leader of Class 2 and couldn't help but express his surprise. "Old Zhang, isn't Summer the strongest in your class? Why isn't he the leader? They replaced him with someone else." Everyone in the other C classes knew that Summer was the top student in Senior 3-2, so why the sudden change? "Feng is way better than Summer," Zhang Xing interjected. "Better than Summer?" Liang Gui paused for a moment, then asked, "I wonder how much of a gap there is compared to our class's team leader, Dongchen." "Your class's Dongchen? He has no match," Zhang Xing laughed. "No match?" Liang Gui's expression turned slightly angry as he said, "That's a bold claim. Do you dare to make a bet? Let us wager on this assessment whose score will be higher between the two of them." Liang Gui snorted coldly. He had confidence in Dongchen from his own class. Dongchen's body unlock rate had already reached 60%, making him one of the very best among the 20 Class C students, and even in Class B, he'd rank in the middle tier. Moreover, Dongchen had been interested in swordsmanship since childhood and had now cultivated the preliminary sword techniques manual to the minor accomplishment level. Few in Class B had mastered the preliminary sword techniques to the minor accomplishment level. With a 60% body unlock rate combined with a minor achievement in elementary sword techniques, he would undoubtedly crush the other team leaders from Class C in the practical assessment. That was precisely why he dared to propose a duel. Liang Gui looked at Zhang Xing and said, "Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I?" Zhang Xing replied. "But just a duel like this is no fun, we need to add some stakes. 1,000 physique elixir. I don't want yours. If I win, you give 1,000 physique elixir to Feng from our class. If I lose, I'll give 1,000 physique elixir to Dongchen from your class. How about that?" Zhang Xing replied. "Deal," Liang Gui agreed. As homeroom teachers at No. 9 High School, both of them were naturally warriors. 1,000 physique elixir was a sum they could easily come up with. Zhang Xing smiled and turned to Feng, saying, 1,000 physique elixir in the honor of Class 2, Senior 3, it's all up to you." "Don't worry, leave it to me," Feng smiled, giving Zhang Xing a reassuring look. Behind them, the students of Class 2, Senior 3 heard that Class 1's homeroom teacher wanted Dongchen to compete against Feng for the highest score, and they couldn't help but sneer. Recalling the scene from 7 days ago when Feng had utterly crushed Summer, Class 1's Dongchen was clearly asking for a beating. 1,000 physique elixirs worth 1 million. The Class 1 homeroom teacher was in for a major financial hit this time. Seeing the high morale of everyone in Class 2, the Class 1 homeroom teacher's expression turned cold as he said to Dongchen, "In this assessment, you must hunt as many ferocious beasts as possible and crush Class 2's team leader for me." Dongchen nodded. "Don't worry, teacher. That kid's no match for me. During the assessment, I'll crush him with my score." The students of Class 1 had complete confidence in Dongchen's words. Even among Class B students, Dongchen was considered an average student, so Feng from Class 2 wasn't even worth considering. Dongchen looked at Feng and said, "Feng, is it? I don't know why your teacher has such high confidence in you, but in the face of absolute strength, all delusions will be crushed." "Yes, in the face of absolute strength, all delusions will be crushed," Feng replied indifferently. Feng's nonchalant response really annoyed Dongchen. No one in Class C had ever dared to speak to him like that before. "My body unlock rate has now reached 60%, and I've achieved a preliminary mastery of sword techniques," Dongchen said, looking at Feng. "No matter how smug you are now, you'll be just as humble once the assessment scores come out." "Shut up. You'll find out who's going to be humble then," Feng replied indifferently, then ignored Dongchen. A 60% body unlock rate and a preliminary mastery of sword techniques in his eyes, that was nothing to write home about. The assembly was complete. The school had dispatched over 100 transport vehicles to take all the examinees to a primeval forest area outside Ansheng. The monsters in this primeval forest had already been cleared out by the military. Only wild beasts that hadn't yet evolved into monsters remained, ensuring the assessment could proceed normally. Powerful warriors were also patrolling the forest. Should any examinee face a life-threatening situation, they would intervene to ensure the safety of the assessment. Upon arriving at the edge of the forest, many teachers from the school and military personnel were already waiting. Everyone got off the vehicles and assembled, preparing to enter the forest. The principal of Ansheng No. 9 High School stood at the front of the crowd and said, "The monsters in this primeval forest area have been cleared out. Only wild beasts that have not yet evolved into monsters remain. Your task is to kill as many of these beasts as possible to earn points. Killing a Tier 1 beast earns 10 points, a Tier 2 beast earns 20 points, and so on. Killing a Tier 10 beast earns 100 points. After you've slain a beast, remove one of its eyes as proof. During the assessment, you are not allowed to help others hunt beasts, steal others' beast eyes, or maliciously attack others. Violators will be immediately expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance exam. Serious cases will be referred to the warrior court. Those are the rules. Give it your all. The practical assessment will last 1 day and 1 night. I wish you all the best of luck. The assessment begins." After the principal finished speaking, he looked toward the teacher standing at the edge of the forest, guarding the boundary line. The teacher nodded and dismantled the defensive line at the forest entrance. All candidates from the 30 classes of the senior year instantly streamed in, like wild horses breaking free from their reins, sprinting into the forest to begin the assessment. Feng, carrying an E-grade alloy battle knife on his back, entered the forest with steady steps and a sharp gaze. He was ready to fight at any moment. Inside the forest, the over 1,000 candidates from the 30 classes scattered in all directions, searching for suitable targets to hunt down the beasts. The candidates' abilities varied. Many were weaker and could only hunt low-tier beasts, earning points slowly. The stronger candidates specifically targeted mid to high-tier beasts, quickly pulling ahead of the pack. Feng sprinted through the forest, occasionally hearing the furious roars of beasts. Suddenly, Feng sensed someone approaching from behind and spun around to look. To his surprise, it was 2 familiar faces, Fiona and Leo. Leo was holding Fiona's hand as he glared defiantly at Feng and said, "I never thought you'd actually become a team leader for Class C. How interesting. Too bad, though. In my eyes, a Class C team leader is still nothing more than trash. Over the past month, I've made rapid progress and my body unlock rate has reached 65%. The clan hired a master marksman to coach me. Now I've achieved a basic mastery of elementary marksmanship. In the assessment, even if I encounter a 7th-tier beast, I'll have the strength to defend myself," Leo said casually, brimming with a sense of superiority. "Bingfu is so glad she gave up on you and chose me," Leo said, looking at Fiona. "Over the past month, with my help, Bingfu has awakened her talent. It's a world of difference compared to when she was with you, Leo snorted coldly. Thank you, Brother Hao, Fiona said softly. Let us go, Brother Hao. I have nothing to do with him anymore. We're destined to live in two different worlds from now on. There is no need to speak to him, it would lower my status. Leo nodded, preparing to leave. Are you done? Feng replied coolly. If the rules of the assessment didn't forbid attacking others, I'd really like to teach you a lesson right now. Feng was growing impatient with this clown who kept trying to draw attention to himself time and time again. Teach me a lesson. Leo froze for a moment, then snapped, You trash from Class C dare to say that? You've got some nerve. Just wait for me after the assessment. I'll be waiting for you even without you saying so once the assessment is over, Feng replied. I'll make you realize that your self-righteous sense of superiority is worthless in my eyes. Very well, you're quite brazen. We'll see if you can still be so brazen then, Leo snapped coldly. Fiona, let us go. With that, Leo grabbed Fiona's hand and led her away. He had no intention of wasting any more time here with Feng. Feng also quickly set off deeper into the forest, in search of even more powerful beasts. Once the exam was over, he was determined to show Leo exactly why the flowers were so red. While all the senior high school students entered the forest for the exam, in the supervision area outside the forest. Inside a massive tent, several school administrators and military officials were staring at a huge screen. The screen was divided into thousands of sections, recording the status of every examinee. In today's highly technologically advanced world, the entire forest assessment was under satellite surveillance. Zhua Hejuan, the principal of Anqing No. 9 High School, looked at the more than 1,000 images on the screen and said calmly, Old Yang, are there any promising prospects this year? Yang Xiong, the Dean of Academic Affairs at Anqing No. 9 High School, replied, In Class A, there are several promising students whose cultivation has already broken through to level 1, 5th Dan, and they've also mastered several basic martial arts techniques to perfection. One student, though he has only just broken through to the warrior rank, is a super warrior who achieved this breakthrough after developing his body unlock rate to 110%. He has a chance to get into one of the nation's top 10 prestigious schools. A super warrior who broke through only after developing their body unlock rate to 110%. Not bad, praised Principal Zhua Hejuan. In human cultivation, to become a warrior, one must develop the body unlock rate to 100%. However, reaching 100% body unlock rate is not the end goal. Among humans, there are a few peerless geniuses who can continue to develop their body unlock rate beyond 100%, though it is extremely difficult. Such geniuses are 1 in 10,000 and are known as super warriors. Once they emerge, they become the subject of fierce competition among major martial arts universities. After reaching a 100% body unlock rate, increasing it by even 1% is incredibly difficult, requiring several times the effort and elixirs. The period before the age of 25 is the optimal time for warriors to lay their foundational training. Many, after reaching a 100% body unlock rate, choose to break through to the warrior realm rather than continue increasing their body unlock rate, thereby missing the most suitable age for warrior cultivation. It is extremely difficult for a super warrior to emerge. Only major factions are willing to invest the time and resources required to cultivate one. Zhua Hejuan continued, How is the overall strength of the 3 Class A sections? Yang Xiong replied, Among the 3 Class A sections, even the lowest body unlock rate has reached 90%. Half of Class A's top students have already broken through to the warrior stage, and the strongest few are approaching level 1, 5th Dan. Not bad, stronger than the previous class, Zhua Hejuan nodded. My new book is out, feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section. Love you all. Class A students are the school's flagship when the outside world pays attention to No. 9 High School's college entrance exam results, most focus solely on Class A. Zhua Hejuan asked, What about the overall strength of Class B? In the 7 Class B sections, all students have achieved a body unlock rate of over 50%, which is more than sufficient for admission to the University of Martial Arts. A few top students have even reached a body unlock rate of 90%, which is also significantly stronger than previous cohorts, Yang Xiong replied. Zhua Hejuan nodded. As for the students in Class C, he couldn't be bothered to ask. Basically, only a dozen or so top students managed to raise their body unlock rate above 50% each year, barely qualifying for an ordinary Showu university. I wonder which lucky few will make it into the top 100 of the grade in this preliminary practical assessment, Zhua Hejuan continued. For this college entrance exam, the Anqing government has allocated 300 spots to enter a level 3 dungeon, to be contested by the 20 high schools within Anqing. Any student from our number 9 high school who ranks in the top 100 in this preliminary practical assessment is eligible to compete. 300 spots to enter a level 3 dungeon. The Anqing government is truly willing to invest in cultivating the younger generation, Yang Xiong remarked with admiration. A dungeon refers to a place where celestial and earthly mana is exceptionally dense, teeming with rare treasures and natural resources, as well as legacies left behind by ancient and otherworldly powerhouses offering countless opportunities. Even if one fails to obtain a legacy, a single entry into a dungeon allows for cultivation within its confines, resulting in a significant boost in strength. With approximately 30,000 college entrance exam takers in Anqing each year, only 1% of the most talented students can secure one of these 300 spots. The top 100 students from Anqing number 9 high school in this preliminary practical assessment would compete with students from Anqing's other 19 high schools for these 300 spots to enter the dungeon. While Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong were talking, the practical assessment in the forest was in full swing. Feng charged through the forest, a great alloy battle knife in hand, cutting his way deeper into the woods. Roar! A beast's furious roar rang out, and Feng came to a halt. A tiger over 2 meters long, its body covered in white fur, suddenly burst from the underbrush. With its blood-red maw wide open, bearing sharp fangs, it pounced on Feng. A foul, blood-curdling stench wafted from the tiger's mouth. Its gaping jaws seemed poised to crush Feng's skull in a single bite. Feng snorted coldly, gripped his great alloy battle blade tightly, and executed the primordial footwork to perfection, planting his feet firmly on the ground. With a thunderous boom, Feng harnessed the recoil to propel his body forward like an arrow leaving the bow, raising his battle blade high. With 81% of his physical limits unleashed, he burst forth at a peak speed of 27 meters per second. Empowered by 1,600 gene of strength channeled into the blade, he brought it crashing down upon the charging white tiger. Whoosh! Blood spattered as the terrifying blow cleaved the white tiger in two from head to tail, splitting it apart in midair and sending its entrails and blood scattering across the ground. Feng landed and removed the white tiger's eyes as proof of his kill to earn points. This white tiger is actually a 7th-tier beast, Feng thought with a sense of secret satisfaction. Slaying a 7th-tier beast earned him 70 points. If he continued to target high-tier beasts, he would surely accumulate points faster than anyone else. After stowing the white tiger's eyes away, Feng pressed on deeper into the forest, where higher-tier beasts were naturally more abundant. As Feng continued onward, in the proctoring tent outside the forest, Principal Zhua Hejuan of number 9 high school and Dean of Students Yang Xiong were reviewing footage of Feng's battle with the white tiger. This kid is interesting. He has actually mastered 2 basic martial arts techniques to perfection. Zhua Hejuan chuckled, his body unlock rate has reached 81%. I wonder which top student from Class B he is. In Class B, most students' talents fall within the common grade high tier or peak tier. To have a common grade talent, yet achieve a body unlock rate of over 80% by the age of 18 and master 2 elementary martial arts techniques to perfection. He is a promising prospect. I'm not sure which Class B he is from, but we'll find out once the assessments are over, Yang Xiong replied. I watched the 2 martial arts techniques he just demonstrated, elementary footwork and elementary sword technique. When used in combination, he took down a 7th-tier beast with a single strike. His movements were decisive and ruthless, without the slightest hesitation. That kind of temperament suits my taste. The war between humans and monsters continues to this day. For humans to practice martial arts, they must possess formidable combat prowess and ruthless tactics to stand up to the ferocious monsters. Some human warriors have cultivation but lack strong combat prowess and ruthlessness. They're like greenhouse flowers and are easily killed when facing monsters. In the forest, Feng pressed forward, slaying 5 more high-tier beasts along the way, 1 8th tier and 4 7th tier. With Feng's current strength, combined with 2 preliminary martial arts techniques mastered to perfection, he could instantly kill any beast below the 9th tier. Even when facing a 9th tier beast, he could handle it with a bit of effort. Just then, several figures suddenly emerged from ahead, fleeing toward the edge of the forest. They appeared to be candidates from Class B. "What is going on?" Fong asked. "Classmates, run! There's a 9th tier, fully developed golden ape behind us. It's far beyond our capabilities," replied the Class B candidates, fleeing for their lives. Although they were in Class B, their body unlock rate was only slightly over 70%, making them no match for a 9th tier, fully developed golden ape. When faced with a golden ape, their only option was to flee. "A level 9 perfect golden ape, interesting," Fong said, licking his lips and gripping his battle axe tightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, a look of excitement on his face. The 5 beasts he had just hunted down had all been killed with a single strike, preventing him from truly showcasing his abilities. This level 9 perfect golden ape would give him the perfect opportunity to fight at full strength. The few who had fled from ahead were baffled to see Fong not retreating but advancing. Could it be that Fong was the top dog of Class A, with a body unlock rate already exceeding 90%, daring to take on a 9th tier Vajra ape? Seeing Fong charge forward with his blade drawn, several students from Class B followed suit, eager to see if Fong could handle the Vajra ape. The Vajra ape had been chasing them for a while. If someone could slay it, it would be a welcome relief for them. Fong reached the front. There, he saw a giant golden ape over 3 meters tall, covered in sharp fur, with thick, tough skin and bulging muscles, engaged in battle with a young girl. The girl was one of Class B's top students, named Lin Yao, whose body unlock rate had already reached 91%, and who had mastered a preliminary footwork technique at the minor achievement level and a preliminary sword technique at the grand achievement level. She was now using these 2 preliminary level martial arts to engage the golden ape in a fierce battle. However, the situation did not look promising. Lin Yao was clearly at a disadvantage. This golden ape had already reached the peak of the 9th rank and could break through to become a 10th rank ferocious beast at any moment. Moreover, the Vajra ape has thick, tough skin and immense strength. Lin Yao's mastery level elementary sword technique can only inflict shallow cuts on its body, making it difficult to deal a fatal blow. If it weren't for the Vajra ape's massive, clumsy frame which allows Lin Yao to dodge its attacks using her minor achievement level elementary footwork, she would likely have been injured by now. "It's Lin Yao." Several Class B students who had rushed over from behind couldn't help but gasp when they saw her battling the golden ape. Lin Yao's reputation was well known throughout Class B, beautiful, exceptionally talented, from a powerful background, and highly skilled. She was a true goddess-level figure in the class. Seeing Fong rush over with his sword drawn, Lin Yao asked, "Are you from Class A?" "No," Fong replied. "If not, leave immediately. This golden ape is not something you can handle," Lin Yao retorted. For students outside of Class A, this golden ape was extremely difficult to deal with. But in the split second Lin Yao was distracted by Fong's question, the golden ape seized her opening. It darted forward to cut off her retreat, raised its massive paw as wide as a palm fan and brought it crashing down toward her. That blow was as heavy as Mount Tai. If Lin Yao were struck, she would be seriously injured, if not killed. "Oh no," Lin Yao thought in alarm. She never imagined that in the split second she was distracted, the golden ape would seize upon her opening. But by now, it was too late to dodge. The golden ape had completely cut off her retreat. If she were struck by that claw, she would certainly be severely injured and unable to continue the fight. Her score on this assessment would likely be very low. Seeing this, several Class B students behind her began to worry for Lin Yao. But the Vajra ape had been waiting for this opening for a long time and would certainly not let her off easily. It would be very difficult for Lin Yao to dodge this strike. Despair flashed in Lin Yao's eyes. She closed her eyes, crossed her hands to grip her sword, and held it in front of her, preparing to brace for the blow. Just then, at the very last moment, Fong sprang into action. His speed surged to its limit, his vitality surging as he shot forward like a cannonball. Executing the preliminary sword technique to perfection, he brought his blade down with a single, decisive strike against the golden ape's swiping arm. A streak of sword light sliced through space, tearing the air apart. The E-grade alloy battle sword capable of piercing the defenses of level 1 monsters slashed viciously against the golden ape's claw. Crack! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The Vajra-ape's entire hand, along with its forearm, was severed in an instant. The terrifying force of the strike sent the Vajra-ape flying backwards several meters. Lin Yao stared in disbelief at Feng, who stood before her wielding the combat blade. The scene of that strike was deeply etched into her mind. Power, awe, and gratitude, a whirlwind of emotions swirled through Lin Yao's mind. Behind her, several Class B students also gasped in shock as they watched Feng up ahead. What a terrifying sword technique, concentrating strength into a single point to unleash a burst of razor-sharp light. A single stroke had severed the golden ape's palm. This technique was undoubtedly at the perfect level, otherwise, it could never have possessed such power. Even in Class A, very few could master a perfect level basic sword technique, let alone achieve it before the college entrance exams. Such individuals were either scions of powerful martial arts clans, taught by warrior elders from a young age, or geniuses specially trained and nurtured by major factions. Another type was the sword technique prodigy, self-taught, capable of cultivating a sword technique to the perfect realm at a young age. Feng was able to cultivate the basic sword technique to the perfect realm, yet his body unlock rate was not particularly high, only slightly over 80%. He was neither an elite of Class A nor someone raised by a martial arts clan or specially trained by a warrior faction. He must be someone with a unique talent for sword techniques. At that moment, roar! The Vajra ape let out a furious roar, its voice filled with boundless rage. It glared at Feng ahead, its eyes boiling with murderous intent. "Step back," Feng said to Lin Yao. Lin Yao nodded and replied, "All right, be careful." With that, she turned and stepped back without the slightest hesitation. She was no match for this Vajra ape, and staying wouldn't be of any help. Feng looked up at the golden ape, a cold gleam in his eyes. Gripping his sword, he charged forward, executing a flawless preliminary sword technique as he unleashed his strength and speed to the absolute limit, giving it his all. When facing a ferocious beast, Feng would never underestimate it or let his guard down. With agile footwork, he darted beneath the golden ape and delivered a horizontal slash, striking directly at its chest. The golden ape had no intention of clashing head-on with Feng. Feng's previous strike had inflicted massive damage, and it was well aware of Feng's terrifying power. Now that one of its arms was crippled, its strength greatly diminished, it could not recklessly charge forward to engage Feng in a direct confrontation. The golden ape dodged backward, evading Feng's horizontal slash, then swung its claw, slamming it toward Feng's face. Even before the ape's claw reached him, the wind from its strike stung Feng's face, a clear indication of the terrifying strength it contained. Feng unleashed his perfected preliminary footwork, maneuvering nimbly to dodge to the left. The golden ape's claw struck a large tree behind Feng. The tree, as thick as a man's waist, was snapped in two by a single swipe and crashed heavily to the ground. A 9th-tier perfect Vajra ape possessed strength approaching 2000 gene, slightly surpassing Feng's own strength. However, relying on his sword techniques and footwork, Feng could easily evade the Vajra ape's attacks while inflicting massive damage upon it. Feng burst forward at 27 meters per second, darting behind the Vajra ape and leaping up to deliver a horizontal slash. A blinding flash of light struck the Vajra ape's neck. Splash! Blood spattered as the Vajra ape's body was severed from its head. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, and its head as big as a wash basin rolled to the side. Feng sheathed his blade, walked up to the golden ape's head, and gouged out its eyes. For hunting a 9th-tier beast, he earned 90 points. Behind him, Lin Yao and several members of Class B stared at Feng in awe. That's just too strong. In just 3 moves, he had slain a 9th-tier perfect Vajra ape. Moreover, Feng had not only cultivated his basic sword technique to perfection but had also mastered his basic footwork to perfection, unleashing the strongest combat power possible below the warrior rank. Feng looked up at Lin Yao and said, "No need to thank me." Lin Yao bit her lip and said, "That was really close just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. If I'd been hurt, my score on this assessment would definitely have been very low. My name is Lin Yao. After this assessment is over, let me treat you to a meal." Lin Yao looked at Feng with a touch of nervousness. This was the first time she'd ever invited a boy to dinner, and it was an invitation that came from the bottom of her heart. She was truly grateful to Feng. Behind them, several students from Class B stared wide-eyed, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. What was going on? Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B, was nervously inviting a boy to dinner. And judging by Lin Yao's expression, she seemed to be eagerly hoping Feng would accept. If word of this got out, who knew how many boys from both Class A and Class B would be furious? As Class B's goddess, Lin Yao had plenty of admirers not only in Class B but also in Class A. Let us finish the assessment first. We'll talk about dinner later, Feng replied. Lin Yao nodded. Since Feng hadn't refused, it must mean he was okay with it. Time is limited. Let us hurry up and hunt down the beasts first, Feng said, and with that, he gripped his sword and rushed deep into the forest. Lin Yao nodded as well and followed him into the woods. The other Class B students watched the scene unfold, marveling to themselves. It seemed that Feng's heroic rescue had already made a favorable impression on Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B. Who knows if the top students in Classes A and B would be green with envy? With such a golden opportunity to be a hero and rescue a damsel in distress, why hadn't they ever encountered one? Feng ventured deep into the forest and began hunting ferocious beasts on a large scale. Empowered by his two perfect-level preliminary martial arts techniques, Feng specifically targeted 8th and 9th tier beasts. Feng could take down 8th tier beasts with a single strike, and even 9th tier beasts, when combined with his perfect-level footwork, wouldn't last more than 3 moves against him. Feng's score rose rapidly. He soon surpassed most of Class A and broke into the top 100 in the grade. Although many students in Class A had developed a body unlock rate exceeding 90%, most of their preliminary martial arts skills were only at the entry-level or minor achievement levels. They spent most of their time focusing on increasing their body unlock rate, leaving them no time to train in basic martial arts techniques. Without training in martial arts techniques, hunting beasts becomes very difficult, putting them at a significant disadvantage in the practical assessment. Feng's 2 basic martial arts techniques, both at the perfect level, gave him a major advantage in the practical assessment. The assessment continued, with over 1,000 candidates from Anqing No. 9 High School constantly hunting beasts in the forest to earn points. The elite students from Class A charged deep into the forest, specifically hunting 9th and 10th tier beasts, causing their scores to rise rapidly. Students from Class B could only hunt 4th to 8th tier beasts in the middle of the forest, so their scores rose much more slowly. As for the students from Class C, they could only hunt beasts below the 4th tier on the outskirts. Their scores rose at a snail's pace, leaving them at the very bottom of the rankings. The top 100 spots in the grade rankings were essentially dominated by students from the 3 Class A sections, with only a handful of elite students from Class B managing to break into the top 100. Of course, Feng, a student from Class C, was the exception. A day and a night passed. The practical assessment came to an end. All candidates from Anqing No. 9 High School emerged from the primeval forest and gathered outside its perimeter. Many candidates were covered in bloodstains and bore injuries of varying severity. Their faces were etched with exhaustion. After battling ferocious beasts in the forest for a day and a night, most of them were completely drained. Outside the forest, the school had already arranged for medical personnel to treat all the candidates' injuries, and vehicles were standing by to transport them back to Anqing. Outside the forest, looking at all the exhausted candidates, Principal Wu Jun spoke up, "The assessment is over. Welcome back, everyone. You're all the best. Go back this morning to take a shower and get some rest. You'll be able to check your scores at school this afternoon." The students returned to Anqing in the morning and had the entire morning to rest. They would check their scores in the afternoon. In the area for Class 2 of Senior 3, Zhang Xing looked at Feng and asked, "How did it go? Do you think your score will crush Dong Chen from Class 1? Don't worry, teacher. It's absolutely no problem," Feng replied with a mysterious smile. "You'll find out as soon as the scores are released." "That's good," Zhang Xing said with a sigh of relief. He had bet 1,000 physique elixirs with Liang Gui, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Although losing wasn't a big deal, it would be a blow to his pride. He just heard Liang Gui brag that Dong Chun from his class had specifically targeted 6th tier beasts during this assessment, so his score was likely to be high. Feng was confident in himself. During that day and night in the forest, he hunted over 39th tier beasts, plus a few 8th tier ones his score shouldn't be low, and making it into the top 100 would be no problem. He returned to Anqing from the forest outside the city. Feng went home, took a shower, and then slept soundly. After battling beasts in the forest for a day and a night, he was utterly exhausted. When he woke up, it was already 3 p.m. Feng entered the system space to train. He hadn't used his one opportunity for the day yet. After spending 20 days training in the system space and raising his body unlock rate to 83%, Feng logged out. 1 minute passed. It was time to go to school to check his scores. Since scores were released in the afternoon, Feng recalled the bet between Zhang Xing and Liang Gui, and a smile spread across his lips. 1,000 physique elixirs, worth 1 million. He was about to get a good deal this time, especially since his supply of physique elixirs was nearly depleted. As for the practical exam scores, Feng was confident he would crush Dongchen. He arrived at school. All the seniors had already assembled on the playground. The principal had an announcement to make. Feng made his way to the area designated for Class 2 of the senior year. Almost everyone was already present. At that moment, on the podium, Principal Zhua Haijuan spoke up. "You've all had the morning to rest, so I'm sure you've regained your energy. While you were resting, the school has finished grading your assessment scores, and you'll all find out your scores shortly. I've gathered you all here today to announce one thing. For this year's college entrance exams, the Anqing government has set aside 300 spots to enter a level 3 dungeon as a reward for this year's examinees, to be contested by the 20 high schools within Anqing. All students from our number 9 high school who ranked in the top 100 in this preliminary practical assessment are eligible to compete," Zhua Haijuan declared loudly. Upon hearing this, the playground erupted in excitement, especially among the students in Class A. With 300 spots available to enter a level 3 dungeon, the students from Class A were the ones best positioned to compete. On the podium, sensing the reaction below, Zhua Haijuan continued, "Inside the dungeon, the concentration of celestial and terrestrial mana is extremely dense. It's rich in rare treasures and natural resources, and there are legacies left behind by super-ancient and otherworldly powerhouses. Countless opportunities await. If any of you manage to enter the dungeon even once, even if you don't obtain a legacy, training within it will greatly increase your strength and put you ahead of the rest." Anqing has around 30,000 high school graduates taking the college entrance exam each year. With only 300 spots available, only 1% of the most talented students will secure a spot. The top 100 students from our Anqing number 9 high school in this preliminary practical assessment will compete with students from the other 19 high schools in Anqing for these 300 spots to enter the dungeon. Zhua Haijuan said, "The competition for these spots will take place in 1 month. Students ranked in the top 100 of your grade should work hard this month and do everything possible to secure a spot." The students in Class A erupted with excitement, determined to make the most of their time training so they could secure a spot in the dungeon 1 month from now. Meanwhile, the students in Classes B and C showed little interest since only the top 100 in the grade could participate in the competition. It had nothing to do with them. "Please wait a few minutes. Your scores are currently being tallied and will appear on the large screen above the podium shortly," said Zhua Haijuan. Above the podium hung a massive screen, clearly visible to every student on the field. On the field, over 1,000 senior high school students stared intently at the screen above the podium. Compared to the competition for dungeon spots, everyone was far more interested in their own test scores. Some top students from Class B secretly hoped they might make it into the top 100 in the grade and join the race for a dungeon spot. In the area designated for Senior 3 Class 2, Feng stood at the front, his gaze fixed on the giant screen above the podium. He, too, was eager to know his score. In the area for Senior 3 Class 1 homeroom teacher Liang Gui, his face brimming with confidence, said to Zhang Xing, "Teacher Zhang, I wonder if you've prepared your 1,000 physique elixirs. With this wager, I'm afraid you're going to take a huge hit." "Take a big hit? Are you that confident, Teacher Liang?" Zhang Xing replied nonchalantly. "It's not that I'm confident, it's that I have confidence in Dongchen from our class," Liang Gui answered. Dongchen from Class 1 killed at least 36th-tier beasts during the assessment. Liang Gui's tone brimmed with pride. His estimated score is 2,000 points. "I wonder if your Class 2 student, Feng, is confident his score will surpass that." Slaying one 6th tier beast yields 60 points. Slaying 30 yields 1,800 points. 2,000 points. Zhang Xing was somewhat shocked. In the past, a score like that would have easily crushed every student in Class C. Zhang Xing felt a twinge of worry. He didn't know if Feng's score would be high enough to surpass Dong Chen's. If he couldn't beat Dong Chen, he'd have to pay 1,000 physique elixirs. Though it wasn't a big deal, it would be a blow to his pride. At the front of Senior 3 Class 1, Dong Chen shot Zhang Xing a disdainful glance. This humiliating situation was entirely of Zhang Xing's own making. Betting on Feng was asking for trouble. The students in Class 1 also wore smug expressions, waiting to see Class 2 make a fool of themselves. Feng looked at Zhang Xing and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. My score will definitely exceed 2,000 points. I'll crush him with ease." Feng sneered inwardly. During the assessment, Dong Chen had only killed a little over 36th tier beasts. During his assessment, he had slain over 39th tier beasts, not to mention several 8th and 7th tier beasts. His score would definitely not be lower than 3,000 points, leaving Dong Chen in the dust. "Crush me? You're talking so big, aren't you afraid you'll twist your tongue?" Dong Chen from Class 1 retorted upon hearing this. "I'm just stating the facts," Feng said indifferently. "Fine, very fine," Dong Chen snorted coldly, seeing Feng's defiance. "There's no point in talking anymore. The scores will be out soon, and then we'll see who has been crushed." Feng said nothing more. In a moment, Dong Chen would learn exactly what it meant to be humiliated. "The scores are in," a student shouted. In an instant, Zhang Xing, Dong Chen, Liang Gui, and Feng all turned their gaze to the large screen on the podium. On the stage, the scores of over 1,000 test takers appeared, with their rankings clearly displayed. First place, Feng Wu, 5,910 points. Second place, AI Ling, 5,900 points. Third place, Yan Xiahe, 5,860 points. Fourth place, Deng Lei, 5,800 points. 89th place, Feng, 3,590 points. As the scores appeared, Feng nodded upon seeing his ranking and score. It was roughly what he had expected. Ranked 89th in his grade with 3,590 points, he was eligible to compete for a spot in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the area set aside for Class 1, a look of disbelief spread across Dong Chen's face. The giant screen on the stage clearly displayed 409th place, Dong Chen, 2,100 points. Dong Chen saw his score. It was a full 1,000 points lower than Feng's. How could Feng possibly have scored 3,590 points and made it into the top 100 in the grade? At this level, he was on par with the top students in Class A. No way. Zhang Xing was also stunned when he saw Feng's score on the screen. 89th in the grade, 3,590 points. He had previously worried that Feng might lose to Dong Chen, but he never imagined Feng's score would be so far ahead of Dong Chen's. Ranked 89th in the grade, Feng was now eligible to compete for a spot in the dungeon. Liang Gui stared at the scores displayed on the big screen, speechless for a long moment. The score of Dong Chen from their own class was actually so far behind Feng's. When did Class 2 produce such a prodigy, one who'd hidden his true strength so well? This was clearly on par with Class A's level. No wonder Zhang Xing dared to bet with him, offering 1,000 physique elixirs off the bat. This time, he'd really been outmaneuvered by Zhang Xing. In fact, Zhang Xing himself hadn't expected Feng's score to be this high. Previously, he'd only thought Feng was slightly stronger than the average Class C student. He never imagined the gap would be this wide. I suppose this counts as a pleasant surprise Feng gave him. All the students in Class 1 were also stunned by Feng's score. They thought they'd seized this opportunity to have a good laugh at Class 2's expense. Little did they know they'd end up being the ones Class 2 made fun of instead. Feng looked at Dong Chen and said, "Now do you know who got crushed?" "You." Dong Chen was so flustered he couldn't speak. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "I don't believe you could have scored that high. You must have cheated." Upon hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. As soon as Dong Chen spoke, all the students around them turned to look at him. You can make casual remarks, but you can't just say anything. Mock exam scores were tied to the competition for dungeon spots. Anyone caught cheating would face severe punishment. If he didn't cheat, how could he possibly have scored so high? This is completely beyond Class CS capabilities, Dongchen insisted, accusing Feng outright. Hearing this, the crowd began to waver, their eyes turning toward Feng. Indeed, Feng had always been unremarkable in Class C. Suddenly achieving such a high score on the exam made it hard not to be suspicious. Feng retorted, the entire exam was under surveillance by both the school and the military. The surveillance footage serves as proof anyone who dares to cheat is asking for trouble. The scores I earned are all my own. Feng looked at Dongchen. As for you, Dongchen, you accused me of cheating on the exam without any evidence. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll show you what it means to speak without thinking. You'll have to face the consequences. A menacing glint flashed in Feng's eyes. He didn't usually pick fights, but he wasn't afraid of them either. Dongchen had falsely accused him of cheating on the exam simply because he lost a bet. He had to teach him a lesson. Make me pay the price? I'd like to see just how you're going to make me pay the price. Dongchen didn't back down in the slightest and stepped forward. I don't have direct evidence proving you cheated on the exam, but verifying whether you did is simple enough. Dongchen looked at Feng. Fight me. If you can demonstrate that you're stronger than me, that will prove whether you cheated or not. Otherwise, you cheated on the exam. Are you up for it? Dongchen glared defiantly at Feng. He simply couldn't believe that Feng could have scored 3,590 points on the assessment through his own abilities alone. He had looked into Feng before just a month ago. Feng's body unlock rate was only 13%. How could Feng possibly have raised his strength to a level comparable to Class A's top students in just 1 month? It was absolutely impossible. There had to be something fishy going on. As long as Feng dared to accept his challenge, he was determined to expose Feng's true colors. The crowd around them turned their gaze toward Feng. Would Feng dare to accept a fight with Dongchen? If he didn't dare to accept, it would prove that Feng had something to hide. If he did dare to accept, they'd also want to see just how strong Feng really was. To what extent had he actually reached to score so high on the combat assessment? Dongchen's body unlock rate had already reached 60%. He'd achieved a preliminary mastery of sword techniques and had slain over 36th tier monsters during the combat assessment. He was not to be underestimated. Feng stepped forward and replied, why wouldn't I dare? Very well, Dongchen said, his face contorted with fury. I'll expose your true colors right now. Dongchen unleashed his aura, activating his 60% body unlock rate. A faint current of energy swirled around him as his 1,200 gene of physical strength erupted, and he slammed a punch toward Feng's head. Simple and brutal. He intended to crush Feng with a single punch, exposing his hypocrisy to everyone. Feng snorted coldly. Thanks to today's training, his body unlock rate had reached 83%. Combined with his perfect level preliminary footwork, Dongchen's attack seemed like slow motion to him. Feng held nothing back. His aura erupted as he activated an 83% body unlock rate and unleashed his perfect level preliminary footwork, effortlessly dodging Dongchen's attack. He then swept his right leg out like a steel whip, channeling over 1,600 gene of strength into the kick as it slammed viciously into Dongchen. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Dongchen instantly felt as if he'd been struck by a car, flying violently backward. Put! Spitting out a spray of blood mid-air, Dongchen's body slammed heavily onto the hard ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. That's a perfect level preliminary footwork technique, combined with a body unlock rate of over 80%. Liang Gui, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, was completely stunned by Feng's prowess. No wonder Feng had ranked in the top 100 of his grade in the practical combat assessment with such strength. Securing a spot in the top 100 was a breeze. Feng leaped forward suddenly, planting his foot heavily on Dongchen's chest. The terrifying strength sent another wave of shock through Dongchen, forcing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. Have you seen what I'm capable of now? With this kind of strength, do I even need to cheat on the exam? Feng asked, looking down at Dongchen at his feet. Dongchen felt the pressure on his chest. Hearing Feng's words, he was so enraged he couldn't speak, his vision blurred, and he fainted on the spot. The students of Class 1 were all stunned. They never imagined Feng had been hiding his true abilities so well all this time. After the students of Class 1 arranged for the school medical staff to take Dong Chen to the infirmary for treatment, Class 1 homeroom teacher Liang Gui handed Feng 1,000 physique elixirs and said, "Very impressive. You have a bright future ahead of you." As a warrior, he maintained his dignity, accepted defeat gracefully, and immediately honored his promise. He harbored no resentment and had no intention of competing with Feng, a junior. Given the strength Feng had just demonstrated, his future achievements would likely be significant. The 1,000 physique elixirs were simply an investment in him. "Thank you, Teacher Liang." Feng didn't hesitate to accept the 1,000 physique elixirs. He currently had fewer than 300 physique elixirs on him, so this came at just the right time. Zhang Xing smiled. Seeing Liang Gui put in his place made him very happy. Zhang Xing said, "Feng, work hard this month. If you make it into the top 100 in your grade during this practical assessment, you'll be eligible to compete for a spot in the dungeon. If you can enter the dungeon for a single training session, you'll definitely skyrocket. Don't miss this opportunity." Inside the dungeon, mana is dense, there are countless rare treasures, and the legacies of many ancient and otherworldly powerhouses await. He absolutely had to go at least once. After leaving school, Feng headed straight home. His top priority right now was to raise his body unlock rate to 100%. Once his body unlock rate reached 100%, he could choose to break through and become a warrior. If he was interested, Feng could also choose to continue cultivating his body unlock rate, pushing his physical development beyond 100% to become a super warrior. A super warrior is a transcendent existence among warriors. Every super warrior can easily overwhelm warriors of the same level. However, becoming a super warrior is extremely difficult. Once the body unlock rate reaches 100%, making even a 1% improvement becomes incredibly challenging, requiring several times the amount of time and effort. For those under 25, with their vitality at its peak, this is the ideal time for cultivation. Many would not choose to waste time attempting to break through to become a super warrior. If one spends their youth pursuing this goal, it would delay the most optimal period for warrior cultivation, which would ultimately be detrimental. The costs would far outweigh the benefits. Super warriors are typically those with family connections or backed by major factions, supported by vast resources. Only then do they dare to choose this path. However, since Feng has the system, he can also choose this path and break through to become a super warrior. With the system, Feng has 20 times more time than an ordinary person, so he can easily afford to invest the time required. Starting today, updates will be posted regularly. For every 200 additional requests, I'll post an extra chapter. It all depends on your support. What Feng needs to do now is prepare plenty of the elixirs required for cultivation, and then rely on the system space to achieve the status of a super warrior. In a month, the competition for dungeon slots will begin. With a month to go, he should be able to develop his body unlock rate to over 100%. By then, he'll have a much better chance of securing a dungeon slot. Currently, including the 1,000 physique elixirs he just acquired, Feng has a total of 1,300 physique elixirs, enough to sustain his cultivation for a month. However, as soon as Feng stepped out of the school gates, someone blocked his path. It was none other than Fiona's boyfriend, Leo. Earlier, during the practical assessment, Feng had encountered Leo in the forest. Leo had told Feng to wait there after the assessment ended, since everyone was picked up by the school's shuttle buses afterward. Leo hadn't had a chance to intercept Feng then. Now Leo was waiting right at the school gate to intercept Feng. He still remembered how arrogant Feng had sounded in the forest, boasting that he'd teach Leo a lesson. Now he was going to show Feng what it meant to be in his place. That arrogance came at a price. "Stop right there," Leo said coldly. "What, you're still trying to run?" Fiona stood beside Leo, her expression haughty, as graceful as a swan, as if she wouldn't deign to even glance at Feng. Many students nearby were preparing to leave school and head home. Seeing Leo block Feng's path and sensing a confrontation, they all stopped in their tracks and watched the two with keen interest. "Run? Why would I run?" Feng said indifferently. It's not about running away, it's about leaving school in such a hurry, Leo snorted coldly. This morning, when everyone left on the school bus, I let you off the hook. Now let us see how you'll escape. Weren't you acting all cocky in the forest yesterday, bragging about teaching me a lesson? Now I'll see just how you're going to teach me a lesson. Leo stepped in front of Feng, unleashing 65% of his maximum burst. A faint current of energy swirled around him, exerting a subtle pressure on Feng. I didn't have time to deal with you this morning, so I let you run wild for the whole morning. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish, Feng snorted coldly. He immediately unleashed 83% of his maximum burst, and the energy surging from his body instantly pressed down on Leo. Feeling Feng's aura, Leo was taken aback. Over 80% body unlock rate? Impossible. How can your body unlock rate be so high? Fiona's face also betrayed a look of disbelief. She knew Feng's body unlock rate better than anyone. Just a month ago, it was still at 13%. With Feng's common grade low tier talent, how could he possibly have raised his body unlock rate to over 80% in just 1 month? Those around them, seeing Feng's aura overwhelming Leo's, wore expressions of derision. This Leo sure was bold. With a body unlock rate of just 65%, he actually dared to provoke a top student with an 80% body unlock rate. Was he asking for a beating? Nothing is impossible. I'll show you right now what a real gap looks like, Feng replied coolly. He then lunged forward, unleashing his perfect level basic footwork. His body moved like a phantom, so fast that Leo couldn't react at all. Boom! Feng slammed a fist into Leo's face, sending him flying backward as he coughed up blood. Several teeth, mixed with blood, fell to the ground. Feng followed up with a kick, striking Leo hard in the stomach and sending him crashing into the school gate before he hit the ground with a thud. 2 moves were all it took to render Leo incapable of fighting. Perfect level basic footwork. That's perfect level basic footwork. There aren't even a handful of people in Class A who've mastered that. Just who did this Leo offend? Whispered a student from Class B. Who knows? Leo's always been arrogant, relying on the backing of the Li family, a level 4 martial arts clan. He deserves to be taught a lesson, another student replied. Leo lay on the ground, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. A searing pain radiated from his lower abdomen. As he listened to the gossip around him, the look in his eyes as he stared at Feng was filled with venom. He couldn't accept the fact that Feng had defeated him, and in such a completely overwhelming manner. Being humiliated by Feng in front of Fiona was even more agonizing than being killed. You're so ungrateful. If you dare mess with me again, I'll cripple you. Feng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Fiona watched Feng, and a sudden sense of loss washed over her. Feng was actually this strong. He raised his body unlock rate to such a high level in just 1 month. The heights Feng could reach in the future were far beyond anything Leo could ever hope to match. She never imagined she'd let someone so exceptional slip through her fingers. But what's done is done. There was no point in regretting it. For now, she just had to hold on to Leo, a man she could use, and she'd still be set for life. Fiona walked over to Leo, helped him to his feet, and said, "Brother How, don't be discouraged. No matter how high his body unlock rate is, he is all alone. He has no family or background. Who knows? He might end up getting killed by monsters out in the wilderness one day. Brother How is protected by the Li family, a level 4 martial arts clan. His future prospects are far beyond what he can ever hope for," Fiona consoled him. Leo nodded, then turned to Feng and said, "Don't get too cocky. You may have beaten me, but in the face of my Li family, you're still nothing more than an ant. The path of martial arts is fraught with difficulties. Without the protection of a family, you're all alone. You'll never achieve anything great in your lifetime. Only cowards need family protection. True warriors grow strong by fighting their way through countless life and death situations," Feng retorted sarcastically. Your Li family is nothing more than a level 4 martial arts clan, with a single level 4 warrior holding sway over it. Within 3 years, I will have the strength to wipe out your Li family. Feng boasted, "A worthless wimp like you, who can only drag your clan into it after being defeated, isn't worthy of practicing martial arts." Who are you calling a worthless wimp? Leo's eyes bloodshot, roared, to claim you can wipe out my Lee clan in just 3 years. That's a bold claim. I'm reporting this to my clan right now. I'll see just how you plan to wipe out my Lee clan within 3 years. Leo deliberately twisted the meaning of Feng's words. Feng had meant that within 3 years, he would possess the strength to crush the Li family. But Leo flatly insisted that Feng had said he would crush the Li family within 3 years, thereby escalating the conflict between Feng and the Li family. If word of this reached the Li family's higher-ups, they would naturally take action against Feng. After all, this matter involved the Li family's honor. How could a level 4 martial arts clan possibly save face if Feng, a high school student with absolutely no connections, boasted that he could wipe them out in just a few years? Leo knew full well that as a level 4 martial arts clan, the Li family had a vast organization and numerous descendants. They would never take action against him simply because of his personal feud with Feng. But if Feng were to declare that he would wipe out the Li family within 3 years, that would be a different matter entirely. This would no longer be a conflict among the younger generation, but a matter concerning the Li family's honor. Feng understood what Leo meant. For a nobody like him to be unable to defeat Feng and instead escalate the conflict just to provoke the Li family into taking action against him, it was truly pathetic. But Feng wasn't afraid. The path of martial arts was, after all, full of danger and challenges. With his system and a second chance at life, he had no fear of the insignificant Li family. Just then, a beautiful young girl walked toward them from the distance. The Li family is merely a level 4 martial arts clan. With Feng's strength, he might very well be able to wipe them out within 3 years, the young woman said. The crowd at the school gate couldn't help but perk up when they saw her. She was none other than Lin Yao, the girl Feng had saved during the combat assessment, who had promised to treat him to a meal after the test. Seeing Lin Yao arrive and speak up for him, Feng smiled faintly. Do you believe in me? The crowd turned to look at Lin Yao. As the goddess of Class B and a member of the Lin family, a level 5 martial arts clan, her words carried significant weight. If she said Feng was capable, then he must have something extraordinary about him. You ranked 89th in the class in this diagnostic assessment, and by the age of 18, you'd already cultivated the martial arts techniques, basic footwork and basic sword technique to perfection. Your strength rivals that of Class A's top students. If you can't do it, who can? Lin Yao smiled at Feng and asked, Feng, are you free this weekend? Would you like to have dinner together? Another update coming soon. Ranked 89th in the class on the diagnostic exam, he had already mastered the basic footwork and basic sword techniques to perfection. By the age of 18, his strength was on par with the top students in Class A. This Feng was actually that strong. And Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B, was actually inviting him to dinner this weekend. How many boys at number 9 high school had dreamed of this? Sure. Feng immediately agreed to have dinner with Lin Yao this weekend. Leo looked at Feng, his eyes burning with jealousy. Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B, was actually inviting Feng to dinner. You have to understand that Lin Yao is usually very aloof in Class B. Even when students from Class A try to strike up a conversation with her, she barely acknowledges them. And now she is actually taking the initiative to invite Feng. Compared to Lin Yao, Fiona by his side seemed to pale in comparison. He paid a heavy price to win Fiona over. Whereas Feng had gained the Class B goddess's favor without lifting a finger, there was simply no comparison. Fiona looked at Lin Yao, who had invited Feng to dinner that weekend, and instantly felt a pang of inferiority. In the presence of this princess of the heavens, whose talent and background were both dazzling, she seemed so ordinary. If Feng left her, he could find someone 10 or even 100 times better than her, but if she left Feng, she'd have no choice but to sell herself short and end up with Leo, that run-of-the-mill playboy. She felt a bitter taste in her heart. Okay, see you this weekend, Lin Yao replied with a smile. Feng nodded, said goodbye to Lin Yao, and left school immediately. Today was Monday. The weekend was still a long way off, 6 days to go. He could go back and train for 6 days, pushing his body unlock rate to over 90%. If word of today's incident reached the higher-ups in the Li family, it would likely work against him. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, his current strength was nowhere near enough to take on the mighty Li family. Watching Feng's retreating figure, Leo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, he would make Feng pay for today's humiliation with blood. Upon returning home from school, Feng immediately entered the system space, consumed a physique elixir, assumed the extreme 108 forms, and began his cultivation. An hour later, he emerged from the system space. Having consumed 40 physique elixirs, his body unlock rate had increased by 2%, reaching 85%. Feng didn't waste the rest of the night either, devoting it entirely to cultivation. The 6 days passed in a flash. During those 6 days, Feng entered system space 6 times, a total of 120 days, and spent 6 nights training in his room, consuming a total of 300 physique elixirs. Feng's body unlock rate rose from 85% 6 days ago to 96%. Opening the status panel. Host, Feng. Vitality, 960. Speed, 32 ms. Strength, 960 kilograms. Remaining system space entries, 0. Feng's current physical stats. Speed, 32 meters per second. Strength, 960 kilograms. This means that with a single punch, Feng can now unleash a force of 1 metric ton. 1 metric ton of strength. One can only imagine how terrifying that is. By developing the body unlock rate to 100%, one can attain 1 metric ton of strength, at which point they can choose to break through and become a warrior. After breaking through to become a warrior, strength and speed will double, and physique and defense will be greatly enhanced, allowing one to engage in combat with monsters. They will be respected by the world. Keep in mind that the global population now exceeds 20 billion, but those with warrior talent account for no more than 1/10 of that, roughly 2 billion. In other words, out of the world's 20 billion people, only 2 billion can become warriors. You can imagine just how rare warriors are. Although Feng's warrior talent is a pitiful yellow rank low tier, he does, after all, possess the talent and can become a warrior. With the system by his side, Feng is confident that even with a common rank low tier warrior talent, he can become a powerful warrior. Moreover, Feng recalled the system mentioning that once his body unlock rate reached 100%, it would upgrade his talent once, helping him break through to the super warrior tier. When that time comes, with his talent working in tandem with the system, it will be perfect. Today was the weekend. There were no classes at school, and it was the day Feng had planned to have lunch with Lin Yao. After getting ready, Feng headed out. Arriving at the meeting spot with Lin Yao, it was still early, and Lin Yao hadn't arrived yet, so Feng waited. It wasn't quite time yet. He just left early. When dining with others, he didn't like to keep people waiting. Just then, a tall young man walked over, looked at Feng with a cold glint in his eyes, and said, "Feng, right, I'm Yuan Wu from Class B. I heard Lin Yao was going to have dinner with you. She's the one I've set my sights on. You'd better stay away from her, or I'll cripple you." Feng looked at Yuan Wu standing before him. Yuan Wu, the top student in Class B, had a body unlock rate of 95% and had mastered the martial arts techniques, basic fist techniques and basic footwork to perfection. "If you dare have dinner with her today, I won't let you off the hook," Yuan Wu threatened. With that, without waiting for Feng's reply, Yuan Wu turned and walked away. Since the time Lin Yao had arranged with Feng was fast approaching, he had to leave immediately. Otherwise, if Lin Yao found out he'd threatened Feng and caused him to refuse her dinner invitation, she'd likely come to hate him even more. Watching Yuan Wu's retreating figure, Feng's lips curled in disdain. Threatening him? Yuan Wu really did think too highly of himself. Never mind Yuan Wu, even the Li family, which was countless times more powerful than him, was of no concern to Feng. At Feng's current pace, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to Super Warrior. He certainly wouldn't be intimidated by a Yuan Wu whose body unlock rate was less than 95%. He paid no heed to Yuan Wu's words. When Lin Yao arrived, Feng acted as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing with her as they enjoyed dinner together. After they finished dinner, Feng returned home to continue his cultivation. Now his enemies weren't limited to the Li family. Yuan Wu had joined the ranks, but Feng didn't care. He'd deal with whatever came his way. Besides, Feng didn't have much money left, and every aspect of warrior cultivation required funds. Feng had to find a way to earn some money. Breaking through to Super Warrior would likely require a massive amount of elixirs, and he couldn't do it without funds. After 2 more days of cultivation, Feng's body unlock rate reached 100%, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally raised his body unlock rate to 100%. He was ready to advance to warrior. Just then. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your body unlock rate has reached 100%. System upgrade. Ding! System upgrade. The host is rewarded with one talent enhancement opportunity. Ding! System upgrade. The hostess training duration in the system space has been extended from 20 days to 1 month. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng was startled. His body unlock rate had reached 100%, triggering a system upgrade. He was rewarded with one talent enhancement opportunity, and his training duration in the system space had been extended from 20 days to 1 month. System, use one talent enhancement opportunity. Feng said. Ding! Talent enhancement opportunity used. Hostess talent has been upgraded from common grade low tier to epic grade peak tier. Suddenly, Feng felt a surge of clarity in his mind, as if, in an instant, his brain cells had been fully activated to 100%. Cultivation techniques he previously couldn't understand were now instantly comprehensible to him. Epic grade peak tier talent. Warrior talents are classified into common grade, uncommon grade, rare grade, and epic grade. Each grade is further divided into low tier, mid tier, high tier, and peak tier. He never imagined that his talent would suddenly leap from common grade low tier to epic grade peak tier. An epic grade peak tier talent has only appeared once in the entire history of Earth. That person has now become Earth's strongest warrior, known as the martial god. And now, he, too, possessed an epic grade peak tier talent. Keep in mind that even among the students in Class 3A of number 9 high school, the one with the strongest talent was only at the uncommon grade level. Across all 20 high schools in Ansheng, the students with the strongest talents were no higher than uncommon grade peak tier. Not a single one had reached rare grade. But he, Feng, now possessed an epic grade peak tier talent. Combined with the system allowing him to train for 30 days with a single entry, Feng felt like he was floating on air. Feng decided to aim for the rank of Super Warrior. In the past, he hadn't had much confidence in achieving Super Warrior, but now, with both talent and time on his side, he was fully confident he could reach that level. And he was aiming for the very strongest kind of Super Warrior. He still had over 900 physique elixirs on him, so he entered the system space. With his epic grade peak tier talent activated, he began cultivating Extreme 108 forms. Previously, he could only practice Extreme 108 forms once every half a day, but now, with his epic grade peak tier talent, he could practice once every hour 24 times a day. Now, a single entry into system space allows him to practice for 30 days, totaling 720 sessions, a speed nearly 20 times faster than before. Previously, he could practice the Extreme 108 forms once every half day. A single entry into system space allowed only 20 days of practice, totaling 40 sessions. Now, a single entry allows for 720 sessions, a truly staggering feat, though the consumption of physique elixir is equally staggering. One session of Extreme 108 forms requires one physique elixir Feng practiced for 30 days in system space, consuming a total of 720. He now has only 200 physique elixirs left. However, his rate of progress is also staggering. After this round of training in system space, Feng's body unlock rate has already risen to 103%. It's important to note that once the body unlock rate reaches 100%, even increasing it by 1% becomes incredibly difficult. Yet with a single entry into system space, he was able to boost it by 3%. That is not to say he'll be able to reach a body unlock rate of 150% in just 20 days and become the strongest super warrior. 150% is the limit for a super warrior, the level at which one is considered the strongest super warrior. For the average super warrior, reaching a body unlock rate of 120% is already quite an achievement. Those who can raise their body unlock rate to 130% or higher are few and far between, and as for those who can reach 140% or higher, there have been no more than 1,000 such individuals in Earth's history. Today, each of these 1,000 individuals is a being that transcends the level 9 warrior tier, incredibly powerful and a dominant force in their respective regions. With his epic grade peak tier talent and the 30-fold cultivation speed in system space, Feng is confident he can raise his body unlock rate to 150%, becoming the first super warrior in Earth's history to achieve a body unlock rate of 150%, the strongest super warrior of all time. What Feng currently lacks are cultivation resources and elixirs. His current savings are already insufficient, and each time Feng enters system space, he consumes 720 physique elixir speed. At 1,000 yuan per physique elixir, that amounts to 720,000 yuan per day. Feng needs to find a way to make money. While making money might be difficult for ordinary people, there is a shortcut for warriors: hunting monsters in the wild. The materials and flesh from monsters are all valuable treasures. Hunting monsters in the wild is the fastest way for a warrior to make money. Feng glanced at his stats list. Host, Feng. Cultivation level, pre-warrior 103%. Soul power, 103. Vitality, 1030. Speed, 34 ms. Strength, 1.03 t. Physique defense, level 1, stage 1. Number of entries into system space, 0. Looking at the status panel, he noticed 3 new entries: soul power, cultivation realm, and physique defense. The physique defense entry showed level 1, stage 1, meaning that Feng's current physique defense was now comparable to that of a level 1, stage 1 warrior. Although he hadn't yet broken through to the warrior realm, his body unlock rate had already exceeded 100%, so his physique defense was rated as that of a level 1, stage 1 warrior. After all, most people would choose to break through to the warrior rank once their body unlock rate reaches 100%. Therefore, the system evaluates him based on the standards of an average warrior. Ignoring these details, it was now 6 p.m. Feng returned home from school and began entering the system space to train. He had the entire night before school started the next morning. Feng planned to use this evening to hunt monsters in the primeval forest outside Ansheng. With his current body unlock rate of 103%, coupled with 2 preliminary martial arts techniques at the perfect stage and an E-grade alloy battle knife, Feng had no fear of encountering beasts below the monster tier. The ranks of warriors and monsters, from lowest to highest, are divided into levels 1 through 9, each further subdivided into 9 segments. Level 1, segment 1 is the lowest, while level 9, segment 9 is the highest. Feng slung a huge backpack over his shoulder, grabbed his alloy battle knife, and set off directly for the primeval forest outside Ansheng. The primeval forest outside Ansheng was only a dozen or so kilometers away. At Feng's current speed of 34 meters per second, he could reach it in less than half an hour. Moreover, the outskirts of the primeval forest were inhabited only by ferocious beasts that had not yet evolved into monsters. Even a tier 10 beast was nothing to Feng. The materials from a single tier 10 beast were worth between 10,000 and 50,000. To meet his daily cultivation expenses of 720,000, Feng needed to hunt about 30 tier 10 beasts. Feng's target was these tier 10 beasts that had not yet evolved into monsters. Upon reaching his destination, Feng gripped his E-grade alloy battle knife, remained on high alert, and made his way through the primeval forest. On the outskirts of the primeval forest, level 1 monsters occasionally appeared. Feng's body unlock rate had now risen to 103%, and his soul power possessed a certain degree of perception. Whenever he sensed the aura of powerful monsters, he would give them a wide berth. As he made his way through the forest, it wasn't long before Feng spotted his target. A 10th tier beast, the 2-tailed golden spotted snake. Feng's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the giant snake coiled around a massive tree ahead. Once it reaches the 10th tier, the 2-tailed golden spotted snake can grow to 7 or 8 meters in length, as thick as an adult's thigh, and possesses a deadly venom. Its venom, combined with its snake skin and gallbladder, can fetch 4 to 5 10,000, making it one of the more valuable 10th tier beasts. You're the one. Feng's eyes gleamed as his aura surged. He executed the perfect step technique, moving with ghostly agility to appear before the 2-tailed golden spotted snake in an instant. A burst of 1 metric ton of strength sent a flash of blade light as his E-rank battle axe swung down in a horizontal slash. Thwack! Before the 2-tailed golden spotted snake could even react, Feng had decapitated it with a single blow. When dealing with a 2-tailed golden spotted snake, you have to act fast. The best method is to decapitate it. This ensures the snake's skin remains intact while effectively killing the creature and preventing a bite that could expose you to its deadly venom. He removed the two-tailed golden-spotted snake's venom sacs and gallbladder, stripped off its skin, and stowed them in his backpack. Fong continued searching the forest for prey. 3 hours passed. In the forest, Fong had hunted a total of 60 10th-tier beasts. His backpack was stuffed to the brim with their materials. During this time, he encountered a level 1 monster once, but Fong avoided it from a distance, choosing not to engage. Hunting 60 10th-tier beasts in 3 hours, only a monster like Fong could pull that off. This feat was entirely on par with the achievements of a level 1 warrior. For any other high school student, this would likely be nearly impossible. After all, not everyone is like Fong, who has boosted his body unlock rate to 103% and mastered 2 preliminary martial arts techniques at the perfect level. Carrying a large backpack full of beast materials, Fong headed straight to the trading hall in Ancheng. "I'd like to sell some beast materials." Fong placed the large backpack full of beast materials on the counter. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment while I tally these materials for you," the clerk said respectfully. Fong nodded, watching as the clerk carefully counted the materials. The more the clerk counted, the more astonished he became. By the time the tally was complete, it turned out to be materials from a total of 60 10th-tier beasts, including the extremely rare two-tailed golden-spotted snake. Seeing that Fong was quite young and still wearing a high school uniform, yet had managed to hunt so many 10th-tier beasts on his own, it seemed he was yet another prodigious warrior. "Sir, these beast materials are in excellent condition. I'll buy them from you at the highest price, 1.8 million in total." "How does that sound?" the clerk offered. 1.8 million, equivalent to 30,000 per 10th-tier beast, was a reasonable price. Fong nodded and said, 1.8 million it is. After the transaction was completed, Fong spent 720,000 to buy 720 physique elixirs and deposited the remaining 1.08 million into his card. A warrior's cultivation requires money at every turn, and there would likely be even more expenses in the future, so he needed to find a way to save some money. It was already past 11 p.m. When Fong returned home, he fell into a deep, restful sleep. Having just battled monsters for 3 hours, he was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, a level 4 martial arts clan in Ancheng. The head of the Li family and numerous high-ranking members sat with cold expressions in a grand hall. Leo, along with Leo's older brother Li Hu and several other members of the Li family's younger generation, had gathered there. One of the Li family's high-ranking members said coldly, "That Fong daring to declare in public that he'll wipe out our Li family within 3 years is utterly arrogant. After all, our Li family is a level 4 martial arts clan with a prominent standing in Ancheng. To be provoked by a high school student in this manner, if we don't make a show of it, the outside world will likely think the Li family is easy to bully. Although this is a conflict among the younger generation, and it's not appropriate for us elders to intervene, the Li family has no shortage of talented young members. While Leo may not be his match, there are plenty of Li family youths whose body unlock rate exceeds 80%. We must teach him a proper lesson this time and let him know just how formidable the Li family is," the Li family elder snorted coldly. The others nodded in agreement. "Li Hu, your body unlock rate reached 100% a month ago. How much longer until you break through to level 1 warrior?" the Li family elder asked, turning to Li Hu. "I'll break through within the next couple of days," Li Hu replied. "Good. Once you break through to warrior within the next couple of days, I want you to challenge Fong openly and fairly, in front of the entire population of Ancheng. Break both his hands and feet, so everyone knows the might of the Li family," the Li family elder said. "Yes," Li Hu nodded. The Li family elder said coldly. "As long as you don't take his life, crippling his cultivation is fine. Don't hold back." "Yes." A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Li Hu's eyes. Leo was his younger brother. A few days ago, Leo had been taught a lesson by Fong, and Li Hu had been itching to take on Fong to avenge Leo. Now that he had received orders from the Li family's high-ranking official, he felt even more confident. Crippling a high school student with a body unlock rate of only 80% would be a piece of cake for him. A month ago, Li Hu had already cultivated his body unlock rate to 100%, and within the next couple of days, he would break through to level 1 warrior. Defeating a quasi-warrior would be a breeze. According to intelligence obtained by the Li family, Feng's body unlock rate was around 80%. He was no match for Li Hu at all, which was precisely why the Li family leadership had sent Li Hu into battle. The Li family's leadership not only wanted Li Hu to win, but also to win in a completely overwhelming fashion, so that the people of Ansheng would know just how formidable the Li family was. In Feng's room, he was still unaware of all this. The next day, he attended classes as usual, then returned to train in the system space, and in the evening went to the forest outside Ansheng to hunt fierce beasts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Feng had increased his body unlock rate to 112%, and his savings had reached 4,500,000. Everything was progressing steadily. That day, Feng was heading home from school as usual when someone blocked his path. It was Yuan Wu, the same man who had threatened him a few days earlier when he was about to have dinner with Lin Yao. That day, Yuan Wu had said that if Feng dared to have dinner with Lin Yao, he would cripple him. But Feng had ignored him and gone to dinner with Lin Yao anyway, and they even chatted and laughed throughout the entire meal. Now that Yuan Wu had blocked his path, he was likely looking to cause trouble. "Stop right there," Yuan Wu said coldly. "What, trying to run?" He had previously warned Feng that Lin Yao was the woman he had set his sights on and told Feng not to have dinner with her, but Feng had not only ignored him. He even chatted and laughed with Lin Yao, a clear sign that he didn't take Yuan Wu seriously at all. If Feng had been exceptionally powerful or had a strong background, Yuan Wu might have let it slide. But Feng, a nobody with no status or connections, whose body unlock rate was barely in the 80s, actually dared to act so brazenly. He was practically asking for it. Yuan Wu waited right at the school gate to intercept Feng. He was determined to make Feng realize right then and there that arrogance comes at a price. Many students were preparing to leave campus and head home. When they saw Yuan Wu blocking Feng's path, they all stopped in their tracks and watched the two of them. "Run? Why run?" Feng said indifferently. "It's not running away, you're just in such a hurry to leave campus," Yuan Wu snorted coldly. "That day, I told you to stay away from Lin Yao and not have dinner with her, yet you still dared to have dinner with her. It seems you don't take me seriously at all. I'll have dinner with whoever I want. Who do you think you are, daring to interfere with me?" Feng sneered. "Do you even deserve to be taken seriously?" Very well, very well." Yuan Wu gritted his teeth and coldly spat out those 4 words. It had been a long time since anyone from Class C had dared to speak to him like that. Yuan Wu unleashed 95% of his maximum power. A faint current of energy swirled around him, exerting a subtle, oppressive pressure on Feng. He, Yuan Wu, was the top student in Class B. He had mastered the preliminary footwork and preliminary fist techniques, 2 martial arts disciplines, and was backed by the mighty Yuan family, a level 5 martial arts clan. Never mind Feng, a mere high school student. Even at the entire number 9 high school, very few dared to offend anyone from the Yuan family. Now he was about to strike and cripple Feng, letting everyone know just how formidable the top student of Class B really was. Seeing Yuan Wu unleash his power, the students around them couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for Feng. Of all people, why did he have to pick a fight with Yuan Wu? With the Yuan family, a 5th-level martial arts clan, backing him, even many students in Class A who were stronger than Yuan Wu didn't dare cross him. To the students watching, Feng's earlier actions were nothing short of courting death. If he provoked Yuan Wu and lost, he'd get beaten up for nothing. If he won, he'd offend the 5th-rank martial arts clan behind Yuan Wu and face brutal retaliation, a lose-lose situation. Others may fear you and your background, but I don't. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Feng snorted coldly. He immediately unleashed 112% of his physical limit, surging forward and executing a perfect level preliminary footwork technique. His body moved like a phantom, so fast that Yuan Wu was completely unable to react. Boom! Feng delivered a flying kick straight to Yuan Wu's face, sending him flying backward as he coughed up blood, one side of his face completely shattered. A dozen or so teeth, mixed with blood, spattered onto the ground. You don't hit someone in the face, it wounds their pride. With that single kick, Feng had completely destroyed Yuan Wu's face. Yuan Wu lay on the ground, dizzy and disoriented, his face covered in blood, completely incapacitated. Just now, Feng had unleashed his maximum speed so fast that Yuan Wu couldn't react at all. Yuan Wu never expected Feng to actually strike first, let alone with such ruthlessness. In the past, opponents he faced would cower under the Yuan family's authority after just a few threats and obediently do as he said. He never imagined that Feng would not only show no fear of the Yuan family but would actually strike him first. What terrifying strength! What ruthless tactics! Who on earth has Yuan Wu offended? A student whispered. Who knows? Yuan Wu relies on the backing of the Yuan clan, a 5th-rank martial arts clan, so people usually give him a pass. This time, though, he has provoked a real tough guy, another student replied. Yuan Wu lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he listened to the gossip around him, his gaze toward Feng was filled with venom. You brought this on yourself. If you ever dare to provoke me again, I won't hold back. Feng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yuan Wu snarled, don't get too cocky. My grandfather is the head of the Yuan clan. If this reaches his ears, he'll make sure you die a miserable death. I'll be waiting, Feng replied. Feng had never been afraid of spoiled brats like this. He'd already offended the Li family, offending the Yuan family as well wouldn't make much difference. With his current talent and the boost from system space, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the warrior rank or even higher. When faced with spoiled brats like this, he would crush them if necessary. There was no need to hold back. Just then. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of several claps rang out, and from the side, 2 men and a woman strode toward them. It was Li Hu, Leo, and Fiona, and it was Li Hu who had been clapping. Li Hu spoke up, not bad you managed to defeat Yuan Wu. Too bad that's still nothing compared to me. With a look of contempt on his face, Li Hu turned to Feng. Kid, you were pretty bold a few days ago. You injured my younger brother Leo and even boasted that you'd wipe out the Li family within 3 years, right? Very well. Now the Li family's higher-ups have sent me to challenge you. 10 days from now, at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, do you dare accept the challenge? Li Hu fixed his gaze on Feng. Since he was so bold as to boast about wiping out the Li family within 3 years, surely he wouldn't be too scared to accept a challenge from the Li family itself. Li Hu was about the same age as Feng. He attended Anqing No. 10 High School and was also a senior this year. Now he was openly issuing a challenge to Feng. The students around them turned to look at Feng. Would Feng dare to accept the challenge? Li Hu had challenged Feng to a fight at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall. The Anqing Martial Arts Hall was an officially sanctioned venue where all formal challenges between warriors took place. The hall would provide referees to ensure a fair contest. Li Hu's challenge was made openly and squarely. It was clear he intended to defeat Feng in front of the people of Anqing, showing everyone the consequences of crossing the Li family. Feng looked at Li Hu. Knowing full well that Feng had the strength to defeat Yuan Wu, yet still daring to challenge him, Li Hu was clearly no ordinary opponent. For the Li family to send him, and in such a formal challenge format, they must be absolutely certain of victory. However, no matter how confident the Li family was, they could never have guessed that Feng's system had been upgraded. A single entry into system space now allowed him to train for a full month, and his talent had risen to the epic grade peak tier. Li Hu had challenged him to a decisive battle at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall in 10 days' time. In that span, Feng was absolutely certain he could raise his body unlock rate to 142%. Combined with 2 perfect level preliminary martial arts techniques, he would undoubtedly be able to overwhelm his opponent. Why wouldn't I? Feng replied. In 10 days, I'll defeat you. Defeat me? What an arrogant thing to say, Li Hu snorted coldly. I forgot to tell you I've already broken through to level 1, stage 1 warrior. In 10 days, just wait and see how I cripple you. Level 1, stage 1 warrior. Hearing this, the students around them looked on in shock. No wonder the Li family dared to send Li Hu to challenge Feng. It turned out Li Hu had already broken through to level 1, stage 1 warrior. A level 1, stage 1 warrior was in a completely different league from a pre-warrior. Feng might be able to defeat Yuan Wu, whose body unlock rate had reached 95%, but against a level 1, stage 1 warrior, he stood absolutely no chance. Those around him couldn't help but feel that Feng's decision had been rash. Facing a warrior, Fong would likely be thoroughly crushed in 10 days' time. Come to think of it, Fong was all alone. How could he possibly stand a chance against an opponent from a level 4 martial arts clan? But just then, Fong spoke up, "It's just a level 1, stage 1 warrior. Since you're so confident, why don't we add a little something to the stakes?" Stakes? What stakes? Li Hu was taken aback upon hearing this. Now that Fong knew he had broken through to the warrior realm, not only was he unafraid, but he even dared to be so brazen. Could it be that he had some kind of advantage, or was he just bluffing? For the challenge 10 days from now, whoever loses has to have one arm cut off. Are you up for it? Fong said bluntly. Since the Li family wanted to play games, he'd play a big one with them. Li Hu was merely a level 1, rank 1 warrior, while Fong was currently pushing towards super warrior. A 110% body unlock rate was equivalent to a level 1, rank 1 warrior. A 120% body unlock rate was equivalent to a level 1, rank 2 warrior. A 130% body unlock rate was equivalent to a level 1, rank 3 warrior. A 140% body unlock rate was equivalent to a level 1, rank 4 warrior. In 10 days, he would be able to push his body unlock rate to 142%, making him comparable to a level 1, rank 4 warrior enough to easily crush Li Hu. The students watching saw that not only was Fong unafraid after learning Li Hu was a warrior, but he even proposed a new rule: the loser would have an arm severed. Could it be that he truly wasn't afraid of Li Hu? Everyone turned to look at Li Hu. Would he dare to accept this? A look of suspicion flashed in Li Hu's eyes. He couldn't figure out whether Fong was merely bluffing or truly had the strength to defeat him. Now that a new rule had been set, the loser must have one arm severed. Li Hu saw that everyone around him was staring at him. As he hesitated to make a decision, they assumed he was afraid and began to point and whisper. A warrior of his stature, and yet he was afraid of a quasi-warrior. Why wouldn't I dare? Li Hu's inner ferocity was stirred, and he said, "Let us do it your way. The challenge will be in 10 days. Whoever loses will have one arm cut off." After speaking, Li Hu left with Leo and Fiona. As he turned to go, he didn't forget to throw in a threat: "Kid, offending the Li family is the biggest mistake you'll ever make in your life." "The biggest mistake of my life," Fong snorted coldly, neither confirming nor denying it, and replied, "I'd say it's the Li family's biggest mistake to have crossed me." Fong paid him no mind. Upon returning home, he entered the system space to finish his training. A minute later, Fong logged out. He opened the status panel. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, pre-warrior 115%. Soul power, 250. Vitality, 2500. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 2.5 t. Physique defense, level 1, stage 1. Remaining system space entries, 0. Now, Fong's physique defense, strength, speed, soul power, and vitality were all on par with a level 1, stage 1 warrior. Once the body unlock rate reaches 100%, the physical body can possess 1 metric ton of strength. Upon breaking through to level 1, stage 1 warrior, strength increases by 1 metric ton, bringing the total to 2 metric tons. For warriors, strength increases by 1 metric ton with each stage breakthrough. If Fong were to develop his body unlock rate to 150%, he would possess 6 metric tons of strength equivalent to that of a level 1, stage 5 warrior. Leaving home, Fong headed straight to the wild primeval forest to hunt monsters. At 11 p.m., he returned home with an additional 1 million in his savings. The next day, he went to school as usual. 3 days later, Fong's body unlock rate had reached 124%, and his physique defense, strength, speed, soul power, and vitality were all on par with a level 1, stage 2 warrior. Today, Fong was ready to hunt real monsters, level 1, stage 1 monsters. Now that his strength was comparable to that of a level 1, stage 2 warrior, combined with his perfected basic footwork and basic sword techniques, he could easily slay level 1, stage 1 monsters. Even if he encountered a level 1, stage 3 monster, he would still be able to defend himself. Level 1, Stage 1 monsters are far more valuable than 10th tier beasts. A single Level 1, Stage 1 monster is priced between 100,000 and 20. That night, Fong spent the entire night hunting Level 1, Stage 1 monsters in the primeval forest. Level 1, Stage 1 monsters are extremely abundant in the forest. Most of them evolved from low intelligence 10th tier beasts and can only remain at Level 1, Stage 1 for their entire lives. Fong hunted until well past midnight, bagging a total of 50 Level 1, Stage 1 monsters and 10 Level 1, Stage 2 monsters. When he returned to the trading hall in Ansheng, the staff were completely stunned. Fong had been coming here every day recently to sell monster materials, so they were already familiar with him. Just a few days ago, Fong could only hunt 10th tier beasts, but now he is capable of hunting Level 1, Stage 1 monsters. What a terrifying rate of growth! 50 Level 1, Stage 1 monsters and 10 Level 1, Stage 2 monsters. Same deal as always, we'll buy them at the highest price, 10 million. How does that sound? The staff member said. Deal, Fong nodded. The materials from a Level 1, Stage 1 monster are worth about 150,000, while those from a Level 1, Stage 2 monster are worth about 250,000, a fair price. After settling the bill, Fong felt a bit dazed. Combined with his previous savings, he was now a man worth 10 million. That's it for today's fourth update. More tomorrow. Back home, Fong slept soundly. Every day was incredibly fulfilling. At his current pace, it wouldn't be long before his net worth surpassed 100 million. 2 days later, Fong emerged from his cultivation session in system space. His body unlock rate had risen to 130%, and his physique, defense, strength, soul power, vitality, and speed were now on par with a Level 1, Stage 3 warrior. Today, Fong's target was Level 1, Stage 2 monsters. These monsters were priced between 200,000 and 300,000, and the trading hall would typically buy them all from him at a flat rate of 250,000. Hunting 60 of them would net him 15 million. 5 hours later, Fong returned from the forest outside Ansheng and placed a whole bundle of monster materials on a counter in the trading hall. 50 Level 1, Stage 2 monsters, and 10 Level 1, Stage 3 monsters, Fong said casually. Your strength has improved again. The staff member, working with practiced ease, finished counting the materials. Fong was undoubtedly the fastest improving warrior he'd ever seen. His future prospects were limitless. The staff member said, same deal as always, we'll buy at the highest price, 16 million. Deal, Fong nodded. His target for the day was Level 1, Stage 2 monsters, but if he encountered Level 1, Stage 3 monsters, he would slay them as well. And that was that. Fong's savings grew at a rate of 15 million per day. 10 days later, Fong emerged from the cultivation space and let out a long sigh. His body unlock rate had reached 142%, comparable to that of a Level 1, Stage 4 warrior. Today's target, Level 1, Stage 3 monsters. Nightfall. Fong returned from the monster forest with materials from 50 Level 1, Stage 3 monsters and 10 Level 1, Stage 4 monsters in his backpack. Worth 22 million. After purchasing the elixirs needed for the next day's training, he set aside 21 million. Fong's savings now totaled over 110 million. Tomorrow was the day of his decisive battle with Li Hu. Fong thought for a moment, then spent another 500,000 in the trading hall to buy a copy of the martial art preliminary fist technique. The battle with Li Hu would take place at the martial arts hall, where weapons were prohibited. Buying a copy of preliminary fist technique was a safer bet after all. With his talent, he could master it to perfection in no time. He returned home. After midnight, the system updated. Fong entered the system space. Relying on his epic grade peak tier talent, he cultivated the elementary fist technique's martial skill to perfection in just 10 days within the system space. With 20 days remaining, Fong continued cultivating extreme 108 forms. Upon exiting the system space, 1 minute had passed, and Fong's body unlock rate had reached 144%. He opened the status panel. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, near warrior 144%. Soul power, 540. Vitality, 5,400. Speed, 70 ms. Strength, 5.4 t. Physical defense, level 1, rank 4. Remaining system space entries, 0. Elementary sword technique, elementary footwork, and elementary fist technique have all reached perfection. Today, I will defeat Li Hu and sever one of his arms. After school this afternoon, the Ansheng Martial Arts Hall was teeming with people. Over the past 10 days, the Li family had heavily publicized the duel between Li Hu and Feng. The gist of it was that Feng, unaware of his own limitations, had boasted that he would destroy the Li family within 3 years, and that the Li family's prodigy, Li Hu, was fighting to defend his family's honor. Today, the Li family had invited many martial arts clans and social elites from Ansheng to watch the match. First, to showcase the Li family's connection. Second, to let those who usually sought to oppose the Li family gauge their own strength and see if they stood a chance against the Li family. Many teachers and students from No. 9 High School had come to the Ansheng Martial Arts Hall to watch the fight between Feng and Li Hu. After all, Feng was a student at No. 9 High School. Feng's acquaintances Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, Lin Yao, and others stood below the stage, nervously awaiting the start of the duel. In the eyes of Zhang Xing and Lin Yao, Feng had acted recklessly this time. Although Feng ranked among the top 100 in his grade, he still fell short compared to Li Hu, who had already broken through to the warrior realm. A warrior and a warrior are not in the same league. They didn't hold much hope for Feng. On stage, Li Hu and Feng stood on opposite sides. Li Hu said, "Kid, everyone pays the price for their actions. Your ignorance has led you to provoke someone you can't afford to mess with. By going against the Li family, I'll make you regret ever being born today." "Is that so?" Feng replied noncommittally. "Whoever loses today will have an arm severed. Are you ready?" "I'm afraid you can't handle losing." Li Hu narrowed his eyes slightly. Even now, Feng still showed no sign of fear. As if he were certain of victory, utterly reckless. Since Feng was so confident, Li Hu would show him what true cruelty meant. "Can't handle losing?" "I'll never lose," Li Hu replied coldly. "Today, we have referees from the Ansheng Martial Arts Hall officiating, and so many influential figures from Ansheng here as witnesses. The loser has an arm cut off. Prepare to die." Below the stage, Yuan Wu looked up at Feng on the stage, anticipating the moment Li Hu would crush him and sever his arm. 10 days ago, Feng had defeated him at the school gate, completely ruining his reputation. Every time he thought of it, he wanted to tear Feng to pieces. Fiona and Leo both kept their eyes fixed on Feng. Today, Feng would learn that choosing to go against the Li family was a very foolish decision. Summer and Dongchen had also come to the venue today, eager to witness firsthand how Feng would be defeated. Many influential figures from Ansheng were seated in the audience, watching this one-sided battle with great interest. This young man is quite talented, but unfortunately, he has offended the Li family. He'll likely meet an untimely end. If he lost the fight and had his arm severed by Li Hu, this boy would be finished. In a corner of the stands, Zhua Hejuan, the principal of No. 9 High School, and Yang Xiong, the dean of students, had also arrived at the scene. "Is Feng the Class C student who ranked 89th in the grade during the recent diagnostic assessment, the one who cultivated the martial arts techniques, basic footwork and basic sword techniques to perfection, and who seems to have had a stroke of good fortune, making his strength surge dramatically within this month?" Zhua Hejuan asked Yang Xiong. "That's right. He has a promising prospect. If he can defeat Li Hu today, we can focus on training him later on to compete for a dungeon spot," Yang Xiong said. "That depends on whether he has the ability to defeat Li Hu," Zhua Hejuan replied. "Li Hu has already broken through to level 1, stage 1 warrior. Defeating him will be quite a challenge." "We'll see," Yang Xiong said thoughtfully. "Maybe he'll surprise us after all." Zhua Hejuan nodded, turning his gaze back to the combat stage. Feng sensed the stares all around him. Not a single one was rooting for him and found it amusing. Since no one believed in him, he would simply prove himself through his strength. On the stage, the referee looked at the two combatants and declared, "The match begins." Instantly, Li Hu unleashed his aura, his level 1, stage 1 power bursting forth. Air currents swirled around him, and surging vitality boiled. Even before the battle had begun, his overwhelming presence pressed down on Feng. Humph, Feng snorted coldly. His body unlock rate surged to 144%, and his vitality boiled, bursting forth like smoke signals as small whirlwinds swirled around him. Li Hua's overwhelming aura was shattered into oblivion by Feng's own, and Feng's aura continued to sweep toward Li Hu like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. A super warrior and one with an extremely high body unlock rate at that. In the stands, Zhua Hejuan, the principal of number 9 high school, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Feng. Yang Xiong, Zheng Xing, and Lin Yao all stared in disbelief at Feng on the stage. Feng had actually begun his push toward becoming a super warrior, and his progress was already impressive. No wonder he dared to accept Li Hua's challenge. A super warrior, once their body unlock rate reaches 110%, can rival an ordinary level 1, stage 1 warrior. This Feng is definitely a genius, Yang Xiong said. Once he wins this challenge, the Li family probably won't let him off easily. We must protect him at all costs. Principal Zhua Hejuan nodded. The Li family's high-ranking members, seeing the situation on stage, turned pale. Feng was actually pushing for super warrior status now that he unleashed his aura. He instantly overwhelmed Li Hu. Fiona, Leo, and Yuan Wu stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on stage. Feng had been playing the underdog all along. He was pushing for super warrior status. His sheer aura alone had already overwhelmed Li Hu. It seemed he actually had a chance of winning. Bastard, Yuan Wu snarled coldly. On stage, Li Hu was forced to stumble back several steps by Feng's overwhelming aura. A sweet taste filled his mouth as he stared at Feng in shock. That aura was already on par with a level 1, 4th Dan warrior. How could Feng be this strong? Hadn't his body unlock rate been only around 90% just 10 days ago? Even if he spent those 10 days cultivating his body unlock rate to 100% and pushing for super warrior status, it would still be impossible for him to possess the strength of a level 1, 4th Dan warrior. To reach level 1, rank 4, one must cultivate their body unlock rate to over 140%. Throughout history, fewer than 1,000 people have ever achieved this. Every single person who has cultivated their body unlock rate to over 140% is a renowned figure on Earth. It's absolutely impossible for Feng to have achieved such a feat in just 10 days. Even with the legendary epic grade talent, raising the body unlock rate from 100% to 140% would take at least a year. It's simply impossible otherwise. For those with talents below epic grade, raising the body unlock rate to such heights is even more difficult. For those with uncommon grade talent, reaching a body unlock rate of 130% is the absolute limit. The Li family had investigated Feng. He possessed nothing more than a common grade low-tier talent, the absolute worst kind. How could he possibly become a super warrior and cultivate his body unlock rate to such a high level? I see. You've used some method to temporarily boost your strength. Such methods rarely last long. Once their effects wear off, that will be the day you die, Li Hu snapped, adamantly insisting that Feng had resorted to some underhanded tactics. His pride and self-respect absolutely would not allow him to admit that Feng was stronger than him. Pathetic, Feng sneered. Just because he was outmatched, Li Hu falsely accused him of using underhanded methods to boost his strength. People like that would never achieve great things in their lives. Feng unleashed his perfect level preliminary footwork, moving with ghostly agility to appear right in front of Li Hu. His speed was unimaginably fast. Unleashing a basic perfect level fist technique, Feng launched a punch simple and brutal, without a hint of flashiness, slamming toward Li Hu. This punch was powerful and heavy, as solid as Mount Taya was Feng's full force strike, packing over 5 metric tons of strength. Before the fist even reached its target, a terrifying gust of wind howled, striking fear into anyone's heart. Li Hu sensed the terror of Feng's punch, and his scalp instantly prickled with dread. But Feng's speed was too great, and his footwork too agile. He had already cut off Li Hu's retreat. Li Hu had no way to dodge and could only brace for the impact. Li Hu mobilized every muscle in his body, channeling his strength into his arms, and unleashed a punch of his own, determined to clash head-on with Feng. A level 1, stage 1 warrior possessed 2 metric tons of strength. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air as Li Hu was sent flying backward by Feng's terrifying punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out. The arm that had collided with Feng's fist had been shattered by the impact and was now trembling uncontrollably. The area fell silent. A single punch, plain and unadorned, without the slightest hesitation, had completely overwhelmed Li Hu head-on. All around the spectator stands, the Anqing elite and members of martial arts clans invited by the Li family wore expressions of amusement. Today, the Li family had truly hit a brick wall. They'd gone to such great lengths, making such a grand spectacle and inviting everyone here, only to end up making fools of themselves. Perfectly mastered preliminary footwork and preliminary fist techniques. The Li family's high-ranking officials all wore grim expressions, like volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Although Li Hu has broken through to level 1, stage 1 warrior, he spent most of his time previously improving his body unlock rate and never devoted any time to studying martial arts techniques. He has only cultivated preliminary footwork and preliminary fist techniques to the great achievement level. A Li clan elder remarked, "This young man completely overwhelmed Li Hu with just 2 perfect level elementary martial arts techniques." Mastery level martial arts techniques are in a completely different tier from perfect level ones. Perfect level techniques can easily overwhelm those at the mastery level. If this continues, Li Hu is bound to lose, and today's duel will likely end up as nothing more than a farce. The Li clan's greatest farce. On the stage, Li Hu suddenly lunged forward, pulled a handful of lime powder from his clothes, and flung it into Feng's eyes. Then, he swiftly brought 2 fingers together and jabbed them straight toward Feng's eyes. At this point, he no longer cared about the rules of the contest. All he wanted was to kill Feng, and he was willing to resort to even the most despicable tactics to do so. "Stop," the referee on the stage barked abruptly. The rules of the duel explicitly prohibit the use of hidden weapons or powders to ambush an opponent, as well as attacking the opponent's eyes. Li Hu actually dared to flout the rules of the duel. But it was too late for the referee to stop Li Hu. Li Hu was too close to Feng, and having lunged so suddenly, no one could help Feng. He was on his own. Feng snorted coldly. Li Hu was seriously underestimating him, thinking he could outsmart him like that. With his body unlock rate cultivated to 144%, Feng's soul power was extremely sensitive. The moment Li Hu scattered a handful of lime powder, Feng reacted instantly. Feng crossed his arms to shield his eyes. He leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick, striking Li Hu's head in an instant. Boom! The blow landed squarely on Li Hu's jaw, knocking out half his teeth. Blood and teeth flew everywhere as Li Hu's body was sent crashing into the guardrail, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Even resorting to underhanded tactics, Li Hu was still no match for Feng. As the lime dust in the air began to settle, Feng leaped up suddenly, planted his foot on Li Hu's chest, and said coldly, "Now do you know who is asking for death?" Feng's stomp, delivering a force of 5 metric tons, shattered Li Hu's internal organs, causing internal bleeding and leaving him critically injured. Looking down at Li Hu, who lay at his feet, continuously coughing up blood and with his eyes rolled back, Feng snorted coldly. The crowd around them fell silent. Li Hu had resorted to underhanded tactics during a fair duel, using lime powder to ambush Feng, only to be crushed by Feng. In the end, he deserved his fate. Everyone from the Li family wore expressions as cold as ice today. The Li family had completely lost face. The Li family's leadership had never imagined that Feng would possess the strength to defeat a level 1, stage 1 warrior. Feng looked at the Li family members and said, "According to our previous agreement, the loser of the duel must have 1 arm severed. Will you do it yourselves, or shall I?" Upon hearing this, everyone from the Li family in the audience stood up. According to the rules, the loser was indeed required to have 1 arm severed. However, such agreements were only meant to be honored when opponents were evenly matched in the eyes of the Li family. This agreement was nothing more than a joke. If they were to honor the agreement and sever one of Li Hu's arms, his life would be ruined for the rest of his days. Although Li Hu wasn't the Li family's strongest prodigy, his talent was still considered above average within the clan. With a little cultivation, he would become a powerful warrior. It was simply impossible for them to agree to have Li Hu's arms severed. "Boy, that's enough," a high-ranking member of the Li family barked. A martial arts sparring match is meant to be a friendly contest you stop when you've made your point. Victory and defeat are common occurrences, why must you be so relentless? Exactly, Leo said from the audience. Since my older brother lost, the Lee family accepts defeat. Don't push your luck any further. Pushing my luck? The Lee family sure has some nerve, Fong snorted coldly. The terms of the duel were agreed upon in front of all these people, the evidence is irrefutable. The Lee family can't just renege on the agreement. The onlookers turned to the Lee family elder, waiting to see how he would explain this. There is no question of breaking any agreement. Lee Hu lost, and that's that. This matter ends here, said a Lee family elder. Lee Hu's agreement with you was his own decision, the Lee family never consented to it. If you dare lay a finger on Lee Hu, I swear on the Lee family's honor that you will never step foot outside this martial arts hall today. The Anqing elite and members of martial arts clans who had gathered to watch were deeply impressed by the Lee family's domineering attitude. Sure enough, Fong stood alone. His agreement seemed utterly powerless in the face of a colossus like the Lee family. A cold glint flashed in Fong's eyes as he looked at the Lee family members. For the first time, he truly understood the importance of a powerful backing. No matter how gifted he was, until he had established himself, he was still no more than an ant in the eyes of such powerful factions. At that moment, Lee Hu, lying at Fong's feet, had regained consciousness. He glared ferociously at Fong and said, "You dare lay a hand on me? You'll never walk out of this martial arts hall today." The onlookers turned their gaze to Fong, wondering what choice he would make. Would he let Lee Hu go to temporarily save himself, or would he sever Lee Hu's arm and go all out against the Lee family? Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, Lin Yao, and the others watched Fong nervously from the audience, unsure what decision he would make. Zhua Haijuan, the principal of No. 9 High School, watched Fong on the stage, waiting to see what he would decide. Zhua Haijuan had already made up his mind. If Fong dared to cut off Lee Hu's arm and go head-to-head with the Lee family, he would step in to protect Fong. If Fong chose to compromise and let Lee Hu go, he would not intervene. He had no time for cowards. Fong looked down at the Lee family members below the stage. Their faces were cold, and murderous intent boiled within them. It seemed that if he dared to lay a finger on Lee Hu, the entire Lee family would rush forward and tear him to pieces. Lee Hu, standing at his feet, looked at Fong with a sneer and said, "In the face of the Lee family, you are nothing but an ant. If we wanted to kill you, the Lee family could do so with just a level 2 warrior. The fact that I'm challenging you is simply a display of the Lee family's benevolence. Think it through carefully. Your life or death hangs on a single thought." Upon hearing this, Fong laughed. He laughed with great abandon. The path of a warrior is to wrest life from the heavens. To defy the heavens themselves, one must endure countless life and death crises to achieve greatness. If one is timid and hesitant, what is the point of practicing martial arts? Fong sneered at Lee Hu at his feet, then addressed the Lee family members. "Today, I'll sever one of his arms. Let us see what you can do about it." With that said, Fong raised his foot and slammed it down hard on Lee Hu's arm. With 5 metric tons of strength behind the kick, he instantly crushed Lee Hu's shoulder joint. Fong grabbed Lee Hu's shattered arm, yanked it violently, tore it off, and flung it into the crowd below, a scene of utter bloodshed. Everyone around them was stunned. Fong had actually struck. Even in the face of threats from the Lee family, he remained unconcerned and simply severed one of Lee Hu's arms. With his arm violently torn off, Lee Hu fainted from the pain. He is asking for death. Attack him. Kill him. Below the stage, the Lee family members were enraged. They charged onto the stage, ready to slay Fong. Since Fong showed no fear of them, they intended to make him pay for his arrogance with his life. But just then, 2 figures in black suits appeared beside Fong. They were Yang Xiong, the dean of students at No. 9 High School, and Zhua Haijuan, the school's principal. "Anyone from the Lee family who takes another step forward will die," Zhua Haijuan said coldly. Yang Xiong stood beside Fong and said, "Don't be afraid. With the principal and me here today, no one can lay a finger on you." Fong looked at the 2 men who had appeared by his side, feeling somewhat moved. He knew who they were, the principal and the dean of students of No. 9 High School. And now, just as the Lee family was about to kill him, they had stepped in to protect him. Principal Zhua, Dean Yang, what do you mean by this? The Li family members stopped advancing, and one of their high-ranking members looked at Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong. What do you mean? Zhua Hejuan snorted coldly. By bullying my number 9 high school's gifted student like this, are you not taking us too seriously? Zhua Hejuan, as the principal of number 9 high school, was himself a level 4 warrior. The Li family, though a level 4 martial arts clan, had no one stronger than a level 4 warrior, and with Yang Xiong, a level 3, 9th Dan practitioner, on their side, they had absolutely no reason to fear the Li family. This boy is ruthless, he severed Li Hua's arm. Shouldn't we have intervened, the Li family official retorted. Everyone knows the facts, there's no need for further explanation. We decided to protect Feng today, Zhua Hejuan snapped. Others may fear your Li family, but I certainly do not. If you continue to harass us, I'll cripple you all. Fine, very well, the Li family official said, his expression darkening. If the mountain 1T come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. We hope principals will protect him at all times. We're leaving. The Li family elder snorted coldly, ordered his men to carry away the already unconscious Li Hu, and turned to leave. He understood. With Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong protecting Feng today, the Li family no longer stood a chance. Since his parents' deaths, these two were the first people to step forward to help Feng and to stand up against the Li family. No need to thank us. The Li family is merely a level 4 martial arts clan. With your talent, your future achievements will go far beyond this, Zhua Hejuan said with a smile. There are 10 days left until the dungeon slot competition. Work hard and do your best to secure a spot for number 9 high school. Feng nodded. I will do my absolute best to secure a spot in 10 days. Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong both nodded and said, we're counting on you. After today, I'm afraid things between you and the Li family will be a matter of life and death. As long as the two of us are here in Ansheng, the Li family won't dare to openly target you, but once you leave Ansheng, you'll need to be extra careful, Yang Xiong warned. Feng nodded. The Li family, I'll wipe them out sooner or later. He returned home from the martial arts hall. After tidying up, Feng headed to the primeval forest outside Ansheng to hunt monsters. With just 6% remaining in his body unlock rate, Feng would be able to advance to warrior. If Feng became a warrior with a 150% body unlock rate, he would be an unprecedented 5-star super warrior, the world's number 1. Super warriors are divided into 5 tiers. Breaking through to warrior with a 110% body unlock rate is known as a 1-star super warrior. Breaking through to become a warrior with a 120% body unlock rate is known as a 1-star super warrior. Breaking through to become a warrior with a 130% body unlock rate is known as a 3-star super warrior. Breaking through to become a warrior with a 140% body unlock rate is known as a 4-star super warrior. Breaking through to become a warrior with a 150% body unlock rate is known as a 5-star super warrior. There are over 2 billion warriors in the world, but fewer than 1,000 have become 4-star super warriors. As for 5-star super warriors, there has not been a single one to date. Feng will be the first person in the world and the first in history to attempt to become a 5-star super warrior. After reaching a 100% body unlock rate, one must prepare warrior pills to advance to the warrior realm. Feng's pursuit of becoming a 5-star super warrior will likely require a staggering number of warrior pills. One warrior pill costs 1 million on the market. For an average person advancing to warrior, a single pill is sufficient. But Feng estimates he'll need at least 100. This is because previous 4-star super warriors have spent over 100 warrior pills when advancing to warrior. For the past 3 days, aside from class time, Feng had been hunting monsters in the forest outside the city, specifically targeting level 1, stage 4 monsters. In just 3 days, Feng's savings skyrocketed to 250 million. Now that his body unlock rate had reached 150%, it was time to purchase warrior pills and advance to super warrior. In the trading hall, Feng spent 150 million to buy 150 warrior pills. He then returned home. He entered the system space and began his push to become a super warrior. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, pre-warrior 150%. Soul power, 600. Vitality, 6000. Speed, 100 ms. Strength, 6t. Physical defense, level 1, rank 5. Remaining system space entries, 0. Fong's current physical condition was comparable to that of a level 1, rank 5 warrior. It was impossible to know just how terrifyingly his strength would surge once the breakthrough was complete. Without hesitation, Fong swallowed a warrior pill. The immense potency of the elixir exploded within his body. He activated the extreme 108 forms and began his breakthrough. Under the of his cultivation technique, the terrifying potency of the elixir began to surge through Fong's meridians and acupoints. Breaking through the warrior realm means unblocking all the meridians throughout the body, opening the dantian, absorbing mana from the heavens and earth into the body, nourishing the physical form, and purifying the body's essence, allowing the human body to continuously evolve. The potency of a single warrior pill was quickly absorbed, but not even 1% of Fong's meridians had been unblocked. Fong continued to swallow warrior pills, bombarding his meridians. As the pills entered his stomach, their surging potency seemed to transform into a raging dragon, relentlessly pounding his meridians. It took a full 120 warrior pills before Fong finally unblocked all his meridians. With his meridians unblocked, he was now just one final step away from becoming a warrior, connecting all his meridians to his dantian to form a unified system. Fong swallowed the remaining 30 warrior pills in one go. Harnessing their immense potency, he sent a fierce surge through his already unblocked meridians, crashing into his dantian. Boom! A deafening roar, as if a microcosm had exploded. Fong's dantian was unlocked. In an instant, every pore in his body opened, his meridians connected to the dantian, forming a unified system that began to circulate automatically, endlessly, and ceaselessly. Fong's mind cleared as if he'd been reborn. His strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception all surged to an entirely new level. It was a world of difference compared to before the breakthrough. Fong couldn't wait to open the status panel to see just how much his strength had improved. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, level 1, stage 1 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 1000. Vitality, 10,000. Speed, 100 ms. Strength, 10t. Physical defense, level 1, 9th dan. Number of entries into system space, 0. Looking at his physical attributes, Fong's blood instantly began to boil. All the time and effort he spent striving to become a 5-star super warrior had been well worth it. Even though his cultivation was only at level 1, 1st dan, his physical attributes were already on par with those of a level 1, 9th dan warrior. After breaking through, Fong noticed tiny specks of light floating all around him. As these specks drifted toward him, he absorbed them into his body. As he absorbed the specks, Fong instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire body. This is the mana in the air. Now that I've broken through to the warrior rank, I can absorb mana from the air, Fong exclaimed with delight. However, since he currently lacked a cultivation technique for warriors, his efficiency in absorbing mana was relatively slow. Now that he had become a warrior, he could only rely on absorbing mana to cultivate. Fong planned to buy a cultivation manual, a few martial arts techniques, and a better weapon. He still had 100 million in savings, but he wasn't sure if it would be enough. The cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques required as a warrior were countless times more expensive than those for a quasi-warrior. The situation with the Li clan had now reached a point of no return. Fong had to find a way to boost his strength. The Li clan had been very quiet these past few days, showing no signs of action. Given their reputation for holding grudges, who knew what schemes they were brewing? He had to be on his guard. Fong exited the system space and headed to the Onqing Trading Hall, intending to purchase some cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques. At that moment, at the Li family headquarters, in a brightly lit reception hall, the head of the Li family, the clan's strongest member, sat in the seat of honor and addressed those around him. Let us hold our ground for the next few days. Let that kid live a few more days. We'll deal with him once Haier returns. Li Hai, the young master of the Li family and the clan's greatest prodigy, attended Onqing No. 1 High School, the best high school in Ansheng. He had broken through to the warrior realm a full year ago. His current strength had reached the terrifying level of a level 1, 5th Dan warrior, a level Li who could never hope to match. Feng was no match for Li Hai. That Feng is only slightly stronger than an ordinary level 1, 1st Dan warrior. Li Hai has now broken through to level 1, 5th Dan. If Feng faces him, he is as good as dead, the Li Clan's senior members chimed in. With Zhuahejuan and Yang Xiong currently protecting Feng, the older generation of the Li family couldn't very well take action against him. Having Li Hai step in would be the most appropriate solution. If Li Hai were to kill Feng, Zhuahejuan and Yang Xiong would have no reason to intervene in this conflict among the younger generation. Meanwhile, Feng had already arrived at the Ansheng Trading Hall. If he knew what the Li family's high-ranking members were thinking, who knows if he might have burst out laughing. First tier, 5th rank, that was completely insignificant in his eyes. Feng stood at the counter and asked, "Do you have any cultivation techniques suitable for a super warrior?" "A super warrior?" The staff member looked at Feng, his gaze instantly filled with respect. Super warriors, each one a peerless genius, a being of even higher status than a warrior. The clerk replied respectfully, "Sir, cultivation manuals for warriors are classified from 1st grade to 9th grade, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. There is no distinction between warriors and super warriors. 1st grade, lower tier is the lowest, while 9th grade, upper tier is the highest." Feng understood. Cultivation manuals were ranked from 1st to 9th grade, with 1st grade, lower tier being the lowest and 9th grade, upper tier the highest. What are the price ranges for 1st grade to 9th grade cultivation techniques? Feng asked, unsure if his 100 million savings would be enough. Here is a guide to the cultivation techniques and their prices, the staff member said, handing him a thick booklet. Feng took the booklet and began flipping through it. The entire thick volume was filled with descriptions and prices of cultivation techniques. 1st grade techniques range in price from 5 million to 25 million. 2nd rank cultivation techniques range from 25 million to 100 million. 3rd rank cultivation techniques range from 100 million to 500 million. 4th rank cultivation techniques range from 500 million to 2.5 billion. 5th rank cultivation techniques range from 2.5 billion to 10 billion. 6th rank cultivation techniques range from 10 billion to 50 billion. 7th rank cultivation techniques range from 50 billion to 250 billion. 8th grade cultivation techniques range in price from 250 billion to 100 billion. 9th grade cultivation techniques range in price from 100 billion to 500 billion. Upon seeing the prices of the cultivation techniques, Feng was immediately taken aback. A 3rd grade cultivation technique alone costs over 100 million. Feng's savings of 100 million would only be enough to buy a single 3rd grade cultivation technique. Ha! Feng paused in surprise. He noticed a note at the back of the booklet that read, "Cultivation techniques of grade 2 or higher can be purchased in multiple volumes. A grade 1 cultivation technique can only be cultivated up to level 1, 9th Dan. A 2 cultivation technique can be cultivated up to level 2, 9th Dan. A grade 3 cultivation technique can be cultivated up to level 3, 9th Dan. And so on. A grade 9 cultivation technique can be cultivated up to level 9, 9th Dan. A 1st grade cultivation technique consists of only 1 volume. A 2nd grade cultivation technique consists of 2 volumes. A 3rd grade cultivation technique consists of 3 volumes. A 4th grade cultivation technique consists of 4 volumes. A 9th grade cultivation technique consists of 9 volumes. The trading hall, recognizing that many warriors have limited funds and cannot afford to purchase an entire set of cultivation techniques at once, sells cultivation techniques of 2nd grade and above in separate volumes. However, purchasing individual volumes is much more expensive than buying an entire set at once. Feng fixed his gaze on a 9th grade superior class cultivation technique. The Art of Thunder and Lightning, a 9th grade superior class cultivation technique. It cultivates thunder and lightning energy, is exceptionally powerful, and ranks first in offensive capabilities. Total price, 500 billion. Purchasing by volume. Volume 1, 100 million. Volume 2, 1 billion. Volume 3, 5 billion. Volume 4, 10 billion. Volume 5, 50 billion. Volume 6, 200 billion. Volume 7, 800 billion. Volume 8, 150 billion. Volume 9, 25,000 countless. Buying by volume costs 661 countless more than purchasing the entire set at once. Foam only had one countless on him, which was enough to buy Volume 1 of the Lightning Art. Volume 1 would allow him to cultivate up to level 1, 9th Dan. Foam decided to purchase Volume 1 of the Lightning Art first and buy the remaining volumes later, once he had the money. Give me the first volume of the 9th grade cultivation technique, the Art of Thunder and Lightning, Foam said to the clerk. Yes, sir, the clerk replied respectfully, handing the volume to Foam. The transaction was complete. Foam returned home and began cultivating the first volume of the Art of Thunder and Lightning. He had just achieved a breakthrough in system space, which took only half a day. With 29.5 days remaining in system space, Foam could continue to enter it for cultivation. The Thunder and Lightning Art truly lived up to its reputation as a 9th grade cultivation technique. It was extremely difficult to master. Even someone with an uncommon grade talent would need several years to master it, while those with a common grade talent would never be able to master it in their lifetime. Even with his epic grade peak tier talent, it still took Foam 3 days to master it within system space. For the remaining 26 days, Foam devoted himself entirely to cultivating the first volume of the Thunder and Lightning Art, absorbing mana into his body, converting it into thunder and lightning energy, and storing it in his dantian. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the greater the amount of mana that can be stored in the dantian. If the mana storage capacity of a practitioner of a first grade cultivation technique is 100, then that of a practitioner of a second grade technique is 200, a third grade technique is 300, and a 9th grade technique is 900. Cultivating a 9th grade technique results in a mana storage capacity in the dantian that is a full 9 times greater than that of a first grade technique. However, the difficulty of cultivation also increases accordingly. Mastering a 9th grade cultivation technique is extremely difficult. Many people spend their entire lives without ever mastering even a single one. Furthermore, it is very difficult for practitioners of 9th grade techniques to advance their cultivation. While practitioners of ordinary techniques might advance 1 rank in a month, those practicing 9th grade techniques need at least 3 months. And that's assuming they possess exceptional talent. For those with lower talent, the rate of progress when cultivating a 9th rank cultivation technique will be even slower. Even with Foam's epic grade peak tier talent, it would still take him 3 months to advance 1 level while cultivating a 9th rank cultivation technique. 3 months, with the help of system space, equates to just 3 days. In other words, Foam can advance from level 1, stage 1 to level 1, stage 2 in just 3 days. With 7 days remaining until the competition for dungeon slots, Foam could raise his cultivation from level 1, stage 1 to level 1, stage 3 before entering the dungeon. As a 5-star super warrior, Foam's physical attributes at level 1, stage 3 would rival those of a level 2, stage 2 warrior, making it no problem for him to secure a dungeon slot. At that moment, at the Yuan family, another prominent clan in Ansheng, standing before Yuan Hua were 5 people, a warrior mercenary squad. The squad leader was named Xiang Zhang, a member of Ansheng's Frenzy Martial Arts Academy. The academy maintained numerous warrior squads dedicated to hunting monsters in the monster forest outside the city. Occasionally, they also carried out some shady jobs for others. Today, Xiang Zheng's squad had received a commission to kill a high school student in the forest outside the city. The client was none other than Yuan Wu, a scion of a level 5 noble family. Yuan Wu looked at Xiang Zhang and said, "I've already given you all of Foam's information. Since he was able to defeat Li Hu, his strength should be around level 1, stage 2. My investigation revealed that Foam goes to the primeval forest outside the city every evening to hunt monsters. The forest outside the city is the best place to ambush him. With your squad's strength, it should be easy to take him down," Yuan Wu said. "Here's a 500 million deposit. Upon success, I'll give you another 500 million. I want Foam dead tonight," Yuan Wu said coldly. "Rest assured, young Master Yuan. Our squad will handle this flawlessly," Xiang Zhang replied. Their squad consisted of 5 members in total. He was the strongest, with a cultivation level of level 1, stage 5. Of the remaining 4 members, 2 were at level 1, stage 4, and 2 were at level 1, stage 3. For the 5 of them to ambush and kill a high school student whose strength was comparable to level 1, stage 2 would be a breeze. Yuan Wu nodded and instructed, handle this cleanly and thoroughly. I don't want anyone coming after me later. Yuan Wu knew full well that Feng was now a person Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong had specifically ordered to be protected. Born into a level 5 martial arts clan, he wasn't afraid of Zhua Hejuan. But after all, he attended Anqing No. 9 High School, and Zhua Hejuan was the school's principal. As long as possible, there was no need for him to burn bridges with Zhua Hejuan. Rest assured, young Master Yuan. We guarantee this will be handled flawlessly, Xiang Zheng assured him, patting his chest. Yuan Wu nodded, a cold gleam flashing briefly in his eyes. Feng, tonight is the night you die. After emerging from system space, Feng headed to the forest outside the city to hunt monsters, just as he always did. Right now, Feng didn't have a single penny to his name. He had to find a way to make money fast. Now that he had reached the warrior rank, the basic martial arts techniques he'd been practicing were no longer sufficient. He needed to earn money to purchase new ones. Furthermore, the E-grade alloy battle knife in his hand was also becoming inadequate. The one Feng was currently using was the cheapest E-grade alloy battle knife available, capable of handling only level 1, rank 9 or lower monsters. When facing level 2 monsters, this alloy battle knife couldn't even break through their defenses, making it difficult to inflict any damage. Given Feng's current strength, dealing with level 1, rank 9 monsters might be a stretch, but he is more than capable of handling level 1, rank 8 monsters. The materials from a single level 1, rank 8 monster are worth around 850,000. Feng's target for today is exclusively level 1, rank 8 monsters. Feng brought 2 backpacks this time, enough to hold the materials from 100 monsters, and he is ready to go all out. He had no choice. Feng was too broke right now. He had to find a way to make money. Leaving Anqing and entering the primeval forest, Feng searched the area for monster targets as he always did. But today, Feng had a gut feeling he couldn't shake the sensation that someone was following him. As a 5-star super warrior, Feng's soul power perception rivaled that of a level 1, 9th rank warrior. It was extremely keen, not a single rustle of leaves or movement in the surroundings could escape his notice. Feng arrived at a secluded spot deep in the forest and said calmly, "Gentlemen, you've been following me long enough. It's time to come out." Instantly. Swish, 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 swish. 5 figures darted out from all around the forest, none other than the 5 members of Xiang Zheng's squad. "Kid, your perception is quite sharp. You actually managed to detect our presence," Xiang Zheng sneered. "But it's no use. Today, you're going to stay here forever." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Feng's eyes. These were people sent to kill him. Judging by their appearance, they were likely members of a warrior squad. Could they be assassins sent by the Li family? "Are you from the Li family?" Feng asked in a deep voice. At the moment, it was highly likely that the Li family had sent people to kill him. "Take a guess," Xiang Zheng sneered. "Who it is doesn't matter. What matters is that your life is about to end." Feng snorted coldly. "Do you really think the 5 of you can kill me? 1 level 1, rank 5 warrior, 2 level 1, rank 4 warriors and 2 level 1, rank 3 warriors." They were no match for him. Arrogant. "Then pay with your lives. Attack!" Xiang Zheng said, giving the order. The 5 sprang into action. 4 of them surrounded him from 4 directions, cutting off Feng's retreat. Xiang Zheng, wielding a long spear, lunged at Feng from the front. Faint arcs of lightning flickered along the spear's shaft. It seemed to be a formidable spear technique. Feng snorted coldly. Playing with lightning in front of him? That was asking for death. Feng activated his 9th rank cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art, unleashing a burst of aura as arcs of lightning surrounded his body, making him look like the thunder god himself. A terrifying burst of speed erupted comparable to that of a level 1, 9th rank warrior, so fast it was almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Feng was right in front of Xiang Zhang. With one hand, he seized Xiang Zhang's spear. With the other, he instantly clamped his grip around Xiang Zhang's neck. Terrifying lightning-infused strength surged through Feng's arm and into Xiang Zhang's body. Sizzle. Fearsome lightning raged, wreaking constant destruction upon Xiang Zhang's body. His entire body convulsed, smoke rose from his hair, and his eyes rolled back. The lightning power cultivated through the 9th rank cultivation technique was normally stored by Feng in his dantian. When unleashed in battle, it could inflict massive damage on enemies. Feng swung his arm, flinging the already electrocuted Xiang Zhang through the air and slamming him into the ground. With this single blow, Feng unleashed his full strength, erupting with 10 metric tons of strength. The impact shattered Xiang Zhang's body completely. His bones snapped apart, killing him instantly. Feng showed no mercy toward anyone who dared to attack him. The 4 men surrounding Feng were completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. What was going on? Their captain, a level 1, 5th rank cultivator, had been instantly killed by the enemy the moment he stepped forward, without even a chance to fight back. How were they supposed to fight now? In an instant, the 4 scattered in 4 different directions, fleeing without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they were gone without a trace. Feng watched the fleeing quartet and could only choose one direction to pursue one of them. Feng's physical attributes rivaled those of a level 1, 9th dan warrior, so he quickly caught up to the man. Just as he reached the man's rear, Feng, still sprinting, slammed his foot down on the ground, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. He slashed at the figure's back with a single stroke, his long sword piercing the man right through from his back to his heart. The man collapsed instantly. Feng asked coldly, "Who sent you?" It's the man coughed up blood repeatedly, but before he could reveal who had sent them, he was already dead. Ugh! Feng was at a loss for words. If he'd known, he wouldn't have bothered slashing him. One strike was enough to kill him, leaving him unable to discover who the mastermind was. The other 3 had already fled in 3 different directions, and it was too late for Feng to give chase. Feng searched the dead warrior's body and found several bank cards, a manual of martial arts techniques, a martial skill manual, and an identity token. Looking at the information on the identity token, he saw it belonged to someone from the frenzied martial arts academy. A smile tugged at the corner of Feng's mouth. Now that he knew the man's identity, tracking down the other 3 would be much easier. He picked up the man's weapon. It turned out to be a D-grade alloy sword, 1 rank higher than Feng's E-grade alloy battle axe. Feng's battle axe had cost him only 1 million. It was the absolute worst of the E-grade weapons. D-grade weapons typically cost between 20 million and 100 million. As a level 1, 4th dan warrior, it was perfectly normal for him to spend 100 million on a D-grade weapon. The higher the weapon's grade, the greater its destructive power, and the more advantageous it is for a warrior. For a warrior squad like this, which spent years roaming the primeval forest hunting monsters, a good weapon was crucial. The cultivation technique and martial art he found on the opponent were the 2nd grade lower tier cultivation technique Xinfeng Jin and the 1st grade middle tier martial art Qingfeng Zhan. Feng immediately tossed aside the bank cards without the pins, they were useless to him. Returning to the site of the battle, Feng searched their squad leader, Xiang Zhang, once more. He found another cultivation manual and a martial art, the 2nd grade, lower tier Yin Yuan Gong and the 3rd grade, lower tier Lei Mang spear. Feng put them away. He picked up the long spear that Xiang Zhang had dropped on the ground. It appeared to be a C-rank weapon. Feng was overjoyed. C-rank weapons are priced between 200 million and 1 billion. Feng stowed away his loot and continued hunting monsters in the forest. 5 hours later. Feng's backpack was already filled with materials from 100 level 1, 8th tier monsters. Feng returned to An City. Arriving at the sales hall, he placed 2 bundles of monster materials, along with the D-class alloy sword and the C-class alloy spear, on the counter. How much for these materials and these 2 weapons? Feng asked. The clerk inspected the monster materials and the 2 weapons and said, the materials from 100 level 1, stage 8 monsters are purchased at a flat rate of 850,000 per monster, totaling 85 million. As for the 2 weapons, since they show no signs of wear, we'll buy them at 70% of the original price. This D-rank alloy sword has an original price of 100 million. We'll pay 70 million for it. The C-rank alloy spear has an original price of 500 million, will pay 350 million for it. That comes to a total of 505 million, the staff member said. Deal, Fong nodded. Then Fong asked, I want to buy an agility-based martial skill. Do you have any recommendations? Fong had already obtained a lower-tier third-grade offensive martial art, Thunderbeam Spear, from Xiang Zhang, so there was no need to purchase any other offensive martial arts. A lower-tier third-grade martial art could be used by warriors at level 3, stage 3, or below, which was sufficient for now. Here is a key of all martial arts. There are many agility-based martial arts listed here, the clerk said. Fong took the booklet and began flipping through it. Agility-based martial arts. First-grade martial arts techniques range in price from 5 million to 15 million. Second-grade martial arts techniques range in price from 30 million to 100 million. Third-grade martial arts techniques range in price from 200 million to 600 million. Fourth-grade martial arts techniques range in price from 1 billion to 5 billion. Fifth-grade martial arts techniques range in price from 10 billion to 50 billion. Fong's gaze lingered on a fourth-grade martial art. Spirit Snake Body Art, a top-tier fourth-grade martial art. When cultivated to its fullest, the body becomes as agile as a spirit snake. Price, 200 million. Upon reading the description of this martial art, Fong was taken aback. Other top-tier fourth-grade martial arts were priced at over 5 billion, yet this spirit snake body art cost only 200 million. Noticing that Fong's gaze had settled on the spirit snake body art, the staff member spoke up. This spirit snake body art is exceptionally powerful even among fourth-grade superior martial arts comparable to a fifth-grade martial art. However, it is extremely difficult to master. Out of 10 people who have purchased it, not a single one has succeeded in mastering it. Unless you possess talent at the uncommon grade peak tier or higher, I advise you to exercise caution before purchasing. In the past, many people refused to believe this and bought the spirit snake body art. After cultivating it for several years, they still couldn't even get past the basics and were eventually forced to give up, wasting both time and money, the staff member warned. Otherwise, a fourth-grade upper-tier spirit snake body art wouldn't be sold at a price equivalent to a third-grade lower-tier technique. Talent at the uncommon grade peak tier or higher, you say? A smile tugged at the corners of Fong's mouth as he said, I'll take this fourth-grade upper-tier spirit snake body art. Also, I'd like a Class C spear worth around 300 million. Fong possessed an epic grade peak tier talent. Body arts that others couldn't master were no challenge for him. He currently held a third-grade lower-tier martial art and needed to purchase a spear. The spear he had just sold was worth 500 million. He sold it to the trading hall at a 30% discount. Now he had to spend 300 million to buy a new spear. If he'd known, he wouldn't have sold it, but if he hadn't sold it, he wouldn't have been able to raise the 200 million needed to buy spirit snake body art. Oh well, it's sold now. He'd just have to earn money later to buy a better weapon. Yes, sir, the staff member nodded. A moment later, he handed Fong the spirit snake body art and a C-grade mid-tier weapon, the Thunderbolt Spear. A C-grade mid-tier weapon could handle monsters below level 6, which was sufficient for Fong's current needs. Back home. After midnight, the system updated, allowing him to enter the system space for cultivation. Fong entered the system space and began his cultivation. Fong discovered something: with his epic grade peak tier talent, his cultivation speed was much faster than that of other epic grade talents. For an ordinary epic grade talent, cultivating a level 9 technique would take 3 months to advance one rank, even if the cultivator practiced non-stop, 24 hours a day, without sleep. With his epic grade peak tier talent, he only needed to spend 15 hours a day cultivating to advance one rank within 3 months. Each entry into the system space grants 30 days of cultivation time. Fong planned to spend 15 hours a day cultivating the 9th grade technique Thunder and Lightning Art to advance his cultivation, and the remaining 9 hours on cultivating his 2 martial skills. Fong currently possessed 2 martial skills, the 3rd grade lower tier offensive skill Thunder Beam Spear and the 4th grade upper tier agility skill Spirit Snake Body Art. When mastered to perfection, Thunderbolt Spear can unleash the destructive power of a peak level 3 warrior. Although Spirit Snake Body Art is a 4th grade upper tier martial art, when mastered to perfection, its power is by no means inferior to that of a 5th grade martial art. For now, as long as he masters these two martial arts and combines them with Feng's physical attributes as a 5-star super warrior, they will be more than sufficient for Feng's needs. It's important to note that ordinary level 1 warriors typically choose to train only in grade 1 martial arts, which are relatively easier to master and provide sufficient offensive power for their level. Martial arts of grade 2 or higher are extremely difficult for a level 1 warrior to master, as their physical attributes cannot keep up, making it hard to control such techniques. The higher the grade and the greater the offensive power of a martial art, the higher the requirements for physical attributes. First grade martial arts are intended for level 1 warriors to cultivate. Second grade martial arts are intended for level 2 warriors to cultivate. Third grade martial arts are intended for level 3 warriors to cultivate. A 5-star super warrior like Feng, who, at level 1, stage 1, already possesses physical attributes comparable to those of a level 1, stage 9 warrior and holds an epic grade peak tier talent is, after all, a rarity and cannot be compared to others. After 30 days of cultivation in the system space, Feng's cultivation had improved somewhat. With 2 more sessions, he would be able to break through to level 1, segment 2. Moreover, during those 30 days in the system space, Feng spent 9 hours each day cultivating 2 martial arts techniques. He devoted 3 hours to cultivating Thunderbeam Spear and 6 hours to Spirit Snake Body Art. Thanks to his powerful epic grade peak tier talent, he has already successfully mastered the basics of both martial arts. A warrior with a common grade talent, practicing a 1st grade martial art for 5 hours a day, would need at least 1 or 2 years just to master the basics. A warrior with an uncommon grade talent, practicing a 1st grade martial art for 5 hours a day, would still need 2 to 3 months to master the basics. A warrior with a rare grade talent, practicing a 1st rank martial art for 5 hours a day, would need only 10 days to reach the entry level. For a warrior with an epic grade talent, a single day is sufficient. Although Feng possesses an epic grade peak tier talent, he is simultaneously practicing 2 martial arts, one a 3rd rank technique and the other an extremely difficult 4th rank body movement technique. This is countless times more difficult than a 1st rank martial art. It took him only a month, a world of difference. 2 days passed. Feng raised his cultivation to level 1, stage 2, and both martial arts Thunderbeam Spear and Spirit Snake Body Art reached the preliminary mastery stage. For these 2 martial arts, it took 1 month in the system space to go from starting training to mastering the basics, and another 2 months in the system space to progress from mastering the basics to preliminary mastery. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 4 levels: entry level, preliminary mastery, advanced mastery, and perfection. There were 4 days left until the competition for dungeon slots. Before the competition began, Feng was confident he could cultivate both martial arts to the level of advanced mastery. Opening the status panel. Host, Feng. Cultivation level, level 1, rank 2 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 1100. Vitality, 11,000. Speed, 11 ms. Strength, 11 t. Physical defense, level 2, rank 1. Number of entries into system space, 0. Over the past 3 days, Feng had been hunting level 1, rank 9 monsters in the forest outside the city. In that time, his savings had grown to 285 million. Now, gripping his C-class weapon, the Thunderbolt Spear, and with a cold glint in his eyes, Feng stepped out of his home and headed toward a martial arts hall in An City. The Frenzy Martial Arts Hall. 3 days ago, Feng was ambushed in the forest. It was the work of the Frenzy Martial Arts Hall. It was time to settle the score. Although Feng's current cultivation level was level 1, rank 2, his physical attributes were already on par with level 2, rank 1. Combined with his 2 martial arts techniques, he feared no warrior below level 2, rank 5. Frenzy Martial Arts Hall. It was a level 3 martial arts hall in Anshan, run by a level 3 warrior. Feng arrived at the martial arts hall, immediately produced the identity tokens belonging to Xiang Zhang and the squad member he had killed, and addressed a staff member. "Are these 2 members of your Frenzy Martial Arts Hall?" The staff member took the tokens, examined them, and replied, "They were members of a squad in our hall." A cold smile played on Feng's lips as he asked, "Are the other 3 members of that squad still at the hall?" The staff member glanced around and said, "I don't think so." It seems like no one from that squad has been to the dojo in the past few days. Okay, thanks. Feng put the 2 ID tokens away. It seemed that after their cover was blown, the remaining 3 members of Xiang Zhang's squad had all gone into hiding. They knew exactly what was at stake. Feng had killed Xiang Zhang and one of their own. He had the power to take them out instantly, so naturally, they didn't dare show their faces anymore. Feng found himself at a loss. The trail had gone cold. How was he supposed to track down these 3? With no direct evidence at the moment, Feng couldn't be certain whether they were assassins hired by the Li family. Without any proof, he couldn't go to the Li family and cause trouble. Feng waved his hand in resignation. He had no choice but to grip his spear and head to the primeval forest outside Anqing to hunt monsters. He focused on improving his strength first. Meanwhile, in a grand hall of the Yuan family estate, Yuan Wu faced the 3 remaining members of the Xiang Zheng squad, their expressions filled with anxiety. One of them said, "Young Master Yuan, Feng's strength doesn't match the intelligence you provided. This Feng is far more powerful than just level 1, stage 2. Our captain was instantly killed in just 2 moves. Now that Feng has tracked down the Frenzy Martial Arts Hall, you'll have to pay us a fee so we can leave Anqing." Yuan Wu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Feng to possess strength exceeding level 1, stage 5. That won't be necessary. You may remain at the Yuan family estate, Yuan Wu said. As for Feng, I'll have others deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in black approached from behind Yuan Wu, wearing a black and white mask. The moment the figure appeared, the 3 men in the hall felt a chilling aura. It was the ghost-faced man. A notorious assassin in Anqing, a truly twisted figure whose cultivation was at level 2, stage 1, yet whose combat prowess rivaled that of level 2, stage 2. Moreover, he was an expert in assassination. He had never missed a target, employed ruthless methods, and always struck to kill. Who would have thought Yuan Wu had actually summoned him? Feng was as good as dead this time. There are 4 days left until the competition for dungeon slots. Feng has made it into the top 100 in his grade and has a chance to compete for a dungeon spot. Kill him for me within these 3 days, Yuan Wu said to the ghost-faced man. Alright, the ghost-faced man replied in an icy tone. That single word was enough to make everyone sense his murderous intent. The 3 people in the hall swallowed hard. Feng was done for with the ghost-faced man on his trail. He wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Feng was deep in the primeval forest, relentlessly hunting monsters. His current targets were all level 2, stage 2 monsters, each worth 2.2 million. Hunting 100 of them would net him 220 million. In just a few days, his savings would exceed 1 billion, and by then, he'd be able to purchase the 2nd volume of the Thunder and Lightning Manual. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng's cultivation had steadily advanced to level 1, stage 3, and his physical attributes were on par with those of a level 2, stage 2 warrior. At the same time, he had mastered both martial arts techniques, Thunder Beam Spear and Spirit Snake Body Art. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a warrior of level 2, stage 6 or higher, Feng could handle any opponent. After selling the monsters he had hunted that day at the trading hall, Feng's savings successfully surpassed 1 billion. Feng immediately purchased the 2nd volume of the 9th grade cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. On his way home, Feng was in high spirits. In just 1 more day, it would be the date for the dungeon slot competition. Everything was falling into place perfectly with his current strength. Securing a slot would be a breeze. Inside the dungeon, mana was abundant, rare treasures were plentiful, and it held the legacies of many ancient and otherworldly powerhouses. A single trip into the dungeon would surely cause his strength to skyrocket once again. As Feng neared his home, the streetlights grew dim. In the darkness, a figure in black lay in wait, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching Feng, waiting for him to enter his range of attack. Sensing Feng's level 1, stage 3 cultivation, the ghost-masked man was somewhat puzzled. With only level 1, stage 3 cultivation, Feng had managed to instantly kill Xiang Zhang, who was at level 1, stage 5. What an incredible ability to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Moreover, according to the descriptions from the 3 members of Xiang Zhang's squad, Feng was surrounded by lightning during battle, a terrifying sight suggesting he had cultivated some extremely high-grade lightning attribute martial art. According to Yuan Wu's speculation, Feng might be a super warrior, since he had previously defeated Li Jia, who was already a warrior before Feng himself had broken through to the warrior tier. This Feng is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Slaying such a genius is the ghost-faced man's favorite pastime. As Feng gradually drew closer, the ghost-faced man pulled out a throwing knife and hurled it violently at Feng, aiming straight for his eyes. Then, his body flickered out of the darkness like a phantom, and the curved blade in his hand slashed directly at Feng's neck. The angle of the strike was treacherous, intended to kill with a single blow. Feng instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a sense of danger surged through him. In an instant, Feng reacted, sweeping his spear horizontally, the spear moving like a dragon and deflecting the incoming throwing knife. He then executed the spirit snake evasion technique, reappearing 10 meters away. The ghost-faced man, his ambush thwarted, exclaimed in surprise, "What incredible reaction speed! Such agile footwork! You see?" His sneak attack had been executed with pinpoint precision. Even a level 2, stage 1 warrior would have paid a heavy price to dodge it. Yet Feng had managed to evade it with ease. And without a scratch. What the ghost-faced man didn't know was that Feng had now mastered his 4th rank, upper-grade agility martial art to perfection, and his soul power perception and reaction speed were on par with a level 2, stage 2 warrior, so naturally, he could easily dodge the ghost-faced man's sneak attack. Another assassin. Feng seethed inwardly. This was the second time it just wouldn't end. Who sent you? Feng asked coldly. The ghost-faced man's tone was sinister. A man on the brink of death has no need to know so much. Feng's strength had taken the ghost-faced man by surprise, but killing such a prodigy was what gave him a sense of accomplishment. A cold gleam flashed from the masked man's long sword as he a first-grade movement technique and charged at Feng. This movement technique was called seizing step. He had cultivated it for many years and had now mastered it to perfection. As he closed in on Feng, the masked man's body erupted with terrifying mana, and his vitality boiled. Mana and vitality coiled around his long sword, transforming into a 3-chi long blade aura. A second-rank martial art, blood blade slash. Holding nothing back, the masked man unleashed this entry-level second-rank martial art he had mastered, slashing at Feng with a single stroke. With this very strike, the masked man had once slain a second-rank, second-tier warrior. Feng gave a cold snort as he watched the ferociously approaching blade, showing no intention of dodging, even though, with the spirit snakebody technique, he could have easily evaded it. But there was no need. Feng's aura erupted as he activated the 9th rank cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. Instantly, surging thunder and lightning energy gushed from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. The C-rank spear in Feng's hand continuously gathered lightning. The blue lightning illuminated the dim street, dazzlingly bright. At the tip of Feng's spear, a 5-chi long spear beam appeared, constantly emitting and absorbing lightning. A 3rd-rank martial technique, Lightning Beam Spear. Feng unleashed his 3rd-rank martial technique, Lightning Beam Spear, directly clashing with the ghost-faced man's 2nd-rank martial technique, Blood Blade Slash. 3rd rank versus 2nd rank. The outcome was immediately clear. Feng's terrifying thrust instantly shattered the blood blade slash, and the blue lightning obliterated the vitality blade aura. The ghost-faced man's long sword was knocked from his hand. His body was sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body writhing in convulsions as arcs of electricity surged through him, leaving him severely injured. Feng's spear strike was powerful enough to take on a level 2, 5th rank warrior. Naturally, it was far beyond the ghost-faced man's capabilities. Had Feng not shown mercy, intending to spare his life to extract the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, the ghost-faced man would be dead by now. Lying on the ground, the ghost-faced man stared in disbelief at Feng, who stood before him holding his long spear. He is too strong. How old could Feng possibly be? Barely 18, just a high school student, and yet he managed to kill him in an instant. His blood blade slash was nothing but a joke in the face of Feng. The martial technique Feng had just unleashed was at least a 3rd grade skill. Its power was several times greater than the blood blade slash. If Feng's cultivation hadn't been too low to unleash the full might of this third-grade martial skill, it would likely have been even stronger. But even without unleashing its full offensive power, that single spear thrust was more than enough to kill him. He could sense that, at the very last moment, Feng had held back some of his strength, otherwise, he would already be dead. Feng stepped in front of the masked man and said coldly, "I'll ask one more time, who sent you?" The masked man's face was pale, but his tone was resolute. "Give it up. In our line of work, honor and reputation are paramount. I will not reveal my employer." "Is that so? Then die." Feng raised his spear, ready to thrust it down and blow the masked man's head off. Since he was so stubborn, he might as well die. "Wait," the ghost-faced man shouted urgently. "Of course, credibility can be broken, but if you want me to name the mastermind, you must first promise not to kill me." Feng paused, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. This ghost-faced man was, after all, a man of his word. Feng said, "Fine, I'll agree. If you name the mastermind, I won't kill you." "Agreed." The masked man, as if granted a pardon, said, "The one who hired me to assassinate you this time is Yuan Wu, the young master of the Yuan family, a level 5 martial arts clan." Yuan Wu. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. It was actually him. Feng had always assumed the Li family was behind this. After all, the Li family and he were now at loggerheads, making them the prime suspects. He never imagined it would be that treacherous scoundrel, Yuan Wu. A couple of days ago, the young master of the Yuan family sent 5 members of Xiang Zheng's squad to assassinate you. Unfortunately, they failed, so he spent 2 billion to hire me, the masked man said with a hint of resentment. Who knew the intelligence he provided was wrong again? Your strength isn't even around level 1, 6th dan. He made me slip up on a minor detail. Upon hearing this, a fleeting gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. The members of the Xiang Zheng squad from a couple of days ago were also sent by Yuan Wu. What a character, this Yuan Wu! Just how desperate is he to kill him? It seemed that once the competition for dungeon slots was over, Feng would have to settle the score with him properly. Feng said, "Yuan Wu paid you 2 billion to kill me?" The masked man replied. "Hiring a level 2 warrior assassin 2 billion isn't much." Feng nodded, then said, "Hand over every last bit of money and treasure you have on you. Transfer the money directly to my card, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You have no honor." The masked man's expression changed drastically. Feng actually intended to burn his bridges after discovering who was pulling the strings. He still wanted to rob him of his money and valuables before letting him go. It was utterly shameless. "Cut the nonsense," Feng snapped. "Transfer the money to my card. Leave your weapons, martial arts manuals, and everything else right where they are." Feng took out his bank card, handed it to the ghost-faced man, and said, "Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive today. I'm warning you, don't try to pull any tricks on me. If the amount you transfer isn't what I expect, I'll cripple you on the spot." "Fine, I give up," the masked man ground out through clenched teeth. He took Feng's bank card, pulled out his phone, and began the transfer. After the transfer was complete, the masked man placed all his martial arts manuals, combat techniques, and every valuable item he possessed on the ground. "Can I go now?" the masked man asked coldly. "All I've got left on me now is this pair of gold-threaded underwear. If you want it, I can even take it off for you." Feng glanced at the balance in his bank account, over 50 billion. That was in line with the net worth of a level 2 warrior. After all, once warriors have money, they tend to spend it on cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons, and elixirs to train and improve their strength. They rarely save it without spending it. After all, martial cultivation requires money in every aspect. "Get lost," Feng barked at the ghost-faced man. Upon hearing this, the ghost-faced man flickered and vanished without a trace. Feng paid him no mind. Since he promised not to kill him, Feng wouldn't go back on his word. He had no grudge against this ghost-faced man. The man had simply been paid to assassinate him. The one Feng truly intended to deal with was the mastermind behind it all, Yuan Wu. As for this masked man, Feng had already taken all his possessions. That was punishment enough. You came to kill me for money, so I'll make sure you lose everything you own. Fong looked down and began sorting through the spoils left behind by the masked man, 2 sets of cultivation manuals, 2 martial arts techniques, and a C-rank long sword. The martial skills were a first-grade agility technique called seizing step and a second-grade sword technique called blood blade slash. Fong glanced at them and immediately lost interest. First and second-grade martial skills held no allure for him anymore. Fong turned his attention to the 2 cultivation manuals. One was a second-grade manual titled Pure Yuan Cultivation, which was quite ordinary, purchased from the trading hall and had nothing remarkable about it. The second cultivation technique was a different story. Titled Blood Goddess Indestructible Body, it was written on an extremely ancient parchment scroll. Though its grade was unknown, it was clearly a valuable item, nothing like the techniques sold in the trading hall. Fong wondered where the ghost-faced man had managed to get it. Fong, away all his loot, returned home, and immediately began studying Blood Goddess Indestructible Body. This is an extremely powerful physical cultivation technique consisting of 12 levels. It demands exceptionally high natural talent from the practitioner. Only those with rare grade low tier or higher talent can cultivate it. Furthermore, it requires the essence blood of monsters to cultivate and temper the physical body, absorbing the monster's bloodlines and fusing them into one's own, evolving step by step until finally reaching a state of immortality and indestructibility. Once the first level is mastered, the physical body becomes immune to attacks from warriors up to level 1, rank 9. What does it mean to be immune to warrior attacks up to level 1, 9th Dan? It means that if you stand still, without using mana to protect yourself, relying solely on your physical body, a level 1, 9th Dan warrior could attack you at will and still fail to injure you. Even a level 5 warrior won't dare claim that, without using mana for protection and relying solely on physical defense, they could withstand attacks from a level 1, 9th Dan warrior without suffering a single scratch. Reading the description of the cultivation technique, Fong was thrilled. This was nothing short of a god-defying technique. The technique he was currently cultivating was the Thunder and Lightning art, which boasted formidable offensive power but had somewhat weak defense. Fong had been lacking a technique to bolster his defense, and now, just when he needed it most, help had arrived. This Blood Goddess Indestructible Body focuses primarily on defense. Upon mastering the first level, one can ignore the attacks of a level 1, 9th rank warrior. Upon mastering the second level, one can ignore the attacks of a level 2, 9th rank warrior. Upon mastering the third level, one can ignore the attacks of a level 3, 9th rank warrior. Upon reaching the 9th level, one can ignore the attacks of a level 9, 9th rank warrior. It's practically defying the heavens. No wonder the cultivation talent requirement is so high. Only those with rare, low tier or higher talent can practice it. The more extraordinary the technique, the greater the difficulty, and naturally, the higher the talent required. According to the description of the Blood Goddess Indestructible Body, cultivation must be aided by the essence blood of monsters. Fong left home and went to the trading hall, where he asked a staff member, "Do you have any monster essence for sale here?" "Yes, sir," the trading hall staff member replied very politely. "What level of monster essence do you need, sir?" Fong was taken aback and said, "Level 1, rank 9 monster essence will do." The price for the essence of a single level 1, rank 9 monster ranges from 1 million to 5 million. "How many portions do you need, sir?" the staff member asked. "That's so expensive." Fong was stunned. Normally, when he hunted a level 1, rank 9 monster in the wild, the total value of all its materials combined was only around 1 million. A single portion of level 1, 9th rank monster blood cost between 1 million and 5 million. "Sir, you may not be aware of this, but our monster blood is collected by high-rank warriors who draw blood from live monsters after crippling them. This ensures the blood's potency. We never sell blood from dead monsters, which is why the price is higher," the staff member explained. "I see," Fong realized. Come to think of it, only monster blood extracted from living creatures could be preserved and remain useful. The blood of dead monsters would coagulate and spoil, rendering it useless. Extracting blood from a living monster required a high-rank warrior, which came at a high cost, so naturally, the price would be higher. "First, give me 200 units of the best quality monster essence, the kind priced at 5 million per unit," Fong said. Certainly, sir, the staff member nodded and replied, 200 units of top-grade monster essence at 5 million each comes to a total of 1 billion. How many billion is this sword worth? Feng asked, pulling out the long sword he'd seized from the ghost-faced man. This long sword was a Class C weapon sold at the trading hall at a 30% discount. It should be worth several hundred million. This Class C long sword is in perfect condition. We'll buy it at a 30% discount and apply 350 million toward your total, the clerk said. All right, Feng nodded. He then paid the remaining 650 million and left with the 200 portions of top-tier, level 1, grade 9 monster essence. Having just seized over 50 billion from the ghost-faced man, Feng now possessed a small fortune that would sustain his cultivation of the blood goddess' indestructible body for some time. He returned home. After evenly applying a portion of the monster essence blood all over his body, Feng activated his epic grade peak tier talent and began cultivating the blood goddess' indestructible body. As the technique took effect, Feng felt the monster essence smeared on his body begin to boil, like scalding water, burning his skin bright red and causing a searing pain. Meanwhile, the essence of the monster blood was gradually absorbed by his physical body, tempering it, enhancing his bloodline, and strengthening his physical defenses. With Feng's epic grade peak tier talent, he could complete one cycle of the blood goddess' indestructible body in a single night. Each cycle required 2 portions of the monster's essence blood. Feng estimated that to master the first level of the blood goddess' indestructible body, he would need at least 1,000 portions of the monster's essence blood. Currently, Feng had only 200 portions on him, far from enough. He would have to wait until he ran out before purchasing more. While Feng was intensely practicing at the Yuan family residence, Yuan Wu's face was so dark it looked as if rain might pour from it. He had failed again this time. Even the ghost-faced man had failed, and to make matters worse, Feng had discovered that he was the mastermind behind it all. What kind of monster was this Feng, anyway? Even the ghost-faced man was no match for him. Now that Feng knew he was the mastermind, Yuan Wu wasn't actually afraid of him. As a member of a level 5 martial arts clan, a mere level 2 warrior couldn't stir up much trouble. What enraged him was that 2 consecutive operations he orchestrated had failed, something he found unbearable. That day at the school gate, Feng had defeated him in front of many students and trampled him underfoot. That humiliation was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. No matter what, he was determined to see Feng dead. The next day, Feng arrived at school. Today was the day to compete for dungeon spots. All students from number 9 high school who had ranked in the top 100 of the previous diagnostic exam were summoned to the playground. Principals Zhua Hejuan and Dean of Students Yang Xiong stood before the crowd and said, there are only 300 dungeon spots up for grabs, to be contested by 20 high schools in Ansheng. Each high school is represented by its top 100 students from the last diagnostic exam, a total of 2,000 students. You 100 students here represent number 9 high school in this competition, and you're also representing yourselves. You must give it your all and secure those spots for us, do you hear me? Zhua Hejuan shouted, looking out at the crowd. We hear you. The 100 students on the playground replied in a resounding chorus. Very good. Zhua Hejuan nodded and said, the venue for this dungeon spot competition is an open-air battlefield outside Ansheng. This afternoon, the school will arrange transportation to take you all there. The specific rules of the competition will be announced once you arrive. For now, go back and prepare. We'll all gather this afternoon to depart together. You'll need to stay at the open-air battlefield for a week, and you may encounter some powerful monsters. Go back now and prepare the items you'll need. That's all. Dismissed. Zhua Hejuan instructed. Yes, sir. The 100 students replied in unison and began to leave. To compete for the dungeon spots, they would have to stay at the open-air battlefield for 7 days. The open-air battlefield was teeming with all kinds of terrifying monsters. For 7 days, they would need to prepare sufficient food and water, as well as powerful weapons. Feng left school and headed straight to the trading hall, where he spent 4 billion to purchase 800 portions of top-tier level 1, grade 9 monster essence. He returned home. Fong immediately stored all the monster essence he currently possessed in the system space. Since he would be away for 7 days, he needed to stockpile a sufficient supply of monster essence. In 7 days, he'd be able to enter the system space for cultivation 7 times enough to master the first level of the blood goddess indestructible body. His cultivation would also break through to level 1, rank 4. Yuan Wu had repeatedly sent people to target him. Fong would kill him sooner or later. So what if he came from a level 5 martial arts clan? Fong wasn't afraid. If he wanted to kill him, even the young master of a level 5 clan would have to die. That afternoon, Number 9 High School prepared 2 buses to transport Fong and the other 100 students competing for dungeon slots to the wilderness battlefield. 2 hours later, Fong and the other Number 9 High School students arrived at the wilderness battlefield, where many high school students had already gathered. Fong stepped off the bus carrying a backpack filled with food and water, a C-rank spear in hand. The top 100 students in the 9th grade were mostly from the 3A classes. Fong didn't recognize any of them, and they couldn't care less about Fong, a student from Class C. The students in the top 100 were all warriors at level 1, stage 2 or higher, each one incredibly powerful. This competition for dungeon spots was going to be quite interesting. However, even though they were strong, they were still no match for Fong. 1 hour later, all 20 high school students participating in the dungeon spot competition had arrived and gathered on a playground at the entrance to the open field battlefield. The Anqing Education Bureau, the Anqing Military Command, and the Anqing Municipal Government had all sent representatives. They were taking this dungeon spot competition very seriously. At that moment, in the area around Anqing Number 10 High School, a young man was striding toward Anqing Number 9 High School. This young man was none other than Li Hai, the Li family's greatest prodigy. Li Hai, a student at Anqing Number 10 High School, had received an order from his family to kill Fong in the competition for the dungeon spot. Some time ago, at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, Fong had violently torn off Li Hua's arm in front of everyone, a move that dealt the Li family a resounding slap in the face and left them utterly disgraced. The Li family would never let him get away with it. Arriving in the 9th high school area, Li Hai walked up to Fong. "Fong, is it? Be careful out there in the wilderness battlefield, don't cross paths with me." Li Hai said coldly, "If you do run into me, I'll make sure you know the consequences of crossing the Li family." The surrounding 9th middle school students, recognizing Li Hai, looked at Fong with a touch of schadenfreude. Li Hai, the Li family's top prodigy, was now a level 1, 5th Dan warrior, far beyond the league of scum like Li Hu. With Li Hai setting his sights on him, Fong was in for trouble once he entered the wild battlefield. Apart from Fong, all the students from Number 9 High School competing for dungeon slots were from Class A. The students of Class A were arrogant. They looked down on Fong, who came from Class C. Seeing Fong being picked on by Li Hai, they naturally stood by to watch the spectacle, with no intention of helping him. "You'd better hope you don't run into me during the dungeon slot competition. Otherwise, I'll make sure your fate is even worse than Li Hu's," Fong replied coolly. Li Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of murderous intent crossing his gaze, and said, "I won't waste my breath arguing with you now. We'll meet on the open battlefield, then we'll see who's left to come to your rescue." The implication was clear: if it hadn't been for Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong stepping in to save you last time, you'd already be dead this time. Let us see who's left to save you. Having said that, Li Hai turned and walked away, refusing to engage in further verbal sparring with Fong. No matter how harsh his words were now, nothing could compare to the directness of using his strength to ruthlessly cut Fong down. Once they entered the open field battlefield, he would make Fong regret every word he'd just spoken. Fong offered no further reply. Watching Li Hai's retreating figure, he sneered inwardly. It seemed a bloodbath was in store once they entered the open field battlefield. Fong would naturally show no mercy toward anyone who sought to kill him. As for the students from Class A of Number 9 High School who had underestimated him, Fong took silent note of them. In the competition for dungeon spots, he would use his grades to humiliate them thoroughly. He would make them realize that the students from Class C, whom they had looked down upon, were actually terrifying forces they couldn't afford to provoke. Just then, a high-ranking military official stepped forward. He stood tall and straight, paired with his military uniform, his very presence exuded an air of authority the moment he appeared. His name was Hong Yu, a high-ranking official in the military district near Ansheng. A level 6 warrior, his status was no less than that of the director of the Ansheng Education Bureau. Hong Yu addressed the students from the 20 high schools who had all assembled. "It's about time. The competition is about to begin. For this competition for dungeon slots, the rules will be set by us in the military," Hong Yu said coldly. "The rules we set will be infinitely more brutal than those set by the Education Bureau or the government. Those of you who wish to participate in the competition for dungeon slots may face life-threatening danger. After learning the rules, you may choose to withdraw or continue competing for the slots." Life-threatening. Upon hearing this, some of the more timid students began to back down. If their lives were at stake, they would have to think twice. Although a dungeon spot was important, it was nothing compared to their own lives. Seeing some of the timid students grow fearful and start to back down, Hong Yu shook his head. As for these spineless cowards lacking fighting spirit, giving them a dungeon spot would be no better than giving it to a pig. The warriors the military seeks to train are hot-blooded warriors who dare to fight, kill, and risk their lives. Only such warriors can defend their homes and country, contribute to the war between humans and monsters, and lay down their lives for the motherland. Those spineless, cowardly warriors only dare to abuse their social status as warriors to lord it over others when humanity truly needs them. They're utterly useless. They are the very type the military despises most. For this dungeon slot competition, you will enter this wilderness battlefield and survive on your own for 7 days. This area is home to monsters up to level 3, and there are quite a few of them. When you enter, no warrior will be there to protect you. You're on your own. We take no responsibility for your lives or deaths." Hong Yu continued, "The monsters in the wilderness battlefield have been fighting humans for years. They harbor a deep hatred for humanity and are extremely vicious. They are in no way comparable to the docile monsters in the forest outside Ansheng. If you lack the experience and courage to fight monsters, you're very likely to die in there. Think it through carefully." Hearing Hong Yu's words, some students began to weigh their options. The competition for dungeon slots actually involved entering the wilderness battlefield alone, without the protection of high-level warriors. The wilderness battlefield was an area set aside by the military, isolated from the outside world, and used to train military warriors. The monsters there frequently clashed with humans and therefore harbored a deep hatred for them. For these high school students, training was one thing, but going out alone to fight monsters? Few dared to do it. They were nothing more than a bunch of greenhouse flowers, insignificant in the face of the cruel and bloodthirsty monsters. They probably wouldn't even stand a chance against monsters of their own level. After all, not everyone was like Feng, who could master an offensive martial art and an evasion technique to perfection in just a few days and dare to venture into the wilderness alone to hunt monsters. Feng was an anomaly. He was no ordinary person. If they were forced to enter the wilderness battlefield alone to face countless ferocious monsters and survive for 7 days, some of them wouldn't dare. As for Feng, he gripped his spear excitedly. This wilderness battlefield was a stage tailor-made for him. For Feng, who had to slay 100 monsters outside in city every day, surviving alone in the wilderness battlefield for 7 days was child's play, a breeze. This dungeon spot competition is a sure thing. Surviving 7 days in the wilderness battlefield is the basic requirement. What you need to do is hunt as many monsters as possible there to earn points, Hong Yu said coldly. Only the top 300 students in the points ranking will be granted a spot in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, those who had been wavering and considering withdrawal instantly chose to drop out, opting not to participate in the competition for dungeon spots. All those who withdrew were players with a strength rating below level 1, 5th Dan. Given their abilities, simply surviving alone in the wilderness battlefield for 7 days was already a stretch. Actively hunting monsters to earn points was clearly unrealistic. It was safer to withdraw voluntarily. Hong Yu glanced at the list of those who had withdrawn, roughly 15,000 people. All at once, 3/4 of the participants had chosen to withdraw. Hong Yu snorted coldly. These were the kind of people who wanted the rewards but didn't want to take risks. Now that they realized the danger and saw no hope of taking advantage of the chaos, they chose to withdraw. He despised them the most. Of the remaining 5,000, aside from Feng who was at level 1, stage 3, everyone else was at level 1, stage 5, or higher. Hong Yu cast a curious glance at Feng. All the others at level 1, stage 4 had withdrawn, yet Feng, at level 1, stage 3, had actually chosen to stay. Interesting. Was he planning to go all out? Hong Yu had always held in high regard those who dared to risk their lives and engage in a life and death struggle with monsters. The rest of you are all true champions. Whether or not you secure a dungeon spot this time, you have every reason to be proud, Hong Yu said. Now, let us go. Hong Yu declared the competition open. I look forward to your return. In an instant, the remaining 5,000 plus students, their spirits soaring and their killing intent palpable, charged into the open field battlefield. The outer perimeter of the open field battlefield had already been sealed off by the military to prevent monsters from escaping. The interior was vast. Even with 5,000 students entering at once, they vanished without a trace, as if they sunk like stones into the sea. Feng, spear in hand, pushed deeper into the open field battlefield in search of stronger monster targets. Given Feng's current strength, monsters below level 2 were no longer worth his attention. Feng's targets were monsters at level 2 or above, but below level 2, 6th Dan. Feng discovered a feature: he could place items into the system space for storage. The system space's prompt stating one entry opportunity did not mean he could only enter once a day, rather, a single entry allowed him to train for 30 days. As long as Feng doesn't exhaust the 30 days of cultivation time that refreshes daily, he can enter system space as many times as he wants in a single day. System space is exceptionally vast, and Feng can usually store many items there, such as monster materials obtained from hunting, monster essence blood, weapons, martial arts techniques, and other non-living objects. Currently, Feng is cultivating the blood goddess indestructible body, which requires a large amount of monster essence blood to aid his cultivation. Feng plans to use his 7-day stay on the wilderness battlefield to hunt down 1,000 monsters of level 2 or higher, collect 1,000 samples of level 2 monster essence blood, and store them for the second level of the blood goddess indestructible body. He had already stockpiled more than enough essence blood for the first level of the blood goddess indestructible body. His system space currently contained 1,000 samples of essence blood from level 1, 9th rank monsters. Feng kept running. Suddenly, someone came racing after him from behind. It was the Li family's top prodigy, Li Hai. He truly treated Feng like a pushover. Having just entered the wilderness battlefield, he'd already set his sights on him. Feng stopped in his tracks and said, "So eager to die, are you?" Li Hai strode up from behind, glared coldly at Feng, and said, "At this point, you're still so arrogant? Don't you understand the situation you're in?" "The situation? What situation?" Feng laughed, asking sarcastically in return. "You ignorant fool. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Hand over your life," Li Hai roared. He hated Feng's nonchalant gaze and mocking smile more than anything. He was clearly just a worthless level 1, 3rd rank trash, yet he was acting incredibly arrogant in front of him, a level 1, 5th rank warrior. He wouldn't be able to vent his anger until he'd crippled Feng. Li Hai practiced spear techniques, just like Feng. His footwork was erratic. It appeared to be a first-grade agility martial art, and he had already mastered the basics. As he closed in on Feng, Li Hai's spear shot forth like a dragon, radiating overwhelming might. Matta coiled around the long spear, and the tip began to spin like a whirlpool. Whirlwind spear! Li Hai roared, unleashing a top-tier first-grade martial technique. The spear thrust straight ahead, piercing through space and causing the air to twist and warp as it aimed directly for Feng's throat, intent on killing him with a single strike. Humph! Feng snorted coldly, his expression still one of disdain. He activated the 9th grade cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. Lightning swirled around Feng's body, unleashing a burst of physical attributes comparable to a level 2, stage 2 physique. Gripping his C-class weapon, the astonishing Night Spear, he swept it horizontally. In an instant, the sweeping astonishing Night Spear moved like a divine dragon's tail, purple electrical currents, and sent Li Hai's spear flying. Li Hai was struck by this blow, which sliced a massive gash across his chest, exposing the bones beneath. Electrical currents flashed across the surrounding skin, charring it black, and blood gushed forth. Li Hai staggered backward, his face contorted with anguish. This Feng is incredibly powerful. With a single, effortless strike, he had shattered Li Hai's first-rank martial technique, the whirlwind spear. With strength like this, who gave you the confidence to think you could crush me all along? Feng said coldly, gazing at Li Hai. I didn't expect you to be hiding your true strength so well. This time, the Li clan miscalculated, Li Hai said coldly. But don't get too cocky. The Li clan is brimming with talent. If I can't kill you, there will certainly be other members of the Li clan who can deal with you. Having said that, Li Hai spun around abruptly, unleashed his agility martial art, and fled deep into the forest. Since he couldn't defeat Feng, his only option was to flee for now. Once he was out of the forest, he would rally the Li clan's strongest warriors to take on Feng. Trying to run? Feng sneered disdainfully. Where do you think you're going? Employing the spirit snake movement technique, Feng's speed surged dramatically. As agile as a spirit snake, he caught up to Li Hai in just a few swift movements. He swept his long spear horizontally, the sharp tip instantly sliced through Li Hai's legs, severing them clean off as blood spurted out. Ah! Li Hai's agonized scream echoed throughout the forest. Feng had severed both his legs, his life was effectively ruined. Feng snorted coldly, stepped in front of Li Hai, and suddenly raised his spear, severing both of Li Hai's hands once more. Then, he thrust the spear into Li Hai's dantian, destroying it. With his dantian destroyed, Li Hai would never be able to practice martial arts again in his lifetime. Feng sneered, now do you know what happens when you cross me? You monster! The Li family will never let you off the hook, will never let you off the hook. Li Hai roared, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted in rage. Feng had severed his hands and feet and destroyed his dantian. He would spend the rest of his life as a helpless invalid. I'll be waiting, Feng sneered, then turned and ran deep into the forest. Killing Li Hai would have been a waste. Severing his hands and feet and crippling his dantian was a punishment that would torment him 1,000 times more than death. Meanwhile, the scene of Feng defeating Li Hai on the open battlefield was clearly observed by the officials overseeing the proceedings from outside the arena. With today's advanced technology, every area of the open battlefield was under official satellite surveillance. Upon witnessing Feng's performance, the military heavyweight Hong Yu, the director of the Education Bureau Huang Anghua, and the mayor of Anqing all lit up with excitement. A level 1, 3rd Dan practitioner effortlessly defeated a level 1, 5th Dan opponent, and he even deployed the 9th grade cultivation technique, thunder and lightning art, said Huang Anghua, deputy director of the Education Bureau. Moreover, the footwork technique he used is the spirit snake footwork, a top-tier 4th grade technique. He has clearly mastered it to perfection. Hong Yu from the Ministry of Defense added. Judging by his speed and explosive power, his physical prowess is no weaker than that of a level 1, 6th Dan warrior. This kid is a super warrior and at least a 3-star super warrior. Ling Tian, the mayor of Anqing, said excitedly. A genius capable of becoming a super warrior at the age of 18 and mastering a 9th grade cultivation technique and a 4th grade martial art must possess a talent of at least rare grade or higher. Who would have thought that a genius with rare grade talent would emerge in Anqing? This matter must be reported to the state so that the government can prioritize his cultivation. The emergence of such talent in Huaxia is a blessing for the nation. Someone with rare grade talent is destined to become, at the very least, a level 9 warrior. A level 9 warrior is an extremely rare existence across the entire planet, a figure who can stand against 10,000 men and is revered by all. Hong Yu, this Feng is a student of Anqing. Don't even think about the military department setting its sights on him, said Ling Tian, the mayor of Anqing. So what if he is a student from Anqing? A genius like this is best suited for our military, Hong Yu said, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had made up his mind, as soon as Feng emerged, he would invite him to join the military. Impossible. I will report all talent from Anqing to the state for centralized government training. There is no way I'll hand him over to your military, Ling Tian objected. As the two argued on the wilderness battlefield, Feng had already reached the depths of the forest, weaving through the thickets, when suddenly, a wild boar with long tusks launched a surprise attack. It was a level 2, stage 3 monster, the long-tusked wild boar. This long-tusked wild boar was covered in sharp bristles as hard as steel needles, both razor-sharp and incredibly tough, making it virtually impossible for ordinary weapons to penetrate its defenses. Fong looked at the boar demon before him, a smile curving his lips. A level 2, stage 3 monster, you'll be the first to test my spear. Fong unleashed the full power of his level 2, stage 2 physical attributes and executed a swift maneuver. In a flash, he appeared in front of the long-tusked boar, and his third-grade martial art, Thunderbolt Spear, unleashed terrifying offensive power. He thrust his spear forward. The sharp, razor-like spear tip, charged with lightning, pierced the long-tusked wild boar's skull, passing right through it. As the spear was withdrawn, the long-tusked wild boar twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, dead. Fong smiled, took out a container from his backpack designed to store monster essence, and began collecting the long-tusked wild boar's essence. These containers for collecting monster essence were specially made to ensure the essence didn't spoil. Fong had bought 2,000 of them when he previously purchased monster essence at the trading hall. He de-stored them all in his system space, and now was the perfect time to take them. Anqing Mayor Ling Tian reported Fong's situation to the provincial governor. On the other end of the line, the provincial governor's voice was also filled with astonishment as he said, 18 years old, at level 1, stage 3 in cultivation, with physical attributes comparable to a level 2 warrior, combat power capable of instantly defeating level 2, stage 3 monsters, and he has also mastered a 9th rank cultivation technique and 2 mid-tier martial arts techniques? That's correct, Ling Tian replied firmly. That's why I suspect he possesses an epic grade talent and am reporting this to you immediately. Very well. Hold on. I'll report this to the central government right away and have them send someone down to conduct a personal assessment. If it's confirmed to be an epic grade talent, you'll receive a major commendation, the governor said, his voice tinged with excitement. If it's confirmed that Fong does indeed possess an epic grade talent, then not only will Ling Tian be credited with a major merit, but he will be as well. Meanwhile, Fong the protagonist was still unaware that he had already caught the attention of several high-ranking figures. He remained on the wilderness battlefield, relentlessly hunting monsters and collecting their materials and essence blood. He continued hunting until past midnight, when the number of cultivation sessions in the system space was refreshed. Fong found a thicket, made sure he couldn't be detected from the outside, and then entered the system space, storing all the monster materials and essence blood he had collected that day inside. After training in the system space for 29 days, Fong logged out, leaving 1 day remaining to ensure he could enter the system space at any time. Soon, 3 days had passed. Fong continuously hunted monsters in the open-world battlefield while entering system space to train every day. Fong's cultivation level officially reached level 1, stage 4. His 2 martial arts techniques, Thunder Beam Spear and Spirit Snakebody Art, were just 1 day away from reaching perfection. As for Blood Goddess Indestructible Body, Fong hadn't spent any time training it these past few days. He planned to first raise his cultivation to level 1, stage 5 during this period. Once the competition for dungeon slots concluded and he left the open-world battlefield, he would then begin cultivating the Blood Goddess Indestructible Body. Meanwhile, in the monitoring area outside the open-world battlefield, after the provincial governor reported Fong's information to the central authority, the central authority dispatched personnel that very same day to verify it. However, since Fong was in the midst of competing for a dungeon slot, they did not disturb him, intending to wait until the competition ended before conducting a talent assessment on Fong. His cultivation has risen again. In the monitoring area, among the dozen or so high-ranking officials dispatched by the state, an elderly man with a sharp face and a thunder goddess mouth stared intently at Fong on the screen with piercing eyes. This man was the Thunder King, founder of the 9th rank cultivation technique Thunder and Lightning Art, whose cultivation had long since surpassed that of a level 9 warrior. Upon discovering a genius in Anqing with what appeared to be an epic grade talent, the state had directly assigned him to lead the team to verify it. Standing nearby, Hongyu, Ling Tian, and Huang Angua nodded in unison, remarking, "He has advanced by 1 rank in just 3 days. His cultivation speed is truly terrifying." Now that he has advanced by 1 rank, even level 2, rank 6 monsters aren't a match for him, exclaimed a burly middle-aged man from the Thunder King's team. The burly middle-aged man was a level 9 warrior, known as Madman Guyong. This ability to challenge opponents of higher tiers is extremely rare even among those with epic grade talent. He is practically catching up to the martial god of yesteryear. Thunder King remarked. The martial god Earth's strongest warrior. He was also a genius possessing epic grade peak tier talent. It seems the future of our Huaxia will soon have another war god, Guyong said. Everyone nodded in agreement. With such talent and potential, as long as he doesn't perish, he is destined to become a war god. With such a genius born in Huaxia, the nation would naturally never let him perish. On the wilderness battlefield, Feng continuously hunted monsters, collecting monster materials and essence blood while accumulating combat experience. During this time, Feng fought relentlessly against monsters, navigating countless dangers, and his character grew even more resilient. 4 days later, Feng's cultivation had risen to level 1, stage 5, and he had perfected his 2 martial arts techniques, Thunderbeam Spear and Spirit Snake Body Art. The 7-day period ended. All students began exiting the wilderness battlefield and gathering outside. The military began tallying the number of monsters they had slain, calculating points, determining the top 300 rankings, and awarding spots to enter the dungeon. Third watch. More than 5,000 people had entered the open field battlefield 7 days ago now, only a little over 4,900 had emerged. More than 100 had died. It couldn't be helped the strongest student to enter was no higher than a level 1, 9th Dan warrior. There were no warriors above level 2, and the majority of the more than 5,000 students were level 1, 5th Dan warriors. The open field battlefield was teeming with level 2 monsters. For these students, who lacked experience in life and death combat, encountering level 2 monsters made survival extremely difficult. Even when they did their best to avoid them, over 100 still died, such as the cruelty of the clash between humans and monsters. These students chose to compete for dungeon slots, and they had to pay the price. Over 100 bodies were carried out of the open field battlefield, transported back to Wanqing, and handed over to their parents. Among them was Li Hai's body. 7 days earlier, Feng had severed Li Hai's arms and legs and destroyed his dantian. Unable to save himself, Li Hai ultimately died on the open battlefield. Feng felt no pity. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Since Li Hai had chosen to ambush him, he had to bear the consequence of being killed in return. At that moment, the scores were tallied. Everyone turned their gaze forward, waiting for the official announcement of the rankings. Over the past 7 days, Feng had hunted down more than 1,000 level 2 monsters on the open battlefield. His ranking should place him within the top 300. Among the 5,000 participants, several dozen had already reached level 1, 9th Dan. Over 200 were at level 1, 8th Dan, and more than 500 were at level 1, 7th Dan. The rest were all at level 1, 6th Dan or level 1, 5th Dan. Those ranked in the top 300 would receive a spot to enter the dungeon. Huang Anghua, the director of the Education Bureau, pulled out the list and said, "The scoring has been finalized. I will now announce only the names of those who have made it into the top 300. All the students held their breath, unsure if their scores would be high enough to place within the top 300. First place, Feng from Anqing No. 9 Middle School, Huang Anghua announced. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward where Feng was standing. Feng was delighted to hear this. He had actually taken first place, but upon reflection, he felt it made sense. Although his cultivation level was at level 1, stage 3, the monsters he had slain in the wilderness battlefield were all level 2 or higher. Among the students who entered the wilderness battlefield this time, there were indeed dozens at level 1, stage 9. But these level 1, 9th stage students were merely high in cultivation level. Their combat prowess was incredibly weak. At best, they could handle level 1, 8th stage monsters, so the points they accumulated naturally could match his. Beside Feng, the students from Class A of Anqing No. 9 High School looked on in disbelief. What the hell? Feng, this warrior from Class C with a cultivation level of level 1, 3rd stage, had taken first place? Are you kidding me? They simply couldn't wrap their heads around it, but dared not voice their doubts. The organizers had a comprehensive surveillance system. The entire situation on the wilderness battlefield was under their control. Feng wouldn't dare cheat and couldn't cheat anyway. This was truly terrifying. With a cultivation level of level 1, 3rd Dan, how many monsters would he have had to hunt down to take first place? Wait, this guy's cultivation level has already reached level 1, 5th Dan. They could sense Feng's current cultivation level. Whoa! A collective gasp rang out all around. Advancing 2 segments in cultivation in just 7 days, what a terrifying rate of progress. Could it be that Feng had struck some kind of crazy luck, stumbling upon some incredible opportunity in the open-world battlefield that not only caused his cultivation to skyrocket by 2 segments but also secured him first place? As all the students were buzzing with speculation, Huang Anhua, standing ahead, addressed Feng, "Feng, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you." Hearing this, Feng was a bit puzzled. Something to discuss with him? Feng walked over to Huang Anhua and stopped in front of him. Huang Anhua handed the list to an Education Bureau official standing beside him and said, "Please continue announcing the top 300. The man nodded, took the list, and continued the announcement. Meanwhile, Huang Anhua turned to Feng and said, "Come with me." Huang Anhua turned around, led Feng to an SUV, and drove away from the outdoor battlefield. Inside the SUV. "Feng, I'm Huang Anhua, director of the Anqing Education Bureau. Can just call me Director Huang." Huang Anhua broke the silence and introduced himself. "Director Huang, where are we going?" Feng asked. "To meet some very important figures," Huang Anhua replied. "People whom many ordinary warriors would never have the privilege of meeting in their entire lives." Important figures whom ordinary warriors would never have the privilege of meeting in their entire lives. Feng was somewhat taken aback. Such figures must surely be warriors of very high status and standing. Why were they taking him to meet them? Did he actually qualify? Had his talent been exposed? Only if his talent had been exposed and discovered by the authorities would they have taken him away. It was possible that he had revealed his true combat prowess on the open battlefield. As a warrior with a cultivation level of only level 1, stage 3, he had advanced 2 stages in just 7 days and killed so many level 2 monsters any experienced senior warrior could figure it out with just a little speculation. "That's right," Huang Anhua replied. "Feng, you've kept us in the dark for far too long. With such exceptional cultivation talent, you didn't report it to the school. If you'd reported it sooner, we could have found you sooner and started focusing on your training earlier." "Prioritize my training?" Feng was taken aback. "Yes," Huang Anhua said. "For geniuses with rare grade talent or higher, as long as they join the national program, the state will provide all future cultivation resources including cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, weapons, and elixirs completely free of charge." "That's amazing," Feng exclaimed in shock. Warriors with rare grade talent or higher who join the national program would have all their future cultivation resources provided by the state at no cost. Feng grew excited. Joining the nation, serving his country, and protecting Huaxiao were things he was supposed to do anyway. He never imagined there would be such benefits. If that were the case, wouldn't he have to worry about his future cultivation expenses? 2 hours later, Huang Anhua led Feng to a villa in the center of Anqing City. At that moment, the Thunder King, the madman Guyong, and a warrior wearing a black mask along with Anqing Mayor Ling Tian and military official Hong Yu were already waiting for Feng and Huang Anhua inside the villa. When they saw Feng and Huang Anhua enter, all 5 turned their gaze toward Feng, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is the Thunder King," Huang Anhua introduced him to Feng. The 9th rank cultivation technique you practice, Thunder and Lightning Art, was created by him. Feng was startled. The founder of the 9th rank cultivation technique he practiced, Thunder and Lightning Art, was none other than the Thunder King standing before him. "Greetings, Senior Thunder King," Feng said respectfully. The Thunder King nodded with satisfaction and said, "Now that you're here, let us begin the talent test." "Yes," Feng nodded. After all, the purpose of their visit was to test his talent. The Thunder King and his companions had already prepared the talent testing device. Feng stood in the center of the device, while the Thunder King, Huang Anhua, Ling Tian, and the others all held their breath, wondering just how terrifying Feng's talent would turn out to be. Previously, they had only speculated that Feng possessed an epic grade talent, but without testing, it was all mere conjecture. They dared not be certain. The device projected a beam of light onto Feng, and the screen clearly displayed 4 large characters: Epic Grade Peak Tier. Epic Grade Peak Tier. The Thunder King leaped to his feet, staring at the 4 characters on the screen with a look of shock. A talent on par with that of the Earth's strongest warrior, the martial god. For the first time in 500 years, Earth has produced another Epic Grade Peak Tier talent. An Epic Grade Peak Tier talent has emerged. We must notify the martial god immediately. A genius with an Epic Grade Peak Tier talent is not something we are qualified to decide on, said the Thunder King. Yes, we must notify the martial god immediately, said the madman Gu Yong. The two turned to look at Feng. King Lei said, Feng, headquarters originally believed you were only a suspected Epic Grade talent, so they sent us here to test you. We never imagined you would actually be the highest-ranked Epic Grade Peak Tier talent. Your situation is now beyond our control, but rest assured we'll report this immediately, and the government will send representatives to handle your affairs right away. Okay, Feng replied, not quite understanding. Who would have thought that an Epic Grade Peak Tier talent would cause such a stir? Even Lei Wang, who had created a 9th-rank cultivation technique, was powerless to decide his fate. You may not yet realize just how important an Epic Grade Peak Tier talent is to humanity today, Gu Yong said solemnly. The war between humans and monsters has remained stable, preventing the monsters from advancing further, precisely because a martial god with an Epic Grade Peak Tier talent emerged among humans, one who raised his cultivation to a level that makes even the monsters tremble. Without the martial god, Earth would have been overrun by the monsters long ago. Now that another person with an Epic Grade Peak Tier talent has emerged, as long as you can grow and eventually reach the sub-tier of a martial god, humanity will have the power to completely drive the monsters off Earth and seal the rifts, Gu Yong continued. That's why an Epic Grade Peak Tier talent is of vital importance to all of humanity. Your growth cannot tolerate even the slightest negligence. I see. I understand, Feng nodded solemnly. Monsters had been constantly invading Earth from the rifts, destroying human homes. Feng's parents had died at the hands of monsters. Driving the monsters out of Earth once and for all and sealing the rifts had always been humanity's goal. However, because the balance of power between monsters and humans had remained constant, neither side able to gain the upper hand, the war had raged on for hundreds of years. Now, Feng's emergence has given humanity hope. Once another warrior comparable to the martial god appears among humans, this balance will be shattered. At that point, humanity will be fully capable of gaining the upper hand over the monsters, and driving them off Earth and sealing the rifts will no longer be a dream. While Gu Yong and Feng were explaining the situation, the Thunder King had already reported Feng's Epic Grade Peak Tier status to headquarters. 1 hour later, a laser fighter landed directly in Anshan, coming to a stop in the plaza outside the villa where Feng and his companions were staying. A young man stepped slowly out of the fighter. Feng, the Thunder King, Gu Jian, Ling Tian, and the others were already waiting in the plaza. Upon seeing the young man, the Thunder King was taken aback. It was the martial god himself who had come in person. The young man stepping out of the fighter was none other than the martial god. Earth's strongest warrior, the object of worship for all warriors worldwide. We pay our respects to the martial god, Thunder King, Gu Yong, and the man in the black mask hurriedly bowed. Huang Anghua, Ling Tian, and Hong Yu had never met the martial god before. Seeing Thunder King and the others address the young man as the martial god, they were instantly stunned and hurriedly added, "We pay our respects to the martial god." No need to be so formal. The martial god waved his hand dismissively, then stepped forward to Feng and smiled. Your name is Feng, isn't it? Feng nodded. Greetings, martial god. Feng hadn't expected that the legendary martial god would actually be a young man. After all, the martial god's rise to prominence had occurred over 200 years ago. That meant he must be over 200 years old now, yet his appearance remained that of a young man. The martial god nodded and addressed the Thunder King and the others. From now on, I will be responsible for Feng's training. There's nothing for you to do here. Yes, martial god. The Thunder King and the others nodded. They had expected the martial god to personally take charge of Feng's training. As for the fact that Feng possesses an epic-grade peak-tier talent, seal off all information regarding it. The martial god said calmly, announced to the outside world that Feng possesses a rare-grade peak-tier talent, but due to his unique constitution, his cultivation speed and combat prowess are extraordinary. Understood, the Thunder King nodded. The martial god turned to Feng and said, Feng, come with me. Feng followed the martial god onto the laser fighter, which soared into the sky and flew toward the upper atmosphere. Watching the laser fighter take off, the Thunder King and the others all looked on with envy. To be personally picked up by the martial god meant Feng's future prospects were limitless. Inside the fighter, Feng was a little nervous and asked, Martial god, where are we going? A smile spread across the martial goddess' face as he said, no need to be nervous. My real name is He How, just call me Brother How. We're not going anywhere. I just called you up here to have a private word with you, the martial god said. An epic-grade peak-tier talent transcends what ordinary people can comprehend. You no longer need guidance from others like everyone else does. Everyone with an epic-grade peak-tier talent should rely on their own abilities to forge their own unique path. The martial god continued, although I said I would guide you, I won't interfere with your growth. I'll only offer some assistance. Just how far you advance in the future depends entirely on your own efforts. This is an unlimited card. With this card, you can purchase whatever you need: cultivation techniques, martial arts, cultivation resources, weapons, and more in unlimited quantities from any trading hall worldwide. The martial god produced a black card. He continued, you don't need to worry about cultivation resources, but I must warn you, don't let having ample resources make you lazy or complacent. Someone with epic grade peak tier talent, if they succeed, they can stand at the pinnacle of humanity. If they fail, they amount to nothing. That's all I have to say. You may go now. The martial god said, I'll leave you my contact information. If you run into any trouble you can't handle, you can come find me. As for the rest of your cultivation, you'll have to figure it out on your own. I can't be bothered to get involved. With that, the martial god landed his laser fighter on a flat area outside Anqing, handed Feng his contact information and a black bank card, and after helping Feng off the fighter, flew away. It wasn't too far from Anqing, so Feng would be back in half an hour. Watching the fighter gradually recede into the distance, Feng felt a pang of wistfulness. He never would have imagined that the Earth's strongest man, the martial god, would be such an interesting person. He looked at the contact information and the unlimited credit bank card in his hand. The martial god's contact information. He had just said that whenever Feng faced a problem he couldn't solve, he could reach out to him, and the martial god would take care of it. In other words, whenever Feng ran into trouble in the future, he could simply say, my big brother is the martial god, Earth's strongest warrior, you'd better figure it out yourselves. As for the unlimited bank card, it would allow Feng to purchase as many cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, martial arts, and so on as he needed in the trading hall. From now on, Feng won't have to worry about running out of funds. The martial goddess' point was that someone with an epic grade peak tier talent has already surpassed ordinary people. They don't need others to meddle in their cultivation. After all, with such a talent, choosing which cultivation techniques to practice or martial arts to learn is no difficult task. He doesn't need anyone else's guidance. Just give him time, and he'll handle everything on his own. For someone with an epic grade peak tier talent to grow, they must forge their own path. The path of a true powerhouse is one that must always be walked alone. Martial goddess arrangement perfectly aligned with Feng's thoughts. For Feng, the only thing he lacked was resources. With his epic grade peak tier talent and the system space as his cheat code, as long as he was given sufficient cultivation resources, he would gradually grow stronger. Meanwhile, inside the fighter jet high in the sky, a smile played on the martial goddess' lips. An interesting little fellow. I hope that by the time I see you again, you'll be able to stand on your own. The martial god understood this very well. For some geniuses, you can gather them together and cultivate them systematically. But for a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, you cannot do that. With such a prodigy, you simply need to set him free to forge his own path and fight his own battles. He will carve out his own realm on his own. A piece of raw jade, if it isn't carved properly, even the finest stone will go to waste. When dealing with a prodigy of Feng's caliber, forcing him into a protective shell and making him develop according to your will would actually hinder his growth. Feng returned to Ancheng. Brimming with confidence, he strode into the trading hall like a wealthy homeowner facing demolition, clutching his unlimited bank card. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" the staff member asked warmly. Feng cast a condescending glance at the staff member, acting like a nouveau riche, and said, "The Thunder and Lightning Manual, a top-tier 9th-rank cultivation technique. Give me the complete set." "Sir, the complete set of the Thunder and Lightning Manual, a top-tier 9th-rank cultivation technique, is valued at 500 billion. Are you sure you want the complete set?" The staff member thought he must have misheard and up to confirm. He had never encountered such a massive order. 500,000 billion, and his hands were trembling slightly. Feng looked at the clerk impatiently, thinking to himself that the clerk lacked discernment. Did he really look like someone who couldn't come up with 500,000 billion? He said, "Of course I want the complete set. Also, give me the best spear among your grade A weapons, along with spear techniques and palm techniques ranging from 4th to 9th rank, fist techniques, and evasion techniques. Give me one of each. Oh, and 1,000 samples of each level of monster essence blood from level 3 to level 9. Make sure the monster essence blood is of the highest quality. Don't try to save me money. I'm not short on cash." Second update. Leave your comments below. In the end, Feng used his infinite credit card to purchase a complete set of the Thunder and Lightning Manual in the trading hall, along with 4 types of martial arts techniques: spear, fist, palm, and footwork ranging from 4th to 9th grade, totaling 24 martial arts techniques. He also acquired an A-grade spear and 1,000 samples of monster essence blood from each level, ranging from level 3 to level 9. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, all high-ranking members of the Li family had been summoned back and were gathered in the main hall, their expressions grave. Li Hai's corpse lay in the center of the hall, his hands and feet severed, his dantian pierced through a truly gruesome sight. According to the investigation, Li Hai had his hands and feet severed by Feng, his dantian destroyed, and without timely medical treatment, he was left to die in agony on the battlefield. A high-ranking member of the Li family spoke up. This Feng took first place in the competition for dungeon slots. The government states that Feng possesses an epic grade peak tier talent, trains at an extremely rapid pace, and has extraordinary combat prowess beyond his level at the first level, 5th rank cultivation stage. He already possesses the strength of a 2nd level warrior. What should we do? Should we continue to oppose Feng? A high-ranking member of the Li family asked, looking around at the others. Feng's talent had already surpassed their wildest imaginations. To go up against a genius of this caliber, if they couldn't eliminate him before he fully matured. Once he did, he would become a nightmare for the entire Li family. What should we do? Of course, we must eliminate him before Feng has a chance to fully mature. Li Hai's grandfather, the younger brother of the Li clan's patriarch, spoke coldly. "Do you really think we'll just let him off the hook after he killed my grandson? Besides, even if we're willing to spare him, he might not be willing to spare us." Li Hai's grandfather snorted coldly. "Given that kid's ruthless and merciless nature, once he gains the strength to take on the Li clan, we might as well prepare for our clan's annihilation." Hearing this, the senior members of the Li family all looked grim. Indeed, given the deep-seated feud between the Li family and Feng, once Feng came into his own, the very first thing he would likely do would be to wipe out the Li family. Then who will take him down? The head of the Li family asked. Now that Feng has revealed his talent, he is already under the government's special protection. If anything happens to him, the government will easily suspect us. The group exchanged glances. This was indeed a problem. Given the feud between the Li family and Feng, if anything happened to him, others would certainly suspect the Li family first. What is there to fear? Let them suspect us if they want, Grandfather Li Hai snorted coldly. As long as we kill Feng, with the Li family's influence in Ancheng, the government won't take action against us just for the sake of a genius who is already dead. Since none of you dare to take action, then I'll lead my men there myself. Anyone who dares to kill my grandson, even if he possesses a rare grade peak tier talent, must die, Grandpa Li Hai said with a menacing look on his face. Having said that, Grandpa Li Hai left the hall immediately to make preparations for the assassination of Feng, leaving the Li family's high-ranking officials behind in the hall. Although these high-ranking officials did not support Grandpa Li Hai, they did not oppose him either. If Grandfather Li Hai succeeded, it would eliminate a major threat for the Li family. If he failed, it wouldn't be them who died. They could simply push Grandfather Li Hai's faction to take the blame and appease Feng's wrath. Meanwhile, Feng had already returned home and began cultivating the first level of the Blood Goddess Invincible Body. Mastering this level would grant him immunity to attacks from warriors below level 1, 9th Dan. His defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced. Just then, Huang Anhua, the director of education, called and said, "Feng, the martial goddess instructions have come down. Your development will proceed as usual. Get ready in 7 days, you'll enter a level 3 dungeon. Oh, and the martial god instructed that while you're in Anqing, if you run into any trouble, you can call me first. If I can't resolve it, you can contact Mayor Ling Tian or Hong Yu from the nearby military district. They'll handle it for you." After thinking for a moment, Feng said, "Director Huang, there is actually one thing I need your help with." "What is it?" Huang Anhua's voice sounded somewhat excited on the other end of the line. After all, Feng was a prodigy with an epic grade peak tier talent, someone the martial god had personally instructed to be given special attention. Feng's strength was still relatively weak at the moment. If Feng had a matter that required his assistance, one that would leave Feng owing him a favor, it would be absolutely priceless in the future. As a future martial god, there were already plenty of people eager to build a closer relationship with him, let alone have him owe them a favor. It's no big deal. It's just that a while back, Yuan Wu, a scion of the Yuan family, a level 5 martial arts clan in Anqing, sent assassins to try to kill me twice in a row. I plan to kill him outright when I go to school soon. If the Yuan family tries to come after me, then I hope Director Huang can step in and fend them off for me. Feng explained exactly what he needed Director Huang's help with. Just this little matter? No problem. Huang Anhua agreed immediately, saying, he is just a scion of a level 5 martial arts clan. If you want to kill him, go ahead. If the Yuan family dares to cause you trouble, I'll take care of it for you. As director of the Anqing Education Bureau and one of Anqing's 3 major power brokers, with a cultivation level of level 6 warrior, Huang naturally had no fear of a level 5 martial arts clan. You're too kind. On the other end of the line, Huang Anhua's tone was very casual, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile appeared on Feng's lips. Yuan Wu had tried to kill him time and time again. Previously, due to his ties to the Yuan family, he hadn't dared to act against him, but now that Feng had the martial god backing him, he had nothing to fear from the Yuan family. At that moment, at the Yuan family estate in Anqing, news that Feng had taken first place in the dungeon slot competition had reached Yuan Wu's ears. Moreover, the government had revealed Feng's background, a rare grade peak tier talent, exceptional physical constitution, and extraordinary combat prowess. No wonder the assassins he'd previously sent to deal with Feng had all been killed by Feng in return. Yuan Wu made his way to a detached villa deep within the Yuan family compound to seek out his grandfather. The Yuan family had numerous collateral branches, and in this generation, it happened to be his grandfather, Yuan Kuan, who served as the family head. His grandfather, Yuan Kuan, was a level 5 warrior. He had hired assassins twice to kill Feng, but both attempts failed. By the second time, Feng had already discovered that Yuan Kuan was the mastermind behind the plots. Now that Feng's talent had been exposed, Yuan Wu, born into a level 5 martial arts clan, knew full well that offending such a genius meant either making peace with him or eliminating him before he had a chance to fully develop. Making peace with Feng was out of the question. Feng had been targeted for assassination twice by his men. This was a blood feud, and Feng would never let him off the hook. That left only one option: to eliminate him. Feng now possesses the strength of a level 2 warrior. With the resources Yuan Wuxing currently has at his disposal, he is unable to assassinate Feng. He has no choice but to call upon his grandfather, Yuan Kuan. Upon arriving at Yuan Kuan's villa, Yuan Wu explained the situation. A cold gleam flashed in Yuan Kuan's eyes as he said, "This is no trivial matter. We must make thorough preparations." Now that Feng's talent has been made public, the government will certainly be keeping a close eye on him. If we don't handle this properly, it will cause no small Amount of trouble for our Yuan family, Yuan Kuan said. That warrior squad from the Frenzy Martial Arts Academy you hired the first time didn't that kid kill 2 of them, leaving 3 remaining? And the rest the ghost-faced man whom Feng let go. Those 4 must be taken care of tonight. Yuan Kuan looked at Yuan Wu and said, Wu, you're still too young. Remember, whatever you do, you must be airtight and ruthless. You must ensure this matter of hiring someone to kill Feng is handled cleanly, leaving no loose ends. Yes, grandfather, Yuan Wu replied. It seemed he still wasn't ruthless enough in his grandfather's eyes. Since Feng has already set his sights on killing you, we must prepare early, the sooner, the better, to avoid any complications down the road. Yuan Kuan said, You may go now. Leave this matter to grandfather. Yuan Kuan's lineage had been passed down through a single male heir for 3 generations. Yuan Kuan had only one son, Yuan Wu's father, and Yuan Wu's father had only one grandson, Yuan Wu. Consequently, Yuan Kuan had doted on Yuan Wu since childhood, to the point of fostering a personality marked by arrogance, hubris, and a vindictive nature. The next day, Feng arrived at school as usual for class. After finishing his morning classes, Feng, carrying his great spear, headed straight for Class B, the class where Yuan Wu was enrolled. It was already lunchtime, and students were trickling out of the classroom one by one. Feng stood calmly outside the classroom door, the tip of his spear flickering with flashes of lightning, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He waited for Yuan Wu to emerge. It wasn't until most of the students had exited the classroom that he spotted Yuan Wu. Outside the classroom, the area was already crowded with students and teachers. Feng's reputation at number 9 high school had skyrocketed recently. Possessing a rare grade peak tier talent, exceptional physical constitution, and outstanding combat prowess, not to mention having won first place in the dungeon slot competition, he now stood menacingly at the doorway, spear in hand. Clearly, something was about to happen. The students around him were curious who was Feng planning to confront with that spear. As soon as Yuan Wu reached the doorway and saw Feng standing there with the spear, staring straight at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Feng, what are you up to? Yuan Wu suppressed his fear and asked, steeled for the worst. Nothing. I just have a few questions for you and a score to settle. Feng said coldly, come with me to the playground. It's not convenient here. Yuan Wu's heart sank. He thought to himself, this doesn't look good. But then he realized they were on school grounds, so he felt reassured. No matter how bold Feng was, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on him here. Besides, with so many classmates and teachers watching, he might as well go. Let us see what Feng could do to him. He followed Feng to the playground. Many curious classmates followed them there as well, and Feng and Yuan Wu found themselves surrounded in the center of a circle. What's the matter? Ask me already, Yuan Wu said to Feng. The members of the warrior squad from the Frenzy Martial Arts Academy, did you send them to ambush me in the forest outside the city? And the ghost-faced man, did you pay him to assassinate me? Feng demanded. Upon hearing this, the students around them erupted in an uproar. Feng had come to find Yuan Wu only to accuse him of hiring assassins to kill him. Not long ago, Feng had humiliated Yuan Wu by trampling him underfoot at the school gate, a fact many students were well aware of. Who would have thought that because of that incident, Yuan Wu would actually hire assassins to kill Feng? What a vicious heart he had. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yuan Wu remained impassive as he replied calmly, Feng, you'd be better off not making such baseless, slanderous accusations without any evidence. By now, the remaining 3 members of Xiang Zheng's squad, along with the masked man, had been taken care of last night by his grandfather, Yuan Kuan. With no witnesses left to corroborate the story, Feng's word alone was insufficient to prove that Yuan Wu was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. Yuan Wu sneered inwardly. Without evidence, Feng couldn't do anything to him. Seeing Yuan Wu denying everything, Feng smiled and said calmly, evidence or no evidence, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I know it was you. With that, Feng flickered forward, his aura erupting as lightning swirled around him. He appeared before Yuan Wu and thrust his spear forward, piercing Yuan Wu's thigh with a single strike. I don't need to provide evidence to anyone to kill you, Feng snorted coldly, then pulled the spear out. Ah! Yuan Wu screamed in agony as blood splattered across the floor. He glared at Feng with a frenzied look and shouted, "Without any proof, you dare lay a hand on me? You're as good as dead. Dead. My grandfather 1T let you off the hook. Is that so? Then I'll see just what he can do to me," Feng said dismissively. As soon as Feng finished speaking, he suddenly thrust his spear into Yuan Wu's dantian, piercing it clean through and destroying all of Yuan Wu's cultivation in an instant. Ah! Yuan Wu's agonized scream echoed across the entire playground, sending chills down everyone's spines. With his dantian destroyed, Yuan Wu's life was effectively ruined. You crippled me! How dare you cripple me! Yuan Wu's eyes were bloodshot. He never would have imagined that Feng would dare to destroy his dantian in front of so many people. He was backed by the family, a 5th-level martial arts clan. How dare Feng treat him this way? How dare he? Just you wait. The Yuan family will soon learn of what happened here, and they will certainly not let you off the hook. Yuan Wu roared hysterically, "Once the Yuan clan's experts arrive, they will tear you to pieces." Is that so? I'll be waiting. Feng pulled out his spear, and Yuan Wu's blood pooled on the ground. The students all around were stunned. They never expected Feng to strike Yuan Wu so directly with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Now, Feng had caused a major scandal. He crippled Yuan Wu's dantian, completely alienating the Yuan family. When the Yuan family's high-ranking officials arrived, they would certainly not let Feng off the hook. The students around him instinctively moved a little further away from Feng. The wrath of a 5th-rank martial arts clan was not something they could withstand. However, everyone watched as Feng calmly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Director Huang, I've already crippled him. I expect people from the Yuan family will be rushing to the school shortly. Could you come over?" On the other end of the line, Huang Angue replied, "I've already been notified and am on my way to your school right now. I've sent Principals Hua Hujuan and Dean of Students Yang Xiong from number 9 high school ahead of me. We'll arrive shortly." He then looked toward Yuan Wu, who was lying on the ground ahead, unable to get up, and said calmly, "I'll be right here, waiting for your family to arrive. Let us see what you can do to me." Yuan Wu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his wounds, and said, "I hope you'll still be this brazen when my grandfather gets here." Time ticked by, second by second. Blood continued to drip drop by drop from the tip of Feng's gun, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Just then, the Director of Student Affairs and Principals Hua Hujuan arrived at the playground. Seeing that Feng was unharmed, they both breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry. We'll handle the situation first. Director Huan will be here shortly." Feng was now the focus of close attention from high-ranking officials like Director Huang and the mayor. Nothing could go wrong. Feng nodded. Seeing Yang Xiong and Hua Hujuan arrive put his mind at ease. With these two here, even if the Yuan family's high-ranking officials showed up and went berserk, trying to take drastic action against him, the two of them could hold them off for a while, ensuring he wouldn't be killed instantly. Once Huang Angue arrived, the Yuan family would be a laughingstock in the face of a level 6 warrior. A level 5 martial arts clan was nothing. Yuan Wu lay on the ground, his wounds still burning with pain. When he saw the principal and the dean of students arrive, he had assumed that, as school administrators, they would first arrange for medical staff to treat his injuries upon seeing him hurt, and then deal with the feud between him and Feng once the Yuan family's higher-ups arrived. But to his surprise, the two didn't even glance at him upon their arrival. Instead, they went to comfort Feng. It seemed these two were determined to side with Feng and oppose his Yuan family. Since that was the case, don't blame the Yuan family for being ruthless. As a level 5 martial arts clan, they didn't even consider the principal of number 9 high school, a mere level 4 warrior, to be worth their attention. The students around them, seeing the principal and the dean of students arrive, paid no attention to Yuan Wu's injuries but instead went to comfort Feng. Everyone immediately realized that these two were on Feng's side. Come to think of it, back at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, When Feng was surrounded and attacked by the Li family, Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong had stepped in to protect him once before. So it was hardly surprising that they were standing by Feng now. But the question was, could a level 3 warrior like the Dean of Students and a level 4 warrior like the Principal really be a match for the Yuan family, a level 5 martial arts clan? To qualify as a level 5 martial arts clan, a family must have at least 3 warriors of level 5 or higher. Among level 5 clans, the Yuan family ranked in the upper middle tier, boasting more than 5 level 5 warriors. Naturally, they had no reason to fear a level 4 warrior principal and a level 3 warrior dean. Who dared lay a hand on my grandson? At that moment, a thunderous roar filled with sheer power echoed from the distance. Immediately, after another, high-ranking members of the Yuan family rushed toward the playground in an instant. 40 or 50 people had arrived. All were members of the Yuan family, more than 10 level 4 warriors, over 30 level 3 warriors, and leading the group were 2 level 5 warriors. One of them was Yuan Wu's grandfather, Yuan Kuan, the current head of the Yuan family. Seeing that Yuan Wu's thigh and dantian had both been pierced by a spear, blood pooling on the ground, Yuan Kuan's voice was extremely deep as he looked at Yuan Wu and asked, "Who did this?" "Grandfather, it was him, that bastard. Kill him. Tear him to pieces." Yuan Wu pointed at Feng, his voice filled with venom. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuan and the rest of the Yuan family members glared at Feng with eyes brimming with boundless murderous intent. "You did this," Yuan Kuan said, suppressing his boundless rage as he looked at Feng. "That's right," Feng replied indifferently. "Your grandson hired assassins to kill me time and time again. He asked for it, he has no one but himself to blame." Very well, very well." Yuan Kuan's terrifying aura erupted as he said coldly, "In this world, human lives are not all equal. My grandson can hire people to kill you, but you cannot retaliate. You've ruined my grandson's dantian. Not even 10 of your lives would be enough to make amends. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." Just then, Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong stepped in front of Feng and said, "Head of the Yuan clan, Feng possesses extraordinary talent and has already been taken under the wing of a high-ranking figure. It would be best for you to step aside and avoid bringing unnecessary trouble upon the Yuan clan." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "So what if he has been taken under the wing of a high-ranking figure? This boy is ruthless and lawless. He dared to injure my grandson in broad daylight and cripple his dantian. Someone like this will only become a scourge on society if he is allowed to grow. Killing him today is nothing less than ridding the people of a menace. Ruthless and lawless." Feng snorted coldly. "Those two phrases describe your grandson much better. A month ago, Lin Yao invited me to dinner. Your grandson, consumed by jealousy, warned me that if I dared to dine with her, he would wipe me out. He eventually ambushed me at the school gate, but I taught him a lesson. Filled with resentment, he then hired assassins twice to try to kill me. Such a despicable scoundrel. What's wrong with me killing him and destroying his dantian?" Feng spoke with complete candor, acting with reason and evidence, and drawing a clear line between right and wrong. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, even if he were the scion of a 5th-rank clan, Feng would kill him without hesitation. "Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Grandpa, kill him, he is completely framing me." Yuan Wu roared furiously, his face contorted with rage, as if he were the wronged party. The students around them couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying, but from the looks of it, Feng's account seemed more plausible. Everything comes down to cause and effect. If Yuan Wu Han Ti repeatedly sent people to target Feng Wun Ti have shown up at the classroom door with his gun to confront him. It was all his own doing. Yuan Kuan looked at Feng and said, "Kid, whatever the truth behind our past feud may be, it's just your side of the story. But the fact that you crippled my grandson today is as clear as day. Even if he had some minor disagreements with you before, at least nothing serious happened to you. Now that you struck him so harshly and ruined his life, no matter what you say today, you're going to die." Yuan Kuan turned to Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong and said, "You two had better not meddle in this. Otherwise, I'll deal with you both as well." With that, a terrifying burst of mana erupted from Yuan Kuan's body, forming the illusory figure of a black tiger behind him. Black mist swirled around it, and a storm erupted all around, the wind stinging people's faces. A level 5 warrior's rage and overwhelming aura left every student present feeling an immense sense of oppression. But Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong did not back down even an inch, standing firmly beside Feng. Their auras erupted. Behind Zhua Hejuan, an ice sword hovered as boundless mana converged upon it, causing the temperature around them to plummet rapidly. Behind Yang Xiong, the phantom of a mighty lion appeared. The lion let out a roar that shook the very souls of those present. Seeing this, the members of the Yuan clan surged forward, unleashing their own aura. More than a dozen level 4 warriors and over 30 level 3 warriors instantly overwhelmed the auras of Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong. Head of the Yuan clan, I advise you not to act on a whim. The person behind Feng is not someone your clan can afford to provoke. Persisting in your folly will only bring annihilation upon your clan, Zhua Hejuan warned coldly. An annihilation of our clan? I'd like to see who is behind him, someone with that much power. Yuan Kuan said dismissively. With that, Yuan Kuan suddenly charged forward, gathering mana in his hands, which coalesced into a massive black palm strike, slamming toward Feng, who stood behind Zhua Hejuan. This was a 5th rank martial technique, the Black Mystic Palm. If it struck Feng, he would either die or lose half his life. The students around them held their breath. The Yuan family was acting on their own, ignoring the objections of Principal Zhua Hejuan and Dean of Students Yang Xiong, determined to take Feng down by force. Judging by the principal's words, it seemed Feng had the backing of a powerful figure, which was why he dared to take action against Yuan Wu. No one knew if this powerful figure had arrived yet. If he was even a moment too late, Feng would likely be finished. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture with Yuan Kuan's palm strike about to strike Feng, a terrifying bullet tore through the air from a distance, instantly striking Yuan Kuan's palm strike and completely blowing his entire hand to pieces. This was a military-grade Class C armor-piercing round, capable of blowing the heads off level 6 monsters within a kilometer. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. A powerful had arrived, and it was a military one at that. People looked toward the direction from which the armor-piercing round had come and saw 3 SUVs and 4 military vehicles driving in from the distance, pulling up directly in the middle of the schoolyard. From the first SUV, Mayor Ling Tian slowly stepped out. From the second SUV, Huang Nangua, the director of the Education Bureau, stepped out. From the third SUV, Hong Yu, the head of the military district, and a military warrior carrying a sniper rifle stepped out. It was this military warrior, the one holding the sniper rifle, who had just blown Yuan Kuan's palm to pieces with a single shot. This man appeared to be a level 5 high-tier warrior. Behind the 3 SUVs, 4 military vehicles pulled up, and 100 armed soldiers, all warriors, rushed out, swiftly surrounding everyone from the Yuan family. To everyone's surprise, all 100 of these soldiers were level 4 warriors. Seeing the scene unfold before them, the students standing nearby were all stunned. The powerful figure behind Feng was truly terrifying. He could actually mobilize military forces. Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Director Huang arrive. He had finally made it. Meanwhile, the members of the Yuan family all looked grim. What was going on? Even the military had been mobilized. Who exactly was backing Feng? While others were unaware of these 3 men's backgrounds, Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, knew exactly who they were: a mayor, a bureau chief, and the head of a military district. He never imagined that Feng was backed by 3 level 6 warriors. How could this be? Why would 3 level 6 warriors all step in to defend Feng at the same time? In fact, Feng had originally only asked Huang Angua, the director of the Education Bureau, to come help. He hadn't called on Hong Yu or Mayor Ling Tian. Huang Angua was the one who notified those two. Currently, in Anqing, only these 3 people knew that Feng possessed an epic grade peak tier talent. The martial god had already ordered that this matter must not be disclosed to the outside world. Feng is now someone the martial god holds in extremely high regard, the future martial god of Huaxia. If one could help him before he fully comes into his own and make him owe a favor, it would be a dream come true for anyone. Faced with such a golden opportunity, if Huang Angua hadn't notified Hong Yu and Ling Tian, the two would surely have resented him afterward. So Huang Anghua told both Hong Yu and Ling Tian that Feng needed their help. Upon learning that Feng needed help, the two happily rushed over, with Hong Yu even bringing along 100 level 4 warriors to back him up. Seeing all three of them arrive, Feng was somewhat moved. He understood that they wanted him to owe them a favor, but he was still very grateful. After all, he was still weak at the moment, and the future was hard to predict. The fact that the three of them held such high hopes for him meant he had already taken note of the favor they had done him. He also kept in mind the favors owed by Zhou Hejuan and Yang Xiong, who had stood firmly by his side even as the Yuan family closed in on him with such ferocity. In the future, when he rose to great heights, if any of these five ever needed his help, he would certainly not hesitate to lend a hand. Huang Anghua approached Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, and said calmly, "Didn't you want to see who the powerful figure behind Feng is? Someone with this much influence. Now that you've seen him, do you think his influence is sufficient?" Yuan Kuan was rendered speechless by the question, cold sweat pouring down his back. 3 level 6 warriors. That influence was absolutely sufficient. More than enough to wipe out his Yuan family several times over. So it's you lot planning to lay a heavy hand on my little brother? Hong Yuan, the level 5 warrior clutching the sniper rifle, stepped up before Yuan Kuan. Little brother Feng was actually the younger brother of this military district commander. Mayor Ling Tian also stepped forward and said, "The Yuan family really does have some nerve. Storming the campus with so many people to wipe out one of Anqing's peerless geniuses. You clearly have no regard for the Anqing government." The entire Yuan family was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if thorns were pricking their backs. Ling Tian looked at Feng and said, "How do you plan to handle this?" "We'll do as you say." In an instant, the students all around erupted into a frenzy once more. What was going on? Mayor Ling Tian, Education Bureau Director Huang Anghua, and military district bigwig Hong Yu, all three of them seemed to place great importance on Feng's opinion and were prepared to handle the matter according to his wishes. 3 level 6 warriors taking orders from a level 1 warrior. What on earth was going on? Kill. Feng uttered just a single word. Since the Yuan family harbored murderous intent toward him, he had nothing left to hold back. Agreed, Ling Tian replied calmly, as if eliminating the Yuan family members before him were no big deal. Hong Yu addressed the military warrior standing beside him, who was holding a sniper rifle. "Go ahead, but don't hurt the students around us." The military warrior with the sniper rifle nodded and ordered the 100 military warriors surrounding the Yuan family, "Move out. Be careful not to accidentally injure the students nearby." "Yes, sir," the 100 level 4 military warriors replied in a loud, resounding chorus. Then, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and the Yuan family's warriors began falling to the ground one after another. Some tried to flee, but they couldn't escape the bullets. Level 4 warriors can reach speeds of several hundred meters per second, but the weapons these military warriors were using were no ordinary guns. They were energy rifles specifically designed to counter warriors. In the hands of level 4 warriors, they unleashed tremendous power at such close range. The Yuan family members had no chance of escape. Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, and another level 5 warrior from the clan were both killed with 2 shots by the level 5 warrior holding a sniper rifle at Hong Yu's side. Feng, gripping his long spear, approached Yuan Wu, who lay on the ground, and said coldly, "Your people from the Yuan family have arrived and they've all been wiped out. It seems the outcome isn't quite what you predicted, that I would be torn to pieces." Yuan Wu was now filled with despair, his eyes vacant. He could never have imagined that just a day ago he was fine, yet today he would die right here. The Yuan family, of which he had always been so proud, had been wiped out so easily. Only now did Yuan Wu realize that not everyone would give his family face, nor would everyone fear the Yuan family. Once you offended someone you couldn't afford to cross, you would pay a terrible price. "In your next life, don't mess with me," Feng said indifferently. As soon as the words left his mouth, he thrust his spear downward, piercing Yuan Wu's chest and impaling his body on the playground. All the students around them were filled with dread. They never imagined that Feng, who usually seemed so low-key, possessed such immense power and was so ruthless and decisive, showing not the slightest mercy toward his enemies. This Feng was definitely someone to avoid in the future. The Yuan family was a perfect example. End of part 4. Please leave your positive reviews. Leo and Fiona were also among the crowd of students watching the scene unfold. Seeing how ruthlessly and decisively Feng dealt with his enemy, Leo's heart sank with fear. More terrifying than Feng's ruthlessness, however, was his background. With 3 level 6 warriors backing him, Feng could essentially walk all over Ansheng. The Li family was now locked in a life-or-death struggle with Feng. Leo couldn't help but worry that once Feng was done with the Yuan family, it would likely be the Li family's turn. Compared to Leo's worries, Fiona felt more regret. Feng, a figure who now seemed so distant, had once been her boyfriend, yet she hadn't known how to cherish him and had let him slip away. She deeply regretted choosing Leo, a man who wasn't even worthy of tying Feng's shoes. If only she hadn't left Feng back then, she would surely be dazzlingly successful now and have a much brighter future ahead. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. That evening, at the Li family residence, every member of the Li clan had gathered, worrying about the events of the day. What had happened at number 9 high school had already become the talk of the town. Feng's background had been exposed. Backed by 3 level 6 warriors, he had effortlessly eliminated 1/3 of the elite fighters from the Yuan family, a level 5 martial arts clan. The entire city of Anqing was well aware of the conflict between the Li family and Feng, and everyone was speculating whether Feng would turn his attention to the Li family after dealing with the Yuan family. What should we do? The head of the Li family looked around at the senior members of the clan and asked in a grave tone, with Feng's current backing, taking down our Li family would be as easy as turning over one's hand. The senior members of the Li family exchanged glances, but none of them had a good solution. If he is going to come after us, we'll strike first, Li Highest grandfather said coldly. We are a prestigious level 4 martial arts clan that has stood tall in Anqing for hundreds of years. To be so intimidated by a mere upstart is truly pitiful. As warriors, haven't we all lived lives of walking on the edge of a knife, facing life and death situations? Why should we fear an 18-year-old upstart? No matter how gifted he is or how powerful his background, he is still only a level 1 warrior. I could crush him with my bare hands, Li Highest grandfather said. Given the current situation, it's either Feng dies or we perish. We have no choice but to go all out. The Li family's high-ranking members nodded. Given the current circumstances, this was the only option. I'll go arrange for men right away. We'll strike before Feng enters the dungeon and kill him, to prevent any complications down the line. Grandpa Li High's voice was icy. To be on the safe side, I'll dispatch a level 3 warrior assassin this time to ensure there are absolutely no complications. The Li family's high-ranking members nodded. A level 3 warrior assassin was more than enough to deal with a high school student at level 1, 5th Dan. Meanwhile, returned home and immediately began training, making the most of his time to improve his cultivation, aiming to reach level 1, 7th Dan before entering the dungeon. At the same time, he also began cultivating the blood goddess' indestructible body. As a defensive sacred art, the sooner he started cultivating it, the better. By now, Feng had already perfected the 3rd grade martial art Thunder Ray Spear and the 4th grade body movement technique Spirit Snake Body Art. He could now devote the 9 hours a day he had previously spent cultivating martial arts in the system space to cultivating the blood goddess' indestructible body. 9 hours was exactly enough time to complete 1 full cycle of cultivation for the blood goddess' indestructible body. With 7 days left before entering the dungeon, Feng did nothing else during those 7 days. Aside from attending classes at school during the day, he would return home in the evening and begin cultivating non-stop, day and night. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Feng emerged from the system space and let out a long sigh of relief. In those 6 days, he had successfully raised his cultivation level to level 1, 7th Dan. His cultivation of the blood goddess' indestructible body had also made significant progress, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Opening the status panel. Host, Feng. Cultivation level, level 1, 7th Dan 5-star Super Warrior. Soul Power, 1600 level 2, 6th Dan. Vitality, 16,000 level 2, 6th Dan. Speed, 160 ms level 2, 6th Dan. Strength, 16T level 2, 6th Dan. Physical defense, level 2, 7th Dan. Remaining system space entries, 0. Feng was somewhat surprised. Since he was a 5-star super warrior, his cultivation level was at level 1, 7th Dan, yet his physical attributes were comparable to those of level 2, 7th Dan. His other physical attributes soul power, vitality, speed, and strength had only reached level 2, 6th Dan, but his physical defense was on par with level 2, 7th Dan. Could it be because he had cultivated the blood goddess indestructible body, causing his physical defense to be one rank higher than his other physical attributes? It was possible. The blood goddess indestructible physique had 12 levels and was ranked at the 9th grade or higher. Since it focused primarily on physical defense, it was only natural that it would boost his physique defense. Tomorrow was the day he would enter the dungeon. Feng felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered what kind of opportunities the legendary dungeon might bring him. Just then, Feng sensed a murderous intent locking onto him from outside the door. An assassin. Feng was startled. An assassin had arrived at his doorstep. Judging by the fluctuations in his aura, this assassin was very powerful, a level 3 warrior. Ever since his parents' death, Feng had been living alone. Now, a level 3 assassin had come directly to his home, intent on assassinating him. Could this be someone sent by the Yuan family? A cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. Back on the sports field, Feng had only killed the 2 level 5 warriors, over a dozen level 4 warriors, and more than 30 level 3 warriors from the Yuan family who were present at the time. He hadn't gone so far as to wipe out the entire clan. As a level 5 martial arts clan, the Yuan family had deep-rooted heritage and boasted hundreds of warriors at level 3 or higher. Apart from the 2 level 5 warriors killed on the spot, 3 other level 5 warriors and 2/3 of the Yuan family's high-ranking members had survived. Could it be that these remaining high-ranking members of the Yuan family had sent someone to assassinate him in order to avenge their clan head, Yuan Kuan? No. Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. If the Yuan family had sent someone, they wouldn't have dispatched just a level 3 warrior. Moreover, given the Yuan family's current situation with their head assassinated, a third of their elite warriors wiped out, and their assets already being eyed by the other level 5 martial arts clans in Anqing, they were busy figuring out how to deal with those other clans. They simply wouldn't have the time to come after him. That left only one possibility, the Li family. Apart from the Yuan family, Feng had only one remaining enemy in Anqing, the Li family. Well done, Li family. I haven't gone after you, yet you've come to provoke me first. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me, Feng snorted coldly. Feng gripped his rank spear and looked warily toward the door. He would deal with the immediate crisis first, then turn his attention to the Li family. However, resolving the crisis at hand would likely not be so simple. The assassin had already reached the doorstep. It was too late to call for backup. By the time help arrived at his home, he suspected his body would already be cold. Now, he could only rely on himself. A level 3 warrior, Feng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He had now perfected his 3rd rank spear technique and 5th rank agility technique. His physical defense rivaled that of a level 2, 7th Dan warrior, and he was further empowered by the 9th rank cultivation technique, thunder and lightning art. He was eager to see just who was stronger, himself or this level 3 warrior. Today's update is a bit late, but here's a long chapter. There's more coming tonight. Deng Chang, a level 3 warrior assassin from the southeast province, had been paid 10 billion by the Li family to take out Feng. Deng Chang hadn't expected Feng's perception to be so keen. The moment he reached the doorway, Feng had already spotted him. Since that was the case, there was no point in hiding anymore. He was just a high school student at level 1, 7th Dan. He would finish this quickly so he could escape Anqing. Deng Chang drew a flexible sword from his belt as thin as a cicada's wing and exceptionally sharp. The aura of a level 3, 1st Dan cultivator erupted, and terrifying icy power surged from Deng Chang's body as he swung his sword. A cold light flashed, and with a single strike, he sliced the Feng family's front door to pieces. Employing his 2nd grade movement martial art, Deng Chang's body became a blur as he charged into the Feng residence, closing in on Feng. In the living room, Feng, who had been waiting for this moment, snorted coldly. He unleashed the thunder and lightning art, his body enveloped in lightning as if the god of thunder had descended. He swept his spear horizontally, electric sparks flashed along its length, covering a 180-degree arc around him. The strike forced Ding Chang to retreat, and the surrounding furniture, struck by the spear, shattered into pieces in an instant. What tremendous offensive power that's a third-rank martial art! Ding Chang was startled. He hadn't expected Feng to have mastered a third-rank martial art at such a young age. After all, it had taken him years just to master 2 second-rank martial arts. This was interesting. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ding Chang's mouth. So what if the attack was powerful? The gap in their cultivation levels was enormous, something that sheer attack power could never bridge. Ding Chang turned on his heel, his speed surging as he dashed toward the door. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Feng immediately burst into full speed, chasing after Ding Chang. With one fleeing and the other in pursuit, they soon left the Feng family's residential complex and emerged onto a wide boulevard. At that moment, Ding Chang, who was ahead, suddenly stopped. Standing beneath a streetlight, he sneered at Feng. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Was I running away just now? Young man, you're still too green. Back at your place, the space was too confined for me to move freely, and your spear has such a wide range. I was at a huge disadvantage. Now that we're out here, my cultivation is superior to yours. With my agility and speed, I'm more than capable of killing you. Prepare to die. As soon as Ding Chang finished speaking, he swung his slender sword. A cold gleam flashed as he moved with lightning-fast speed, striking at Feng like a venomous snake. Feng remained unperturbed. Being outdoors allowed him to fully exploit his strengths. His spirit snake body art, comparable to a 5th-grade martial art, could only be unleashed to its fullest in such open spaces. Feng executed his evasion technique, effortlessly dodging Ding Chang's attack just as it was about to reach him. That's the spirit snake body art, a 4th-grade upper-tier body art at the perfect realm level. Ding Chang was utterly astonished. The serpentine body art, a 4th-grade upper-tier martial art, was renowned for its extreme difficulty to master and its power, which rivaled that of a 5th-grade martial art. And yet, the young man before him had actually mastered it and reached the perfect realm. Originally, relying on his 2nd-grade agility martial art and his cultivation level, which was higher than Feng's, he should have completely outclassed Feng in terms of speed. But who would have thought that Feng had actually cultivated the spirit snake agility, a technique whose power rivals that of a 5th-grade martial art to the perfect realm. With Feng's level 2, 6th-rank physical attributes, and bolstered by the spirit snake body art, a body art at the perfect realm, his speed was now every bit as good as Ding Chang's, and perhaps even slightly superior. This battle was likely to be a tough one. In terms of offensive power, Feng, armed with the 9th-rank cultivation technique Thunder and Lightning art and the 3rd-rank martial art Thunder Beam Spear, was already his equal. Now that his speed surpasses Ding Chang's as well, how was he supposed to fight this battle? Feng didn't dwell on it for long. After dodging Ding Chang's sword strike, he stomped the ground fiercely and shot forward. Activating the spirit serpent body art, he instantly appeared before Ding Chang, leaving him no time to evade. Feng thrust his long spear forward, and the immense thunder strength from his dantian surged forth, coiling around the spear tip. He unleashed the 3rd-rank martial art, Thunder Glow Spear. Purple lightning flickered from the sharp spear tip, emitting a heart-stopping aura as it lunged toward Ding Chang. Ding Chang instantly felt a chill run from the base of his spine straight to the crown of his head, accompanied by a sense of mortal danger. If he couldn't block this strike, he would die. Ding Chang gritted his teeth, unleashing his full cultivation power. He frantically channeled his martial art, and boundless icy mana surged from his dantian. Frost Sword Art. Ding Chang roared, unleashing this 2nd-rank martial art at its peak level. Streams of icy power coiled around the slender sword in his hand, transforming into a razor-sharp sword light to meet Feng's terrifying thrust. Clang! With a thunderous crash, Ding Chang's slender sword was shattered by Feng's spear thrust. The surrounding icy sword light was obliterated by lightning, and Feng's spear pierced straight through Ding Chang's chest. Ding Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood gushed from his mouth as he slurred, "Your spear is actually an A-grade weapon." Normally, even if Ding Chang couldn't have resisted this thrust, he wouldn't have been pierced right through the chest. The reason for this was entirely because the spear in Feng's hand was an A-class weapon 2 ranks higher than the C-class slender sword Deng Chang wielded. Faced with an A-class spear, the C-class slender sword was easily shattered, resulting in Deng Chang being pierced through the chest.
You're just figuring that out now?
Too late, Feng said indifferently.
The world of the wealthy isn't something you can understand.
With that, Feng pulled the spear straight out.
Put. Deng Chang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply to the ground.
He never would have imagined that, having killed countless people in his life, he would ultimately die at the hands of a wealthy high school student simply because his weapons and equipment were inferior.
He couldn't accept it. It was all the Li family's fault.
They only told him that Feng was a level 1, 5th Dan high school student with a powerful background, but they hadn't mentioned that Feng's actual combat prowess was formidable and that he was also incredibly wealthy.
Damn it, a high school student was actually bullying people with an A-class weapon.
An A-class weapon, worth over 100 billion, that's the kind of thing a level 9 warrior uses.
And a high school student actually had one.
If Feng had known what Deng Chang was thinking before he died, who knows what he would have thought. It's not Feng's fault, though it's all thanks to the martial god. With a single wave of his hand, he handed Feng an infinite card to spend as he pleased. I just wonder if the martial god will burst into tears when he settles the bill for that card at the end of the year. On his very first purchase, Feng spent 5 trillion of the martial goddess funds on just one complete set of 9th grade cultivation techniques, not to mention the 24 martial arts techniques ranging from 4th to 9th grade, which were likely astronomically expensive as well. Moreover, as Feng's cultivation level rises, the resources he'll need will likely become even more staggering, and the places where he'll have to spend money will only keep increasing. Sometimes, Feng actually felt bad for the martial god he unwittingly spent so much of the martial goddess money.
But cultivating and improving one's strength requires money. Feng had no choice.
He could only wait until he became stronger in the future and then gradually repay the martial god for his kindness.
Feng stood before Deng Chang and said coldly, "Did the Li family send you here?"
"Yes." With his last breath, Deng Chang unhesitatingly betrayed the Li family. Facing certain death, he saw no reason to protect the Li family anymore. Even in death, he would drag them down with him. He hated not only Feng but also the Li family. If the Li family hadn't provided him with false intelligence, he wouldn't have come to assassinate Feng unprepared only to meet his end at Feng's hands. As soon as Deng Chang finished speaking, he drew his last breath. If the Li family knew what Deng Chang was thinking before he died, would they cry out in protest? It wasn't that they wouldn't speak up, it was that they didn't know.
Feng's combat prowess was now on par with a level 3 warrior, and he possessed A-class weapons they couldn't even dare to dream of.
Learning from Deng Chang that the Li family was indeed the mastermind behind it all, a cold glint flashed in Feng's eyes.
"Very well, you scum of the Li family. I'm a day late in dealing with you, but you're all so eager to come and die, aren't you? Very well. The moment he emerges from the dungeon will be the Li family's doomsday." There was 1 day left until he entered the dungeon.
He would first go in to boost his strength, then deal with the Li family upon his return.
As a level 4 martial arts clan, the Li family's strongest member was a level 4 warrior.
With Feng's current strength, he could handle a level 3, stage 1 warrior, but taking on a higher ranked level 4 warrior would be a bit of a challenge.
However, Feng isn't worried.
At his current rate of growth, gaining 1 rank every 3 days, he'll soon possess the strength to defeat a level 4 warrior. For now, he'll bide his time, enter the dungeon to level up, and seek revenge once he emerges. In fact, Feng could easily leverage his situation by calling Huang Anguo or Ling Tian and asking them to step in and deal with the Li family on his behalf. But Feng didn't want to do that. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to bother others or constantly have them step in on his behalf. Doing so would make him no different from the spoiled brats of those martial arts clans, people who, when faced with problems, only know how to rely on their family's influence to bully others, lacking any fighting spirit. If this continued, it would erode the sharpness, fierceness, and fearless courage within him, fostering a habit of dependence on others. He believed this was precisely why the martial god wouldn't let him follow in his footsteps, to let him venture out on his own and develop independently, relying on his own strength to forge his own path. This was the correct path for a peerless genius to take. Fong called the renovation company since the front door and living room furniture had just been smashed to pieces. The place needed a complete overhaul. Then, Fong arrived at the trading hall in Ansheng, intending to buy a gun. This time, he wasn't looking for a long spear, the kind of cold weapon, but rather a hot weapon, an energy gun. That day on the sports field, Fong had seen the military warriors use energy guns to take out the Yuan family members in just a few shots. He was truly envious of that kind of firepower. Especially the warrior standing beside Hongyu, who was holding a sniper rifle from a great distance. He blew Yuan Kuan's palm to pieces with a single shot, and finally killed both Yuan Kuan and another level 5 warrior from the Yuan family with just 2 shots. Standing at the counter in the trading hall, Fong said to the staff member, "I want to buy a hot weapon and energy gun. Do you have any recommendations?" When the staff member saw it was Fong, she was as thrilled as if she'd seen her own father, her tone brimming with excitement. Just a few days ago, Fong had bought a whole bunch of priceless items in one go at the trading hall, and all those orders would count toward her sales performance. Now that she saw Fong coming back to shop, she was overjoyed. Fong was practically her cash cow. By the way, prioritize quality over price. I'm not short on money. Fong waved her hand dismissively, speaking with the carefree air of a wealthy patron. At that moment, in a Tier 1 dungeon in Huaxia, the martial god was discussing matters with a group of bigwigs when he suddenly sneezed. The martial god was a bit puzzled. Had he caught a cold? What the martial god didn't know was that, in the Anqing trading hall, another massive charge was about to be added to his unlimited card. The culprit, Fong, was currently listening intently as a staff member introduced the different types of thermal energy guns. The staff member explained earnestly, "Sir, thermal energy weapons are generally divided into 4 categories. First, sniper rifles with long range and high damage. Second, rifles with medium range and high damage. Third, submachine guns with medium range, high damage, high rate of fire, and large magazine capacity. Fourth, pistols with short range and medium damage, though they're easy to carry." Listening to the staff member's explanation, Fong began to ponder. The first category, sniper rifles with their long range and high firepower, seemed like a good choice. They could take down an opponent from a great distance. The second category, rifles with their medium range and high firepower, was rather average. He'd be better off choosing a sniper rifle than a standard rifle. The third category, submachine guns with their medium range, high firepower, rapid rate of fire, and large magazine capacity, was also a solid choice. Category 4 pistols have medium range and medium firepower, so they're basically not worth considering. After careful consideration, Fong decided to purchase a Category 1 sniper rifle and a Category 3 submachine gun. "How much are the sniper rifle and submachine gun?" Fong asked. "Sir, energy guns are classified differently from other weapons. They're divided into levels 1 through 9. Due to limitations in science and technology, the strongest energy guns currently available are only level 9. A level 9 energy gun can handle level 9 monsters," the staff member replied. "Energy guns are ranked from level 1 to level 9. So, for levels 4 through 9, give me one of the highest quality submachine guns and sniper rifles from each level," Fong declared boldly. The clerk swallowed hard and asked cautiously, "Sir, are you sure you want one of the highest quality submachine guns and sniper rifles from levels 4 through 9, one from each level?" He was once again taken aback by Fong's boldness. As long-range lethal weapons, energy guns cost more than 10 times as much as other melee weapons. A top-quality grade A weapon might cost only a few $100 billion, but even the lowest quality level 9 energy gun would cost several trillion. Moreover, energy gun ammunition is extremely expensive. A single round costs at least $1 million at the low end, and the most expensive ones can cost hundreds of millions each. Using an energy gun is practically a money pit every single time. It's not something the average person can afford. This is also why many warriors prefer to use cold weapons rather than energy guns. "Of course," Fong replied firmly. "Do I look like someone who can't afford it?" Fong silently cursed the clerk for being clueless. This wasn't his first time shopping here, and the clearly had no idea of Fong's financial resources. No, the staff member immediately backtracked, then recommended 2 of the highest quality energy rifles to Fong. The Godslayer is the most powerful and longest-range sniper rifle available, with an effective range of up to 10,000 meters. Its destructive power can easily penetrate the defenses of monsters one tier higher than itself. In other words, a level 4 Godslayer sniper rifle can penetrate the defenses of a level 5 monster. However, both the price of a Godslayer sniper rifle and a single Godslayer sniper rifle bullet are the highest among all sniper rifle types. But that wasn't a problem for Feng for him. Now that he thought about it, that was completely unrealistic. Not to mention that a level 4 warrior's speed could reach hundreds of meters per second, and their neural reaction speed was extremely fast. They sensed the danger the moment the gun fired and dodged the bullet in advance. Furthermore, if a level 1 warrior were to use a level 4 energy gun themselves, they'd be killed by the recoil before they even had a chance to take down the level 4 warrior. So, relying on an energy gun to challenge opponents of a higher level was completely unrealistic. After purchasing the energy guns and ammunition, Feng returned home and immediately stored all 12 energy guns and every round of ammunition in his system space. This would serve as his secret weapon. Once his cultivation advanced another 2 stages and he mastered the first level of the Blood Goddess' indestructible body, his physical defense would rival that of a level 3 warrior. At that point, he'll be able to withstand the recoil of a level 4 sniper rifle, and using one to take out a level 4 warrior will be a piece of cake. The Li family's strongest members are level 4 warriors. As long as Feng uses the sniper rifle to take out the Li family's 3 level 4 warriors from a distance, the rest of the Li family will be at his mercy. This sniper rifle is truly a grand gift Feng has prepared for the Li family. Once he emerges from the dungeon, he'll make sure the Li family gets a proper taste of it. End of Chapter 4. To be continued tomorrow. The next day. All students from the 20 high schools in Anqing who had ranked in the top 300 in the competition for dungeon slots were summoned. They were personally escorted to the dungeon by Huang Anhua, the director of the Education Bureau. The dungeon that Feng and his group were about to enter was the 9-star dungeon, one of the top 10 level 3 dungeons in the Southeast Province. The 9-star dungeon was not located in Anqing, but in Shun City, one of the 10 major cities in the Southeast Province. As one of Huaxia's 30 major provinces, the Southeast Province comprised 10 major cities and 9 smaller cities. Shun City ranked among the top 3 in the province, with a population 5 times that of Anqing and overall warrior strength superior to Anqing's. The students set to enter the 9-star dungeon this. Next, I will announce the specific details regarding this dungeon entry, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau continued. Once the dungeon opens, you will be able to remain inside for 20 days. When those 20 days are up, you must emerge from the dungeon no matter what. If you fail to exit, the entrance will close, and you will be trapped inside until the next time the dungeon is opened. I must remind you that humanity has not yet fully mastered the dungeon and cannot open it at will. We don't know when the next opening will be, it could be ages from now. Opening the dungeon comes at a tremendous cost, so those entering this time should make sure to exit as soon as the time is up to avoid being trapped inside and missing this year's college entrance exams. Furthermore, once the dungeon's entrance closes, many unknown dangers will emerge within it. If you become trapped, your safety cannot be guaranteed, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau warns solemnly. I hope everyone will exit on time and not get trapped inside the dungeon. Feng understood the authorities' concerns. The students present were all the cream of the crop. If even 100 or 2 were trapped inside the dungeon, it would be a massive loss for the Southeast Province. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the crowd and said, inside the dungeon, the concentration of mana is 10 times that of the outside world. 1 day of cultivation there is equivalent to 10 days of cultivation outside. Furthermore, the dungeon contains numerous rare treasures and natural resources capable of rapidly enhancing your cultivation, as well as legacy left behind by ancient warriors and warriors from other realms. There are countless opportunities and blessings to be found. What opportunities you gain upon entering the dungeon depends entirely on your own destiny. All the students were extremely excited. If they could obtain the legacy of some ancient powerhouse within the dungeon, they would surely rise to the top upon emerging, becoming the cream of the crop. Even if they couldn't obtain a powerful warrior's legacy, having incredible luck in the dungeon and finding a few rare treasures capable of boosting cultivation would still be a major stroke of fortune, causing their strength to skyrocket. It's important. He couldn't wait to sit down and begin cultivation. However, Fong didn't do that. His goal for entering the dungeon this time was far more than just cultivation. He intended to try his luck, exploring the dungeon to see if he could find any rare treasures capable of rapidly boosting his cultivation, or perhaps discover the legacy of some ancient powerhouse which would make him rich beyond his wildest dreams. Fong gripped his rank spear and scanned his surroundings warily. Although the dungeon offered countless opportunities, it was also fraught with unknown dangers, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Fong sprinted through the dungeon, breaking away from the main group to venture into the dungeon alone in search of opportunities. When it comes to seeking out such opportunities, being in a large group is a hassle. Even if you find something, others will covet it. It's better to go it alone. Fong ran through the dungeon by himself. Suddenly, a young girl's voice called out from behind him, "Fong, wait a minute." Hearing this, Fong turned to look behind him and saw a young girl running toward him. She was tall, with a curvaceous figure. Her bust and hips were particularly striking. Despite her young age, she was already well developed, and her beauty was breathtaking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a fairy. She was truly a heavenly beauty. The girl's name was Ai Ling. Like Fong, she was from Anqing and was the star student of Class A at number 9 high school, the school's true campus queen and goddess. Back during the preliminary assessment, Ai Ling had ranked second, and her cultivation had now reached level 1, 9th Dan. She called out to him. He wondered what she wanted. "Is there something you need?" Fong stopped in his tracks and looked at Ai Ling. "In the dungeon, can I along with you?" Ai Ling asked softly. Fong was now considered a prominent figure in Anqing with a rare grade peak tier talent, backed by 3 influential figures in the city, and possessing exceptional combat prowess that allowed him to fight opponents of higher levels. He was the perfect companion for a journey through the dungeon. Moreover, since both Fong and she were from Anqing and attended the same school, she felt more at ease asking him. Long chapter, more to come tonight. Follow me. Fong was a bit taken aback. It's a second-tier monster, the Scarlet Flame Lizard. It has thick, tough skin and can breathe fire to attack. It's extremely difficult to deal with, Fong said, watching the lizard. Ai Ling nodded solemnly and said, "It seems, for example, this second-grade blood spirit flower in his hand could help him absorb the essence blood of 20 monsters. Normally, it would take him 10 days to absorb the essence blood of 20 monsters, but with this blood spirit flower, he could complete the Alright, Ai Ling nodded excitedly. The two then began refining the rare treasures in the valley. Fong took out 20 portions of monster essence blood from his system space and, using the blood spirit flower, began cultivating the blood god. The blood goddess' indestructible body has advanced further. His physical defense is now on par with level 2, 9th Dan. Once his cultivation level rises by 1 more rank, his physical defense will rival that of a level 3 warrior, at which point he'll be able to use a level 4 energy gun and handle even level 4 monsters. Of course, the strongest monsters in this dungeon are only comparable to level 4 monsters. That's all for today's update. Take a guess, is Ai Ling the female lead? Over the past 3 days, Ai Ling has found dozens of rare treasures. After absorbing them, her cultivation has broken through to level 2, stage 1. This is the benefit of following Fong. All the rare treasures the two have found these past few days have been guarded by powerful monsters. There were quite a few level 2 monsters among them. Fong would take on the powerful monsters and claim the high-quality rare treasures, while she dealt with the lower-level monsters and took the treasures Fong deemed unworthy. Although they weren't as good as Fong's, at least there was no danger. Although Fong wouldn't help her, whenever they encountered powerful monsters, Fong would go and slay them to obtain the rare treasures, so she naturally wouldn't have to face them. Just then, ahead of Fong, 2 figures appeared, walking toward the pair. They were also students from Anqing number 9 high school. Fong recognized them as Fong Wu, who had ranked first in his grade during the school's first diagnostic exam, and Tang Xian, a top-tier student from Class A. Fong Wu was very well known at Anqing number 9 high school, a true top student. Currently at level 2, stage 2, he had already mastered a second-grade offensive martial art and a first-grade evasion martial art to perfection. His strength was exceptionally high for someone at level 2, stage 2. He even had the power to stand up to level 2, stage 3 monsters. The other student, Tang Xian, is also quite strong, at level 2, stage 1. Like AI Ling, he has cultivated one first-grade offensive martial art and one first-grade agility martial art to the minor mastery level. Since Fang Wu and Tang Xian are in the same class, they agreed to travel together in the dungeon to watch each other's backs. After all, the dungeon is rife with dangers and competition. While facing these dangers, they must also compete with 10,000 other students for opportunities and rare treasures. These 10,000 students come from 10 cities and 9 towns across the Southeast Province, representing over 500 different high schools. They team up with classmates from their own schools to watch out for one another and stay safer. After 3 days of exploring the dungeon, Fang Wu and Tang Xian had obtained quite a few rare treasures and both saw improvements in their cultivation. The two discovered a primeval forest teeming with rare treasures, but it was also guarded by a vast number of monsters. Many students from other high schools had already formed teams to enter the forest, hunt monsters, and vie for the treasures. Fang Wu and Tang Xian also wanted to find a few people they knew to team up with, hunt monsters, and acquire rare treasures. As they searched the area, they spotted AI Ling, the goddess of number 9 high school in Foam, who had recently become extremely famous at the school. They walked over to the two, intending to invite them to join their team and enter the primeval forest in search of rare treasures. Seeing the two approaching, Foam was a bit puzzled. Why were they coming toward him? Fang Wu got straight to the point. Foam, we've discovered a primeval forest up ahead. It's full of rare treasures, but there are also plenty of monsters. So we'd like to invite the two of you to team up with us. We'll hunt monsters and split the loot based on contribution. What do you say? Hearing this, Foam felt a bit tempted. He and AI Ling had also heard about this primeval forest over the past couple of days. In recent days, many high school students who had entered the dungeon had been looking for others to team up with, hoping to find rare treasures. Although the primeval forest was rich in rare treasures, it also harbored countless unknown dangers and countless powerful monsters. Going in with others was much safer than going in alone. AI Ling, you two should think it over. Lately, a lot of students have been teaming up to go in, and their results have been pretty good. If we go early, we can find more rare treasures. If we wait too long, others will snap them all up, Tang Xian said. We're from the same high school, we should stick together in the dungeon to maximize our gains. Tang Xian didn't look at Feng. In his view, Feng's cultivation level was at level 1, 8th dan 2 dan lower than his own, so he didn't consider him worth inviting. Although rumors had been circulating at school recently that Feng possessed a rare grade peak tier talent and exceptional combat prowess, he didn't believe them. In Tang Xian's eyes, only what he saw with his own eyes was real. He believed that the only reason Feng could stir up such a commotion at number 9 high school was because he had 3 level 6 warriors backing him up, allowing him to sail through everything smoothly. He looked down on people who relied on others' support to lord it over others. Upon hearing this, AI Ling glanced at Feng, feeling somewhat tempted. However, she had to consider Feng's opinion. He was the linchpin of their duo. If Feng didn't agree to team up, she wouldn't go either. Alright, Feng nodded. Then the 4 of us will form a party and go in to explore. Great, Fang Wu said with a smile upon seeing Feng's agreement. There's no time to waste, let us set out right now. Fang Wu, before we go in, we need to make one thing clear: the rare treasures we obtain will be distributed based on merit. Whoever kills the most monsters gets the largest share. Tang Xian spoke calmly, glancing at Feng as he said, that way, we can avoid any unpleasantness later on if someone takes issue with the distribution and tries to pressure us by bringing up the mayor or the director of the education bureau. Tang Xian's words carried a subtle jab at Feng. In his view, Feng had the lowest cultivation level among the 4. He was the only level 1 warrior. He could likely only handle level 1 monsters, whereas the other 3 were all level 2 warriors, capable of taking on much stronger monsters. Based on the distribution of merits, Feng would naturally receive fewer rare treasures than the other 3. The fear was that if Feng felt he'd been shortchanged, he might use the mayor and the director of the education bureau to pressure them into giving him a larger share. After all, everyone knew that Feng had the backing of the mayor and the director of the education bureau. A cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes as he said, "Are you mocking me? Do you think I take advantage of everyone?" Tang Xian replied calmly, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just laying out the facts up front. It's for everyone's own good so we don't end up at each other's throats later, which would be bad for all of us. We're just ordinary students, we can't afford to offend bigwigs like the mayor and the director of the education bureau." The implication was clear, and the sarcasm was thick. Ai Ling was a bit annoyed and said, "Tang Xian, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting Feng will take advantage of us? Let me tell you, Feng is so that 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Put away your petty thoughts. Not even 10 of me would be enough. I hope he really is that good, otherwise, he'll just drag us down," Tang Xian said dismissively. Feng Wu was a bit annoyed and snapped, "Tang Xian, shut your mouth. We're teaming up to hunt monsters, not for you to mock others and feel superior. If you don't want to go, just leave, we won't force you." Feng Wu had a straightforward personality and didn't like hearing sarcastic remarks. Since he'd chosen to form a 4-person team, he naturally expected them to stick together. The fact that Tang Xian had started mocking Feng even before they entered, using Feng to make himself look good, really annoyed him. "I was just telling the truth. If you don't like hearing it, I'll stop," Tang Xian said coolly, though he was somewhat intimidated by Feng Wu. Feng Wu was 1 rank higher than him and extremely powerful. Although they were a party entering the primeval forest, they would mainly have to rely on Feng Wu, so Tang Xian naturally didn't want to get on the wrong side of him. Feng looked at Tang Xian and said calmly, "Rest assured, we'll distribute the rewards according to contribution. I won't take a single point that doesn't belong to me." Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with such a petty person. Doing so would only diminish his own magnanimity. He'd simply prove him wrong with his strength once they entered the primeval forest. Feng could now easily slay monsters below level 3, stage 3 for him. Taking down level 2 monsters was a piece of cake. Among the other 3 in the party, Feng Wu, the strongest of them, could handle monsters up to level 2, stage 3 at most. Tang Xian was worried he might take advantage of them, but in the end, it remained to be seen who would actually come out on top. "Let us go," Feng Wu said. Immediately, the 4 set off toward the primeval forest ahead. Recently, many students had been forming groups to enter the primeval forest, so the 4 chose a relatively secluded route to avoid the crowds. That way, they'd have a better chance of finding more rare treasures. Shortly after entering the primeval forest, the 4 discovered several rare treasures, all of the first-grade variety, guarded by level 1 monsters. Tang Xian took the lead and swiftly disposed of all the level 1 monsters. With his cultivation at level 2, stage 1, dealing with level 1 monsters was a breeze. Every time he finished off a level 1 monster, Tang Xian would unconsciously glance at Feng, a mix of showing off, smugness, and a hint of disdain. Feng acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, not bothering to take it seriously. "Just wait until we encounter stronger monsters, that's when you'll really be crying." After exploring the primeval forest for another hour, the 4 of them harvested several more first-grade rare treasures. Their efficiency was much higher here than in other areas outside the forest. Outside the primeval forest, it would take several hours to find a single rare treasure. Here, they could find several in just 1 hour. Just then, Ai Ling clapped her hands over her mouth and gasped, "What's that?" "A mid-tier 2nd-grade rare treasure, the Earthlingji." The other 3 were startled by her words and followed her gaze. Sure enough, they spotted a mid-tier 2nd-grade Earthlingji growing beneath a large tree ahead. A single mid-tier 2nd-grade rare treasure was worth far more than the combined value of the 7 or 8 first-grade rare treasures they obtained earlier. The 4 began to breathe heavily, eager to get their hands on this Earthlingji. Suddenly, hiss! The sound of a hissing tongue rang out. From the large tree behind the Earthlingji, a level 2, stage 5 monster, a black-striped python, glared at the 4 with a ferocious glint in its eyes. If the 4 dared to take even a single step forward, the black-striped python would not hesitate to take their lives. "Oh no, it's a stage 5 monster's black-striped python. I'm afraid we're no match for it," Feng Wu said with a grave expression. Currently, he was the most powerful among the 4, at level 2, stage 2. With the support of 1 level 2, grade 2 offensive martial art and 1 level 1, grade 1 agility martial art, he could handle a level 2, stage 3 monsters. But he was no match for the black-striped python standing before them. What should we do? If we're no match for the black-striped python, are we just going to stand by and let this earth spirit Lingji slip away? Tang Xian said, sounding somewhat reluctant. AI Ling looked at Feng. Over the past 3 days with him, she had come to understand his combat prowess. Feng could easily handle all monsters below level 3. This black-striped python, however, was no match for Feng. Feng might be able to get his hands on this earth spirit Lingji. At that moment, Feng looked at Tang Xian and said calmly, "Weren't you being so brave just now? You were the first to charge at the monsters when you saw them. Why aren't you going for it now?" "You." Tang Xian's face darkened as he retorted, "This is a level 2, stage 5 monster. Do you want me to get myself killed?" "Even if I'm too scared to step up and take on this black-striped python, I'm still better than certain people who only know how to make snide remarks," Feng retorted. "At least I've been hunting monsters this whole time, unlike a certain someone who has just been standing on the sidelines watching the show. If you've got what it takes, go take on this black-striped python yourself. If you don't dare, then stop blabbering nonsense here." "Fine, I'll take it on. Watch closely," Feng said calmly. With that, he walked alone toward the black-striped python ahead. A look of excitement flashed in AI Ling. He unleashed the 3rd rank martial art, Thunder Glow Spear. The sharp spearhead pulsed with purple lightning, emitting a heart-stopping aura as it lunged toward the black-striped python's vital point. The black-striped python instantly felt a chill run from the base of its spine straight to the crown of its head, and a sense of mortal danger washed over it. If that spear struck its vital point, it would die. The black-striped python suddenly unleashed its full power. Black demonic energy erupted from its body, and boundless whirlwind energy swirled around it. The black-striped python's massive tail lashed out, the whirlwind energy coiling around it. In an instant, it became like a black whip, shattering the air as it met Feng's terrifying thrust. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the black-striped python's tail was shattered by Feng's spear thrust. The surrounding whirlwinds were obliterated by lightning, and Feng's spear pierced straight through the black-striped python's vital spot. Incredulity filled the black-striped python's eyes. Its muscular tail had actually been shattered by a single thrust from the human before it. What immense strength would it take to accomplish such a feat? This human was practically on par with a level 3 monster. Its strength was truly terrifying. Despite being pierced through its vital point by the spear, the black-striped python did not die immediately. Instead, it opened its blood-stained maw and lunged at Feng. Feng unleashed his 9th rank cultivation technique, the Thunder and Lightning art. Surrounded by lightning, he leaped forward and thrust his spear downward from mid-air. Thud! Blood spattered everywhere. Feng's spear pierced right through the black-striped python's gaping maw, pinning it to the ground. Its massive body rolled and convulsed dozens of times before it finally died. Behind him, Tang Xian and Feng Wu stood completely dumbfounded at the sight. "Damn, he is so strong." Feng Wu had been about to rush over to help Feng, but before he could even act, the black-striped python had already been killed by Feng's 2 thrusts. Is this the true extent of Feng's power? Effortlessly slaying a level 2, 5th rank monster. No wonder he took first place in the dungeon slot competition. His reputation is well deserved. Tang Xian felt a bit awkward now. He'd been mocking Feng the whole time, thinking Feng would take advantage of them, but now it seemed he was the one who'd taken advantage of Feng. Now, thinking back on what he'd said earlier, Tang Xian couldn't help but wish the ground would swallow him whole. It was too ironic. AI Ling, however, wasn't dwelling on it. She gazed at Feng with admiration in her eyes. So strong, so handsome. He is still so cool. A level 2, rank 5 monster, taken down with just 2 shots. Second update, there's more today. Feng paid no attention to the 3 of them as he pulled his spear out of the black-striped python's mouth. He bent down and dug up the mid-grade, 2nd rank earth spirit Lingji from the ground. This earth spirit Lingji was of excellent quality, far superior to the blood spirit flower he'd obtained earlier, and would help him absorb the essence blood of 30 monsters. AI Ling walked over to Feng and him, that was amazing. Feng Wu also chimed in, I never would ve thought your true combat strength was this formidable, Feng. With you here, we're bound to come away with a bountiful harvest from this expedition into the primeval forest. Fong chuckled, now that we're in the primeval forest, I'll take you all on a wild ride. Great! Great! AI Ling exclaimed excitedly. Tang Xian stood silently to the side. He didn't dare say a word. He'd been mocking Fong all along, yet now he had to rely on him. Fong didn't hold it against him. It was already generous of him not to kick Tang Xian out of the group. The four continued exploring the primeval forest in search of rare treasures. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over those 2 days, the four made quite a bountiful harvest, collecting a total of over 600 rare herbs and treasures. Among them was one that was nearly a third-grade rare herb and treasure, guarded by a level 2, 9th rank monster that Fong had slain. This once again allowed Fong Wu and Tang Xian to witness Feng's terrifying strength. The four had now reached the depths of the primeval forest, where high-grade rare treasures were most abundant. As they explored their surroundings, they heard the sounds of a struggle coming from the edge of a cliff ahead, so they made their way toward it. Just as they approached the cliff's edge, they caught a whiff of an incredibly rich fragrance, the scent emitted by high-grade rare treasures when they reach maturity, which was truly refreshing. The four stepped forward to take a closer look. At the edge of the cliff, dozens of purple spirit fruits hung from a massive vine. One of the purple spirit fruits already bore 3 spirit patterns, indicating that its grade had reached that of a third-grade natural treasure. The remaining 30-odd purple spirit fruits also bore 2 spirit patterns, indicating that their grade had reached the high-tier second-grade natural treasure level. The four were thrilled. There were actually dozens of high-grade natural treasures right here on the edge of the cliff. Beside the purple spirit fruits, a small squad of students was battling a group of monsters they were tasked with guarding. A pack of wolf demons guarded the vine bearing this purple spirit fruit. The 2 strongest among them, the wolf kings, had cultivation levels reaching level 2, stage 7. The remaining wolf demons included 7 or 8 at level 2 and over a dozen at level 1, all currently besieging this warrior squad. This warrior squad consisted of students from Shun City First High School, one of the 10 cities in the Southeast Province. The squad consists of 6 members, all with cultivation levels at level 2, stage 4, or higher. Their leader, the strongest among them, has actually reached level 2, stage 7. Of the remaining 5 squad members, 2 are at level 2, stage 6, 2 at level 2, stage 5, and 1 at level 2, stage 4. The 5 are currently locked in a fierce battle with the wolf pack. The leader is currently fighting the 2 level 2, stage 7 wolf kings of the pack and is at a disadvantage. It won't be long before he is defeated. The team leader's name was Qiao Yi, a student in Class A at Shun City First High School. Students from Shun City generally had stronger overall abilities than those from Ansheng. Although Qiao Yi's level 2, 7th Dan cultivation placed him in the upper middle tier of Class A at Shun City First High School, he was not among the very best. Spotting Fong and the others at the edge of the cliff, Qiao Yi said, "Fellow students, could you lend a hand, so we can all work together to kill the wolf pack and split the purple spirit fruits equally among us?" Upon hearing this, Fong replied, "Sure." The 4 of them charged down the cliff's edge and began battling the wolf pack. Among the wolves were many level 1 monsters. AI Ling and Tang Xian focused their attacks on these level 1 monsters. Fong Wu, wielding his long halberd, charged toward the level 2 wolf demons. Fong, meanwhile, walked toward the 2 wolf kings currently battling Qiao Yi. "Step back," Fong said to Qiao Yi. With that, Feng's figure flickered like a serpent, instantly teleporting in front of the male wolf king. He swept his spear in a 180-degree arc, sending the wolf king flying backward. With Feng taking some of the pressure off, Qiao Yi immediately found himself in a much easier position. These 2 beasts are extremely cunning and work well together. "Be careful," Qiao Yi said to Feng. With that, he charged at the female wolf king. "It's fine," Feng replied calmly. Just then, the male wolf king maneuvered nimbly, circling behind Feng and lunging at him. His wolf claws glinted with a cold light, sharp as daggers, capable of easily tearing a human body to shreds. Feng snorted coldly, spun around, and lashed out with his spear. His speed was as swift as lightning, and a flash of lightning flickered at the tip of the spear. In an instant, he slashed a massive gash across the male wolf king's jaw. Lightning, brimming with destructive strength, raged across the wound's surface, sending the male wolf king flying backward until he crashed into a large tree. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, snapped in an instant and collapsed to the ground. Feng now possessed 18 metric tons of strength, comparable to a level 2, 7th Dan warrior. A full force thrust naturally carried boundless power. Blood trickled from the male wolf king's mouth as he glared at Feng with venom in his eyes. He let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens and lunged madly. Feng and Xiaoyi looked around. With the addition of Tang Xian, Feng Wu, and Ai Ling, the 5-member squad had already eliminated all the surrounding wolves. The 5 members of Xiaoyi's squad consisted of 2 at level 2, stage 6, 2 at level 2, stage 5, and 1 at level 2, stage 4, making for a very strong overall team. With the help of Ai Ling, Feng Wu, and Tang Xian, they were naturally able to easily eliminate the wolf pack. Feng spoke up, "Now that the wolf pack has been dealt with, we should discuss the distribution of the purple spirit fruits." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the dozens of purple spirit fruits ahead, especially the one that had reached the 3rd grade. Whoever among them consumed it would likely see their cultivation level rise by 1 segment immediately. Xiaoyi smiled slightly and said, "It is indeed time to distribute the purple spirit fruits. You 4 did play a small part in dealing with the wolf pack this time. Monster materials might fetch a few million on the open market, but rare natural treasures, the kind you can't buy even with money, are the truly priceless ones." For Xiaoyi to think he could fob them off with these monster materials was nothing short of delusional. "You disagree?" Xiaoyi's expression turned cold as he looked at Feng. The 5 people beside him also suddenly changed their expressions, fixing cold stares on Feng Wu, Tang Xian, and Ai Ling. "Oof. You're nothing but a bunch of trash. 1 level 1, 8th rank, 2 level 2, 1st rank, and 1 level 2, 2nd rank. Giving you these monster materials is me doing you a favor. Don't be ungrateful." Xiaoyi's voice was icy. "If you piss me off, I won't give you any of these monster materials at all." "Fine, don't give them to us. Do you really think we care about these monster materials? Kill us? You've got some nerve, kid. I'd like to see how you're going to kill us." Xiaoyi barked coldly, charging at Feng with his greatsword in hand. Although Feng's cultivation was only at level 1, 8th Dan, Xiaoyi did not underestimate him. Feng had just slain the Wolf King. His strength was hardly any weaker than Xiaoyi's. As Xiaoyi charged at Feng, the other 5 members of his squad formed a circle, sealing off Feng on all sides to prevent him from escaping. Since Feng was so bold as to boast that he would kill them, they would let him see just how formidable they were. A blood-red glow flickered on the long sword in Xiaoyi's hand as he unleashed a 2nd-grade agility martial art and charged at Feng. This agility martial art was called Phantom Agility. He had cultivated it for 3 years and had now reached the pinnacle of mastery. As he closed in on Feng, Xiaoyi unleashed a terrifying burst of mana, his vitality boiling. Mana and vitality coiled around his. Feng's terrifying thrust instantly shattered the blood slaughter blade, and the blue lightning obliterated its vitality blade aura. Xiaoyi's long blade was knocked from his grasp. His body was sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body writhing in convulsions as arcs of lightning danced around him. He was severely injured. Xiaoyi. Seeing Xiaoyi knocked back by a single spear thrust, one of the remaining 5, a 2nd rank, 6th Dan practitioner, roared. This man's name was Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang gripped a long spear and instantly lunged at Feng. Red flames burned along the spear's shaft. It appeared to be a formidable spear technique, also of the 2nd rank. Feng snorted coldly, unleashing a surge of aura as arcs of lightning swirled around his body, making him look like the god of thunder descending. Feng activated his 4th-grade agility. What was going on? Xiaoyi, a level 2, 7th Dan cultivator, and Zhou Xiang, a level 2, 6th Dan cultivator, both had been instantly killed the moment they charged forward, without even a chance to fight back. How were they supposed to fight like this? Without hesitation, the 4 scattered in different directions, abandoning the purple spirit fruit. Compared to their lives, everything else was meaningless. Feng's gaze was terrifying. He showed no mercy when killing, ruthless beyond measure. If they stayed any longer, Feng would likely kill them all to ensure the problem was eradicated completely. Where do you think you're going? Feng snorted coldly as he fired his spear forward. A cold gleam flashed, piercing through space and directly piercing the heart of a figure who had just escaped a few dozen meters ahead, killing him instantly. Feng looked at the three fleeing in other directions and chose one path to pursue the level 2. Xiaoyi looked at Feng as if he were a demon. He never expected Feng to be this powerful. Feng had defeated him with a single move. The fight against the Wolf King hadn't even been a fraction of Feng's true strength. If he'd known Feng was this powerful, he would never have dared to provoke him. But it was too late for regrets now. Feng had already killed 3 people. He certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. In your next life, don't mess with me, Feng said indifferently. After dealing with Xiaoyi, Feng and his 3 companions picked all the purple spirit fruits and began distributing them. Feng, having contributed the most, received 15 purple spirit fruits, including the 3rd grade one. Next were Feng Wu and Ai Ling, who each received 10 purple spirit fruits, while Tang Xian only got 5. Tang Xian was nothing more than a bystander when faced with the threat from Shunshi. Shi Yun, on the other hand, belonged to the very elite tier. He was ranked first in Shunshi No. 1 high school in terms of strength, with a cultivation level of Tier 3, Stage 1. He had cultivated 2 second-grade martial arts techniques to perfection, and even when facing Tier 3, Stage 2 monsters, he was capable of holding his own. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Shi Yun looked down and asked calmly, "Where are they?" One of the 2 who had just escaped from Feng's clutches replied, "They were here a moment ago, but they must have fled by now." Xiaoyi, Zhou Chunshang, and Zhang Ke, they were all killed by them. The speaker was Lu Wen, his tone tinged with sorrow. He and Xiaoyi, Zhou Chunshang, and Zhang Ke had all been classmates and were close friends. He never imagined that the 4 of them would meet their end in the dungeon. A cold glint flashed in Shi Yun's eyes as he said, his cultivation had advanced by 1 stage, reaching level 2, Stage 2, which thrilled him immensely. If not for Feng, he would never have been able to obtain so many rare treasures. Unfortunately, such an opportunity only comes once. It would likely be hard to encounter again in the future. Just then, a group of people immediately surrounded him, led by Lu Wen, one of the 2 who had escaped from the cliff's edge the day before. From yesterday until now, Lu Wen and his group had been searching everywhere for Feng and his companions, but to no avail. Little did they expect to stumble upon Tang Xian. That was fine, it saved them a lot of trouble. Once they found Feng and his group, it would be the end for them. For daring to kill students from Shunshi No. 1 high school, they would soon show Feng exactly what cruelty meant. Led by Qi Yun, dozens of students from Shunshi No. 1 high school followed Tang Xian toward the valley in search of Feng. Over the course of that day and night, Feng had used all the rare natural treasures he'd obtained to cultivate the blood goddess' indestructible body, which he had now fully absorbed. During the 3 days they'd been in the primeval forest, Feng would still take advantage of bathroom breaks to secretly enter the system space to cultivate and improve his cultivation level. As for his cultivation level, he didn't need rare natural treasures to improve it. As long as he entered the system space once a day, he could steadily increase his cultivation. Feng has now successfully advanced his cultivation to level 1, 9th Dan. Furthermore, thanks to the rare treasures obtained over these 3 days, he has also completed the first tier of his blood goddess indestructible body. Open status panel. Host, Feng. Cultivation level, level 1, 9th Dan 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 1900 level 2, 8th Dan. Vitality, 19,000 level 2, 8th Dan. Speed, 190 ms level 2, 8th Dan. Strength, 19T level 2, 7th Dan. Physical defense, level 3, 2nd Dan. Remaining entries into system space, 0. Having completed the cultivation of the blood goddess indestructible body, Feng's physical defense is now comparable to that of a level 3, 2nd Dan warrior. Currently, he still has 15 purple spirit fruits left to consume. Consuming purple spirit fruits can rapidly boost one's cultivation level. In particular, a 3rd-grade purple spirit fruit can directly raise an ordinary level 1 warrior's cultivation by 1 rank. However, as a 5-star super warrior, Feng requires an enormous amount of energy for his physical breakthrough. A single 3rd-grade purple spirit fruit would likely not be enough. Therefore, Feng has prepared 15 of them, intending to consume them all at once to raise his cultivation to level 2, rank 1.
Fong recalled that when he broke through from pre-warrior to level 1 warrior, his strength had skyrocketed. He wondered if his strength would surge again during this breakthrough. Moreover, the first time he cultivated his body unlock rate to 100%, which corresponds to level 1, stage 1 of an ordinary warrior, the system automatically updated once, increasing the time he could train in the system space from 20 days to 1 month. Fong wondered if the system might automatically update every time he advanced a level. The reason the system didn't update when he advanced from a 150% body unlock rate to level 1, stage 1 super warrior was that it had already updated once when his body unlock rate reached 100%. Therefore, it wouldn't update again until he broke through to level 2 warrior. Fong looked forward to it in secret. Without hesitation, Fong swallowed a purple spirit fruit and began his breakthrough. As soon as he swallowed the purple spirit fruit, its immense potency exploded within his body. The second volume of the Thunder and Lightning art began to circulate, and under the guidance of the technique, the terrifying potency started surging through Fong's meridians. To break through from level 1, 9th Dan to level 2, 1st Dan, he needed to refine the meridians already open throughout his body once more, widening the originally narrow meridians so they could channel more mana. At the same time, he had to expand the capacity of his dantian so it could hold more mana, allowing more heaven and earth mana to enter his body, nourish his physical form, purify his body and marrow, and enable his body to evolve once more. The potency of a single purple spirit fruit was quickly absorbed, but Fong's meridians had only widened slightly, still far from meeting the requirements of a level 2 warrior. Fong continued to consume purple spirit fruits to widen his meridians. As the fruits entered his stomach, their surging potency seemed to transform into a raging dragon, ceaselessly expanding his meridians. It took a full 14 second grade purple spirit fruits before Fong finally widened his meridians to the standard required for a level 2 warrior. If the meridians of a level 1 warrior were like a thin drinking straw, then those of a level 2 warrior were like a household water pipe, capable of circulating an immeasurably greater amount of mana. With his meridians expanded, Fong was now just one final step away from becoming a level 2 warrior, enlarging his dantian slightly so it could hold more mana. Fong swallowed the remaining 3rd grade purple spirit fruit whole. Drawing on its potent medicinal power, he channeled it through his newly expanded meridians to launch a fierce assault on his dantian. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as if a miniature universe had exploded. Fong's dantian was expanded once again. In an instant, every pore in his body opened, and his meridians connected to the dantian, forming a self-sustaining system that began to circulate endlessly. If his previous dantian had been the size of a small pond, his current dantian was now as vast as a large lake, capable of holding far more mana. Fong successfully broke through, becoming a level 2, stage 1 warrior. After the breakthrough, Fong felt a surge of mental clarity, as if he'd been reborn. His strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception all rose to an entirely new level. It was a world of difference compared to before the breakthrough. Fong couldn't wait to open his status panel to see just how much his strength had increased after the breakthrough. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, level 2, stage 1 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 2100 level 3, stage 1. Vitality, 21,000 level 3, stage 1. Speed, 210 ms level 3, stage 1. Strength, 21T level 3, stage 1. Physical defense, level 3, stage 4. Number of entries into system space, 0. All attributes had increased by 2 stages, though the improvement wasn't as dramatic as the first time. Upon reflection, Fong came to terms with it. Perhaps he had already raised his overall attributes too high previously, so this breakthrough prevented him from making a qualitative leap. Still, it was enough. Looking at his physical attributes, even though his cultivation was only level 2, stage 1, his physical stats were comparable to those of a level 3, stage 1 warrior. With the boost from the blood goddess in his body, his physical defense was already on par with level 3, stage 4. Now that Fong could use a level 4 energy gun, he could handle even level 4 monsters. If he were to risk his life, he could even use a level 5 energy gun, though a single shot would leave him injured by its recoil. If he couldn't kill his opponent with a single shot, and the opponent had time to react, he might be the one to die. Just then. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to level 2, stage 1. The system has upgraded. Ding. System upgrade. The time the host spends cultivating in system space has increased from 1 month to 40 days. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Foam was delighted. Just as he had guessed, his cultivation had broken through, and the system had upgraded. The time he could spend cultivating in system space had increased from 1 month to 40 days. Now, with each entry into system space, he could cultivate for 40 days, and the speed of his future cultivation progress would only increase. Foam was in high spirits. Now that he had used up all the rare treasures and natural resources he carried, it was time to emerge from seclusion. After absorbing all the rare treasures she had obtained, AI Ling also broke through in her cultivation, reaching level 2, stage 2, and was quite excited. She had only been in the dungeon for 6 days, yet her cultivation had risen by 2 stages, something she would never have dared to imagine in the outside world. Thankfully, Foam was there, otherwise, with her strength alone, she would have been killed by monsters before she could even get her hands on the rare treasures. The two emerged from their seclusion. They were ready to begin a new round of treasure hunting. Suddenly, they realized they were surrounded, and a group of people charged toward them from the front. Leading the group was Chi Yun, the top fighter at Shunshur No. 1 High School. Beside him were the two who had escaped from the canyon yesterday, Lu Wen and Wang Jian. Beside Lu Wen stood Tang Xian, the one who had guided them here in search of Foam. Upon seeing Foam and AI Ling, Tang Xian spoke to Lu Wen in a fawning tone, "I've led you to him. Your classmate was killed by Foam alone, it has nothing to do with me. Can I go now?" "Get lost," Lu Wen said coldly. "The blame lies with the one who committed the crime. Foam was the one who killed him." Since Tang Xian had led them to Foam, he was no longer of any use, so if he wanted to leave, let him go. Foam looked at the crowd appearing ahead and listened to Tang Xian's words. He immediately understood the situation. So his enemies had come knocking. And it seemed he'd been betrayed. End of chapter 6. The hottest high martial arts novel of the season, constantly leveling up, absolutely no protagonist suffering, no slowdowns. The excitement continues tomorrow. Please leave your positive reviews. AI Ling glared at Tang Xian and snapped, "You actually betrayed us." Tang Xian snorted coldly and retorted, "There is no such thing as betrayal. Foam killed him. Are you saying we should all take the fall for him? Then why didn't you say that when we were dividing up the purple spirit fruits? Now that trouble has come knocking, you're shifting all the blame onto Foam," AI Ling snapped angrily. Tang Xian ran toward the exit of the valley, not bothering to waste words with AI Ling. While Foam was being held off by others, it was best for him to make a run for it. If Chi Yun and the others had the strength to kill Foam, that would be one thing, but if they didn't, staying here would be a death sentence. Once Foam dealt with Chi Yun and the others, he certainly wouldn't spare him. But given the situation just now, he had no choice but to betray Foam. If he hadn't betrayed Foam and instead brought Lu Wen and the others here to search for him, he would have been the one to die. After Tang Xian ran off, Chi Yun, Lu Wen, and the others surrounded Foam and AI Ling. Chi Yun looked at Foam, snorted coldly, and said, "Your cultivation level isn't high, but your combat power is terrifying. You actually managed to kill Qiao Yi, a level 2, 7th Dan cultivator, but that's as far as it goes. In my eyes, anyone below level 3 is nothing but an ant. You're as good as dead today," Chi Yun said coldly. "You killed my fellow students from Shunshur No. 1 High School and stole rare treasures. I'm going to show you right now what true cruelty means." "Hold on," Foam said indifferently. "I killed all 4 of your classmates myself. She has nothing to do with it. Let her go." Foam pointed at AI Ling. It wasn't that Foam wanted to protect her on purpose, it was simply the truth. He had killed them all by himself, and he didn't want to drag anyone else into this. It was as simple as that. You're still worrying about others when death is upon you? You'd better worry about yourself first. Lu Wen barked, "You may have the strength to take down a level 2, 7th Dan warrior, but here, we have 2 level 2, 9th Dan warriors and 4 level 2, 8th Dan warriors. And young Master Chia's cultivation has reached the terrifying level of level 3, 1st Dan. With him here, you're as good as dead. A smug look crossed Chi Yun's face. He loved Luan's fawning tone. It made him feel great. Chi Yun looked at Feng, hoping to see a look of fear on his face. After all, with Feng's level 2, first dan cultivation, hearing that his own cultivation had reached level 3, first dan would probably scare the crap out of him. But to his surprise, Feng's expression didn't change in the slightest. He remained as calm as ever, as if a level 3 warrior standing before him was no different from a level 2 warrior, as if he could easily crush them both. Chi Yun was extremely annoyed by Feng's reaction. It was a sign of contempt toward him, an insult to the top student at Shunshur No. 1 High School. A level 2, stage 1 warrior actually dared to be so arrogant, surrounded by so many of them, yet still so composed. Chi Yun was seething with rage. In my opinion, even the strongest among you is nothing special. Feng said indifferently, a level 3, stage 1 warrior is no different from Xiaoyi, the level 2, stage 7 warrior I killed yesterday. I can subdue him in 3 moves. I'm in a good mood right now and don't want to hurt you. You'd better know your place, or else the consequences will be more than you can handle, Feng said to the crowd. Looking back on yesterday's events now, Feng felt he'd been a bit too ruthless, killing 4 high school students in one go. Killing too many people in such a short time and making too many enemies wasn't a good idea. Families like the Lees and the Yuans were quick to send assassins after him. If he didn't handle the situation carefully, he could easily stumble and fall. It was better to keep a low profile. You claim you can subdue us in 3 moves? That's a bold claim. I'd like to see how you're going to subdue us in 3 moves, Chi Yun roared. This kid is way too cocky. Even now, he still can't see the situation clearly. He needs a lesson to learn his place. Chi Yun charged at Feng, while the rest of the Shunshur No. 1 high school students formed a circle around them, sealing off Feng and Ai Ling to prevent them from escaping. Since Feng was so arrogant, boasting that he could take down their strongest fighters in 3 moves, they'd show him just how formidable they were. Clutching a battle axe in his hand, its blade glinting, Chi Yun unleashed a second-rank body movement martial art and charged at Feng. In an instant, he was right in front of Feng. A terrifying burst of mana erupted from Chi Yun's body. The mana boiled and transformed into a golden light that coiled around his battle axe as he swung it at Feng. A second-rank martial art, Vajra axe. A cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. I've already spoken to you gently. Since you refused to take the hint, don't blame me for what comes next. Feng's aura erupted as he activated the 9th-rank cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. Instantly, surging thunder and lightning energy gushed from his dantian, converging on his spear, its tip pulsing with flashes of lightning. 3rd-rank martial technique, Thunderbolt Spear. It clashed directly with Chi Yun's axe. Feng's terrifying thrust instantly shattered the axe's glow, then struck Chi Yun, sending him flying backward. He slammed violently into a boulder, shattering it into pieces. Put! Chi Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Arcs of electricity surrounded his body, causing him to convulse violently as he suffered severe injuries. How powerful! Seeing Chi Yun knocked back by a single thrust, the students from Shunshur No. 1 High School nearby were stunned. What's going on? Chi Yun, a level 3, first dan martial artist and the top student at Shunshur No. 1 High School, had been sent flying in a single exchange. Let us take him on together, said a level 2, 9th dan student from Shunshur No. 1 High School to another level 2, 9th dan student. The other nodded, and the two stepped forward, one named Yang Lei, the other named Zhang Han. Yang Lei wielded a long sword and slashed at Feng. Sword energy boiled along the blade, whipping up a storm around them. It surged toward Feng. Zhang Han drew a flexible sword from his belt as thin as a cicada's wing and exceptionally sharp. A terrifying icy power surged from his body as he slashed out. A cold gleam flashed as the blade sliced toward Feng. Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting as arcs of electricity surrounded his body, making him resemble the thunder god descending. He swept his spear horizontally, lightning flickered along its length, covering a 180-degree arc around him. In an instant, he shattered Zhang Han and Yang Lei's attacks, forcing both men to retreat. At that moment, behind Feng, a second-tier, 8th dan student from Shunshur No. 1 High School pulled out a dart and suddenly launched a sneak attack at Feng, aiming straight for the back of his head.
The angle of the sneak attack was treacherous, intended to be a one-hit kill. Fong instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A sense of danger surged through him, and he was taken aback. Well. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I didn't mean to kill you, but I never expected you'd try to take me out. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Fong reacted swiftly, sweeping his spear horizontally like a dragon, the incoming dart. Seeing his sneak attack fail, the man exclaimed in surprise, "What incredible reflexes! Such agile footwork! You have to understand." His sneak attack had been executed with pinpoint precision. Even a level 3, Tier 1 warrior would have paid a heavy price to dodge it. Yet Fong had dodged it with ease. And without a scratch. But Fong paid no heed to the man's astonishment. He unleashed the 4th rank agility martial art, Spirit Snake Body Art, unleashing terrifying speed so fast it was almost unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, Fong was right in front of the attacker. His long spear pierced right through the attacker. Thud! The spear pierced his heart. Terrifying lightning surged down the spear and raged through the attacker's body. The man's entire body convulsed, smoke rose from his hair, and his eyes rolled back. He was dead in an instant. Facing someone who had tried to take his life, Fong showed no mercy. Fong yanked the spear out violently. A jet of blood spurted forth as the man's body slowly collapsed to the ground. With a cold snort, Fong's eyes, brimming with murderous intent, swept over the crowd around him, like those of a ferocious ancient beast ready to devour its prey. I said I didn't want to kill anyone today. If any of you dare provoke me again, you'll die. Fong's voice was like that of a demon lord from hell, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Everyone from Shunsher No. 1 High School around him stepped back, not daring to provoke Fong any further. No Chi-yun, the top student at Shunsher No. 1 High School, had been struck by Fong's spear, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. Yang Lei and Zhang Han, both at level 2, 9th Dan, had joined forces to unleash their most powerful martial arts techniques against Fong, only to be easily forced back by a single thrust of his spear. Who here could possibly be a match for Fong? Those who tried to ambush Fong were killed by a single thrust of his spear. This Fong had absolutely no weaknesses. He was utterly crushing them. If anyone remained so foolish as to provoke Fong, their only fate would be death. I admit you're strong, but don't get too cocky, Chi-yun said as he struggled to his feet from the ground, the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyi, whom you killed yesterday, was a direct descendant of the Chao family, one of Shunsher's 3 major level 6 martial arts clans. By killing him, the Chao family will certainly not let you off the hook. If the mountain 1T turn, the water will see about that. Let us go, Chi-yun ordered. Instantly, people from Shunsher No. 1 High School surrounded him, supporting him as they hurried out of the valley. Before long, the group had exited the valley and vanished from Fong's sight. A level 6 martial arts clan, huh? They'd better not come looking for trouble with me, or else. Fong sneered. He would make them the next Yuan family. Fong turned to Ai Ling and said, for the rest of my time here, I want to go it alone deep into the dungeon to search for the ruins of powerful figures and see if I can find a legacy to inherit. Fong's plan was simple. Each time he entered the dungeon, he could stay for 20 days. 7 days had already passed, leaving only 13 days remaining. For the time left, Fong planned to go it alone, venturing deep into the dungeon to search for the ruins of powerful figures. The depths of the dungeon held many opportunities, but also many dangers. Although Ai Ling's cultivation was at level 2, stage 2, her combat prowess was practically non-existent. If she went deep into the dungeon, it would be difficult for Fong to spare the attention to look after her. He wanted her to stop following him. Okay, go ahead. Good luck, Ai Ling said, understanding what Fong meant. Fong was heading to the depths of the dungeon, and she had no intention of going with him with her strength. Going there would be a suicide mission. She'd be better off staying in the outer regions of the dungeon, searching for some low-grade rare treasures. At her current cultivation level, she was more than capable of handling level 1 monsters. In 10 or so days, she could still find plenty of low-grade rare treasures to help her cultivation advance further. Fong nodded, gripped his spear, and turned to leave. Have a safe journey, AI Ling said, waving as she watched Feng until his figure disappeared from view. AI Ling shook her head. Such an outstanding young man, he was practically her ideal type. After spending 7 days with him, she had developed a bit of a crush on Feng, though she didn't have the courage to confess her feelings. She understood that, given Feng's talent, they wouldn't be in the same world in the future, so it was best not to harbor such thoughts. Once Feng left the valley, he headed straight for the depths of the dungeon. Within this dungeon, what tempted Feng most was not the rare treasures and natural resources, but the legacies of the powerful. Rare treasures and natural resources could accelerate cultivation speed and increase the absorption rate of monsters' essence and blood, but with his system, Feng would achieve these things sooner or later anyway, especially now that the system had upgraded, reducing the time required from 1 month to 40 days. Feng would soon be able to raise his cultivation level. What Feng truly needed was the legacy of the powerful that was something unavailable in the outside world, a rare and hard-to-come-by treasure. As Feng raced through the ruins, he suddenly heard the sounds of a chase and a fight ahead. Looking forward, he was surprised to spot a familiar face. It was none other than Tang Xian, the very man who had betrayed him earlier that day. At that moment, Tang Xian was running for his life, with 5 students hot on his heels, trying to kill him. Upon seeing Feng, Tang Xian clung to him as if he were a lifeline, shouting frantically, "Feng, save me! They're going to kill me and steal my rare treasures." He had completely forgotten that he had betrayed Feng earlier that day. Feng paid him no mind. "Save you? I'm already being generous by not killing you. Why would I save you? I haven't even settled the score with you for betraying me today." Seeing that Feng was ignoring him, Tang Xian felt desperate. The pursuers behind him quickly caught up. One of them lunged forward, swept his leg out, tripping Tang Xian to the ground, and then punched him squarely in the face, causing Tang Xian's nose and mouth to bleed and leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Tang Xian looked at Feng with hope, praying that Feng would step in to save him. If Feng ignored him, he might be finished. The group chasing Tang Xian were also students who had entered the dungeon this time. The leader of the group said to Feng, "This man is utterly despicable. While we were busy dealing with the guardian monsters, he secretly dug up the rare treasures we had discovered. Hope you won't interfere in our affairs." "Nonsense. They're lying." "Feng, don't believe them," Tang Xian retorted. "I was the first to discover that rare treasure. The truth is, they were the ones trying to steal it from me. How dare you stir up trouble?" Upon hearing this, one of the 5 men chasing Tang Xian suddenly lunged forward and kicked him hard in the stomach, causing Tang Xian to double over in pain and writhe on the ground. This man is extremely treacherous and cunning. Classmates, don't be fooled by his words. He stole our rare treasure while we were busy fighting monsters. He truly deserves to die, said the leader. I have no interest in your affairs, nor do I want to get involved. Do whatever you want, you don't need to tell me, Feng replied. Feng had no interest in nor did he want to get involved in the feud between Tang Xian and them. Alright, thank you, the leader said gratefully. Tang Xian, lying on the ground, saw that Feng was unwilling to help him, and despair flashed in his eyes. It seemed he was doomed to meet his end here today. Earlier, while these men were busy fighting the monsters, he had secretly dug up some of the rare treasures they had discovered. Now that they had tracked him down, he would likely lose half his life if not die outright. Tang Xian glared at Feng with a look of sheer malice. If Feng had been willing to help him, he wouldn't be in this situation. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. He has over a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits on him, and one of them has already reached third grade. Eating it can boost one's cultivation by a level, Tang Xian said venomously, pointing at Feng. By revealing that Feng possessed purple spirit fruits, for as the saying goes, a man is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty, everyone now knew that Feng possessed purple spirit fruits and that one of them had already reached the third grade. It was hard not to set their sights on Feng. Since you refuse to save me, then let us die together. If I'm going to die, I'll take you down with me, Tang Xian thought maliciously. Sure enough. Upon learning that Feng carried over a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits and one that had already reached the third grade, the glances of the few people surrounding him, who had been hunting Tang Xian, grew intense. Over a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits, plus one third grade one that would definitely allow them to advance their cultivation by one segment. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Feng's cultivation was only at level 2, segment 1. Among the 5 of them, 2 were at level 2, segment 8, and 3 were at level 2, segment 9. They could easily subdue Feng and seize the purple spirit fruits. Feng saw the greedy stares of the people around him, then looked down at Tang Xian lying on the ground, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. It seemed he really couldn't let him off the hook. For a scoundrel like this, killing him was the most direct solution. That's all for today's update. The excitement continues tomorrow. Readers Group 908419644. Ignoring the greedy stares of the other 5, Feng walked over to Tang Xian and said coldly, "If I handed you over to them, they might just teach you a lesson, they wouldn't kill you. But now, I've decided to wipe you out. No one can save you." Feng said indifferently, his gaze that of a bloodthirsty demon lord, determined to carry out his words. Tang Xian, lying on the ground, panicked and suddenly snapped back to his senses. It was true. Although he had conflicts with those 5, he had stolen their belongings, his crime wasn't worthy of death. At most, they would teach him a lesson, beat him up, and then let him go. But Feng was different. He had seen Feng kill before, ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless. And he had framed Feng time and time again. When Feng said he would kill him, he was likely serious. He regretted it, he regretted betraying Feng. "Feng, spare me, Tang Xian pleaded repeatedly. The only response he received was Feng's spear, which pierced straight through his neck, pinning him to the ground. Feng pulled the spear out. Blood gushed from Tang Xian's neck and spurted from his mouth as scenes from his entire life flashed before his eyes. He had awakened an uncommon grade mid-tier talent, entered Class A at Anqing No. 9 High School, and enjoyed immense glory. In the competition for dungeon spots, he ranked within the top 300. After entering the dungeon for advanced training, his cultivation level rose from level 1, 9th Dan to level 2, 2nd Dan in just 7 days. His future looked bright. He never imagined he would die here, at Feng's hands. Only now did he realize that one must not be too selfish or self-serving, nor betray trust and loyalty. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Tang Xian slowly closed his eyes as his life force faded. Feng's gaze was impassive. Everyone must take responsibility for their own actions, no one can escape it. Feng looked at the 5 people around him and said, "I do indeed have a purple spirit fruit on me. Do you want to come and take it?" Feng's voice was icy. Although he had already fully refined the purple spirit fruit, he did not reveal this. If these 5 were after the purple spirit fruit and intended to attack him, he wouldn't hesitate to add 5 more lives to his tally. "My friend, you jest. How could we possibly resort to robbery for the sake of rare treasures? That would make us no different from bandits," replied the leader. "This man stole our rare treasures. Now that he is dead, we have no further business here. Until we meet again." With that, he led the other 4 away. From the ruthlessness and decisiveness Feng had displayed just now, he concluded that Feng was definitely someone not to be messed with. Although his cultivation was only at level 2, stage 1, he had killed Tang Xian, a level 2, stage 2 cultivator, with ease. Moreover, his methods were brutal, his killing decisive, and there was not the slightest hesitation. It would be best for them not to stir up any more trouble. Watching the 5 men leave, Feng shook his head and continued on toward the depths of the dungeon. These 5 actually had some sense. They knew he wasn't someone to mess with and decisively retreated, sparing him a battle. One day later, Feng arrived at the depths of the dungeon and began searching for the ruins of the powerful. The legacies of the powerful are usually found within such ruins, which are hard to locate and typically come with many dangers and trials. They are a matter of chance, not something one can simply seek out. Feng didn't rush, he searched slowly. This sort of thing couldn't be found simply by hurrying, it depended on opportunity and luck. Another day passed. The system space updated. Feng found a secluded spot and entered the system space. With the system upgrade, a single entry into the system space now allowed for 40 days of cultivation. Feng planned to spend every minute of this session cultivating 3 new 4th grade martial arts techniques.
when he obtained the infinite card. Feng went to the trading hall and purchased 24 martial arts techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, spear techniques, and evasion techniques ranging from 4th to 9th grade. His physical attributes were now comparable to level 3, stage 1. The 3rd grade spear technique Thunder Beam Spear was already struggling to support him in fighting opponents of higher tiers. He needed stronger martial arts techniques. Feng selected 3 grade 4 offensive martial arts Thunderbolt Fist, Chasing Wind Palm, and Piercing Cloud Spear and began cultivating them. These 3 grade 4 martial arts were all ranked as upper grade 4, placing them among the very best of their tier. Their power was no less than that of grade 5 martial arts. 24 hours a day, Feng worked tirelessly, devoting all his time to cultivating these 3 martial arts. He devoted 3 hours to each martial art. Thunderbolt Fist emphasizes swift punches as swift as thunder, unstoppable in their momentum. Wind Chasing Palm emphasizes palm strikes as swift as the wind, riding the wind as it moves, and is renowned for its speed. Cloud Piercing Spear emphasizes spear that strikes like a dragon, piercing through clouds and shattering the moon, advancing relentlessly forward. 40 days passed. Starting from scratch, Feng cultivated these 3 4th rank martial arts to the preliminary mastery stage. As for movement techniques, Feng's Spirit Snake movement, with its upper tier 4th rank attributes and power rivaling that of a 5th rank movement technique, did not require his attention for the time being. Feng emerged from the system space and continued searching the depths of the dungeon for the ruins of powerful beings. Feng's physical attributes now rival those of a level 3, rank 1 fighter. Combined with 3 4th rank attack martial arts at the minor mastery level and 1 4th rank movement martial art at the perfect mastery level, he can easily handle any monsters below level 3, rank 6. This is why he dares to venture alone into the depths of the dungeon, where countless dangers lurk. Level 3 monsters are a common sight here. Students below level 3 generally wouldn't dare to venture this far. If they accidentally encountered a level 3 monster, they'd be finished. Feng didn't have to worry about that. Not only could he handle monsters below level 3, 6th Dan on his own, but even if he encountered monsters above level 3, 6th Dan, he still had over a dozen energy guns stored in his system space. With his current physical defense, he was fully capable of using level 4 energy guns. If he encountered a monster he couldn't defeat, he'd simply loot a level 4 submachine gun and use it. Monsters below level 4 would be riddled with holes. Feng made his way through the depths of the dungeon, occasionally hearing the blood-curdling roars of level 3 monsters. However, Feng paid no attention to these monsters. Whenever he sensed a monster's presence, he would approach to investigate. If there were no rare treasures nearby, he would leave without provoking the monster. If there were rare treasures, he would not hesitate to strike and slay the monster. Suddenly, Feng sensed the commotion of a battle between people and monsters ahead. He stepped forward to take a closer look and found that it was a level 3, stage 3 monster. 2 level 3, stage 2 students were locked in a fierce battle with it. The two, a boy and a girl, were strangers to Feng. They appeared to be students from the provincial capital of the Southeast Province. The Southeast Province comprises 10 cities and 9 towns. Its provincial capital, Tianyang City, serves as the economic hub and population center of the entire province, boasting a level of prosperity more than 10 times that of Ancheng. This time, a full 3,300 students from Tianyang City entered the dungeon, 10 times more than from Ancheng, accounting for 1/3 of the total number of participants. Feng noticed the Tianyang City emblem on their school uniforms. They must be top students from Tianyang City. Apart from Tianyang City, it was rare to find students above level 3 in other cities of the Southeast Province. Even the top-ranked student at Shun City No. 1 High School was only at level 3, stage 1. Both students were at level 3, stage 2, and were currently battling a giant spirit spider, an extremely formidable level 3, stage 3 monster. The female student was a top student in Class A at Tianyang No. 1 High School named Qinyu. She had mastered a 2nd grade agility martial art at the great achievement level and a 2nd grade sword technique at the perfection level. The boy, named Payan, is also a top student in Class A at Tianyang No. 1 High School, just like Qinyu. He has mastered 2 2nd grade martial arts techniques at the perfect level, making him slightly stronger than Qinyu. The two are 1 segment lower in cultivation level than the giant spirit spider, and are currently locked in a fierce battle with it using their 2nd grade martial arts techniques. However, the outcome does not look promising. The two are clearly at a disadvantage. This giant spirit spider had already reached the peak of level 3, stage 3, and was on the verge of breaking through to level 3, stage 4 at any moment. Moreover, the giant spirit spider had a hard exoskeleton and 8 legs, making it extremely agile. It would occasionally spit out spider silk and venom, preventing Payan and Chinyu from daring to approach it. The spider silk was extremely sticky and strong, and the venom was highly corrosive. Once caught in the silk or sprayed with the venom, one would be doomed. Chinyu unleashed her sword techniques, sending sword energy flying in all directions, but she could only carve shallow cuts into the giant spirit spider's hard exoskeleton. It didn't even scratch it. This giant spirit spider's exoskeleton is far too hard. Our second-grade martial arts techniques can't harm it at all. Only third-grade techniques can inflict damage, Chinyu said. Unfortunately, neither of them knew any third-grade martial arts techniques. They usually spent their time improving their cultivation levels and rarely devoted time to practicing martial arts techniques. It had taken them several years to master their 2 second-rank martial arts. As for third-rank martial arts, neither of them had even begun training in them yet. "Someone's coming," Payan said, spotting Feng rushing toward them from behind. Seeing Feng rushing toward them with his spear in hand, Chinyu asked, "Classmate, are you a level 3 warrior?" Chinyu inquired. If Feng were a level 3 warrior, they could join forces to take on the giant spirit spider. If not, she'd have to urge him to leave immediately. With just the two of them, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the giant spirit spider, and all three of them would end up dead. "No," Feng replied. "If not, then leave immediately. This giant spider is about to break through to level 3, stage 4. This isn't a spectacle for you to watch. Be careful or you'll lose your life," Chinyu warned. This giant spider was extremely difficult for warriors below level 3 to handle. She couldn't believe that Feng, whose cultivation was below level 3, dared to wander aimlessly deep within the dungeon. Wasn't he afraid of losing his life? However, the giant spirit spider wasn't going to give Chinyu time to think. The moment she was distracted answering Feng, the spider instantly seized the opening. It unfurled a strand of silk to block her retreat, then raised its 2 razor-sharp front legs like pointed spears and lunged downward at Chinyu. If Chinyu were struck, she would surely die. "Oh no," Chinyu thought in alarm. She hadn't expected the giant spirit spider to seize upon her distraction so quickly. But it was already too late to dodge. The giant spirit spider's web had completely sealed off her retreat. Seeing this, Payan, who was standing nearby, grew worried for Chinyu. But the giant spirit spider had been waiting for this opening for a long time and would certainly not let Chinyu off easily. He and Chinyu were quite far apart, with him engaged on one side against the giant spirit spider. It was already too late for him to rush to her rescue. It would be nearly impossible for Chinyu to dodge this strike. Despair flashed in Chinyu's eyes as she closed them, preparing to face her death. Just then, at the very last moment, Feng moved. He unleashed the spirit snake body art. His vitality surged as he shot forward like a cannonball. The thunder beam spear erupted in perfect form, its tip ringed with lightning, and the sound of roaring thunder seemed to echo all around. With a single thrust, he struck down at the giant spirit spider's 2 front legs as they lunged toward him. A streak of spear light sliced through space, tearing the air apart. The A-grade alloy spear, capable of piercing the defenses of level 9 monsters, slashed viciously against the giant spirit spider's 2 front legs. Crack! Flesh and blood flew everywhere as the giant spirit spider's 2 front legs were instantly severed by the razor-sharp spear tip. The terrifying force sent the spider's massive body flying backwards several meters. Chinyu stared in disbelief at Feng, who stood before her wielding the spear, his body surrounded by lightning, looking just like a thunder god. The scene of that strike was deeply etched into her mind. Powerful, awe-inspiring, a narrow escape from death. A whirlwind of emotions swirled through Chinyu's mind. Standing nearby, Payan also sucked in a sharp breath as he watched Feng ahead. What terrifying spear technique! Channeling the power of lightning, concentrating strength into a single point of explosive force, and unleashing a razor-sharp spear beam. With a single strike, she severed the giant spirit spider's claw. This spear technique was undoubtedly a third-grade martial art at the perfect realm level. Otherwise, it could never have possessed such power.
A third-grade martial art at the perfect realm level. There were only a handful of people in all of Tianyang City who could master it, let alone someone who had achieved this level of mastery before the college entrance exams. He must be a prodigy with rare grade or higher talent, someone capable of rapidly advancing both his cultivation and martial arts skills simultaneously. Hiss! The giant spirit spider let out a roar, its voice brimming with boundless fury, as it glared at Feng ahead, its eyes boiling with murderous intent. "You two, step back," Feng said to Qinyu and Peiyan. "Classmate, can you handle this giant spirit spider all by yourself?" Peiyan asked worriedly. "No problem," Feng replied calmly. "Then be very careful." Peiyan and Qinyu both nodded, then turned and stepped back. Feng looked up at the giant spirit spider, a cold gleam in his eyes. Gripping his spear, he charged forward, unleashing the perfect thunder spear technique. Moving with agile footwork, he darted beneath the giant spirit spider and thrust straight toward its abdomen. The giant spirit spider's weak point was its abdomen. Possessing a certain degree of intelligence, it understood Feng's intentions and had no intention of engaging him in direct combat. Feng's previous thrust had inflicted massive damage on it, and it was well aware of his terrifying power. The giant spirit spider dodged backward, evading Feng's thrust, then swung its claws to strike at Feng's abdomen while simultaneously spewing a stream of venom toward Feng's face. Even before the venom reached him, a nauseating stench spread throughout the area. Feng executed his spirit snake movement technique to perfection, his body moving as nimbly as a serpent as he dodged to the side. The giant spirit spider's venom struck a large tree behind Feng. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was instantly corroded and snapped in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Feng snorted coldly. It was time to finish it off. Since a third-grade martial technique couldn't kill it with a single strike, he would use a fourth-grade one instead. Feng's footsteps flickered as he moved to the giant spirit spider's front and leaped upward suddenly. He unleashed the fourth-rank, high-grade martial art, piercing cloud spear. The spear's light was blinding, piercing through clouds and shattering the moon, carrying a strength capable of shattering everything as it struck directly at the giant spirit spider's head. Thud! Blood spattered as the great spear pierced straight through the giant spirit spider's skull and into its abdomen. The giant spirit spider's massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, its body twitching uncontrollably before it died moments later. Behind him, Qinyu and Peiyan stared at Feng in shock. That's just too strong. The giant spirit spider, with its incredibly hard exoskeleton, had been pierced right through the head with a single thrust. Feng had not only cultivated a third-grade martial art to perfection but had also reached the initial achievement stage in a fourth-grade martial art. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? Qinyu and Peiyan approached Feng and said, "Hello, my name is Qinyu. Thank you for your help just now." Feng looked up at Qinyu and Peiyan and replied, "Don't mention it. Please leave a good review before you go." Feng introduced himself to the two. "Feng, you're so strong. You actually managed to kill that giant spirit spider head-on." Peiyan praised him. "I didn't expect, despite your relatively low cultivation level, you'd be so capable of taking on a higher level challenge," Qinyu added. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would fall into that giant spirit spider today." "It's nothing," Feng replied, showing no arrogance or desire to take credit. Saving the two of them had been nothing more than a simple gesture for him. Seeing that Feng wasn't taking credit for himself and was very polite, the two of them immediately developed a much stronger fondness for him. After thinking for a moment, Peiyan spoke up, "Feng, we know the location of an ancient ruin. We've been wandering around the depths of this dungeon precisely to find companions to explore that ruin with us." Peiyan and Qinyu had discovered an ancient ruin deep within the dungeon, but it was fraught with danger, guarded by numerous stone golem statues. Relying solely on the two of them, it would be very difficult to break through. That was why they'd been searching for companions to join them. Earlier, they'd already found one person, Lu Feng, the 10th-ranked fighter at Tianyang No. 1 High School, with a cultivation level of level 3, stage 5. Now that they'd found Feng, given his ability to slay the giant spirit spider, if Feng joined them, along with Lu Feng and the two of them, this expedition into the ruins would surely be a success. Ruins, Feng's eyes lit up at the mention.
Wasn't his purpose for coming to the depths of the dungeon precisely to explore the ruins? Sure. Feng agreed without hesitation. Whether or not they formed a party didn't really matter as long as he knew the location of the ruins. It didn't matter if anyone else was with him. He'd even dare to explore it all on his own. Great, there's no time to waste. Let us set out right away. Seeing that Feng had agreed, Payan immediately said, eager to head straight for the dungeon. They still had 12 days left inside the ruins, so they had to make the most of their time. Feng nodded, and the three set off for the ruins. Along the way, they met up with another person, Lu Feng, and the four of them headed to the ruins together. Half a day later, the four arrived at the entrance to the ruins. The ruins were located deep within the dungeon, amidst a vast stone circle. The stone circle covered an extremely large area, spanning hundreds of thousands of meters. The jagged boulders formed a labyrinth-like maze. The ruins are right ahead. The area is littered with strange rocks, and the interior is like a giant stone maze. It's filled with stone golem statues, all of which are level 3 or higher. If you're only at level 2, you'd better assess your own strength before entering, Lu Feng said, glancing at Feng as he spoke. For the past half day, Lu Feng had been looking at Feng with obvious disdain. What was a level 2, stage 1 trash like him doing tagging along? Although the ruins held opportunities, they weren't something just any trash could hope to tap into. With a level 2 cultivation base, Feng would likely be killed by the stone golem statues the moment he stepped inside. Lu Feng's message was simple, he was advising Feng to back down in the face of difficulty. Although Qin Yu and Payan had both explained to him that Feng's strength wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface, Lu Feng didn't believe them and looked down on him. He, Lu Feng, possessed rare-grade low-tier talent, was at level 3, stage 5, and had already mastered 2 third-grade martial arts to perfection. He could easily slay a level 3, stage 3 monster, the giant spirit spider. Moreover, his uncle was the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, with deep connections, so naturally, he looked down on a nobody like Feng from Ansheng. Originally, Feng had done him no wrong, so he shouldn't have targeted him. The problem was that Feng had played the hero today, saving Qin Yu's life, which had made her feel much more favorably toward him. On the way here, Qin Yu had been constantly looking for topics to chat with Feng about, trying to get closer to him, which really annoyed him. Qin Yu was the one he had his eye on. He wouldn't allow anyone else to get involved with her, not even a little bit. You should worry about yourself, Feng said coolly. He could clearly hear the underlying meaning in Lu Feng's words. They were clearly aimed at him. This Lu Feng had been picking on him ever since they set out on the journey, and Feng had long since grown tired of him. Feng could clearly see that Lu Feng was targeting him because of Qin Yu. It was truly ridiculous. It was Qin Yu who wanted to talk to him in the first place. What business was it of Lu Feng's? Why was he getting so jealous for no reason? Feng paid no further attention to Lu Feng. Being jealous was one thing, but he'd better not pull any underhanded tricks behind his back. Otherwise, he wouldn't show any mercy. Let us go inside, Payan said. He had, of course, picked up on the tension between Lu Feng and Feng. In fact, he'd noticed something was off between them on the way here. But what could he do? Qin Yu was just that charming. Even Lu Feng, a level 3, 5th Dan expert ranked in the top 10 at Tianyang No. 1 high school, was jealous of her. Qin Yu also noticed the tension between Lu Feng and said, let us go inside. Lu Feng nodded. Qin Yu, once we're inside the ruins, stay close to me. That way, if there's any danger, I can step in to save you right away. As he spoke, Lu Feng turned to Feng and said, as for you, it'd be best if you stayed a good distance away from the three of us. Your strength is too low, you'll just slow everyone down. I hope you have the self-awareness not to put us in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Payan and Qin Yu didn't know how to respond. Both Feng and Lu Feng had been invited by them, and both were stronger than they were. It wouldn't do to offend either of them. Moreover, Lu Feng's uncle was the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. If they offended Lu Feng, they'd likely face difficulties dealing with the bureau in the future. You're only at level 3, 5th Dan. Don't take yourself too seriously, Feng said sarcastically. You're talking so aggressively now, but I'm afraid you'll end up begging me to save you inside the ruins. That'll be quite amusing. Beg me to save you? Lu Feng laughed, clearly dismissive. With a cultivation level of level 2, First Dan, I really don't know where you get the nerve to say things like that. We'll see about that. With that said, Lu Feng took the lead and stepped into the ruins, with Qin Yu close behind. Let us go in too, Peiyan said. Feng nodded, then stepped into the ruins as well. The four of them entered the ruins. It was immediately as if they stepped into a maze. Massive stones piled one upon another formed countless passageways, making it impossible to keep their bearings. All around them, they could hear the creaking sounds of stone golem statues moving. They could sense that many of them were closing in on them. Without a map, the four could only rely on their instincts, wandering aimlessly through the ruins in the hope of finding their way. Lu Feng led Qin Yu at the front, deliberately leaving Feng and Peiyan behind. Whenever they sensed the stone golem puppets drawing near, the four would deftly dodge them. Suddenly, Lu Feng, who was leading the way, stopped and said to Qin Yu, "Wait a minute. We can't keep leading the way like this, it's not fair to them. Besides, it lets certain people take advantage of the situation and reap the rewards without lifting a finger." Lu Feng was hinting at Feng. He'd been leading the way the whole time, while Feng had done nothing from behind yet. In the end, he'd still get to take the loot from the ruins and reap the rewards without lifting a finger. He'd really played his cards well. Qin Yu understood what Lu Feng meant. She shook her head silently, a look of disappointment crossing her face. He was truly petty, having contributed so little, yet nitpicking over others' efforts, showing absolutely no sense of responsibility. By then, Peiyan and Feng had already caught up to Lu Feng from behind. Lu Feng snorted coldly and said to Feng, "You go lead the way. From the very beginning until now, I've been the one leading the way. You've done nothing but sit back and reap the benefits, and now you expect to inherit the ruins' legacy? You're dreaming. You're the one who insisted on leading the way. What's it got to do with me?" Feng snapped. Feng thought Lu Feng was nothing but an idiot. It was Lu Feng himself who wanted to show off in front of Qin Yu and had insisted on taking the lead. Now he was unwilling to walk behind, afraid Feng would gain an advantage over him. Feng was at a loss for words when it came to such a narrow-minded person. "Fine, I'll go then. Just follow me closely and don't get lost. I have a feeling this ruin is really strange. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface," Feng said, turning to the three of them. Ever since they entered the ruin, Feng had felt something was off. There was absolutely no danger, which didn't make sense. Feng feared a major crisis was brewing. "What do you mean? If you're leaving, then leave. You make it sound like we're deliberately making things hard for you," Lu Feng said irritably. "It's only fair that the two of us each take a section. Weren't you acting all cocky just now, boasting that I shouldn't have to beg you to save me in the ruins? What's the matter? Has that show-off attitude of yours vanished now?" "Idiot," Feng cursed under his breath, too lazy to pay him any mind. He walked straight ahead, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Lu Feng snorted coldly, then led Qin Yu and Peiyan to follow. The four had barely advanced a few dozen meters when a sudden sense of danger washed over them. The sound of countless golems moving could be heard all around them. It seemed as though a massive horde of puppets was closing in. The sound of their footsteps came from all directions: front, back, left, and right. Thud, thud, thud. It looked like Feng and the others were surrounded. "This isn't good. Prepare for battle," Feng said gravely, his expression turning pale as he sensed the footsteps closing in from all sides. "How did you lead the way? You've gotten us surrounded by golems," Lu Feng accused. He was furious when he'd been leading the way earlier. Nothing like this had happened. "You're blaming me at a critical moment? Damn it, the danger has been brewing ever since we entered the ruins. We just didn't notice it," Feng snapped angrily, desperately wanting to kick him to death. All he knew how to do was shift the blame. Suddenly, from all four directions, front, back, left, and right, dozens of stone golem statues charged out of the wide passage formed by boulders surrounding Feng and his three companions.
The dozens of stone golem statues varied in cultivation level, but all were at level 3 or above. The strongest were comparable to a level 3, 6th segment warrior, and leading the charge were 4 level 3, 6th segment stone golem puppets. Intruders kill without mercy. One of the leading level 3, 6th segment stone golem puppets barked coldly, his voice devoid of emotion and life force, as he charged toward Feng with a greatsword in hand. While the level 3, 6th rank stone golem charged at Feng, the remaining golems formed a circle, sealing off Feng and his 3 companions to prevent their escape. The golem's purpose was simple: to guard the ruins. Anyone who dared to trespass would be killed without mercy. The level 3, 6th rank stone statue golem's long sword flashed with a cold light as it charged at Feng with lightning fast speed. Another level 3, 6th rank stone statue golem charged at Lu Feng, who stood beside Feng. "You've gotten me killed," Lu Feng cursed at Feng angrily, then activated his evasion martial art to dodge the attack. Lu Feng's cultivation was only at rank 5, so he was no match for this level 3, rank 6 stone golem in direct combat. He could only use his evasion technique to outmaneuver it. Lu Feng's evasion technique was called the 7-step formation, a 3rd-grade martial art. Thanks to his rare grade low-tier talent, he had trained for 3 years and had now mastered it. Behind them, several other puppets were also charging toward Qinyu and Peiyan. The two employed their footwork to begin evading the puppets. Although these puppets were ranked above level 3, they were extremely clumsy, with stiff movements. They could only perform mechanical attacks and possessed no intelligence. Relying on their footwork, the two were barely able to stay safe. Up ahead, the level 3, 6th rank stone statue puppet approached Feng, unleashing a terrifying aura as it swung its blade at him. Feng faced it calmly, channeling the 9th rank cultivation technique thunder and lightning art. In an instant, surging thunder and lightning power gushed from his dantian. His spear continuously gathered lightning, and he unleashed a thunderbolt spear strike, directly clashing with the level 3, 6th rank stone statue puppet's slash. As the spear struck, the stone golem's long sword was instantly knocked from its grasp. The golem's body was sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the ground. Arcs of lightning danced around its body as it convulsed from the electric shock, and soon it lay still. It seemed there was some kind of mechanism operating inside these stone golem puppets that kept them moving. Once that mechanism was destroyed, the golem puppets could be killed. A level 3, rank 6 stone golem taken down with a single thrust. Seeing the level 3, rank 6 stone golem named Feng get knocked flying by a single thrust, Lu Feng, who had been battling the golems nearby, was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth. Was this guy really that strong? Lu Feng gripped a long sword in his hand and instantly thrust it straight at the stone golem before him. Yellow flames burned along the blade, a formidable 3rd-grade sword technique. The golem possessed no intelligence, it only knew how to attack mechanically. Without dodging, it swung its blade toward the sword. As blade met blade, both Lu Feng and the golem were forced to retreat simultaneously. Lu Feng felt a numbing sensation in the web of his hand from the impact. Whatever powered this stone golem, it certainly possessed immense strength. The golem was knocked back by that strike. It seemed to have sustained internal damage and its reactions were much slower than before, yet it continued to charge at Lu Feng. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward again, engaging the golem in close combat. Earlier, he'd seen Feng slay that level 3, 6th rank stone golem with a single spear thrust, leading him to believe that all stone golems were weak. Now it seemed he'd been overestimating them. Feng, he was simply beyond imitation. Feng looked around. More and more stone golem statues were pouring in from all corners of the ruins, closing in on them. This couldn't go on. The 4 of them would be beaten to death by the stone golem statues. Feng snorted coldly, unleashing a burst of aura as arcs of electricity surged around his body, making him look like the god of thunder descending. Feng unleashed his 4th-rank martial art, Spirit Snake Body technique, unleashing terrifying speed so fast it was almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared right in front of a level 3, 6th-rank stone golem. Gripping his spear with one hand, he swept it out, and the stone golem's neck was severed cleanly. The stone golem instantly crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. Decapitate the stone golem, that's the easiest way to kill it, Feng said to the other 3. He then unleashed his 4th-rank fist technique, Thunderbolt Fist, delivering a powerful punch toward another level 3,
6th rank stone golem ahead. Terrifying lightning surged through Feng's arm and struck the level 3, 6th rank stone golem. Boom! The terrifying lightning raged, relentlessly wreaking havoc on the level 3, 6th rank stone golem. Its body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground moments later. The mechanisms inside its body had been destroyed by the lightning and could no longer function. Feng had a theory: if he could disrupt a certain operational mechanism within the stone golem, it would become useless. To test this hypothesis, Feng leaped forward, grabbed the stone golem's arm, and with a sudden burst of strength, spun the level 3, 6th rank stone golem around and slammed it into the ground. In this single strike, Feng unleashed his full power, unleashing 21 metric tons of strength. It smashed the ground beneath the level 3, rank 6 stone golem to pieces. The golem twitched a few times before coming to a complete stop. It was indeed true. Only by destroying or disrupting the mechanism inside a stone golem would it cease to function. But more and more stone golem statues were appearing all around them, seemingly endless, rushing in from every corner of the ruins. They couldn't afford to stall. "You guys get out first, I'll bring up the rear," Feng shouted, thrusting his spear forward. A cold gleam flashed as the spear pierced through space, directly impaling and killing a stone golem statue that had just charged at them from ahead. "Feng, can you handle this alone?" Qin Yu asked worriedly. "I have to, even if I can't," Feng replied calmly as he held off the golems charging from all sides. With that, Feng unleashed his footwork, stomping the ground violently as his body shot forward like a cannonball. He slammed a fist into the chest of a stone golem ahead of him, and the terrifying force of the blow sent it flying. The stone golem crashed to the ground, skidding more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. It twitched a few times and then died. "Hurry up and get out of here, don't waste any time," Feng barked at Qin Yu and Payan. Their cultivation levels were inferior to his, and the number of stone golem puppets surrounding them was growing by the second. If they lingered any longer, they might not even be able to escape. Just then, a monster burst out from the front of the ruins passageway. It was actually a level 3, rank 7 monster. This monster was covered in scales and had 4 claws. It resembled a dragon yet was not a dragon, resembled a snake yet was not a snake. It looked like an ancient dragon lizard left over from antiquity. "Oh no, it's a level 3, rank 7 ancient monster. It's been hiding in the ruins all along. We're done for," Lu Feng said in despair. A level 3, rank 7 ancient dragon lizard was as powerful as a level 3, rank 8 monster. It was far beyond their ability to resist. What should they do? He didn't want to die yet. Upon seeing the ancient dragon lizard, Payan and Qin Yu were equally overcome with despair. They never imagined they'd encounter such a formidable monster within the ruins. Now, with the monster ahead and the stone golem behind them, they had no way to escape. "I'll take on this dragon lizard first. You two figure out a way to get out of the ruins," Feng barked, then stomped the ground violently as his body shot forward. He unleashed the spirit snake body art, instantly appearing before the dragon lizard. He thrust his long spear forward, and a powerful surge of thunder strength from his dantian coiled around the spear tip. He executed the third-grade martial art, Thunder Glow Spear. Purple lightning flickered from the sharp spearhead as he lunged toward the dragon lizard's neck. The dragon lizard suddenly unleashed its full power. Black demonic energy erupted from its body, and endless flames swirled around it. The dragon lizard's massive tail lashed out. Flames coiled around it, instantly transforming it into a fiery whip that shattered the air as it met Feng's terrifying thrust. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the dragon lizard's tail repelled Feng's spear, and the flames and lightning on the tail annihilated one another. Feng was taken aback. This dragon lizard possessed immense strength. It had actually withstood his full power strike, unleashed with a third-rank martial technique. The dragon lizard's eyes also betrayed disbelief. Its muscular tail had actually been forced back by a single thrust from the human before it. What immense strength would be required to achieve that? The human before it was practically on par with a level 4 monster. Its strength was truly terrifying. Without hesitation, opened its gaping maw and lunged at Feng. Feng activated his 9th rank cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. Surrounded by lightning, he leaped into the air and thrust his spear downward from above. Mist swirled around the spear, and a terrifying penetrating force, enhanced by the power of lightning, enveloped it.
He unleashed the 4th rank martial technique, piercing cloud spear. Since a 3rd rank martial technique couldn't kill you, let us try a 4th rank one.
Thud.
Blood spattered as the dragon lizard escaping maw was pierced by Feng's 4th rank martial technique, piercing cloud spear, and its massive body recoiled instantly. It shot Feng a venomous glance but did not continue its attack. Instead, it turned and fled deeper into the ruins.
Feng let out a sigh of relief.
The dragon lizard had been struck by his 4th rank martial art, yet it hadn't died. Instead, it fled deeper into the ruins.
These ruins were far too eerie.
Behind him, Xinyu and Peiyan were completely stunned by the sight.
How powerful! Who would have thought that even the ancient beast, the dragon lizard, would be forced to flee in panic by Feng? Is this truly Feng's true strength, effortlessly repelling level 3, 7th rank monsters?
Lu Feng was equally stunned. He had previously mocked Feng, assuming Feng would be at a disadvantage against them, but now it seemed he was the one at a disadvantage.
He had previously mocked Feng, suggesting he faced danger in the ruins and lacked the strength to handle it. Now that Feng was so much stronger than him, it was Lu Feng himself who lacked the strength to cope.
"You two, hurry up and leave," Feng said to Peiyan and Xinyu.
"I'll clear the way for you." With that,
Feng's figure flickered like a serpent, instantly teleporting behind the stone golem statues blocking their path. He swept his spear in a 180-degree arc, sending the golems flying backward. With Feng taking the brunt of the pressure, Peiyan and Xinyu immediately found themselves much less burdened. These golem statues may lack intelligence, but there are so many of them, and their attacks are fierce.
"Be careful," Xinyu said to Feng.
With that, she charged toward the stone golem statues behind them, preparing to retreat from the
ruins. You two go ahead," Feng said indifferently.
Just then, from deep within the ruins, dozens more stone golem statues burst forth, charging at Feng from behind. Feng snorted coldly, spun around, and drew his spear with lightning-fast speed. A flash of lightning flickered at the tip. In an instant, he severed the stone golem puppets' lower torsos cleanly. Lightning brimming with destructive strength raged across their wounds, sending the golem puppets flying backward.
They crashed into the surrounding boulders and lay motionless.
Behind him, more stone golem puppets continued to charge madly at Feng. Facing the ever-growing horde of stone golem puppets, Feng unleashed his full aura, desperately channeling the 9th rank cultivation technique, thunder and lightning art. In an instant, surging thunderous power gushed from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. The A-rank spear in his hand continuously gathered lightning, sweeping it out in a wide arc to strike all around, as blue flashes of lightning illuminated the surrounding passageway. At the tip of Feng's spear, a 5-chi-long spear beam appeared, constantly emitting and absorbing lightning. With every sweeping strike, he would either sever the bodies of 3 to 5 golems or pierce them from front to back, killing them instantly.
"Let us go."
"It's better for him to die than for us to die," Lu Feng said to Xinyu. Then, flames swirled around the long sword in his hand, radiating intense heat.
"Blazing sword art!"
Lu Feng roared, his figure flickering as he unleashed this 3rd rank sword technique.
He charged at the stone golem, blocking their retreat, delivering a direct strike to its neck.
The stone golem was decapitated on the spot. Its head rolled to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. Seeing this, Peiyan and Xinyu immediately rushed toward the exit of the ruins and soon vanished into the labyrinthine passageways. At that moment, more and more stone golems
surged out from all around Feng, surrounding him.
Lu Feng lured the stone golem, blocking Feng's retreat forward, directing them all to attack Feng while he himself retreated to the rear. He intended to set Feng up, forcing him to hold off the stone golems so that Lu Feng could escape.
Seeing Lu Feng luring a large group of stone golems toward him, effectively cutting off his retreat entirely, Feng barked coldly, "Lu Feng, what are you doing?" Hearing this,
Lu Feng, who had been charging toward Feng, executed a footwork maneuver, leaped into the air, cleared the giant statue, and darted through the crowd of golem statues to retreat to the exit at the rear.
"What am I doing?" "Of course, I'm making you die for us. If you don't die here and draw the golem statue's attention, how are we supposed to escape?"
Lu Feng sneered, "It's better for you to die than for the 3 of us to die.
Enjoy it while you can." With that, Lu Feng retreated directly toward the exit passage and, in no time, vanished into the ruins corridors. Feng's face darkened. He never expected to be double-crossed by this scoundrel at the very end, trying to make him a scapegoat so he could escape the ruins himself. Don't get too cocky. Once I'm out of these ruins, you won't survive either. Stone golem statues formed a circle around Feng, sealing him in and leaving him with no way to escape. Now that Lu Feng and his two companions had already escaped, all the stone golem statues' attention was focused entirely on Feng. At that moment, a level 3, 7th rank stone golem statue burst out of the group and charged toward Feng first. The level 3, 7th rank stone golem, wielding a greatsword, appeared before Feng in an instant. The blade flashed as it slashed toward him. A cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. I'll deal with you first. Feng's aura erupted as surging thunder power gushed from his dantian, converging upon his spear. He unleashed the 3rd rank martial art, Thunder Beam Spear, directly countering the level 3, 7th rank stone statue puppet's strike. The terrifying thrust instantly sent the puppet flying backward, slamming it violently into a boulder and shattering it into pieces. Arcs of lightning coiled around the level 3, 7th rank stone statue golem, causing its entire body to convulse. Soon, it fell completely still. Even a level 3, 7th rank stone statue golem was no match for a single thrust from Feng's spear. The surrounding stone statue golems continued to charge at Feng, as if they had no fear of death. Feng snorted coldly, unleashing a burst of aura as he swept his spear horizontally. Flashes of lightning danced along the spear, covering a 180-degree arc around him. In an instant, 4 or 5 stone golem statues were swept away, flying backward. At that moment, stone golem statues continued to surge in from all directions, front, back, left, and right, with over 100 appearing at once. Feng instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A sense of danger surged through him, and he was deeply alarmed. So many stone golem puppets. Looks like I'll have to cheat. You're outnumbering me. Don't blame me for what happens next. Feng reacted swiftly, sweeping his spear in a full 360-degree circle. The spear moved like a dragon, repelling the charging stone golem puppets. Then, from his system space, he pulled out a level 4 energy rifle, the assault. He was determined to claim the ruins' legacy. As for Lu Feng, he'd secure the legacy first. After all, his time in the dungeon was limited. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him once he got out. Anyone who dared to ambush Feng, even if they were the nephew of the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, would die. Feng relied on his submachine gun. In half a day, he had made his way to the depths of the ruins and arrived at the central legacy site. Along the way, Feng encountered several waves of stone golem attacks, but he easily disposed of them all. Standing at the entrance to the legacy site in the center of the ruins, Feng's eyes widened in shock. At the entrance to the legacy site stood an ancient stone stele inscribed with the following words. Youngster, welcome to the legacy chamber of Milama, the mightiest demon king of the 10,000 realms. I must say, you've got some good luck to have passed the stone golem trials I set up on the outer perimeter of the ruins. But don't get too cocky, those trials were merely a warm-up. The real test has only just begun. Obtaining my legacy won't be that easy. Inside, I prepared a series of thrilling and exhilarating trials for you, countless times more terrifying than those on the outskirts. Whether you pass or fail depends on your luck. Good luck. Reading these words, Feng was thrilled. The legacy of Milama, the mightiest demon king across all heavens and realms. Feng stepped into the legacy realm. I'll see for myself what these thrilling and exciting trials are all about. Entering the legacy realm, he found himself in a corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a stone chamber. Just as Feng was about to enter, the stones on the wall of the chamber ahead suddenly shook and fell away, revealing a metal door. Next, a line of text appeared on the wall, flashing with a dazzling light. Youngster, I presume you've already spotted this metal door. This is the first trial. Only by passing the first trial can you proceed to the second. Good luck, go on in. A surprise awaits you inside. Reading the message on the wall, Feng stepped up to the metal door. I wonder what kind of trial lies inside. Feng muttered to himself. Feng stepped inside. The moment he entered, the metal door closed automatically, sealing Feng inside. Feng looked around warily. Suddenly, at the end of the passage 100 meters ahead, 5 enormous monsters slowly crawled toward him. One was a silver-ringed snake, its body encircled by intertwining rings of light. Another was a giant spider with a 7-colored body. A third was an ice toad, its body glinting with a cold sheen. A fourth was a 1,000-legged centipede, covered in a dense mass of legs, and the fifth was a poisonous scorpion, its tail reflecting fiery light. These were the 5 ancient poisons. Moreover, all 5 monsters possess level 3, 9th rank cultivation. Feng's first trial was to slay these 5 ancient 5 poisons. Each of these 5 monsters was enormous, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. Feng cast a casual glance at the 5 monsters ahead. If these ancient 5 poisons were unleashed, even a level 4 warrior would likely have to avoid their wrath, for their toxicity was truly terrifying. But Feng was not afraid. Feng slowly raised his assault rifle. Here we go. Beep, 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 beep. The level 4 energy rifle fired continuously, a dense barrage of bullets raining down on the monsters ahead as if they were free. The 5 monsters were at the far end of the corridor across from him, roughly 100 meters away from Feng. They had just emerged and hadn't even had time to react before Feng mercilessly mowed them down with his submachine gun. The level 4 Plunder submachine gun boasts superior attack power and an effective range of 5,000 meters, capable of taking down level 4, rank 9 monsters. These 5 poisons were merely level 3, rank 9 monsters. They simply couldn't withstand the submachine gun's frenzied barrage. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 5 monsters were riddled with holes, and blood of every color pooled on the floor. They lay lifelessly on the ground, on the verge of death, their hearts filled with despair. What happened to the trial? What the hell are you doing with a submachine gun? Have you no shame left? A moment later, with the 5 poisons dead, the metal door at the end of the passageway opened, and Feng successfully cleared the first level. This trial doesn't seem all that difficult after all, Feng said shamelessly, then stepped through the metal door, walked down the corridor, and arrived at the second level. If Lama, the one who set the trial, knew what Feng was thinking, he would surely curse. Have some fucking decency, will you? Try clearing this without a submachine gun. If Feng hadn't used the submachine gun, encountering the 5 poisons in such a narrow corridor would have meant certain death. Never mind Feng, even a level 4 warrior would die in such a confined space with no place to escape if they ran into the 5 poisons. The second stage was also a stone chamber, with another metal door appearing ahead. As soon as he entered the stone chamber, Feng saw a section of the sidewall glow, revealing a line of text. Ah, you lucky youngster, congratulations on reaching the second stage. Having cleared the first stage and fought the 5 poisons to the death until now, I imagine you're already poisoned by now. Your lips are turning purple, you're foaming at the mouth, and your whole body is convulsing, aren't you? Ah, youngster, don't worry. I've prepared an antidote pill for you in the second stage. This pill can neutralize any poison under heaven. Take it, and not only will it cure the 5 poisons in your body, but it will also transform your constitution into a body impervious to all poisons, completely revitalizing you so that from now on, you'll fear no toxin in the world. Seeing the inscription on the wall, Feng's face lit up with joy. Passing the first stage would earn him the antidote pill as a reward, a pill capable of neutralizing all the world's rare poisons, transforming one's very being, and elevating one's constitution to a body impervious to all poisons, leaving one fearless against any toxin in the world. Feng looked around and finally spotted the porcelain bottle containing the antidote pill in the corner. Approaching the corner, Feng picked up the porcelain bottle and said with a sly grin, "Sorry, senior, but even though I'm not poisoned, I'm still going to take your antitoxin pill." Feng took out the antitoxin pill and swallowed it in one gulp. As the pill entered his stomach, he felt a cool sensation, and a surge of energy rapidly coursed through his limbs and bones, transforming his constitution. At that moment, a line of text appeared on the wall ahead. Lucky youngster, I suppose you've already obtained the antidote pill by now. After taking it, do you feel completely at ease and refreshed all over, with a sense of bliss at having survived a crisis? Haha, I can almost picture how overjoyed you must be right now. But,
Youngster, let me warn you, although you've been lucky enough to pass the first stage, if you become arrogant and complacent from here on out, you're as good as dead. The second stage is just as fraught with danger. Good luck. After reading the message on the wall, Fong felt that Milao Amo, the one who left this ruin behind, was a bit of a drama queen. However, he didn't let it bother him and walked up to the metal door leading to the second stage. He entered the second stage. No 5 poisons appeared in the corridor of the second stage. Instead, 10 stone golem statues materialized, and all 10 were actually at the level 4, stage 1 tier. The moment Fong entered, they activated automatically and charged at him. Is that it? Fong felt a hint of disappointment. He expected some kind of high-difficulty trial. Raising his assault rifle, Fong began firing relentlessly. Beep, 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 beep. Terrifying firepower engulfed the 10 stone golem statues. A moment later, the 10 stone golem statues were blown to smithereens, lying scattered haphazardly at the end of the corridor. Fong felt it wasn't too much of a challenge. He entered the third level. That familiar stone chamber appeared once more, and a passage of text appeared on the side wall. Ha ha ha, lucky youngster, congratulations on reaching the third level. I'm truly glad for you. Having successfully passed the second level, I imagine you've been beaten to a pulp by those 10 stone golem statues, your bones broken, your tendons severed, covered in blood, and covered in wounds, right? You must hate me right now, don't you? For sending you against 10 such cold, emotionless stone golem puppets. Honestly, at this very moment, I can almost feel your pain. But don't worry. I've prepared a great restoration pill for you. Not only will it heal your injuries within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, but it will also boost your cultivation level and take your physical defense to the next level. Fong's eyes lit up as he read the words. He the second trial, and now he had another pill, the Great Restoration Pill. Taking it would boost his cultivation and take his physical defenses to a whole new level. Fong glanced around and spotted the porcelain bottle containing the Great Restoration Pill in the corner once more. He walked over to the corner, picked up the bottle, and opened it. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance of the elixir filled the air. It seemed as though just a whiff could extend one's lifespan. I'm sorry. Even though I'm not injured, I'm still going to take your Great Restoration Pill, Fong said, feeling a bit embarrassed. As the pill entered his stomach, Fong felt a burst of pure energy rapidly coursing through his entire body. In an instant, it felt as though his blood was boiling. The pill's energy was frantically tempering his physical body, being absorbed by it and boosting his cultivation level. The elixir's potency lasted a full incense stick's worth of time before it was completely absorbed. After absorbing the elixir, Fong felt his entire body brimming with strength. His vision, hearing, and reaction time had all reached new heights. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, level 2, stage 2 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 2200 level 3, stage 2. Vitality, 22,000 level 3, stage 2. Speed, 220 ms level 3, stage 2. Strength, 22T level 3, stage 2. Physical defense, level 3, stage 6. Number of entries into system space, 0. The other attributes had increased by 1 stage, and his physical defense had risen by 2 stages. Not bad at all. Fong looked at the writing on the wall and said excitedly, Senior, I only hope you'll come back and give me more of these trials. Just then, the writing on the side wall changed again. Youngster, I'm actually quite impressed that you managed to pass the first and second stages. You're certainly no ordinary person, but that's not enough. The third stage presents a challenge unlike the previous two. The first stage tested your physical resistance to poison, the second tested your agility. This third stage will test your speed and perseverance. In this stage, you must not only deal with stone golem puppets but also withstand attacks of fire. Good luck. I hope to see you in the fourth stage. Looking at the message, Fong muttered to himself, speed and perseverance? Without hesitation, Fong approached the metal door leading to the third stage. Fong stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. The passageway in the third stage was identical to those of the previous two, with one exception. An additional notice read.
Youngster, the third stage has a time limit. There are 10 stone golem puppets. If you can't defeat all 10 within half an incense stick's worth of time, the passage will burst into raging flames and you'll have a blast until you've defeated all 10. Only then will the door at the end of the passage open. Hang in there. Immediately, the 10 stone golem puppets charged at Fong. It'll take half an incense stick to deal with them? Fong said indifferently. Who do they think they're looking down on? Raising his assault rifle, Fong began firing relentlessly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Terrifying firepower engulfed the 10 stone golem statues. In less than a minute, the 10 stone golem statues were blown to smithereens, lying scattered haphazardly at the end of the corridor. Fong felt it wasn't too much of a challenge. It took half an incense stick about 15 minutes and he even used a tenth of that time before he succeeded. He regretted not having the chance to experience the fiery trial left behind by the old demon knee. Passing through the metal door, Fong entered the stone chamber of the 4th level. On the side wall, that familiar handwriting appeared once more. Youngster, congratulations on reaching the 4th level. Having cleared the 3rd level, I imagine you're now charred black all over, your body covered in burns from the flames. You must be in terrible pain, right? To be honest, I almost feel sorry for you. But don't panic. I've prepared a bottle of golden body elixir for you in the 4th stage. This elixir was crafted by simmering countless precious natural treasures and the essence blood of various demons. Don't be shy, drink it, and your physical body will break through to the realm of copper skin and iron bones. From now on, you'll never have to fear being burned by fire again. After reading the inscription, Fong immediately began searching the stone chamber and, before long, found a bottle of golden body elixir. Holding the porcelain bottle containing the golden body elixir in his hand, Fong said with a heavy heart, Senior, although I wasn't burned by the fire, I cannot disappoint your kindness. I'll drink it. With that, Fong downed the golden body elixir in one gulp. Instantly, Fong felt a massive surge of energy explode within him, causing his cultivation level to rise once again, while his physical defense continued to increase. 1 stick of incense later. Beneath Fong's skin, a faint bronze hue began to emerge when tapped lightly with a finger. It emitted a tinkling sound. His physical body skin like bronze, bones like iron. Fong found a rock and smashed it violently against his head. The rock shattered instantly, while his head remained completely unscathed. Impressive, truly a body of copper skin and iron bones. Fong couldn't wait to open the status panel. Host, Fong. Cultivation level, level 2, stage 3 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 2300 level 3, stage 3. Vitality, 23,000 level 3, stage 3. Speed, 230 ms level 3, stage 3. Strength, 23T level 3, stage 3. Physical defense, level 4, stage 2. Number of entries into system space, 0. All attributes had increased by 1 stage, and his physical defense had jumped straight to level 4, stage 2, a 5-stage boost in one go. Fong was overjoyed. With level 4, stage 2 physical defense, he could now use a level 5 energy gun even if he encountered level 5 monsters, he'd have nothing to fear. Moreover, Fong had a vague feeling that this copper-skinned, iron-boned physique was about more than just a 5-tier boost to physical defense. He would to explore its other specific effects gradually in the future. At that moment, the inscription on the wall changed again. Youngster, your physique has achieved copper-skinned, iron-boned status. Isn't that formidable? Are you surprised? Did it catch you off guard? Haha, no need to thank me, you've earned this. But don't let passing the first 3 stages go to your head. The real tests lie ahead. Good luck. After reading the inscription on the stone wall, Fong entered the 4th stage. The challenge here was to defeat 15 level 4, stage 1 stone golem statues. Armed with his assault rifle, Fong breezed through the stage. He arrived at the 5th level. On the stone wall, those familiar words appeared once more. Impressive, youngster. You're truly impressive.
I never imagined that the 15 stone golem statues in the 4th level still couldn't stop you.
Other than outstanding, I can't think of any other adjective to describe you right now.
In this stone chamber, I've left a manual on cultivating soul power.
Don't be shy, take it. You've earned it.
With this method for cultivating spiritual awareness, your soul power will reach new.
He'll put the peak tier healing potion away for now. He'll put the secret art away for now, too, and study it once he is out.
A secret art capable of directly attacking soul power is something virtually unheard of in the outside world. He now had another powerful trump card up his sleeve.
Onward to the 6th stage.
He entered the corridor leading to the 6th stage. At that moment, the words appeared on the wall, "Youngster, having passed the first 5 stages, I admit you're no ordinary person. But the legacy of this Demon King isn't something just anyone
can obtain. The final 2 stages will be your greatest test. Good luck. Only by enduring the greatest hardships can one rise above the rest.
The 6th stage tests your burst power.
Just like the 3rd stage, there's a time limit.
You must defeat 30 stone golem statues within half an incense stick's worth of time. Otherwise, endless lightning will be unleashed in the passageway, and you'll be zapped until you're in 7th heaven. This stage won't be easy. I can practically see you convulsing all over from the electric shocks. Immediately, 30 stone golem statues in the passageway charged at Feng.
Just 30 stone golem statues.
It won't take half an incense stick, Feng said calmly.
With that, he raised his assault rifle and began firing relentlessly. Beep, 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 beep. Terrifying firepower engulfed the 30 stone golem statues. 2 minutes.
The 30 stone golem statues were blown to smithereens, lying scattered haphazardly at the end of the corridor.
It took only 1/5 of the time. Sigh, another missed chance to experience the lightning trial left by old Demon Me. What a pity.
Passing through the metal door, Feng entered the stone chamber of the 6th level.
On the side wall, that familiar handwriting appeared once more. Ha, young upstart, having cleared the 6th level, I imagine you're now charred black all over, with your hair standing on end, white smoke billowing from your body, and foaming at the mouth from being struck by lightning, aren't you? Seeing you fight so hard has truly moved me. I'll give you this Thunder Tribulation Pearl. I paid a heavy price to steal, no, borrow it. After its owner died, I kept it for you.
Fuse the Thunder Tribulation Pearl into your Dantian, and your physique will transform into the Thunder Extreme Physique, a 1 in 10,000 rarity, unmatched in offensive power. I hope you'll grow stronger and stronger and achieve even greater glory.
Thank you. Feng's eyes brimmed with emotion. Old Demon Me, you're truly wonderful. You're a good person.
After a moment of reflection, Feng's gaze hardened as he looked toward the metal door ahead. The final trial, he absolutely couldn't let the old demon down.
He had to claim the final legacy.
As he entered the corridor of the 7th trial, the door behind him closed, sealing him inside.
Familiar text appeared on the wall, "Youngster, I truly envy your luck.
Now, prepare to face the most terrifying trial. In this final stage, the number of level 4 stone golems will increase to a terrifying 100. In other words, you will face the simultaneous attacks of 100 level 4 stone golems.
Tremble. In an instant.
At the end of the passage, a creaking sound rang out as 100 level 4 stone golems marched in unison toward him. Seeing this, Feng suddenly drew his level 4 submachine gun and said, "Sometimes, I really want to keep a low profile, but my strength just won't let me, haha."
Feng's smile was downright smug. Beep, 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 beep.
The submachine gun began sweeping the passageway, and within 10 minutes, all 100 level 4 stone golems had been riddled with bullets. They lay sprawled across the passageway. The final metal door swung open, revealing the final legacy site beyond it. Feng, breathing heavily, stepped forward and entered the legacy chamber. He entered the legacy chamber.
A massive palace came into view. Inside the palace,
a colossal bronze statue stood tall 100 meters high, clad in a long robe, with a resolute expression and eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the stars of the universe.
It was none other than Mi Laoma. Feng entered the grand hall.
The bronze statue spoke. Ha ha ha, young one, having cleared the 7th trial, I imagine your mind must be in shambles by now. I can just picture you being tortured to the point of death by my trials. Feng stared blankly at the bronze statue, which was blatantly lying. He was perfectly fine, nothing was wrong with him at all. It seemed the bronze statue had no consciousness of its own, only a faint remnant of its spirit was After the bronze statue of old demon me finished releasing its life essence, the light in its eyes faded, and it lost its vitality, having fulfilled its mission. The statue contained only a fragment of old demon me's lingering will. Once the task of passing on his legacy was complete, it vanished into thin air. Feng surveyed his surroundings. Inside this palace, mana was even more abundant than outside the dungeon, more than 5 times as much as in the outside world. He decided not to leave for the remainder of his time here. Instead, he would cultivate within these ruins until his time was up. Having just received old demon me's complete legacy, it was time to really dive into his cultivation. By passing old demon me's 7 trials, he had obtained a total of 8 items: the poison curing pill, the great rejuvenation pill, the Vajra elixir, peak tier healing potion, the thunder tribulation pearl, the diagram of the demon ape as contemplation, soul piercing dagger, and the transformation of gods and demons. He had already consumed the poison dispelling pill, the great rejuvenation pill, and the Vajra elixir. To the old demon me, taking these 3 items would allow his constitution to evolve into a body impervious to all poisons, while his physical form would become as tough as copper skin and iron bones. Feng has not yet taken the remaining peak tier healing potion and thunder tribulation pearl. According to old demon me, as long as he has a breath left, the peak tier healing potion can heal him. Refining the thunder tribulation pearl will upgrade his physique to the thunder extreme physique, making him unmatched in offensive power. Feng decided to put the peak tier healing potion away for now, to be used later when he is injured. As for the thunder tribulation pill, Feng planned to refine it immediately to upgrade his physique to the thunder extreme physique. Combined with his 9th grade cultivation technique, thunder and lightning art, his combat prowess would reach new heights. Feng sat cross-legged, swallowed the thunder tribulation pill, and began refining it. As the thunder tribulation pill entered his stomach, terrifying thunder energy surged from it, beginning to transform Feng's physical body and continuously tempering his constitution. Ah! Feng grimaced in pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Thunder energy overflowed from Feng's body, tempering every bone and muscle, while countless impurities were expelled from his system. The fusion process lasted 1 hour. 1 hour later, Feng's fusion was complete. His body was covered in dense lightning patterns and brimming with terrifying lightning strength. His physique had officially evolved into the lightning extreme physique. Only after truly upgrading his physique to the lightning extreme physique did Feng realize just how terrifying it was. Once the lightning extreme physique was activated, his combat power would instantly increase tenfold, his physical attributes would skyrocket, and his lethality would multiply. Of course, maintaining the thunder extreme physique in its activated state requires a massive consumption of mana. With Feng's current cultivation level, he can sustain it for no more than 10 minutes, but that is sufficient. Moreover, there was another pleasant surprise. After fusing with the thunder tribulation pearl, Feng unexpectedly obtained an ancient divine technique, the divine incantation of summoning thunder. This divine technique was recorded within the thunder tribulation pearl, much like an inheritance, and now appeared in his mind. Divine abilities are different from martial techniques. They are far more powerful than martial techniques, not from the high martial era, but from the ancient era. If Feng were to master this divine ability and combine it with the thunder extreme body, his combat power would reach new heights. Feng was overjoyed. This dungeon expedition had been well worth it. He was especially grateful to his master, Mi Lama, for leaving him so many valuable treasures. He now possessed 3 manuals: the meditation diagram of the demon ape, which could enhance soul power; the mental secret art soul piercing spike, capable of directly attacking soul power; and Mi Lama's ultimate legacy, transformation of gods and demons. Feng carefully studied the meditation diagram of the demon ape and discovered that as long as he spent time meditating on it, he could increase his soul power. However, the practice consumed a significant amount of mental energy, so he could only train for 3 hours a day. Feng decided that, from now on, he would set aside 3 hours each day during his cultivation time in the system space to meditate on the meditation diagram of the demon ape and boost his soul power. Soul power is crucial. It is said that when one reaches level 9, rank 9, breaking through to the next level depends on soul power, so possessing strong soul power is essential. Feng resolved to begin cultivating soul power immediately, preparing for the future. As for the spiritual secret art soul-piercing spike, which targets soul power, Feng planned to spend 1 hour a day practicing it. This secret art is incredibly difficult to defend against and can achieve a surprise victory. However, Feng was currently unable to practice divine demon transformation, the most powerful legacy of the old demon me. According to the records in divine demon transformation, one can only practice it after the physical body has broken through its limits 9 times and a primordial spirit has been born. Feng surmises that the breaking through the physical body's limits 9 times mentioned in divine demon transformation likely refers to what the high martial era calls breaking through the level 9 warrior limit, since only by breaking through the level 9 warrior limit can a primordial spirit be born. It seems that divine demon transformation is a cultivation technique that can only be practiced after breaking through the 9th level warrior limit. Fortunately, his 9th grade technique, thunder and lightning art, can be cultivated up to the 9th level warrior stage, so he now has a clear path for his next phase of cultivation. Feng decided to first cultivate the techniques he is currently capable of practicing to enhance his strength. Currently, the techniques Feng can practice include the thunder and lightning art, the blood goddess indestructible body, the demon ape visualization diagram, and the soul-piercing dagger. Along with 3 4th grade martial arts, the thunderbolt fist, the wind-chasing palm, and the cloud-piercing spear, as well as one ancient divine ability, the thunder-summoning divine incantation. Over the next 10 days, Feng entered the system space to train 10 times, totaling 400 days. Each day consisted of 24 hours, 3 hours practicing the meditation on the demon ape, 1 hour practicing the soul-piercing dagger, 9 hours practicing the blood goddess indestructible body, and 6 hours practicing the 3 4th rank martial arts thunderbolt fist, wind-chasing palm, piercing cloud spear, 3 hours on the ancient divine art thunder summoning incantation, and the remaining 2 hours on thunder and lightning formula to enhance his cultivation level. Feng filled every minute of the 24-hour day to the brim. For 10 days, aside from the 1 hour spent entering the system space each day, Feng remained in the center of the Grand Hall, utilizing mana 5 times more abundant than in the outside world to practice thunder and lightning formula and elevate his cultivation level. 10 days passed. Feng's cultivation level successfully rose to level 2, 6th Dan. Since he had spent relatively little time cultivating the thunder and lightning art within the system space during those 10 days, only 2 hours each day, his cultivation level had only advanced by 1 Dan. However, the progress made with his other martial arts manuals was indeed significant. Feng's blood goddess indestructible body, now at the 2nd level, had successfully absorbed 400 portions of essence blood from level 2 monsters. He was only 600 portions short of reaching perfection. Meanwhile, the 3 4th grade martial arts thunderbolt fist, wind-chasing palm, and cloud-piercing spear had been cultivated to perfection. He has also mastered the mental. The group Lu Feng brought consisted entirely of students from his own class at Tianyang No. 1 High School, with cultivation levels ranging from level 3, 5th Dan to level 3, 7th Dan. The strongest among them was Su Lei, the top student in Lu Feng's Class A, with a cultivation level of level 3, 7th Dan. Of the remaining 12, 6 were at level 3, 6th Dan, and 6 at level 3, 5th Dan. Lu Feng, are you certain there is a great legacy within the ruins? Su Lei asked. Lu Feng nodded and said, "We went in 10 days ago, but we were ambushed by a lot of stone golem puppets. I'm certain there is definitely something inside." Lu Feng assured them that if there were nothing there, the ruins wouldn't have produced stone golem puppets, creatures that only existed in the ancient era. The fact that the ruins had stone golem puppets blocking their entry suggested they were likely guarding some extraordinary legacy. The group of 16 pressed on, entering the ruins. Among them, the strongest, Su Lei, had already reached level 3, 7th Dan. 6 others were at level 3, 6th Dan, and 6 were at level 3, 5th Dan. With the addition of Lu Feng, Peian, and Xinyu, they were certain they could repel the stone golem puppets within the ruins and make their way inside. The group entered the ruins. To their horror, they discovered that all the stone golem statues inside had been killed, their bodies riddled with countless large holes, every single one had been slain. As they made their way deeper, they didn't find a single surviving stone golem statue, they had all been killed. Someone has been in here before and killed all the stone golem statues. Su Lei said gravely, they were killed with energy guns. Lu Feng and the others nodded. And I didn't even find a single corpse of that good-for-nothing, how strange. What do you mean by that good-for-nothing's corpse? Su asked. I'm talking about the good-for-nothing who entered with the three of us earlier. When we were surrounded by the stone golem puppets in the ruins, he was too weak to escape. Lu Feng explained. He was completely twisting the facts. If it hadn't been for Feng holding off over 100 stone golem puppets at the very end, the three of them would never have made it out. He was probably devoured by monsters that wandered into the ruins by mistake, Su Lei replied. Having heard that Feng was nothing but a good-for-nothing, he lost interest. Let us go inside and take a look. Who knows, the ruins' legacy might still be in there. Su Lei said. The group nodded and hurried deeper into the ruins. At that moment, in the center of the ruins, at the site of inheritance, Feng had just emerged from the entrance to the site of inheritance, and his mood was excellent. This trip to the ruins had been highly rewarding, and his strength had increased significantly. He could easily handle warriors below level 4, and if he activated his Thunder Extreme Constitution, he could even take on a level 4 warrior. If he combined that with the ancient divine technique Thunder Summoning Incantation and the Soul Power Attack Secret Art Soul Piercing Spike, he'd even stand a chance against a level 5 warrior. No sooner had Feng emerged from the legacy chamber than he bumped into Su Lei, Lu Feng, and their group as they rushed in. Upon seeing Feng, Lu Feng was taken aback and exclaimed in disbelief, Feng, you good-for-nothing, you're actually still alive. Seeing Lu Feng and his group, a cold glint flashed in Feng's eyes. It truly was a case of searching high and low to no avail, yet finding it effortlessly. He had just been about to look for Lu Feng when Lu Feng came right to him. Is this the good-for-nothing you mentioned who entered with you 10 days ago? Su Lei looked at Feng and said to Lu Feng, he is only at level 2, stage 6, yet he didn't die in the ruins. That's right, Lu Feng replied. I never thought this kid would survive, and his cultivation has actually jumped 5 dan in one go. 10 days ago, he was only at level 2, dan 1. A sudden surge of 5 dan? It seems he obtained a significant legacy within the ruins. Since he emerged from the legacy site, that legacy is likely right on his person. Upon learning that Feng's cultivation had surged by 5 dan, Su Lei concluded that Feng must have obtained the legacy. Hearing this, the people around them looked at Feng with greedy eyes. To have obtained a legacy that caused his cultivation to surge by 5 ranks in one go. If they had obtained it, wouldn't they have skyrocketed to new heights? Just the thought of it excited the crowd. Su Lei's expression was cold as he looked at Feng and said, your name is Feng, right? Hand over the legacy, and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, this will be your final resting place. Su Lei showed no hint of tact. He directly demanded Feng's legacy. If Feng refused to hand it over, this would be the place where he met his end. The onlookers also glared at Feng with hostility, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just a level 2, 6th tier warrior, and yet he somehow managed to obtain the legacy by sheer luck. Unfortunately, with his level 2, 6th tier cultivation, he was unworthy of possessing such a legacy. Feng, hand over the legacy. You may have some strength, but against Su Lei, you're no match. A level 3, 7th dan warrior is not someone you can stand up to. Lu Feng said coldly. You're stubbornly clinging to your delusions. All that awaits you is death. In Lu Feng's view, Feng was destined to have his legacy seized today. Upon hearing this, Feng smiled. It was a sarcastic smile. He looked at the crowd, his gaze gradually turning cold. Raising his A-class spear, he pointed it straight ahead and said indifferently, you want the legacy, do you? Come and try to take it. Seeing Feng raise his spear, the group across from him grew cold, glaring at him with murderous intent. Seeing this, Xinyu and Peiyan stepped out of the group and stood beside Feng. Xinyu looked at Su Lei and said, Feng earned this legacy, why should it go to you? Besides, you're seriously underestimating Feng. Do you really think your strength alone is enough to take him on? You're overestimating yourselves. Xinyu knew full well that back when Feng was at level 2, stage 1, he already possessed the strength to repel an ancient dragon lizard. Now that his cultivation had risen to level 2, stage 6, how could a level 3, stage 7 cultivator like Su Lei possibly stand a chance against him? Trying to seize Feng's legacy was nothing short of courting death. A level 2, stage 6 piece of trash, you think we can't handle him? Su Lei laughed a shrill, derisive laugh and sneered, "Today, I'll show you exactly how I'm going to seize his legacy." Payan looked at Su Lei and said, "Su Lei, if you make a move, definitely regret it." Payan and Xinyu had now chosen to side with Feng against Su Lei, Lu Feng, and the others. Feng had saved these two people on two separate occasions, once in the forest deep within the dungeon, where he slew a giant spirit spider to rescue them. And once in the labyrinth on the outskirts of the ruins, where he single-handedly lured away the stone golem, allowing them to escape successfully. Unlike Lu Feng, that ungrateful, treacherous scoundrel, these two were not the kind to turn their backs on Feng. Now that Feng was cornered by the crowd, naturally, the two of them weren't going to stand idly by. When Feng saw Payan and Xinyu step forward to stand by his side, he smiled. These two were indeed worth saving. Feng said calmly, "Xinyu, Payan, you two step back. Even if they hadn't attacked me today, I wouldn't let them off the hook." "You wouldn't let us off? Ha ha ha. I'd love to see how you're going to do that," Su Lei shouted. This kid was way too cocky. Even now, he still couldn't see the situation clearly. It seemed he'd have to be crippled first before he could get his hands on the legacy. Su Lei charged at Feng, while the rest of the Tianyang No. 1 high school students formed a circle around him, sealing off Feng's surroundings to prevent him from escaping. Su Lei gripped a long spear, its blade flashing with a gleam. He unleashed a third-rank body movement martial art, charging toward Feng with erratic footwork. In an instant, he was right in front of Feng. A terrifying burst of mana erupted from Su Lei's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as icy energy boiled. He thrust his spear toward Feng. A third-rank martial art, Thunderbolt Spear. Seeing this, Feng gave a cold snort. His aura erupted as he activated the 9th-rank cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. Instantly, surging thunder and lightning power gushed from his dantian, converging on his spear, causing the spear tip to pulsate with flashes of lightning. Third-rank martial art, Thunderbolt Spear. Feng's spear struck Su Lei's spear head-on. Feng's terrifying thrust instantly shattered Su Lei's spear's aura, then struck Su Lei's body, sending him flying backward and slamming him violently into the ground, creating numerous spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. "Put!" Su Lei spat out a mouthful of blood. Arcs of electricity danced around his body as he convulsed from the electric shock, severely wounded. Su Lei. Seeing Su Lei knocked back by a single thrust, the students from Tianyang No. 1 high school surrounding them were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. Su Lei, a level 3, 7th Dan martial artist and the top student in their class, had been defeated in a single exchange. "Let us all go at him together," said a level 3, 6th Dan prodigy from Tianyang No. 1 high school to the other 11. The group nodded, stepped forward, and closed in on Feng to attack him as a group. One of them wielded a long halberd, slashing it toward Feng. Halberd energy boiled along the blade, whipping up a gust of wind around it. He charged at Feng. Another wielded a massive hammer weighing 1,000 jin, its surface studded with spikes. Terrifying strength radiated from the hammer as it swung, as spectral lights flickering, and the hammer crashed down toward Feng. The rest also drew their weapons and, in an instant, all closed in on Feng to attack him. Feng let out a cold snort as his aura erupted. Arcs of electricity surrounded his body, as if the god of thunder had descended. He swept his spear horizontally. Lightning flashed along its length, covering a 180-degree arc around him. Terrifying lightning and the gleam of the spear. In an instant, he shattered the attacks of all 11 assailants, sending them flying backward. One by one, they crashed to the ground, spitting blood and staring at Feng in terror. This guy was just way too strong. Seeing this, Lu Feng turned deathly pale. Feng was actually this powerful? Even with more than a dozen people attacking together, they were still no match for him.
What was he supposed to do? Given what he'd done to Fong would absolutely not let him off the hook. Fong wasn't going to give him time to think. He unleashed the 4th rank martial arts spirit snake body art, unleashing a terrifying burst of speed so fast it was almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Fong was right in front of Lu Feng. Fong activated his 9th rank cultivation technique, thunder and lightning art. Surrounded by lightning, he leaped forward and thrust his spear downward from mid-air. Mist swirled around the spear, imbued with terrifying penetrating power and the might of lightning. He unleashed the 4th rank martial technique, piercing cloud spear. Lu Feng used his footwork to retreat desperately, but he couldn't evade Feng's spear thrust. Thud! Blood spattered as Feng's spear pierced right through Lu Feng's thigh as he retreated. Ah! Lu Feng let out an agonized scream, stumbled backward, and fell to the ground, clutching his thigh which Feng had pierced and wailing in pain. Feng sneered coldly, raising his spear as he continued to close in on him. Don't come any closer. My uncle is the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. If you dare kill me, he'll never let you off the hook. Lu Feng cried out in fear. Is that so? Feng flickered forward, appearing right in front of Lu Feng. He thrust his spear forward, piercing Lu Feng's other thigh with a single strike. I'd love to see how your uncle won't let me off the hook, Feng said indifferently, then pulled the spear out, sending blood splattering across the floor. Ah! Lu Feng let out a loud wail. The pain of having his thigh pierced by the spear went deep into his bones, a pain no one else could possibly understand. Lu Feng glared at Feng with a frenzied look and said, You've crippled both my legs, you're as good as dead. Dead? My uncle won't let you off the hook. No, you're wrong. I'm not just going to cripple your legs, Feng said indifferently. With that, he suddenly thrust his spear into Lu Feng's dantian, piercing it clean through and destroying all of Lu Feng's cultivation in an instant. Ah! Lu Feng's agonized scream echoed throughout the ruins, sending chills down everyone's spines. With his dantian destroyed, Lu Feng's life was effectively over. Feng sneered. For a despicable scoundrel like this, simply killing him would be too easy. He had to torture him slowly, letting him die in agony. Dare to betray Feng? This is what happens. You've crippled me. You've destroyed my dantian. Lu Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He never imagined Feng would dare to destroy his dantian. With the Lu family, a level 6 martial arts clan backing him, plus an uncle who served as director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, how dare Feng treat him this way? Just you wait. Once we're out of the dungeon, the Lu family will never let you off the hook. Lu Feng screamed hysterically. I'll make sure the Lu family tears you to pieces. Is that so? Too bad you won't be around to see it. Feng's spear pierced right through him. Thud. The spear pierced his heart. Terrifying lightning surged through the spear and raged through Lu Feng's body. He convulsed violently, smoke rising from his hair, his eyes rolling back in his head. Moments later, he was dead. Even in death, Lu Feng couldn't fathom how his life could have ended this way. All because he had offended one man, Feng. That's all for today's update. The excitement continues tomorrow. Please leave positive reviews, and try to keep up with the updates. It's not easy for a struggling author like me to write a book. I rely entirely on your support to make a living. If you don't ask for updates or keep reading, I'll have to go back to the construction site to carry bricks. It's been so hot lately, those bricks are scorching. The students of Tianyang No. 1 High School standing nearby were all stunned. Lu Feng had been killed. The gazes of more than a dozen students fixed on Feng were now filled with sheer terror. Although they had previously been fiercely determined to seize Feng's legacy, they had never actually intended to kill anyone. Their words may have been boastful, but at the end of the day, they were just a bunch of high school students. They had never experienced the dark side of life. Now, seeing how ruthlessly Feng had acted, first piercing Lu Feng's legs, then destroying his dantian, and finally slaying him right in front of everyone, they feared that, given his brutality, Feng might kill them too to silence them. Su Lei and the dozen or so others kept backing away, not daring to look Feng in the eye. Feng turned to face Su Lei and said calmly, "You were quite impressive just now. If I hadn't handed over the legacy, this would have been my final resting place, right?" Feng darted forward, appearing before Su Lei, and thrust his spear straight at him. Thud! In an instant, the spear pierced Su Lei's throat. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, and moments later, he collapsed to the ground. He never would have dreamed in his wildest dreams that he would die here, all because he harbored evil intentions, trying to seize Feng's legacy, only to meet his end at Feng's hands. The remaining 12 were terrified Feng had begun killing them to silence them. In an instant, the 12 began fleeing toward the exit from different directions. Feng watched the fleeing group with a cold smile as he pulled out his submachine gun. Beep, 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 beep. He unleashed a merciless barrage of fire. The terrifying energy bullets instantly pierced the bodies of the dozen or so people in front of him, leaving them sprawled in pools of blood. What goes around comes around. Since they had tried to attack him for the legacy, there was no reason to spare them. Feng didn't even realize that he had become so ruthless he had killed over a dozen people in the blink of an eye. There is no right or wrong in a situation like this. It all depends on one's perspective. If he let these people go now, they might not spare him once they got out. That's just how cruel reality is. If you want to live in peace, you have to learn to arm yourself. Feng holstered his submachine gun, glanced back at Qinyu and Peiyan, and said, "Let us go. It's time to head out." The two nodded, somewhat shaken by Feng's ruthlessness. Those dozen or so people were all their classmates. They never imagined they'd die at Feng's hands in the blink of an eye. Although they found it brutal, from Feng's perspective, he had no other choice. If Feng had spared them, it would have been Feng who died once they got out. Without a word, Feng walked ahead of the two. After leaving the ruins, he parted ways with them and headed alone toward the outer perimeter of the dungeon. In truth, the matter hadn't been handled cleanly enough, as there were still two eyewitnesses. Qinyu and Peiyan. But Qinyu and Peiyan had no intention of harming him just moments ago. They even stepped forward to take his side. Feng couldn't bring himself to kill them to silence them and prevent the story from spreading. Although Feng was ruthless, he still had his limits. He wasn't worried that the two would spread the news, but he feared that if Lu Feng and the others' parents found out the two were involved, they might resort to brutal methods, arresting them and subjecting them to brutal torture, and then there would be no guarantee of the outcome. Never mind. Feng stopped thinking about these things. The killings had already been done, and dwelling on them was pointless. When Lu Feng and the others' parents eventually came knocking, he'd just deal with whatever came his way as it arose. There was nothing to worry about. For now, the priority was to focus on improving his strength. Besides, with the martial god backing him, there was no need to be afraid. If he couldn't handle it, he'd just give the martial god a call and whoever showed up would have to kneel. The ruins were located deep within the dungeon. It would take a day or two to travel from the depths to the outer perimeter. By the time Feng reached the outer entrance, the time limit for entering the dungeon had expired. It was time to leave. Overall, Feng's journey into the dungeon this time had been very fruitful. Although he'd been betrayed twice by underhanded individuals, it had helped him grow, making him more decisive and ruthless. Moreover, he obtained the legacy of the old demon me, which further strengthened his foundational power. He now possessed a constitution immune to all poisons, had achieved a body as tough as copper skin and iron bones, and his physique had even evolved into the Thunder Extreme constitution. He also possessed the old demon me's methods for cultivating soul power, secret techniques for soul power attacks, and the ancient divine ability known as the Thunder Summoning Incantation. Once he got out, as long as he was given time to fully master these skills, he would undoubtedly reach new heights. Feng arrived at the outer entrance of the dungeon. By then, many students had already rushed back, preparing to exit. The dungeon's opening period had reached its end. It was time to leave. If they didn't exit, they would be trapped inside until the next opening, and who knew when that would be. 1 hour later, the dungeon entrance opened, and all the students began to exit. A total of 10,000 students had entered the dungeon this time, but only a little over 9,900 emerged. Several dozen had perished inside. Every time students enter the dungeon, some are lost. This is a normal occurrence. After all, the dungeon is filled with countless unknown dangers, and it's impossible to guarantee that everyone will emerge safely. Outside the dungeon. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the more than 9,900 students emerging and praised them. "You've all done a great job. From this dungeon expedition, I can clearly see that everyone's cultivation has improved significantly. This is excellent news. You are all the cream of the crop among your peers and will surely become powerful warriors in the future. I hope you will continue to grow and contribute to the rise of humanity." The more than 9,900 students responded loudly, vowing that as they grew in the future, they would never forget the nation's nurturing and would contribute their strength to the prosperity of China and the rise of humanity. During this dungeon expedition, everyone experienced a significant improvement, with an average cultivation increase of about 3 levels per person. Outside the dungeon, this would have been unimaginable. 20 days training equaled 1 or 2 years of cultivation. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the excited crowd of over 9,900 students, nodded, and continued, "It's getting late today. You may all rest and explore Shun City for a day before setting off for home tomorrow. You are dismissed." The level 3 dungeon they had entered was called the 9-Star Dungeon, located within the boundaries of Shun City. Since it was already late, there wasn't enough time to return home, so they had no choice but to spend the night in Shun City. Moreover, after spending 20 days in the dungeon engaged in intense cultivation, everyone was eager to explore Shun City, relax, and find a balance between work and rest. Just then. "Hold on!" A shout rang out, halting the students who were about to disperse. Several middle-aged men in black suits, accompanied by a group of people, carried 5 corpses onto the scene and placed them before the director of the Provincial Education Bureau. The middle-aged men in black suits were the director of Shunshi's Education Bureau and high-ranking officials from several prominent clans. "Deng Chang, what is the meaning of this?" the director of the Provincial Education Bureau asked, looking at the director of Shunshi's Education Bureau with confusion. Deng Chang was the director of Shunshi's Education Bureau. "Director Chen, before we disband, we must first bring a murderer to justice," replied Deng Chang, the director of Shunshi's Education Bureau. Chen Mo was the director of the Provincial Education Bureau. During this expedition into the dungeon, Feng, a student from Anqing, acted with utter audacity. To seize rare treasures, he murdered 4 students from Shun City. When our students confronted him afterward, he killed another to assert his dominance, Deng Chang said. "My anger cannot be appeased unless such a ruthless and vicious individual is arrested and torn to pieces." "Is that so?" Chen Mo was taken aback as he looked at the 5 bodies Deng Chang had brought forward. These 5 bodies were precisely the 5 students from Shun City First High School Qiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, and others who had been slain by Feng inside the dungeon. 4 of them had clashed with Feng over the purple spirit fruit and attempted to confront him, only to be killed in return. The 5th student had come with Qi Yun, Lu Wen, and others to confront Feng. Unable to defeat him, he attempted a sneak attack from behind with darts but was ultimately killed by Feng. "Is there any evidence of this?" Chen Mo asked, turning to Deng Chang, the director of the Shunsher Education Bureau. If what Deng Chang said was true, then Feng truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. The nation invests resources to train students and sends them into dungeons to enhance their overall strength and cultivate future leaders for humanity. It is not to have them kill each other. "We have both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. The evidence is irrefutable," replied Deng Chang, director of the Shun City Education Bureau. Next, Qi Yun, Lu Wen, and all the other Shun City No. 1 high school students who had been present that day were summoned to the front. "Explain the specific details clearly to Director Chen," Deng Chang said, turning to Qi Yun, Lu Wen, and the others. Yes, Lu Wen nodded and said, "Director Chen, here is how it all began. That day in the dungeon, 5 of us classmates including me, Xiaoyi, and Zhou Xiang discovered a cliff where a purple spirit fruit vine was growing. It had already borne more than 20 purple spirit fruits, one of which had reached the category of a 3rd-grade celestial treasure. This purple spirit fruit vine was guarded by a pack of wolf demons. It took all 5 of us, Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, and the rest every ounce of strength to slay them all. By the time we finished them off, all 6 of us were severely injured. Just then, Feng and 3 students from Anqing suddenly charged out from the cliff and surrounded the 6 of us.
They wanted to reap the rewards without lifting a finger and threatened that if we didn't hand over the purple spirit fruits, they would wipe us out. Luan looked at Chen Mo with a sorrowful expression and said, "Of course, we refused. We earned these purple spirit fruits at the cost of our own severe injuries. Naturally, we couldn't just hand them over. But who could have known that Feng and his group were so ruthless? They immediately tried to kill all 6 of us. Having already been severely wounded in our battle against the wolf demons, how could we possibly stand a chance against Feng and his 3 companions? 4 of us were killed, only I and 1 other managed to escape," Luan said. "How outrageous!" Chen Mo, director of the Provincial Education Bureau, roared, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If the facts were truly as Luan described, then those 4 members of Feng's group were indeed utterly depraved and deserved to be brought to justice. It doesn't end there. The next day, we teamed up with students from Shunshur No. 1 High School to confront Feng, only to be ambushed by him using underhanded tactics. He killed another student from our school and threatened that if we dared to bother him again, he would never let us off the hook, Luan continued. Chen Mo looked at Luan and asked, "Who can corroborate what you're saying?" This was no trivial matter. It involved the lives of 5 students and he couldn't rely on just one side of the story. "The dozen or so students from Shunshur No. 1 High School who were with me can all testify," Luan said. "If Director Chen doesn't believe me, just bring Feng here and ask the 5 bodies right in front of us if he killed them, then you'll know for sure." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Summon Feng and the other 3 from Anqing for a face-to-face confrontation. If the allegations are true, they will be severely punished without exception." The nation had paid a heavy price to get these 10,000 students into the dungeon. Who would have thought that once inside, instead of devoting themselves to cultivation, these little brats would resort to such unethical, immoral acts, killing to steal treasures without lifting a finger? This is utterly outrageous. 2 updates so far, with more to come shortly. Please leave your reviews. The more 5-star reviews you give, the extra chapters 1 LL post. A murder has occurred. Inside the dungeon, someone has gone so far as to murder other students for rare treasures and killed 5 of them at once. The students around them erupted in an uproar upon hearing Luan's report. They never imagined that the Anqing students would act with such ruthlessness and despicability, ambushing others while they were severely injured after battling monsters. It's utterly shameless. Experts from several major families in Shunshur arrived at the area where the Anqing students were located and said to Feng, Ai Ling, and Feng Wu, "Gentlemen, will you leave on your own, or do we have to make you?" In the area where the Anqing students were gathered, Huang Anhua, director of the Anqing Education Bureau, glared furiously at the representatives of Shunshur's major clans. Luan's words were clearly a slander against Feng and his 2 companions. Ai Ling and Feng Wu had already told him the truth of the matter. It was clearly Lu Wen and his group who had teamed up with Feng and his 3 companions to fight the wolf demon, but after the battle, they refused to share the purple spirit fruit with them, which is what sparked the conflict. Moreover, it was clearly Qiao Yi and his group who struck first. Outmatched, they were killed in return. Yet now they were twisting the facts and falsely accusing Feng and his group of murder and looting. It was utterly shameless. "I'm here today," Huang Anhua snorted coldly. "Let us see who dares lay a finger on Feng and his 2 companions." As he spoke, the aura of a level 6 warrior erupted, instantly forcing the members of the major clans to retreat. "Do you intend to fight?" a high-ranking member of the Qiao family asked. The 5 people Feng had slain were all from martial arts clans in Shun City, and Xiao Yi, in particular, was a direct descendant of the Qiao family, one of Shun City's 3 major level 6 martial arts clans. If it came to a fight, the Qiao family would not fear Huang Anhua, a level 6 warrior. Students from other cities nearby, seeing this, began to gather to watch the spectacle. Could it be that the director of the Anqing Education Bureau, in order to protect Feng, this murderer, was actually planning to clash with the major clans? "You don't have the right to fight yet," Huang Anhua snorted coldly. "The students of Anqing have done nothing wrong. I will, of course, explain everything clearly to Director Chen." Having said that, Huang Anhua turned to Feng, Ai Ling, and Feng Wu and said, "The 3 of you, come with me. Explain the true circumstances of this incident. As long as I'm here, I'll see who dares to lay a finger on you." Feng and the others nodded, following Huang Anhua to stand before Chen Mo, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau. Chen Mo fixed Feng with a piercing gaze and asked, "Did you kill these 5 people?" "Yes," Feng replied without hesitation. The facts were exactly as he stated. He had indeed killed all 5 of them. Upon hearing this, the students from Shunshur No. 1 High School sneered. Luan turned to Chen Mo and said, "Director Chen, there is no doubt about it now, is there? Feng has admitted it himself. He killed Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, and the others." Members of several prominent families in Shunshur glared at Feng with murderous intent in their eyes. Their families had invested enormous resources to nurture these prodigies, placing high hopes on them only to have them killed by Feng the moment they entered the dungeon. The senior members of the Qiao family turned to Chen Mo and said, "Director Chen, we demand an explanation for this matter. Xiaoyi of the Qiao family was a prodigy, the future backbone of our clan. We entrusted him to you to enter the dungeon, only for him to be killed. Unless the murderer is executed on the spot, the Qiao family will not let this matter rest. The same goes for the Zhou family. Our Zhou Xiang possessed extraordinary natural talent and was destined to become at least a level 5 warrior. Now that his life has been cut short like this, the Zhou family will not rest until the culprit is brought to justice," a high-ranking member of the Zhou family added. Leaders from several other major martial arts clans in Shunshur also spoke up, declaring they would not rest until Feng was killed. Chen Mo paid no heed to the outcries of these major clans. Instead, he turned to Feng and asked, "Why did you kill them? Is it really true, as they say, that you killed them to steal their treasure?" Chen Mo was half convinced by Lu Wen's earlier words. According to Lu Wen, Feng and his 3 companions had killed to steal treasure, specifically the purple spirit fruit. But this seemed a bit far-fetched. If it were truly for the purple spirit fruit, there would have been no need for them to kill. They could have simply stolen it. Why go so far as to take lives? There is only one scenario where murder would be justified. Lu Wen and his 6 must have done something Feng and his group found utterly intolerable, which is why Feng resorted to killing them. Everything has its cause and effect. The truth couldn't possibly be as Lu Wen described it, that they were entirely the victims, while Feng and his group were all irredeemable villains. Because they deserved to die, Feng said calmly. What happened that day wasn't at all as Lu Wen described it. When the 4 of us arrived at the cliff that day, Lu Wen and his 6 companions were already fighting the wolf demon guarding the purple spirit fruit, and they were at a disadvantage. Xiaoyi asked us to step in and help fight the wolf demon, promising that we split the purple spirit fruit equally afterward. Feng explained to everyone. "He's lying. He's lying. Director Chen, don't believe a word he says. Kill him right now. He's making it all up." Lu Wen interrupted Feng, his voice betraying a hint of guilt. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold as he snapped at Lu Wen, "Who gave you permission to interrupt him?" Facing Chen Mo's icy glare, Lu Wen instinctively took a step back. He lost his composure. He immediately shut his mouth. "Continue," Chen Mo said to Feng. Having witnessed Lu Wen's moment of unease, Chen Mo was already certain that the truth was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. There were other reasons why Feng had killed Xiaoyi and the others. Feng nodded and continued, "After the 4 of us joined forces with Lu Wen's group of 6 to kill all the wolf demons, Xiaoyi went back on his word. He reneged on his earlier promise to split the purple spirit fruit equally among everyone. He even taunted us verbally, surrounded the 4 of us, and insulted Ai Ling. A fight broke out. Xiaoyi and his 6 men attacked with vicious moves, trying to kill me, so I struck them down." Hearing this, Chen Mo had already pieced things together. The general sequence of events was that Xiaoyi and his 6 had invited Feng and his 4 to help fight the monsters, but after succeeding, they refused to split the purple spirit fruit equally and tried to bully Feng's group. Little did they expect to hit a brick wall and meet their end at Feng's hands. There was no sympathy to be felt for people like that. They had betrayed their trust and deserved to die. However, Feng killing 4 people in one go was indeed a bit too ruthless for a high school student. Feng could have easily injured all 6 and taught them a lesson. There was no need to kill them. But no one knew the exact circumstances at the time. In a life or death struggle, perhaps if Feng hadn't killed Xiaoyi and the others, it would have been Feng who died. Lu Wen, is what he said true?
Chen Mo asked coldly. You'd better not lie to me now.
I can request a martial arts grandmaster with powerful soul power to hypnotize you. Under hypnosis, you'll confess everything honestly. If you dare to lie to me now, if your story differs from what Feng said, I certainly won't let you off the hook. Hearing this, Lu Wen broke out in a cold sweat. A martial arts grandmaster with powerful soul power could indeed hypnotize them and force them to reveal the whole truth. If he lied now and slandered Feng, and it was discovered, he would likely be finished.
It's true, Lu Wen could only admit the truth.
The students and around them heard this. They showed not the slightest sympathy for Lu Wen and the other 5. On the contrary, they praised Feng for doing the right thing, a well-deserved killing. For such treacherous scoundrels, killing them was the only way to rid society of a menace. Humph! Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of Shunshure's major martial arts clans retorted, even so, he shouldn't have killed anyone. At most, he should have taught them a lesson. Killing them was completely excessive. Regardless, our Zhou family's prodigy is dead, he must pay with his life, a high-ranking member of the Zhou family snapped coldly.
At such a young age, to act with such ruthlessness, taking 5 lives outright, what will become of him in the future?
Director Chen, we recommend that this individual be executed immediately to uphold the law, the representatives of the major martial arts clans declared. Seeing this, the surrounding students and teachers turned their gaze to the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, waiting to see how he would handle the matter. Although the 6 students from Shunshu No. 1 High School had been the first to break their word, they hadn't committed a grave offense. Feng, on the other hand, had killed 5 people. That was indeed excessively ruthless. Still, there were extenuating circumstances. It all depended on how Director Chen would handle the situation.
Chen Mo found himself in a dilemma: should he punish Feng or not? 5 lives, that was no small matter.
Although Feng's reasons for taking action were plausible, he had, after all, taken lives, and during an official event, no less. Faced with pressure from Shun City's major martial arts clans, failing to punish Feng would be difficult to justify.
But if he did punish him, the Anqing Education Bureau would certainly object.
Their students had faced unfair treatment and been attacked. It was only natural for them to fight back and kill their opponents, so they would naturally oppose punishing Feng. Just as Director Chen was struggling with the decision of whether or not to punish Feng,
Huang Anhua stepped forward and whispered a few words in Chen Mo's ear.
Instantly, the look in Chen Mo's eyes toward Feng changed. It turned to shock and disbelief.
If Huang Anhua had told him this sooner, he wouldn't have had to agonize over it. With Feng wielding such immense influence, why would there even be a need for punishment?
Xiao Yi and his 4 companions were practically asking for death. They dared to provoke even the one the martial god had taken a liking to. They deserved to be slain.
Thinking back on what Huang Anhua had just said, Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine.
Thankfully, he hadn't decided to punish Feng, otherwise, his tenure as director of the Provincial Education Bureau would have come to an end. What Huang Anhua had just told him, Feng is the one the martial god has taken a liking to. You decide what to do. That's all for today's update.
Everyone, please give it a 5-star review. The author is the one chosen by the martial god. You decide for yourselves. Feng did nothing wrong in this matter.
It was entirely the fault of Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, and the other 3. They brought this upon themselves. Feng bears no blame, Chen Mo announced.
Feng will not face any punishment. Upon hearing this,
members of the major clans all glared angrily at Chen Mo. How dare he show such favoritism toward Feng?
Huang Anhua nodded. Chen Mo was a sensible man.
Once he learned of Feng's background, he immediately decided not to pursue any charges. The students and teachers present were stunned by this outcome.
It seemed Feng's background was no ordinary affair. 5 lives lost, yet the charges were simply dropped.
Everyone could tell that Chen Mo had changed his stance toward Feng only after Huang Anhua whispered a few words in his ear.
What kind of background could make even the director of the Provincial Education Bureau so wary that he'd rather offend the major clans than take action against Feng?
Members of the major clans spoke up and, Director Chen, this resolution is nothing short of oppression against our major clans.
Don't the lives of our 5 prodigies even deserve an explanation? Are we to simply let the murderer go like this? An explanation? What explanation do you want? Chen Mo snapped coldly.
You members of the major clans have broken your word and betrayed your trust. You deserve to be slain. This matter is closed. Do not bring it up again. That's all. Dismissed. You. The high-ranking members of the major clans looked grim. It seemed Shen Mo was determined to protect this young man today. Since that was the case, they could no longer take action against him through official channels. But just because they couldn't take action through official channels didn't mean they would let him off the hook. He dared to kill the prodigies of their major clans. This phone must die. Let us go, the high-ranking members of the major clans said. If the mountain 1T come to Mohammed, Mohammed must go to the mountain. Director Chen, we hope you'll continue to protect him. After speaking, the high-ranking members of the major clans turned and led their people away. Oof. I advise you not to pull any underhanded tricks behind the scenes, otherwise, you'll be the ones to suffer. Chen Mo warned. He couldn't reveal that Feng's background was tied to the martial god, so he could only offer a subtle warning. If the major clans didn't know their place and dared to seek revenge against Feng, they'd be courting their own doom and he wouldn't be to blame. After the crowd had dispersed, Chen Mo looked at Feng and said appreciatively, "Not a bad young man. To have caught the eye of that person, keep up the good work, and you'll surely reach the pinnacle one day." Thank you, Director Chen. I will, Feng replied gratefully. Although Chen Mo had chosen not to hold him accountable solely out of respect for the martial god, Chen Mo had indeed helped him this time, sparing him a great deal of trouble, so he truly owed him his thanks. Don't mention it. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, feel free to ask me for help, Chen Mo said. This remark was clearly intended to build a good relationship with Feng. Indeed, he naturally needed to establish a good relationship in advance with someone who had been taken under the martial goddess wing. All right, Feng replied without hesitation. As the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Chen Mo naturally held a great deal of power. He might need help in the future, so there was no need to be modest. Besides, in a situation like this, it would be unwise not to give Chen Mo face. Although the major clans have left today, I suspect they won't let this go. They'll likely target you behind the scenes, so you must be extra careful on your way back to Anqing, Chen Mo cautioned. Huang Anghua replied from the side. These people certainly won't let Feng return to Anqing so easily. But don't worry, I've already asked Hong Yu from the military district near Anqing to send troops to protect us. I guarantee Feng will return to Anqing safely. With the military protecting us, there is no problem, Chen Mo said with a nod. Feng also nodded. He hadn't expected Huang Anghua to be so thoughtful. He'd already contacted the military to come protect him. Originally, he'd been worried that the major martial arts clans might try to take him out in secret on his way back to Anqing, which would have caused him no small amount of trouble. After all, among the major martial arts clans he'd offended in Shun City, the Chao clan was already a level 6 martial arts clan, boasting several level 6 warriors within its ranks. The other families were also level 5 martial clans, comparable to the Yuan family. If several of them mobilized their experts to take him on all at once, Huang Anghua alone would truly be unable to handle it. Now that the military was coming, everything would be fine. No matter how powerful the major martial clans are, they'd have to bow down in the face of the military. Feng and more than 290 students from Anqing settled in Shun City with Huang Anghua, preparing to return to Anqing the next day. That evening, the high-ranking members of Shun City's major clans all gathered at the Chao clan to discuss how to deal with Feng. They could absolutely not let Feng off the hook for daring to kill their clan's prodigy. A high-ranking member of the Zhou family said, "Our Zhou family is willing to provide 1 level 5 warrior and 10 level 4 warriors to ambush that brat on his way back to Anqing tomorrow." The other major clans likewise declared, "Our 3 families are also willing to provide 1 level 5 warrior and 10 level 4 warriors to ambush that little bastard tomorrow." Seeing the 4 major clans speak in unison, the most powerful of them all, the Chao clan, spoke up. "In that case, the Chao clan will provide 1 level 6 warrior, 6 level 5 warriors, and 10 level 4 warriors to ensure the success of this ambush." The major clans nodded in agreement. To ambush Feng, a level 6 warrior was essential, because Huang Anghua, who was protecting Feng along the way, was himself a level 6 warrior. As long as someone could tie up Huang Anghua, it would be a piece of cake for the rest to kill Feng, a level 2 warrior. Among the major clans, only the Qiao clan had a level 6 warrior, so it was up to them to take action. The 5 major clans continued to discuss the specifics and finally decided that the Qiao clan would lead tomorrow's ambush, with the other 4 clans providing support. Combined, the 5 major clans deployed 1 level 6 warrior, 10 level 5 warriors, and 50 level 4 warriors. Tomorrow, Feng would meet his end. That night, Feng and his companions spent some more time exploring Shun City, sampled some of its local delicacies, and then returned to their hotel to rest. They would return to Wanqing the next day. In his hotel room, Feng entered the system space and began his cultivation. Currently, within the system space, Feng focuses primarily on the thunder and lightning art, the blood goddess indestructible body, the demon ape visualization diagram, the soul-piercing dagger, and the thunder summoning incantation. The thunder and lightning art primarily enhances his cultivation level, while the blood goddess indestructible body primarily boosts his physical defense. The meditation diagram of the demon ape focuses on cultivating his soul power, laying the foundation for reaching the peak of a level 9 warrior in the future. The soul-piercing spike and the divine incantation to summon lightning are his trump cards. The deeper he cultivates them, the more powerful they become. He cannot neglect any of these 5 cultivation methods. 24 hours a day. For the thunder and lightning art and the blood goddess indestructible body, Feng dedicates 9 hours each to these 2 practices. For the meditation on the demon ape, Feng spends 3 hours a day in meditation, as that is currently his limit. Exceeding 3 hours causes excruciating headaches. Of the remaining 3 hours, he spends 1 hour cultivating the soul-piercing spike and 2 hours cultivating the divine thunder summoning spell. 24 hours a day, his schedule is packed to the brim. Since Feng was cultivating a 9th rank technique which is countless times more difficult than other techniques, and given that he was a 5-star super warrior, the amount of mana required to advance his cultivation was enormous, even with his epic grade peak tier talent and the system space cheat. After reaching level 2, it would take 4 days to advance his cultivation by 1 segment, equivalent to 160 days of cultivation in the system space, or half a year. Today was already the 3rd day. He estimated that once he returned to Wanqing tomorrow, 1 more day of cultivation would be enough to break through. There is more to come. The next day. Early in the morning, Feng and the others boarded buses bound for Ansheng. With over 290 people, they filled 6 large buses. Shunshur was not far from Ansheng, so they could reach it in the morning. The buses were by the Ansheng Education Bureau. Of the 300 students who entered the dungeon from Ansheng this time, 6 died inside, leaving only 294 to return. The 6 large buses formed a single line, traveling back to Ansheng. Feng and Huang Anghua were on the 4th bus in the middle. Huang Anghua said, "Hong Yu is already on his way with a 200-strong army of high-tier warriors. We should meet up with him along the way." "Got it," Feng nodded. As long as Hong Yu was bringing his troops, that was enough. Now that they were on the road, the elite fighters from the major clans were likely already lying in ambush. "No need to worry," Huang Anghua said. "If the major clans don't make a move, so be it. But if they do, I'll make sure they never return." Feng replied, not doubting Huang Anghua's words for a moment. Huang Anghua himself was a level 6 warrior, and with Hong Yu another level 6 warrior and a 200-strong force of high-level warriors at their disposal. Anyone from the major clans who dared to show up was as good as dead. The 6 vehicles continued on their way back to Wanqing until they reached a secluded stretch of road. Suddenly, a dozen or so SUVs raced up from behind, lining up side by side to block the middle of the road, completely cutting off their path. More than 60 people quickly got out of the SUVs and intercepted the 6 buses heading for Ansheng. These 60-plus individuals were elite fighters dispatched by the major clans of Shun City at that moment. Every one of them was dressed in black and wearing masks. They had only one objective on this mission: to kill Feng. Although wearing masks to conceal their identities was somewhat redundant since others could easily guess that the major clans were behind it, they still had to go through the motions. As long as they killed only Feng and did not harm the other students, even if higher-ups suspected the clans were responsible, without direct evidence, the clans' connections would make it easy to smooth things over. If they didn't wear masks and carried out the ambush brazenly, being seen by so many students would amount to a direct challenge to the authorities' authority. That would lead to a lot of trouble afterward. Everyone on the buses, get out. You're surrounded. If you don't get out, you'll die, the level 6 warrior leading the Chow family group shouted at the 6 large buses. Of course. His goal was to find Fong, not to kill everyone on the buses. If they killed 300 students all at once, it would directly enrage the authorities. In that case, the government would likely strike immediately and wipe out the major clans. After all, these students were the nation's future hope. It was understandable for the major clans to go after Fong, but killing so many students for no reason was tantamount to suicide. Inside the 6 large buses, students began getting off one after another. Fong and Huan Angua stepped out of the 4th bus. Looking at the masked figures in black ahead, Huang Angua's expression turned icy. It seemed the major clans had indeed made their move. Upon seeing Fong step out of the 4th bus, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the major clans members. The Chow family's level 6 warrior pointed at Fong and said, "You come here." Hearing this, Fong retorted, "Who do you think you are? Just because you tell me to come over doesn't mean I will." In an instant, the atmosphere grew awkward. The menacing tension they imagined was nowhere to be found. The moment the man across from him spoke, Fong had shot back at him. Fong could naturally tell who his opponent was, but since Han Yu's army hadn't arrived yet, he had to stall for time. Once Han Yu's army arrived, it would be their doomsday. What a sharp-tongued fellow. "We'll see who can save you today," the Chow family's level 6 warrior said coldly. "The rest of you who don't want to die, get out of the way. Today, we're only killing him." In an instant, more than 60 members of the major clans advanced toward Fong. Seeing this, Huang Angua snorted coldly, stepped forward, and stood in front of Fong. "It's been a while since I've fought. Today, I'll use you all to stretch my legs. I'll hold him off." "You lot go kill that kid," the Chow family's level 6 warrior ordered. Gripping his long sword, its blade flashing with a cold light, the Chow family's level 6 warrior unleashed a 5th-grade movement technique and charged at Huang Angua. This movement technique was called Gale Speed Movement. He had cultivated it for many years and had now reached the pinnacle of mastery. As he arrived before Huang Angua, the Chow family's level 6 warrior unleashed a terrifying burst of mana from his entire body. An aura of overwhelming pressure radiated outward, and a sword aura pulsed from his long sword. This was a 5th-grade martial art, 6-vein sword slash. The Chow family's level 6 warrior was at the 5th sublevel of level 6. Relying on this strike, he had once defeated an opponent 1 sublevel higher than himself. "Fong, stay behind me. The rest of you, keep your distance," Huang Angua ordered. As the director of the Anqing Education Bureau and one of Anqing's 3 major powerhouses, Huang Angua's cultivation had reached the 9th sublevel of level 6, 4 sublevels higher than this Chow family level 6 warrior. As long as Fong didn't stray too far from him, safety would not be an issue. Huang Angua unleashed his full aura, activating the 7th rank martial art Sun Moon formula. Instantly, surging mana gushed from his dantian, and his great broadsword began to radiate light. A massive sun and a full moon appeared upon its blade. He unleashed a 6th rank martial technique, directly clashing with the Chow family's level 6 warrior's 2nd rank martial technique, the 6 meridian sword slash. Empowered by the power of the sun and moon, and with Huang Angua's cultivation level already superior to that of the Chow family warrior, this terrifying strike instantly shattered the Chow family warrior's 6 meridian sword aura. The Chow family's level 6 warrior was sent flying backward by the impact, crashing violently to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Level 6, 9th Dan. Seeing the Chow family's level 6 warrior knocked back by a single strike, members of the other major clans exclaimed in shock. "This man's cultivation has reached level 6, 9th Dan. Elder Chow is no match for him. The 10 of us will join forces to tie him down, while the rest of you go and kill that kid," said a level 5 elder from the Zhou family. The level 5 warriors from the major clans nodded. The Zhou clan elder, unarmed, charged at Huang Angua. Red flames burned on his fists, apparently a formidable 5th-grade fist technique. Huang Angua snorted coldly as his level 6, 9th rank aura erupted. Mana swirled around his body, making him look like a descending deity.
Huang Angua's terrifying speed erupted so fast it was almost unbelievable.
In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Zhou family elder. He swung his massive broadsword.
The blow sent the Zhou family elder flying backward, a massive gash appearing in his chest that exposed the bones beneath.
He crashed to the ground, dead on the spot.
Hold me back? Do you really think a bunch of level 5 warriors are even qualified to do that? Huang Anhua snorted coldly.
10 level 5 warriors thinking they could hold him back. They were really underestimating him. He had previously assumed the major clans would send several level 6 warriors, but to his surprise, there was only one.
Sending just one level 6 warrior, was this a sign of contempt for him, Huang Anhua?
The members of the major clans closing in from all sides were completely taken aback by this sudden turn of events.
A level 5, 9th Dan elder from the Zhou family had been cut down with a single stroke. How could they possibly stand a chance against Huang Anhua? Kill that kid first. The Chao family's level 6 warrior charged forward once more. I'll hold him off for you.
The high-ranking members of the major clans surrounding them nodded and charged at Feng.
Looking for death, Huang Anhua snorted coldly.
He raised his great broadsword and swung it down, a terrifying blow that sent one of the attackers hurtling through the air. The man crashed to the ground, skidding more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. He coughed up blood and foam, twitched a few times, and died.
But just then,
more than a dozen level 4 experts from the major clans had already closed in on Feng, ready to strike him down.
Feng's expression remained impassive, showing not the slightest trace of fear.
Calmly and unhurriedly, he retrieved a level 5 energy rifle from his system space. Feng's physical defense was now on par with that of a level 4 warrior, allowing him to wield a level 5 energy rifle.
Beep, 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 beep.
Feng mercilessly opened fire on the experts from the major clans surrounding him. A level 5 energy gun could easily kill level 5 monsters. Its power was far beyond what these level 4 experts from the clans could withstand. The level 5 energy gun plunder continued to sweep the area with fire. The terrifying energy bullets, like artillery shells, blasted the surrounding experts from the major clans flying backward.
One by one, they fell to the ground.
The energy gun's bullets pierced through the bodies of more than a dozen people, leaving bowl-sized holes in their bodies. Pierced by a level 5 energy gun, not a single one of them survived. If this had happened elsewhere, they might have been able to dodge the shots, but at such close range and while they were closing in on Feng, his sudden burst of fire from the submachine gun caught them completely off guard, leaving them with no way to evade. Seeing all of them mowed down by Feng's energy rifle and left lying in pools of blood,
the remaining experts from the major clans were dumbfounded. A level 5 energy rifle, they exclaimed in shock.
Their own clans possessed level 5 energy rifles as well, but they never used them lightly. After all, the things were exorbitantly expensive. A single bullet cost hundreds of thousands, and every shot was a financial drain.
Moreover, their destructive power was so immense that they could easily cause collateral damage.
They never imagined Feng would possess one, and what shocked them even more was that it was a level 5 energy rifle. The fact that he could wield a level 5 energy rifle meant his physical defense had already reached the level of a
level 4 warrior. Wow, wasn't he only level 2? How could his physical defense be this strong?
But Feng Lungti gave them time to think. With a ferocious expression, he clutched his level 5 submachine gun and began mowing down the elite fighters from the major clans all around him, exclaiming with relish, "You scum! You came here to ambush me, didn't you? Now get a taste of your grandpa's submachine gun's strength." The elite fighters from the major clans were taken aback and hurriedly retreated, shouting, "Quick, retreat! Retreat!" But even as they retreated rapidly, more than 20 of them were unable to escape the range of the energy rifle and were knocked to the ground. They retreated to a safe distance. The members of the major clans looked grim. They never imagined that their ambush today would turn out like this. But the situation was far worse than they had anticipated. Because just then, in the distance, 10 military vehicles drove up from the road ahead and stopped directly behind the off-road vehicles blocking the road. From the first military vehicle, Hong Yu, the commander of the Anqing military district, stepped out, followed by 10 level 5 platoon leaders. From the 9 military vehicles behind,
200 armed soldiers warriors rushed out and swiftly surrounded the remaining members of the major clans. All 200 of these soldiers were level 4 warriors. Seeing the situation unfold before them, the students from Ancheng all became excited. They knew that the powerful figure behind Feng had mobilized the troops. Looking at the warrior troops surrounding them, the experts from the major clans were stunned. It seemed they were doomed today. That's all for today's update. The excitement continues tomorrow, with 3 to 4 updates a day. They might be late, but there won't be any skipped updates. Hong Yu approached Feng and Huang Anghua and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Huang Anghua replied calmly. "It's them who are in trouble. Feng has given me quite a surprise." "A surprise?" Hong Yu looked at Feng in confusion. Upon seeing the energy gun in Feng's hand and the corpses of the elite fighters from the major clans on the ground, he instantly understood what Huang Anghua meant. A level 5 energy gun. Feng could actually wield a level 5 energy gun. Didn't that mean his physical defense had already reached level 4? Good grief! With a level 2 cultivation base, his physical defense is already on par with level 4. That's just too terrifying. Is this what peak tier talent looks like? Feng stepped forward, looked at the remaining experts from the major clans, and said, "Surprised? Unexpected? How about it, everyone? You." The Chao family's level 6 warrior was so furious he couldn't speak. He never imagined that even with so many experts mobilized today, they'd still end up defeated here. "If we capture you, we should be able to trace the trail back to your families and bring them to justice," Feng said calmly. "The major families of Shunshur ambushed 300 college entrance exam students in Ancheng. I wonder if your families can bear the weight of that crime. Break out. Let as many of us survive as possible," the Chao family's level 6 warrior said. "We absolutely cannot let them capture any survivors." In an instant, the remaining experts from the major families unleashed their aura and charged toward the outer perimeter, preparing to flee. They would rather die than let the Anqing military capture any survivors. As long as there were no survivors, Feng and his group wouldn't be able to use this against their families. If any survivors were captured, it would likely bring significant trouble to their families, even though they had come solely to ambush Feng alone. But others wouldn't see it that way. If Feng were to frame them for ambushing 300 Anqing students, the major clans would likely find themselves in deep trouble. After all, ambushing one person is fundamentally different from ambushing 300. Ambushing 300 students would cross the government's red line. If the government failed to severely punish the perpetrators, public opinion would not stand for it. "Open fire," Hong Yu ordered. In an instant, the 200 level 4 warrior soldiers surrounding the major clans drew their energy guns and began firing wildly. Terrifying energy bullets instantly pierced the air, swarming the experts of the major clans in a dense barrage. Before long, all the experts from the major clans were killed, lying in pools of blood. Not a single survivor remained. "Humph," Hong Yu snorted coldly. "They deserved to die." The students of Anqing all looked on in awe. Feng's energy was truly immense. He managed to summon so many reinforcements, and his own strength was extraordinary. Feng's current combat prowess was likely on par with that of a level 4 warrior. Among the tens of thousands of college entrance exam candidates in Anqing, he was undoubtedly one of the very best. In the race for the top spot in the Southeast Province college entrance exams, Feng had a real shot at winning. Hong Yu sent men forward to conduct a thorough search. Upon confirming that not a single member of the major clans had survived, he announced that they would continue their journey back to Anqing. Hong Yu had never intended to spare any survivors from the major clans just to use them as leverage against the clans later. In clashes involving clans and the government, one must know how to strike a balance. The major clans had already suffered a devastating loss this time, having lost over 60 elite fighters. If he were to further provoke them over this, it would likely backfire. In this world, the government does not hold absolute power. In the high martial arts era, the world is ruled not only by national governments but also by numerous martial arts clans and hereditary factions. Some powerful martial arts clans possess peerless masters, and even the government must give them some face. A martial arts grandmaster steps in.
While the governments of various nations manage Earth to a certain extent, some powerful martial arts clans and traditional factions on Earth also hold significant sway. This balance must not be disrupted. Back in Ansheng, the school granted the 300 students who entered the dungeon a day off, allowing them to return home and rest. With only 15 days left until the Warrior College entrance exam, they had entered the final sprint phase. Feng returned home and immediately fell into a deep, restful sleep. Lately, he and T had much proper rest. He was either training or engaged in combat. Although warriors don't require long periods of rest, they can restore their physical strength and energy simply through training. A little rest is still beneficial for relaxing their tense minds. Just as Feng was falling asleep, in Tianyang City, Southeast Province, Zhang Kuan, director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, stood with an extremely cold expression as he gathered all the students who had ventured into the Level 3 dungeon to investigate a matter. At the same time, standing alongside Zhang Kuan were more than a dozen high-ranking members from Tianyang City's martial arts clans, all gathered together. The prodigies from these dozen or so clans who had entered the Level 3 dungeon this time had, to everyone's shock, all perished inside. These martial arts clans were no slouches, all ranked level 5 or higher, and the prodigies they had nurtured were all at level 3 or above, enrolled in Class A of Tianyang No. 1 High School. Logically speaking, given that their prodigies were at the level 3 cultivation level, they should not have perished while entering a level 3 dungeon. How could more than a dozen of them have died all at once? Now, these martial arts clans, in conjunction with the Tianyang City Bureau of Education, are investigating the cause of their deaths. If it were a natural death, that would be one thing, but if they were secretly murdered by other students inside the dungeon, they would certainly not let the perpetrators get away with it. Moreover, this time, Lu Feng, the nephew of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, also died in the dungeon, which enraged Zhang Kuan. He was determined to find the killer. By gathering all the students from Tianyang City who had entered the dungeon and conducting a unified investigation, they quickly uncovered a lead. The dozen or so students who had died had entered a ruin within the dungeon. In the end, only 2 emerged alive, while the rest had all perished. The 2 survivors were none other than Xinyu and Peiyan, who were taken away by the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau and representatives from several major families. In a sealed interrogation room, Zhang Kuan looked at Xinyu and Peiyan and asked in a deep voice, "What did you encounter inside the ruins? Why were you the only 2 to come out alive?" "My nephew, Lu Feng, along with Su Lei the prodigy from Shunshur No. 1 High School, and over a dozen others all died." Zhang Kuan felt there were significant inconsistencies in this matter. If they had encountered an insurmountable danger within the ruins, why did Xinyu and Peiyan, the 2 with the weakest cultivation levels, manage to escape? Yet the rest perished inside. Lu Feng, Su Lei, and the other dozen or so people all had cultivation levels higher than Xinyu and Peiyan. This was highly suspicious. "We don't know. After entering the ruins, we split up. Then we encountered attacks from many stone golem statues. The 2 of us couldn't hold them off, so we retreated," Xinyu replied. She had no choice but to lie. There was no way she could betray Feng. "Is that so?" Zhang Kuan's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he fixed it on Xinyu, emanating a faint aura of authority that made the atmosphere in the interrogation room grow heavy. Xinyu's expression wavered slightly, and she began to feel nervous. After all, she was just a high school student. In a situation like this, it was hard not to slip up. "Yes," Xinyu said through gritted teeth, refusing to admit anything. Zhang Kuan furrowed his brow slightly and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell the truth. We'll have a martial arts grandmaster step in shortly to hypnotize you, then you'll confess everything willingly." "What?" Xinyu was taken aback, and Peiyan, beside her, also looked panicked. A martial arts grandmaster was a being that transcended a level 9 warrior, one who had already cultivated a primordial spirit. If they could use soul power to hypnotize the 2 of them so easily, then Feng's involvement would likely be exposed. Though panicked, the 2 had no choice. Facing the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, they were powerless to resist and could only submit to the hypnosis. Sigh. If anyone was to blame, it was Feng for causing such a huge commotion, killing so many students at once. The deaths of over a dozen third-level prodigies from Class A were no small matter. Students capable of raising their cultivation to level 3 before the college entrance exams are among the very best in all 10 cities and 9 towns of the Southeast Province. Great hopes were pinned on them. Keep in mind that Chi Yun, the top prodigy at Shun City First High School, is only at level 3, stage 1. One can only imagine the importance of these dozen or so level 3 prodigies. They were the hopes of a dozen martial arts clans, nurtured from childhood at enormous cost and with countless resources. And yet, they were wiped out just like that. More than a dozen major clans went into a frenzy, especially the Su clan, the martial arts clan to which Su Lei belonged, which was a level 7 martial arts clan. Su Lei possessed a rare grade mid-tier talent. The Su clan had pinned great hopes on him, expecting him to break through to level 9 and reach the realm of a martial arts grandmaster in the future. Yet he was killed just like that. How could the Su clan not be enraged? When a level 7 clan flies into a rage, it's no joke, people will die. Hypnotizing someone isn't that easy, because only level 9 or higher, grandmaster level experts can hypnotize others, and hiring a grandmaster to do so comes at a tremendous cost. But this time, over a dozen major martial arts clans went all out, sparing no expense to find the true culprit. Su Jian, the head of the Su family, entered the interrogation room accompanied by an elderly man. The old man's aura was subdued and natural, giving off an air of unfathomable depth. He was indeed a martial arts grandmaster. Grandmaster Wang, thank you for your help, Su Jian said politely. You may step out for now. I'll have an answer for you in half an hour, the old man replied. Yes, Su Jian nodded, then exited the interrogation room with Zhang Kuan and the others, leaving Grandmaster Wang with Qin Yu and Peiyan. Qin Yu and Peiyan looked somewhat nervous facing a martial arts grandmaster who had transcended the 9th level. They were under immense pressure. Relax. It'll be over in a moment. Grandmaster Wang's words seemed to hold a magical power. Immediately, a surge of powerful soul power enveloped Qin Yu and Peiyan, causing them to slump face down on the table as if they had fallen asleep. Half an hour later, Grandmaster Wang emerged from the interrogation room, looking somewhat weary. Inducing hypnosis once had taken a significant toll on his soul power, but fortunately, he had lived up to the trust placed in him and uncovered the truth. How did it go, Grandmaster Wang? Su Jian, Zhang Kuan, and the others waiting at the door asked anxiously the moment they saw him emerge. I've uncovered the truth. Your clan's young prodigy did not die a natural death in the ruins. He was killed by one of my students, Grandmaster Wang said. Killed by one of your students. Upon hearing this, Su Jian and the high-ranking members of the other dozen or so major clans all grew cold. Sure enough, their prodigious young heir had been murdered. Is this connected to the two people inside? If it is, they might as well be dead, Su Jian said coldly, glaring at Qin Yu and Peiyan in the interrogation room. Whoever killed his Su family's prodigious heir and cut off the Su family's future, anyone involved in this must die. There is a connection, but it's not a major one. Let me explain the sequence of events to you step by step, Wang began. Immediately afterward, Grandmaster Wang recounted everything he had learned through hypnosis from Qin Yu and Peiyan. From the moment Peiyan, Lu Feng, and Qin Yu invited Su Lei and a dozen others into the ruins, to their encounter with Feng inside the ruins, to the altercation with Feng, and finally to Feng shooting everyone to death, he recounted every detail without omitting a single word. After hearing Grandmaster Wang's account, the high-ranking members of the dozen major clans were all enraged. The prodigies of their clans had actually been mowed down by a mere upstart with an assault rifle. To be so ruthless at such a young age, killing more than a dozen people in a single incident. If he wasn't put to death, there would be no point in the dozen major clans continuing to exist. The most furious of all was Zhang Kuan, director of the Tianyang City Bureau of Education. Zhang Kuan's nephew, Lu Feng, had been tortured by Feng before his death. His legs were pierced with a long spear, and his dantian was destroyed before he was finally killed. If he did not seek justice for his nephew Lu Feng, he would be letting down his sister, Lu Feng's mother. How should we handle this? Director Zhang, you have the final say, said Su Jian, the head of the Su family, a level 7 martial arts clan. Su Lei, a member of their clan, had been brutally murdered by Feng. They could not allow the killer to run rampant. Kill. Zhang Kuan uttered a single word in a flat tone. That single word, kill, signified his resolve. Having taken the lives of more than a dozen students, Feng had no reason to live. Should we employ official channels, or should our dozen or so major clans take direct action? Someone asked.
Mobilizing official channels might take some time, and the procedures are complicated. That kid has impressive talent. I'm afraid something might go wrong.
You all just go ahead and eliminate him yourselves. I'll handle the aftermath, Zheng Kuan said.
All right, Su Jian replied. That kid has an energy gun. He's not easy to deal with. I don't feel comfortable sending anyone else.
I'll go to Wanqing myself and take him out. Agreed, Zheng Kuan and the other high-ranking members of the dozen or so clans nodded. With Su Jian on the case, the kid was as good as dead. Su Jian, head of the Su family and a level 7 high-rank warrior, was more than capable of handling a high school student.
Meanwhile, in Ancheng,
Feng had just woken up and entered the system space to begin his cultivation.
According to his previous plan,
a day in the system space lasted 24 hours. Feng spent 9 hours each on the thunder and lightning art and the blood goddess indestructible body, 3 hours daily on the meditation diagram of the demon ape, and the remaining 3 hours 1 hour on the soul-piercing dagger and 2 hours on the divine thunder summoning chant. With one session in the system space today and another tomorrow, Feng's cultivation level would advance by 1 rank.
The following evening,
Feng emerged from the system space, having successfully advanced his cultivation to level 2, rank 7. He opened the status panel.
Host, Feng.
Cultivation level, level 2, rank 7 5-star super warrior.
Soul power, 2800 level 3, rank 8.
Vitality, 27,000 level 3, rank 7.
Speed, 270 ms level 3, 7th Dan. Strength, 27T level 3, 7th Dan. Physique defense, level 4, 7th Dan. Remaining system space entries, 0.
His soul power is comparable to level 3, 8th Dan. His physique defense is comparable to level 4, 7th Dan, and his other physical attributes are comparable to level 3, 7th Dan. Now, armed with 4 sets of 4th grade martial arts techniques, the Thunder Extreme Physique, the Soul Power Attack Secret Art Soul Piercing Spike, and the Ancient Divine Ability Thunder Summoning Divine Incantation, Feng is more than a match even for a level 5 warrior.
It's time to go out and settle some scores. Li Clan, are you ready?
As a level 4 martial arts clan, the Li family's strongest member is merely a level 4 warrior, no match for him. Besides, in his system space, he still has the assault rifle Plunder and the sniper rifle Godslayer.
This time, the Li family 1T get away.
Before he entered the dungeon, the Li family had even sent assassins after him.
Now, it's time for him to strike back.
It's already 4,000 characters, there's more to come.
Feng took out his phone and called Mayor Ling Tian.
He feared he'd have to kill quite a few people when he went to the Li family's estate, so it was best to give Ling Tian a heads up first to avoid any trouble later on. After all, security in Anqing was under government jurisdiction, and if he was going to do something like wiping out a family, he had to notify the authorities first. The call connected, and Feng spoke up. Uncle Ling, it's Feng.
I might need to trouble you with something. What is it?
Just get to the point, came the warm reply from the other end of the line, recognizing Feng's voice. Ling Tian was, of course, more than happy for Feng to ask for his help. He wanted to owe him a favor. The Li family in Anqing has repeatedly crossed me, and before I entered the dungeon, they even sent assassins to try to kill me. I want to settle our score tonight, Feng said. There might be quite a few casualties in the Li family tonight, so I'll need Uncle Ling to handle the aftermath.
That's no big deal. It's just a level 4 martial arts clan.
Go ahead and settle it with peace of mind. I guarantee no one will disturb you, Ling Tian said.
Do you want me to send someone to assist you? No need.
I can handle it myself, Feng replied.
After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ling Tian, Feng hung up the phone.
He then grabbed his spear and left home, heading toward the Li family's residence. A pitch-black, windy night, the perfect time for murder. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office at the Anqing city government, Ling Tian, who had just hung up the phone, couldn't help but reflect. An epic grade peak tier talent was indeed formidable. In just a few months, he had grown to the point where he could single-handedly take on a level 4 martial arts clan. It likely wouldn't take more than a few years for Feng to surpass him and break through to level 6 warrior. That rate of growth was truly enviable.
Ling Tian summoned an aide and delegated some tasks.
Since Feng was going out tonight to kill and wipe out a clan, he needed to make arrangements first to ensure no one within Anqing's borders would disturb Feng. Tonight, the Li family would surely find themselves in a situation where no one would come to their aid, no matter how desperately they cried out.
He arrived at the entrance to the Li family's villa complex.
Several security guards stopped Feng and asked, "This is a private villa area.
You can't go any further."
The security guards were mere ordinary people, not warriors. Feng shot a bolt of lightning from his finger, instantly knocking one of the guards ahead unconscious, then strode into the Li family villa complex. Seeing this, the remaining guards didn't dare to block his path any further. Clearly, the visitor was a powerful warrior they were no match for. The remaining guards pressed the alarm button, and in an instant, alarms blared throughout the Li family villa complex. From deep within the Li family compound, powerful warriors began pouring out. Feng had barely advanced a few dozen meters when the Li family's elite warriors appeared all around him. From the 4 directions front, back, left, and right, dozens of Li family experts charged forward, surrounding Feng. These dozens of Li family experts varied in cultivation level, but all were at level 2 or above.
The strongest among them had reached level 3, 9th Dan, and leading the group were 2 Li family elders, both at level 3, 9th Dan.
"Feng, how dare you break into the Li family compound at night? Are you looking to die?" one of the level 3, 9th Dan Li family elders barked coldly. Lately, the Li family had been living in the shadow of Feng's presence. Feng's talent was too extraordinary, and his rise to power was too rapid. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he wiped out the Li family. They had spent a fortune hiring assassins to take out Feng, but those attempts had failed, and now they were at a loss as to how to deal with him. Unbelievably, Feng had come right to their doorstep. It was a golden opportunity straight from heaven. Since Feng had come looking for death himself, they wouldn't be to blame.
With the Li clan's strength, eliminating a level 2 warrior would be a piece of cake.
"Feng, I admit you have some talent. But if you'd kept a low profile and focused on your growth, perhaps the Li
clan might have fallen at your hands someday.
However, now that you're so arrogant, you're destined to die at the hands of the Li clan today." The Li clan elder's voice was cold as he charged at Feng, greatsword in hand.
The other Li clan experts formed a circle, trapping Feng within.
"We'll see who dies today," Feng sneered.
"Still so arrogant when death is upon you?
Take this." The Li clan elder, a level 3, 9th rank martial artist, unleashed his movement technique, a 3rd grade skill, as his long sword flashed with a cold light. Moving as fast as lightning, he slashed toward Feng.
Feng sneered coldly as he activated the 9th rank cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art.
In an instant, surging thunder and lightning power gushed from his dantian, and his spear continuously gathered the electrical energy. He unleashed the Thunderbolt spear, clashing directly with the Li clan elder's blade. The spear struck out, instantly knocking the Li clan elder's broadsword back. Then, the spear whipped back with the agility of a snake's tail.
Boom!
It sent the Li clan elder flying backward, slamming him violently into the ground. Arcs of lightning danced around his body as he convulsed from the electric shock.
Elder Lian.
The surrounding Li clan warriors were stunned. Elder Lian, a level 3, 9th Dan cultivator, had been repelled in a single exchange. What kind of monster was this kid before them?
He was only at level 2, 7th Dan. How could he possibly be this strong?
Another Li clan elder, Li Ping, also at level 3, 9th Dan, gripped a long sword and instantly lunged at Feng. A faint wind blade swirled around the blade, a formidable 3rd grade sword technique. Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting as arcs of electricity surged around his body, making him look like the god of thunder descending from the heavens. Feng unleashed his 4th rank body movement technique, Spirit Snake Body Art, unleashing a terrifying burst of speed so incredible that, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Li Ping. He swept his spear forward. And, as sword and spear collided, Li Ping was sent flying backward. The skin on Li Ping's thumb split open from the impact, and blood trickled from his palm.
This kid really is strong.
Li Ping gritted his teeth and charged forward again, engaging Feng in a fierce battle. All around them, more and more Li clan experts kept rushing in from all corners of the villa complex, surrounding Feng.
Feng unleashed his fourth-rank fist technique, Thunderbolt Fist, delivering a powerful punch straight at Li Ping. Terrifying thunderous strength surged through Feng's arm and slammed into Li Ping. Boom!
The terrifying lightning raged, wreaking havoc on Li Ping's body. Li Ping, a third-rank, 9th dan martial artist, convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground moments later.
A fourth-rank martial art.
The Li family experts surrounding him were all stunned. This kid had actually mastered a fourth-rank martial art. No wonder he dared to come alone to attack the Li clan. It seemed only the clan's few level 4 masters could take him down.
Everyone, fall back.
This kid has mastered a fourth-rank martial art. We're no match for him. Let the clan's level 4 warriors step forward to deal with him, a Li clan elder barked.
Instantly,
the Li clan experts surrounding him quickly retreated, putting distance between themselves and Feng, though they still formed a loose encirclement to trap him and prevent his escape.
Once the Li clan's level 4 warrior arrived, it would be the end for Feng. You chose not to take the path to heaven, now you've thrown yourself into hell. I'll grant you your wish today.
Humph, it doesn't matter who comes, not a single member of the Li clan will survive today, Feng sneered coldly, standing his ground and waiting for all the Li clan's experts to gather so he could wipe them all out at once.
What a bold claim. Let us see how you plan to wipe out my Li clan.
In an instant, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the air. The Li clan's patriarch, the clan's strongest level 4 warrior, had arrived.
That's all for today's update. My head is spinning.
The moment I close my eyes before bed, my mind is flooded with plotlines and a whole bunch
of characters dancing around.
You'd be doing me a disservice not to give me a good review after all the effort I've put into this creation.
Enough said. I love you all.
The 3 strongest members of the Li family, the family head, Li Highest grandfather, and the Li family's grand elder, were rushing over. All 3 are level 4 warriors. The strongest among them, the Li clan patriarch, has already reached level 4, 7th dan.
Boy, you had a path to heaven but chose not to take it. Now you've thrown yourself into hell of your own accord.
Today, don't blame the Li clan for what happens to you, the Li clan patriarch snapped coldly.
The outcome is still unknown. Are you so certain you can defeat me? Feng retorted with a cold laugh. With only a level 2, 7th dan cultivation, even if you possess some ability to challenge opponents above your level, do you really think you can defeat a level 4 warrior?
Today, I'll make you understand that the gap between you and a level 4 warrior is like an uncrossable chasm, Li Highest grandfather snapped. He then charged at Feng. Li Highest grandfather formed his hands into claws, surrounded by dark red mana, and unleashed a third-grade martial technique, Blood Eagle Claw.
The moment Grandpa Li Hai made his move, Feng moved as well.
He activated the Spirit Snake body art, his vitality surging as he shot forward like a cannonball. The perfect thunder ray spear erupted, lightning coiling around the spear tip as the sound of roaring thunder seemed to echo all around him. He swept the spear toward Grandpa Li Hai's clawing hand. A crescent-shaped spear beam sliced through space, tearing the air apart. The A-grade alloy spear capable of piercing the defenses of level 9 monsters slashed viciously against Grandpa Li Hai's claw.
Crack! Flesh and blood flew everywhere.
Grandpa Li Hai's claw was instantly severed by the razor-sharp spear tip, and the terrifying force of the strike sent him flying backwards several meters. The Li family's elite warriors surrounding them stared in disbelief at Feng, who stood before them wielding the spear, his body enveloped in lightning, resembling a thunder god.
Fear. Even a level 4 warrior was no match for a single thrust from Feng. You little bastard, I'll kill you.
Grandpa Li roared, his voice brimming with boundless fury as he glared at Feng, his eyes boiling with murderous intent.
Is this what you meant by the gap between me and a level 4 warrior?
It doesn't seem as great as you imagined, Feng said indifferently.
With that,
a cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes as he gripped his spear and charged forward, unleashing a perfect thunderglow spear technique. Moving with agile footwork, he darted to Grandpa Li Hai's side and thrust his spear straight for the old man's neck. Grandpa Li Hai dodged backward, evading Feng's thrust, then swung his remaining claw toward Feng's throat, aiming for a killing blow.
Feng moved as nimbly as a serpent, dodging to the side.
With a cold snort, he continued his swift footwork, moving to Grandpa Li Hi's front, then leaped upward suddenly. He unleashed the 4th grade superior martial art, Piercing Cloud Spear. The blinding light of the spear pierced through clouds and moonlight, carrying the strength to shatter anything in its path, striking directly at Grandpa Li Hi's head. Thud! Blood spattered as the great spear pierced straight through Grandpa Li Hi's skull. He died instantly. "Don't get too cocky, kid. I'll take you on," roared the Li Clan's Grand Elder. Though both were level 4 warriors, the Li Clan's Grand Elder had already reached level 4, stage 4, while Grandpa Li Hi was only at level 4, stage 1. A world of difference. Feng might be able to defeat a level 4, stage 1 opponent, but he might not be able to defeat a level 4, stage 4 one. Seeing the Li Clan's Grand Elder step in, the Li Clan members grew excited. That kid was way too cocky. With the Grand Elder intervening, he was as good as dead. The Li Clan's Grand Elder charged toward Feng with eerie footwork, wielding a 1000-gene iron staff. In an instant, he appeared before Feng, his body erupting with terrifying mana. The temperature around them soared, as if a blazing furnace were drawing near, and he brought the staff crashing down on Feng. 4th grade martial technique, Blazing Fire Staff. Seeing this, Feng gave a cold snort. His aura erupted as he activated the 9th grade cultivation technique, Thunder and Lightning Art. Instantly, surging thunder and lightning energy gushed from his dantian, converging on his spear, its tip flickering with bolts of lightning. A 4th rank martial technique, Piercing Cloud Spear. Feng's spear struck directly against the Li Clan's Grand Elder's staff. Clang! With a thunderous crash, Feng's terrifying spear strike collided with the Li Clan's Grand Elder's staff. The immense strength sent both of them flying backward simultaneously, and the lightning glow on Feng's spear dissipated instantly. "Take another blow from my staff," the Li Clan's Grand Elder roared, then lunged forward and slammed his staff into Feng's body. The terrifying force sent Feng flying backward, slamming him violently into the ground and shattering the earth into a web of cracks. Whoosh! Intense pain shot through Feng's chest. The clothing on his upper body burst apart, revealing his gleaming body of copper skin and iron bones. If not for this body of copper skin and iron bones, that previous strike would likely have injured him. Sure enough, a level 4 warrior wasn't someone to be taken lightly. He had been able to kill Grandpa Li Hi, a level 4, stage 1 warrior, but against the Li Clan's Grand Elder, a level 4, stage 4 warrior, he was no match. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to cheating. Feng slowly stood up from the ground, looked at the Li Clan members, and said, "You forced my hand." With that, Feng's Thunder Extreme body activated instantly. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying surge of thunder energy erupted from within him, as if an ancient, primordial beast had awakened. Feng's aura soared dramatically. Feng's bare torso was covered in dense thunder patterns. Wave after wave of black lightning lines continuously supplied him with energy, making him grow by the second. Seeing this, the Li Clan members surrounding him couldn't help but furrow their brows. It seemed this young man had used some secret technique to temporarily boost his cultivation level. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng instantly felt his combat power increase more than tenfold. His entire body was brimming with strength, as if he could punch right through the enemy standing before him with a single blow. Pulling a fast one. The Li Clan's Grand Elder snorted coldly, unleashing the aura of a level 4, stage 4 cultivator. Surrounded by mana, he swung his staff in a killing strike. Feng thrust his spear into the ground, executed a evasive maneuver to dodge the blow, and bare-handed charged at the Li Clan's Grand Elder. Purple lightning surged across his fists. It was the 4th grade martial art, the Thunderbolt Fist. Boom! With a deafening roar, the punch filled with devastating strength and empowered by the Thunder Extreme physique sent the Li Clan's senior elder flying backward. A deep, sunken pit appeared in his chest. His heart had been shattered on impact. He crashed to the ground and died instantly. The Li Clan members surrounding them were completely thrown into a panic. How powerful! What the hell did this guy take to suddenly boost his combat power so much? You're asking for death. The Li Clan Patriarch's massive axe flashed with a crimson glow as he unleashed his 4th rank, 7th tier cultivation to charge at Feng.
As the Li Clan's strongest warrior, if even he couldn't stop Feng, the Li Clan would likely be doomed today.
At that moment, Feng's heart boiled with murderous intent. His aura erupted as he activated the divine technique Thunder Summoning Mantra. Instantly, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Feng channeled the surging power of lightning from the heavens, merging it with the thunder patterns on his body.
Go! Feng roared, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered all around him surged toward the Li Clan Patriarch. The blue lightning, like a thunder dragon, struck the Li Clan Patriarch in an instant.
The Li Clan Patriarch's massive axe was knocked from his hands. His body was sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the ground. Spat out a mouthful of blood, his body surrounded by electric arcs as he convulsed from the electric shock.
A moment later,
the lightning dissipated, and the Li Clan Patriarch stopped convulsing. His body was charred black, and he was dead on the spot.
Feng understood that, given the Li Clan Patriarch's cultivation at level 4, 7th Dan, even a 4th grade martial technique would struggle to injure him.
Only by unleashing his current most powerful attack, the ancient divine art, the Thunder God incantation, could he eliminate him in a single strike. With Feng's current cultivation level, he couldn't sustain the Thunder Extreme body for very long. While in that state, it was best to eliminate the Li family's strongest level 4 warriors first. As for the remaining level 3 warriors, he could easily handle them without activating the Thunder Extreme body. Having killed the head of the Li family, Feng immediately ceased channeling the Thunder Extreme body. In just those few short minutes, it had drained half of his mana, truly terrifying.
Feng looked up at the rest of the Li family and said coldly, "It's your turn now. Not a single member of the Li family will survive today."
Seeing their patriarch slain, the Li family members surrounding him stared at Feng, their eyes filled with fear. At that moment, a level 3, 8th rank elder of the Li family roared, "He just used some secret technique to boost his combat power. He is probably just putting on a show now. He is actually on his last legs. Let us all attack together and kill him." This man's name was Li Yuan. Li Yuan gripped a long sword and instantly lunged at Feng. The blade was ablaze with red flames, suggesting a formidable sword technique, one of the 3rd rank. "Even at the end of my strength, I'm still powerful enough to kill you all." Feng snorted coldly as his aura erupted. He unleashed the 4th grade movement technique, Spirit Snakebody Art, and in an instant, he appeared right in front of Li Yuan. With one hand, he seized Li Yuan's long sword. With the other, he instantly clamped his grip around Li Yuan's neck. Lightning energy surged down Feng's arm and into Li Yuan's body. Sizzle! Terrifying lightning raged, relentlessly wreaking havoc on Li Yuan's body. In an instant, smoke rose from his hair, and his eyes rolled back. Feng swung his arm, flinging the already electrocuted Li Yuan through the air and slamming him into the ground, shattering his body into pieces. Every bone in his body snapped, killing him instantly. Feng took great pleasure in this violent method, smashing people into mincemeat. The members of the Li family who had surrounded Feng were all terrified by the scene before them. Who said Feng was on his last legs? Elder Li Yuan, a level 3, 8th Dan cultivator, had been brutally killed by Feng the moment he stepped forward, without even a chance to fight back. How could they possibly fight on like this? Without a moment's hesitation, the Li clan members began to flee. Next, Feng was likely about to unleash a bloodbath. Given the situation, they didn't believe Feng would spare them. Feng's expression remained impassive as he calmly retrieved a level 4 energy rifle from the system space. Beep, 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 beep. Feng mercilessly opened fire on the Li clan experts who were trying to flee in all directions. A level 4 energy gun could easily kill level 4 monsters, so it was more than enough to deal with these Li clan experts, who were all below level 4. The level 4 energy gun plunder continued to sweep the area with fire. The terrifying energy bullets, like artillery shells, blasted the Li clan experts, closing in from the front, sending them flying backward. One by one, they fell to the ground. The energy gun's bullets pierced the bodies of dozens of people all around, leaving bowl-sized holes in their bodies. Not a single one of them survived. Feng holstered the energy gun and said indifferently, "In this line of work, if I say I'll kill your whole family, I'll kill your whole family. I don't go back on my word." However, Fong had only killed the Li family's warriors. As for the elderly, women, and children who were not warriors, he had not laid a finger on them. After stowing the energy gun back into his spatial ring, Fong pulled out the long spear stuck in the ground and prepared to leave the Li family compound. Suddenly, Fong spotted two familiar figures appearing in the distance, Leo and Fiona. When Leo saw Fong looking at him, he turned deathly pale. Fong was now so powerful that he had wiped out the entire Li family. What was he supposed to do? Now that Fong had wiped out the Li family, there was no way he'd let Leo off the hook. Fong snorted coldly. He actually missed one. He activated the 4th rank body movement martial art, Spirit Snake Body Art, unleashing terrifying speed so fast it was almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Fong was right in front of Leo. Surrounded by lightning, he leaped forward and thrust his spear downward from mid-air. Leo activated his own body movement technique, retreating desperately, but he couldn't evade Fong's strike. Thud! Blood spattered as Fong's spear pierced one of Leo's legs right through while he was retreating. Ah! Leo let out an agonized scream, stumbled backward, and fell to the ground, clutching his thigh where Fong's spear had pierced it and wailing in pain. Fong sneered coldly and continued to advance toward him, spear in hand. You monster! What are you doing? Leo cried out in terror. What am I doing? Fong flickered forward, appearing right in front of Leo, and thrust his spear forward, piercing Leo's other thigh once more. Do you remember what you said to me at the school gate a few months ago? Fong said indifferently, then pulled out the spear, sending blood splattering across the floor. Ah! Leo wailed loudly. What did I say? You said I was trash, that all of us in Class C were trash, the kind of trash destined to stay at the bottom of society forever, unfit for the limelight, Fong said sarcastically. Now that I, this so-called trash, have wiped out your entire family, how does that feel? Leo looked at Fong with fear in his eyes and said, I was wrong. Spare me. Go to hell and repent, Fong said indifferently. With that, he thrust the spear violently into Leo's throat. Blood gushed continuously from Leo's mouth, and moments later, his body slumped limply to the ground. Leo could never have imagined that the mighty Li family would be destroyed by a high school student. And all of this was simply because he had once humiliated Fong for the sake of a woman who meant nothing to him. If he could turn back time, Leo swore he would never have provoked Fong. Meanwhile, Fiona, standing nearby, was completely terrified. She never imagined Fong had become this formidable. Single-handedly, he had wiped out a level 4 martial arts clan. She didn't know if Fong would turn his attention to her next. Fong cast a glance at Fiona, looking at her as if she were a worn-out shoe, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt, then turned and walked away from the Li family estate. Behind him, Fiona watched Fong gradually fade into the distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions. That final look of disgust and contempt from Fong pierced her deeply. Once, Fong had been hers, but unfortunately, she hadn't known how to cherish him and had let him slip away. Recalling the words she'd spoken to Fong when they broke up, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Back then, when they parted ways, she told Fong, after high school, just find a steady job and live an ordinary life at the bottom of society. Don't feel any resentment about it. Your common grade low-tier talent means you'll never amount to much in your life. Back then, she looked at Fong and said, but with my common grade mid-tier talent, as long as someone gives me a helping hand, I'll become a warrior in the future. We're not on the same level. Thinking about it now, it's true, Fong and she were not on the same tier in the future. Fong was destined to shine brilliantly, standing at the pinnacle, worshipped and revered by the world. As for her, she can only struggle at the bottom, with no chance of rising above her station for the rest of her life. Update S up everyone, go leave a good review. In this line of work, if you say you'll give a good review, you've got to do it. You can't go back on your word. Meanwhile, at the Oncheng municipal government, Mayor Ling Tian slowly walked out of the villa, got into a car, and prepared to head to the Li family's residence. Fong had likely already wiped out the Li family by now. It was up to him to handle the aftermath. Although the Li family was merely a level 4 martial arts clan, Feng's act of murder and clan extermination was no trivial matter. It would likely provoke every martial arts clan in Ansheng. If he didn't step in personally to resolve this, the combined pressure from all of Ansheng's martial arts clans would land Feng in serious trouble. Meanwhile, back at the Li family estate, Feng had left the Li family compound and was heading home. Now that he eliminated his enemies in Ansheng, it was time to return, focus on his cultivation, and prepare for the warrior college entrance exam. He was determined to perform at his best and gain admission to one of the 10 top-ranked super martial arts universities in the world. The 10 martial arts universities ranked in the global top 10 have extremely stringent admission requirements. Candidates must possess martial arts talent of rare grade or higher, and as a minimum requirement must have broken through to level 3 in cultivation before the entrance exam. Additionally, their entrance exam scores must rank within the top 200 in the province. Of the 10 martial arts universities ranked in the world's top 10, 2 are located in Huaxia, Divine Dragon Academy and Yanhuang University. These 2 universities are the ultimate destinations for all warriors in Huaxia, true sanctuaries of martial arts. Rumor has it that anyone admitted to these institutions will graduate as at least a level 6 warrior. 2/3 of Huaxia's high-level warriors are graduates of these 2 universities. Feng's goal is to attend one of these 2 universities. He is currently at level 2, 7th Dan, with 13 days remaining until the college entrance exam. He is confident that before the exam, he can raise his cultivation to level 3, 1st Dan, meeting the requirements for admission to either institution. It is said that at these 2 universities, prodigies with rare grade peak tier talent abound, and there are even quite a few exceptional talents with epic grade potential. They are a veritable gathering of the finest talents. China's 2 most prestigious universities, truly something to look forward to. As Feng walked and pondered, he had already left the Li family compound and arrived at a secluded street. Suddenly, from a passageway on the street, 4 figures stepped out, approaching Feng and fixing him with icy stares. The 4 of them. These were the assassins sent by more than a dozen major martial arts clans of Tianyang City to kill Feng. Leading the group was Su Jian, the head of the Su clan, a level 7 martial arts clan. Inside the dungeon, Feng had killed a young prodigy from their clan, causing their lineage to be cut off. Now, the time had come for Feng to die. Feng looked at the 4 figures who had suddenly emerged from the darkness before him. He didn't recognize them, but from the look in their eyes, it was clear they meant him no good. "Who are you?" Feng asked, his eyes brimming with wariness. "The ones here to take your life," replied a man in front of him. From the sound of his voice, he seemed to be a young man. The young man who spoke was named Zhang Lei. He was Lu Feng's cousin, the son of Zhang Kuan, director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, and was currently a sophomore at Southeast University. He had come specifically to avenge his cousin Lu Feng. Zhang Lei was a level 4 warrior, already at the 5th Dan of level 4. "Kid, even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, he couldn't save you," Su Jian snapped coldly. As a level 7 warrior, there were very few in Ansheng who could stand up to Su Jian. Feng's expression grew grave. The other 3 men weren't a problem. He didn't feel much pressure from them, but Su Jian gave him a sense of being bottomless. Feng had only ever felt this way when he first encountered the God, the Thunder King, and the Madman. In other words, the Su Jian standing before him was a master of level 6 or higher, and here was a master of that caliber, sent to ambush and kill him. Feng began mapping out an escape route. Facing a warrior who surpassed level 6, even his submachine gun would be useless. The level 5 submachine gun he carried was only effective against level 5 warriors. Against a warrior surpassing level 6, it wouldn't even be enough to tickle him. Faced with this situation, the only option was to run. Without hesitation, Feng spun around, unleashed the spirit snake body technique, and suddenly burst forth with all his speed, shooting off like a cannonball as he fled into the distance. Although Feng was arrogant, he wasn't a fool in a situation like this. Not running meant certain death. "Think you can run? Let us see where you run to," Zhang Lei barked coldly. Immediately, he activated his movement technique and gave chase. With his level 4, 5th rank cultivation and the 4th grade movement technique he was using, he caught up to Feng in the blink of an eye. Zhang Lei gripped a red-plumed spear in both hands, surrounded by dark red mana,
and unleashed a fourth-grade spear technique, the Red Yuan Spear. Seeing that escape was impossible, Feng was forced to engage in battle. He unleashed the Thunderbolt Spear, its tip ringed with lightning, as the sound of roaring thunder seemed to echo all around, clashing head-on with Zhang Lei's Red Yuan Spear. As the two spears collided, the very air was torn apart. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as both men were sent flying backwards simultaneously. Feng retreated dozens of steps, while Zhang Lei took back only a single step. The outcome was immediately clear. Taking advantage of the distance created by the recoil, Feng once again fled for his life, heading toward the Anqing city government. Mayor Ling Tian was there, and the area was home to many powerful government warriors. In the high martial era, to become a government official, one must first be a warrior. The Anqing government was considered the place of supreme martial power in Anqing. As long as Feng could escape there, he would be saved. Humph, stubborn as ever, Zhang Lei snorted coldly, then set off in pursuit of Feng. Of the four of them today, aside from him a level 4 warrior, the other three were all warriors of level 4 or higher. Of the other three, two were from the Lu family, 2 5th rank, 9th Dan elders, and the third was the head of the Su family, a 7th rank warrior. Although the other three had asked him to intervene, he merely wanted to toy with Feng to see if he could avenge his cousin Lu Feng by killing Feng with his own hands. Zhang Lei caught up to Feng once more, darting in front of him and thrusting his spear straight for Feng's neck. Feng moved with the agility of a serpent, dodging to the side, then leaped suddenly into the air, unleashing the 4th grade, upper-tier martial technique, Piercing Cloud Spear. The spear's glow was blinding, piercing through clouds and shattering the moon, carrying the strength to pierce through anything as it lunged directly at Zhang Lei. A 4th grade martial technique, Zhang Lei exclaimed. You've got some skill after all. However, he wasn't concerned. As a level 4, 5th rank warrior, even if Feng unleashed a 4th rank martial technique, it wouldn't bridge the gap between them. Zhang Lei raised his red plume spear high, unleashing a terrifying burst of mana that caused the temperature around him to rise as if a blazing sun were rising, and smashed his spear toward Feng. A 4th rank martial technique, Blazing Sun Spear. Clang! With a thunderous crash, Feng's spear collided with Zhang Lei's. Feng's lightning-infused spear aura dissipated instantly. Zhang Lei's terrifying strength sent Feng flying backward, slamming him violently into the ground. He skidded along the ground for over 10 meters before coming to a halt, a massive gash appearing on his chest from which blood gushed as if scorched by flames. SSSSH. Intense pain raced from Feng's chest, but his copper-skinned, iron-boned physique glowed brightly, absorbing the vast majority of the spear's damage. Had it not been for this physique, that spear strike would likely have ripped him open from chest to abdomen. At that moment, Su Jian and the two level 5, 9th Dan elders from the Lu family had already appeared behind Feng, cutting off his retreat. Ahead, Zhang Lei, wielding his red plumed spear, was slowly advancing toward him. At that moment, Feng seemed to have no way out, neither up nor down. Feng slowly rose to his feet, glared at the four of them with an icy stare, and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng's Thunder Extreme body activated instantly. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within him. Lightning patterns began to form across his bare torso. Wave after wave of black lightning patterns continuously supplied him with energy, making him grow stronger by the second. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng's combat power instantly increased more than tenfold, and he charged toward Zhang Lei. He unleashed Soul Piercing Spike, a secret technique capable of attacking soul power. Feng's soul power erupted instantly, transforming into an invisible spike that pierced toward Zhang Lei's mind. The soul-piercing spike was invisible and intangible. Only martial arts masters beyond the 9th rank could sense it. Zhang Lei only felt a sense of danger approaching, yet had no idea where it was coming from. Put! Struck by the soul-piercing spike, Zhang Lei instantly began bleeding from his nose and mouth, and his mind spun with dizziness. Feng suddenly unleashed his full power, delivering a devastating punch toward Su Jian. Purple lightning surged along his fist. It was the 4th rank martial art, Thunderbolt Fist. Boom! With a deafening roar, the punch filled with devastating strength and empowered by the Thunder Extreme body sent Zhang Lei flying backward. His skull shattered on impact, and he fell to the ground, dead. With the Thunder Extreme body enhancing his power, Feng's strength was now on par with that of a level 4 warrior. When he unleashed the 4th rank martial art, Thunderbolt Fist, a single punch carried at least 50 metric tons of force. Zhang Lei, having been struck by Feng's mental attack, soul-piercing spike, was already dazed and unable to resist. Taking the full brunt of Feng's punch to the head, he was naturally killed on the spot. Feng couldn't be bothered with such details. Since these people wanted him dead, killing one would cover his costs, killing two would be a profit. Xiao Lei. Seeing Zhang Lei killed instantly by Feng's single punch, the two Lu family elders standing nearby were instantly stunned. Feng was only at the level 2, 7th Dan cultivation level. No matter how much power he unleashed, it was impossible for him to kill Zhang Lei with a single punch. They couldn't understand why Zhang Lei hadn't dodged just now, why he stood there like a fool and taken Feng's full power punch head on. However, given the situation at hand, there was no time for them to ponder this question. Zhang Lei was the son of Zhang Kuan, director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. He had accompanied them on this trip, and now he'd been killed right under their noses. They'd likely have a hard time explaining this to Zhang Kuan when they returned. Kill this kid first. The Lu clan elder roared furiously, unleashing his level 5, 9th Dan cultivation as he charged at Feng. As a level 5, 9th Dan powerhouse, his attack was certain to kill Feng no matter how extraordinary Feng's abilities might be. At that moment, murderous intent boiled within Feng's heart. He unleashed his soul power attack, soul-piercing spike, once more, transforming his soul power into an invisible spike that pierced toward the Lu clan elder's brain. The Lu clan elder was struck, and his speed immediately slowed. His mind grew slightly dazed. Having reached level 5, 9th Dan, his soul power far surpassed Zhang Kuan's, so Feng's mental attack could only cause him a momentary daze. But for Feng, that was more than enough. Feng's aura throughout his body as he activated his divine ability, the Thunder Summoning Mantra. Instantly, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Feng channeled the surging power of lightning from the heavens, merging it with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng roared. Instantly, the terrifying lightning gathered all around him surged toward the Lu clan elder. The blue lightning, like a thunder dragon, struck the dazed Lu clan elder in front of him in an instant. The Lu clan elder's body was struck by lightning. Purple bolts lashed out at him, and arcs of electricity lit up the surrounding streets. A moment later, the lightning dissipated. The Lu clan elder's clothes were torn to shreds, leaving him looking utterly bedraggled, but he had suffered no serious injury. His cultivation had already reached level 5, 9th Dan. This lower tier lightning was hardly capable of harming him. Seeing this, Feng felt despair. Even his strongest attack couldn't harm the man standing before him. What else could he do? Kid, bring whatever else you've got. You're going to die today. The Lu family elder's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he strode toward Feng. Feng's expression turned ruthless. He pulled a level 5 assault rifle, the plunder, from his system space. He prepared to open fire on the two of them. A level 5 energy rifle could kill level 5 monsters. It should be enough to handle these two. But just as Feng raised the level 5 energy rifle to open fire, Su Jian, the head of the Su family, sprang into action. His level 7 power erupted, and with unimaginable speed, he appeared right in front of Feng in an instant. With a single palm strike, he sent Feng flying through the air, and the energy rifle flew from his hand, crashing onto the street far ahead. Feng felt as if he'd been struck by a high-speed train. Blood gushed from Feng's nose and mouth as he crashed onto the street ahead. He didn't know how many ribs were broken. His body felt as if it were about to fall apart. The only reason he wasn't killed instantly was because of his thunder extreme constitution and his body of copper skin and iron bones. The effects of the blood goddess' indestructible body had granted him superhuman defensive capabilities. If an ordinary level 2, 7th Dan warrior had taken Su Jian's palm strike, they would likely have been pulverized instantly. Even a level 5, 9th Dan warrior would have a hard time surviving a single strike from Su Jian. It's time to finish you off, Su Jian said coldly. He had been watching Feng's movements the whole time and knew Feng had an energy gun, so he hadn't let his guard down. Although this level 5 energy gun couldn't harm him, and even if Feng fired, he could easily dodge it, the same couldn't be said for the other two members of the Lu family.
The three stepped forward, entering the street ahead, ready to finish off Feng once and for all so they could leave Ancheng. However, just as the three were heading into the street to investigate, they discovered that Feng, who had just been knocked flying into the area, had vanished, disappearing into thin air. Only a pool of blood remained on the ground.
"Where is he?" the two Lu family elders asked in confusion.
He had clearly been knocked flying and just a moment ago. How could he have suddenly vanished? He took a palm strike from me. He won't last much longer.
"Let us give chase," Su Jian said.
The three began chasing in all directions.
Meanwhile,
in the system space, Feng took the bottle of peak-tier healing potion that Mi Lama had left for him back in the ruins, and his injuries began to heal. He was severely wounded now. Without prompt treatment, he likely won't survive much longer. The old demon Mi's peak-tier healing potion was nothing short of a miracle cure. The old demon Mi had once said that as long as Feng still had a breath left, taking the peak-tier healing potion would cure him. Feng recuperated in system space for 3 days, during which time his injuries fully healed.
Afterward, he cultivated within system space for another month before finally preparing to emerge.
He still had 7 days left in the system space, so Feng planned to keep that 7-day buffer. If he were discovered upon leaving, he could immediately retreat back inside. After all, the system space was attuned to his thoughts, allowing him to enter at any time. 1 month inside the system space equaled only 1 minute in the outside world.
1 minute in the outside world.
Su Jian and the two experts from the Lu family had already left the street and were pursuing him in other directions.
Believing Feng couldn't have gone far, they didn't waste any more time lingering on the street.
Since there were no places to hide on the street, it was impossible for Feng to still be hiding there. In just 1 minute, given the 3 men's speed, they had already traveled a great distance and were long gone from the vicinity of the street. As soon as Feng emerged from system space, he burst into a full-speed sprint toward the Anqing government complex.
He ran over 100 meters.
Then he ran into Mayor Ling Tian and his entourage, who were on their way to the Li family residence. Seeing Feng racing toward them as if being chased, Ling Tian hurriedly ordered his men to stop the car. Ling Tian and several high-ranking officials from the Anqing government got out of the car and walked toward Feng.
Ling Tian was furious.
On his turf, someone actually dared to hunt down Feng. It was tantamount to asking for death. Since Feng had been chosen by the martial god, the Thunder King had given Ling Tian a considerable number of elixirs to boost his cultivation before departing, instructing him to take good care of Feng. Because Feng practiced the thunder and lightning art, he was considered the Thunder King's half-disciple. A few days earlier, relying on the elixirs given by the Thunder King, Ling Tian had already broken through to the 7th level warrior rank. The several high-ranking officials from Anqing government accompanying him were also level 6 experts. He was eager to see who dared to lay a hand on someone favored by the god of martial arts right on his turf. When Feng saw Ling Tian and the others stepping out of the car ahead of him, his eyes welled up with tears, his heart brimming with a sense of injustice.
"You're finally here.
You have no idea what I've just been through.
2 big chapters totaling 4,500 characters. I typed this all on my phone at a barbershop.
I'm still getting my haircut right now and haven't even had dinner yet. I'm going to get a cool haircut first, then enjoy a nice, big meal before heading back to keep writing. I should have more to post today." Ling Tian stepped forward, patted Feng on the shoulder, and said, "A real man doesn't cry easily.
Tell your uncle who is trying to kill you." Feng pushed aside his feelings of grievance and said, "There were 4 assassins. I didn't recognize any of them.
One was probably at level 7 or above, 2 were at level 5, 9th Dan, and the last one was at level 4, 5th Dan. I've already killed him."
4 assassins, 2 at level 5, 9th Dan, and 1 at level 7 or above.
Ling Tian's expression grew somber as he said, "Come with me to the government headquarters immediately." The group immediately got into the car and headed for the Anqing government. He wasn't sure he could handle a master above level 7. He had only broken through to level 7, 1st Dan, a few days ago, and wasn't yet fully proficient in mastering his various strengths. If he encountered a master above level 7, the outcome would be unpredictable. Feng was someone the martial god had taken a liking to. There could be no room for error. He couldn't take that risk.
Once they reached the Anqing government, they'd be safe. With that person at the Anqing government, they had nothing to fear, not even a martial arts grandmaster. In the car, Ling Tian asked, "Who have you offended? Why would a level 7 or higher warrior be sent to hunt you down?" Upon hearing this, Feng began to ponder. A faction capable of deploying a level 7 warrior was clearly no ordinary force. Feng shouldn't have any enemies in Anqing itself there, he had only offended two major clans, the Yuan and Li families. He had just wiped out the Li family, and the remaining Yuan family lacked the resources to hire a level 7 warrior to target him. So it must be enemies from elsewhere. While in the dungeon, Feng had offended people from two different places. One was from Shunshur City, specifically the major clans there, such as the Chao and Zhou families. They had recently sent elite fighters to ambush him, but over 60 of their experts had been wiped out. However, even the strongest among them, the Chao family, was only a level 6 martial arts clan with no level 7 warriors. It couldn't be them. That leaves only people from Tianyang City. The 13 individuals, including Su Lei and Lu Feng, whom Feng killed in the ruins, were from Tianyang City. Feng wasn't entirely clear on the backgrounds of these 13. It was entirely possible that some of them belonged to level 7 martial arts clans. After all, as a city in the southeastern provinces, it wouldn't be surprising for Tianyang City to have level 7 and level 8 martial arts clans. Only Qin Yu and Peiyan knew about Feng's killing of the 13 people in the ruins. If the two were discovered, Feng wasn't sure if they would give him away. There were a particularly large number of students from Tianyang City who entered the dungeon, and quite a few people knew that Lu Feng and the others had entered the ruins that day. If the families of the 13 who were killed were to investigate, they could easily trace it back to Qin Yu and Peiyan. Feng explained everything to Ling Tian in detail, from killing Xiao Yi and his group from Shunshur City in the dungeon to killing Su Lei, Lu Feng, and the others from Tianyang City. After listening, Ling Tian nodded but did not blame Feng. In situations like this, if you must kill, you must kill. Showing mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. Ling Tian began to ponder. There was indeed a level 7 martial arts clan in Tianyang City, the Su family. He wondered if they had sent people to ambush Feng. He would investigate the matter upon his return. For now, his priority was to take Feng back to the Anqing City government for protection. Anqing City government. With a martial arts grandmaster stationed there, anyone daring to attack would be courting death. The Huaxia government stations martial arts grandmasters in every city, whether first, second, or third tier, for two reasons. First, to ensure the government's authority. Second, to prevent powerful monsters from the rifts from suddenly invading and wreaking havoc on the city. While Feng got into the car and headed toward the Anqing government, back on the streets behind him, Su Jian and the two Lu family elders, the three of them, had rushed back from afar and joined up. "I don't know where that kid has hidden himself. It's as if he has vanished into thin air," Su Jian snorted coldly. He had just tracked him down several streets along the way but found not a single trace of a desperate escape. This is bizarre. By all logic, that kid was seriously injured and fleeing for his life. He should have left a trail of blood. "We didn't find anything either," the two Lu family elders said. They had searched several streets along the way but found nothing. Su Jian was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Let us take Zhang Lei's body back to Zhang Kuan first. This is going to be a tough one to explain to him." His son, who was full of life, studying at Southeast University, exceptionally gifted, and Zhang Kuan's hope for the future had come to Anqing with them, only to have them bring back a corpse instead. A level 7 warrior, 2 level 5, 9th Dan warriors, and a level 4, 5th Dan warrior went to ambush a level 2, 7th Dan high school student, yet the opponent managed to kill one of them in return. No one could fathom how that happened. Most importantly, they let that kid escape in the end. They didn't even know if he was dead or alive. Su Jian's expression darkened. He bore some responsibility for this. When Feng launched his punch at Zhang Lei, he assumed Zhang Lei would dodge it. But who would thought that Zhang Lei would just stand there like a dazed fool, as if he lost his soul, not even trying to dodge, letting Feng's punch kill him. That meant he couldn't come to the rescue in time. "That kid took my palm strike. His internal organs have been shattered. Not even a god could save him," Su Jian said. "Let us head back to Tianyang City first and wait for news. If he is still alive, we'll deal with him during the college entrance exams. The Warrior College Entrance Exam. Gifted students with cultivation levels at level 2 or above must be centralized in provincial capitals for the exam. If Fong survives, he'll take the exam in Tianyang City, their own turf, and they'll make sure he can't escape, even if he grew wings. As the student with the highest talent in Anqing, if Fong were to suddenly die tonight, it would certainly make major headlines. They would simply return to Tianyang City and wait to see whether Fong was actually dead or not. Just as the three of them were leaving Anqing with Zhang Lei's body, Fong, Ling Tian, and the others had already returned to the Anqing government complex. Ling Tian immediately took Fong to a building deep within the complex to seek out the only martial arts grandmaster stationed in Anqing. For the foreseeable future, until they discovered who had sent men to ambush Fong, Fong would likely need this martial arts grandmaster's protection. The martial arts grandmaster stationed in Anqing was named Xiang De, an elderly man well past 50. Upon seeing Ling Tian and Fong arrive, Ling Tian explained the situation to Grandmaster Xiang. Master Xiang flew into a rage. That someone would dare to openly ambush Fong on his turf was tantamount to holding him in utter contempt. Before the Thunder King left, he had exchanged greetings with Master Xiang. Master Xiang was well aware of Fong's background. He was a person favored by the martial god, destined to soar through the 9 heavens in the future. If Fong were ambushed on his turf, the martial god would be enraged, and who could possibly bear the consequences? Investigate. Find out exactly who sent people to ambush my little brother Fong. Once you uncover the mastermind behind this, I'll personally go and wipe them out. Grandmaster Xiang said in a deep voice. Those little bastards, they're as bold as a cow ringing the doorbell. Master Xiang, please calm down. We've already sent people to investigate, Ling Tian said. We should have results soon. Here is the final update for today. Please leave your positive reviews. The Su family of Tianyang City is a prime suspect, Ling Tian said, then recounted how Fong had made enemies with more than a dozen major clans in Tianyang City while in the dungeon. The Su family of Tianyang City? They're just a level 7 martial arts clan. Grandmaster Xiang snorted coldly. Get to the bottom of this. If it really was the Su family's doing, I'll personally pay them a visit and make them understand why the flowers are so red. Although Grandmaster Xiang was over 50, his speech was anything but stuffy. He was humorous and kept up with the times. Ling Tian nodded and said, I've already sent people to start investigating. When the time comes, bring photos of everyone in the Su family for Fong to identify one by one. If it really was done by someone from the Su family, we certainly won't let them off lightly. Ling Tian looked at Grandmaster Xiang and said, until we uncover the mastermind behind this, I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Xiang to ensure Fong's safety over the next few days. No problem, Grandmaster Xiang replied. During the day, Fong can attend school as usual, just have your experts protect him along the way. At night, he can return here to me. As long as no Grandmaster level warrior arrives, any warrior below the Grandmaster rank, no matter how many there are, will have to kneel before me. Ling Tian nodded. He naturally trusted Grandmaster Xiang's strength. Grandmaster Xiang had now reached the 7th rank Grandmaster realm, placing him among the elite within the Grandmaster ranks. Ling Tian looked at Fong. I don't have a specific target yet, but it will definitely be one of the 2 super universities in Huaxia, Divine Dragon or Yanhuang, Fong replied. Of the world's top 10 super universities, 2 are located in Huaxia, Divine Dragon Academy and Yanhuang University. Then work hard and achieve excellent results on the college entrance exam that will give you more options. Grandmaster Xiang continued, actually, in Huaxia, aside from those 2 super universities, the top 100 domestic universities are also quite excellent. For example, Zhejiang University, Tongyuan University, and Canaan University all have produced warriors who surpassed the Grandmaster realm. Beyond the 9th level warrior, there are many more cultivation realms, Grandmaster realm, Supreme realm, Martial King realm, Battle Emperor realm, and Great Emperor realm. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Fong replied. He was well aware that there were other warrior universities to choose from within the country. Zhejiang University to the south, Canaan University to the north, and Tongyuan University along the coast all have produced Supreme and Battle Emperor level warriors above the Grandmaster tier, and they should not be underestimated.
But his goal was the two super universities in Huaxia Yanhuan University and Divine Dragon Academy, and he had little interest in the others. Noticing that Feng seemed a bit arrogant and complacent, Ling Tian explained, the southeast province is home to countless prodigies, yet Anqing ranks near the bottom in the entire province. Even its strongest candidate is only a level 2 warrior. In the top 5 cities of the southeast province, such as Tianyang City, a prodigy from the Su family, a level 7 martial arts clan, has already reached level 3, 7th Dan. Not to mention the prodigies cultivated by level 8 and level 9 martial arts clans, as well as the even more powerful Grandmaster clans and Supreme clans. The reward slots for the Southeast Province dungeon are divided into level 2 and level 3 slots. What you've obtained is merely a level 3 dungeon reward slot. Only prodigies below level 4 can enter the level 3 dungeon reward slots, whereas all prodigies below level 8 can enter the level 2 dungeon reward slots. The strongest group of prodigies in the Southeast Province are entering the level 2 dungeon. They're already far ahead of you from the very start. In your cohort, the prodigy from the Wuwang clan, the strongest martial arts clan in the Southeast Province, awakened to martial arts talent at the age of 8. His current cultivation has already surpassed level 5, stage 4, making him the favorite to win this year's competition in the Southeast Province. Other, slightly weaker martial clans such as the Supreme Clan, Grandmaster clans, level 9 warrior clans, and level 8 warrior clans have also produced quite a few prodigies at levels 5 and 4. During the recent final push for the college entrance exams, they all entered level 2 dungeons for further training. Their cultivation has since advanced by leaps and bounds. They are the hope of the entire Southeast Province. I'm telling you this to remind you not to become arrogant or complacent. Ranking first among candidates in Anqing doesn't mean much. Once you leave Anqing and enter the Southeast Province, you may not necessarily be number 1. And if you look nationwide, there are countless prodigies emerging one after another. I've heard that in the imperial capital, there is a prodigy from a great emperoress clan, a heaven-sent daughter who, at the age of 5, underwent a marrow cleansing ritual performed by a great emperor-level powerhouse using power that defies the heavens, awakening her martial arts talent. Since childhood, her physical body has been nurtured with countless rare and precious treasures. Even before the college entrance exams, her cultivation had already broken through to level 6, 9th Dan, and she is just a step away from level 7. Compared to such prodigies from these great emperor clans, you fall far short. Young man, don't set your sights too high. Today's Earth is full of hidden talents. China, with a population of 3 billion, can produce such prodigies. With a global population of 200 billion, the number of prodigies across all nations is truly countless. You mustn't be too arrogant or complacent. Ling Tian understood that although Feng possessed epic grade peak tier talent, he had started too late. Those whose talents awakened early were born into powerful martial clans, where, from a young age, the clan's peerless masters used their immense spiritual power to nourish their bones, purify their marrow, and build an incredibly solid foundation. Moreover, these families had deep pockets from childhood. They never had to worry about cultivation resources and could devote themselves entirely to cultivation. Feng still had a very long way to go if he wanted to surpass them. In this world, there are at least 8,000, if not 10,000, super martial arts clans ranked at level 9 or above. The prodigies cultivated by these super martial arts clans generally reach at least level 5 before taking the college entrance exam. These prodigies are the ones targeted by China's 2 super universities. Since you've set your sights on those 2 super universities, your rivals are them, not these students from Anqing, Ling Tian reminded him. These students from Anqing can only aim for Warrior University, ranked within the top 100 in Huaxia. As for the 2 super universities, that's out of the question, Ling Tian said. Keep up the good work. You still have a long way to go. I understand, Feng said with a touch of emotion. He had thought he was invincible among Anqing's college entrance exam candidates, so he'd become incredibly arrogant, convinced that his position as the top scorer in the Southeast Province was secure. Little did he know that he was merely arrogant and ignorant, a frog at the bottom of a well. This world was far larger than he had imagined, teeming with prominent clans and countless prodigies. How could a tiny place like Anqing possibly measure up? Feng was born into an ordinary warrior family. From a young age, he could only engage in basic physical training. He wouldn't begin cultivating his body unlock rate until his martial talent awakened. There are two types of martial arts talent awakening, active and passive. Active awakening occurs naturally when one reaches a certain age, while passive awakening involves using special methods to forcibly awaken one's martial arts talent before reaching that age. If martial arts talent awakens naturally, it generally doesn't happen until the age of 16 or 17. Feng's parents were merely ordinary level 2 warriors. They lacked the means to awaken his talent early, so they could only wait for him to awaken naturally when he reached the appropriate age. Therefore, like 80% of high school graduates nationwide, Feng didn't awaken his martial arts talent until he turned 17, at which point he began cultivating his body unlock rate. Right from the start, he was already far behind the others. Students from powerful martial arts clans enjoyed exceptional advantages. Their talents had been awakened early by their clan elders before they even turned 17, giving them a head start. However, Feng was confident he could surpass them, even though he had started late. He had the system as a cheat, an epic grade peak tier talent, and the martial god is his ATM. His cultivation resources wouldn't be lacking, and he wouldn't fall behind others. Give him time, and he will definitely surpass them all. Realizing his words might have been a bit harsh and fearing they might discourage Feng, Ling Tian said, "After the college entrance exams are over, but before the scores are released, outstanding students in the country who have broken through to the second level of cultivation can participate in a special recruitment trial for prestigious universities. If they pass the trial, they'll qualify for special admission to a top university with a reduced score requirement. You should give it a try." Feng nodded. He was familiar with this special recruitment trial for top universities. Some outstanding candidates could pass it to secure admission with a reduced score requirement. There are over 1,000 warrior universities in China, and the top 100 prestigious institutions have extremely high admission scores. Getting into them is no easy feat. This elite university trial serves as a shortcut. It is jointly organized by the top 100 warrior universities in the country, and those who meet the criteria can be admitted with reduced score requirements. Although Feng was confident in his abilities, he still intended to participate in the elite university trials to keep his options open. If something unexpected happened during the college entrance exam, he could still secure admission with a reduced score through the trials. Feng's current cultivation level was at level 2, 7th Dan, but his actual combat prowess was already comparable to that of a level 4, 9th Dan warrior. Feng had made up his mind to raise his cultivation to level 3, 1st Dan or higher within the final 12 days. To take his combat prowess to the next level. At the same time, he should begin cultivating new martial arts techniques such as 5th grade spear techniques and footwork techniques to serve as a bridge for fighting opponents of higher tiers. Grandmaster Xiang, standing nearby, spoke up, "If you have any questions about the martial arts, feel free to ask me. However, given your talent, I doubt you'll need to ask much. Give yourself time, and you'll grow on your own." Grandmaster Xiang understood that with Feng's epic grade peak tier talent, he could learn anything incredibly quickly and naturally wouldn't need much guidance from him. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Elder Xiang has already reached the Grandmaster realm. You've walked this path countless times more than I have, and your insights are beyond my comprehension. If I have any doubts, I will naturally seek your guidance, Elder Xiang. Feng replied, subtly flattering Grandmaster Xiang in the process. People love praise, no one likes to be criticized. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Grandmaster Xiang's mood instantly brightened. You flatter me, young brother. Once Ling Tian uncovers the mastermind behind the ambush on you, I'll definitely avenge you. In the future, if you ever encounter someone you can't handle, just mention my name. Master Xiang was now addressing Feng as brother. This kid's not bad. Even with epic grade peak tier talent and a martial god backing him up, he still isn't arrogant or conceited. His future prospects are limitless. Thanks a lot, big brother, Feng said excitedly. Having a Grandmaster level enforcer as an older brother was something he was naturally more than happy about. That night, Feng settled right in at City Hall, staying in the same villa as Grandmaster Xiang. Meanwhile, Tianyang City. That same night, Su Jian and the two elders of the Lu family had already brought Zhang Lei's body back to Tianyang City and handed it over to Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan stared at the body of his son, Zhang Lei, his expression darkening to the extreme. His voice was as cold as ice as he said, "If that little bastard is dead by tonight, so be it. But if he is still alive, when he arrives in Tianyang City for the college entrance exams, I will take action and tear him to pieces." Su Jian and the two Lu family elders standing nearby all sensed the murderous intent emanating from the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. As the director of education for a provincial capital, Zhang Kuan, though a civil official, possessed a level of cultivation far beyond that of the director of education in Anqing. His cultivation had already reached the level of an 8th-level warrior when enraged, few could stand against him. Meanwhile, in Anqing, the culprit, Feng, had begun practicing feverishly, awaiting the arrival of the warrior college entrance exam. For the next 12 days, Feng spent all his time except when he was at school practicing upon his return. To boost his cultivation as quickly as possible, Feng adjusted his daily practice schedule within the system space. Now, within the system space, he had stopped practicing the Demon Ape visualization diagram, the thunder summoning divine incantation, and the soul chasing dagger. These three techniques were of little use for rapidly enhancing his strength at this stage. With 24 hours in a day, Feng devoted all his free time to cultivating the thunder and lightning art, the immortal blood god body, and two new 5th-grade martial arts, the 5th-grade agility technique Koi Agility and the 5th-grade spear technique Blood Thunder Spear. 12 days passed. Because Feng had intensified his cultivation of the thunder and lightning art, his cultivation level had risen to level 3, stage 2. He had also cultivated the blood goddess indestructible body to the perfect stage of the 2nd level, and the two 5th-grade martial arts Koi Agility and Blood Thunder Spear had also reached the perfect stage. Open status panel. Host, Feng. Cultivation level, level 3, stage 2 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 3200 level 4, stage 3. Vitality, 32,000 level 4, stage 2. Speed, 32 ms level 4, stage 2. Strength, 32T level 4, stage 2. Physical defense, level 5, stage 3. Number of entries into system space, 0. Soul power at level 4, stage 3, with physical defense comparable to level 5, stage 3. That's impressive. With the boost from the Thunder Extreme Body, coupled with two 5th-grade martial arts techniques, the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Incantation, and the Soul Power Attack Secret Art Soul Chasing Incantation, Feng's current combat power rivals that of a level 5, stage 5 warrior. In the warrior college entrance exam, what matters most isn't cultivation level, but combat power. The stronger one's combat power, the higher the score in the warrior practical assessment. Tomorrow is the day he'll head to Tianyang City in the provincial capital to prepare for the warrior college entrance exam. Feng's combat power has already reached the level of the top prodigies in the southeast province, giving him a chance to compete for the top spot in the province's exam. Only the top-tier prodigies are eligible to take the provincial entrance exam. This is because the warrior entrance exam differs from the general college entrance exam. It requires a martial arts exam, that is, a practical combat assessment. Academic exams account for 10% of the total score, body unlock rate accounts for 50%, and the practical combat assessment accounts for 40%. As long as one becomes a level 1 warrior, the base score for body unlock rate is automatically a perfect score, and the 10% from academic exams shows little variation among candidates. The factor that creates the greatest gap in scores is the warrior combat assessment. The higher the score on this assessment, the higher the final college entrance exam score will be. The combat assessment primarily consists of endless challenges, with dedicated simulation zones provided for students to undergo testing. The combat exam simulation zone in Anqing is only available to students below level 3. Those above level 3 must travel to provincial cities. Therefore, tomorrow Feng must travel to Tianyang City, the provincial capital of the southeast province, to take the college entrance exam. During this time, Ling Tian has already uncovered that the 4 people who ambushed Feng that day were members of the Su and Lu families of Tianyang City, as well as Zhang Lei, the son of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. On this trip to Tianyang City, Xiang Zongshi will personally accompany Feng first, to ensure Feng's safety, and second, to deal with the Su and Lu families. Since they dared to lay a hand on Feng on his own turf, he, Xiang, would show them no mercy. It's the third watch now. Today's update ends here. The excitement continues tomorrow. In all of Anqing, Feng is the only candidate qualified to travel to Tianyang City to take the college entrance exam. The remaining 30,000 plus candidates, all with cultivation levels below level 3, can take the exam right here in Anqing. Feng is now fully prepared and will head to Tianyang City first thing tomorrow morning to take the college entrance exam. Tianyang City. Representatives from over a dozen major martial arts clans including the Su and Lu families have all gathered at the home of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. 10 days ago. The mission led by Su Jian, head of the Su family, along with 2 elders from the Lu family and Zhang Kuan's son, Zhang Lei, to ambush and kill Feng in Anqing ended in failure. Moreover, Zhang Lei had been killed, and that incident had put Feng on high alert. He now kept bodyguards with him at all times. Tomorrow, Feng will arrive in Tianyang City to take the college entrance exam, and that will be their best opportunity to strike. This is our best chance, Zhang Kuan said with intense venom. For the murder of my son, I will make sure that boy meets his end in the underworld. Rest assured, Director Zhang, Su Jian assured him. With more than a dozen major clans acting in unison this time, we'll make sure that Brat can't escape even if he had wings. Last time, it was his failed ambush that allowed Feng to kill Zhang Lei in retaliation. This time, he would not let that happen again. The next day, Feng, along with Grandmaster Xiang and several government warriors, set out early in the morning for Tianyang City. As the local officials of Anqing, Ling Tian and Huang Anhua could not leave the city during such a critical time as the college entrance exams, they had to remain in Anqing to reassure the examinees. They had no choice but to have Grandmaster Xiang escort Feng to Tianyang City for the exams. With Grandmaster Xiang present, Feng's safety was guaranteed. If an enemy were too powerful even for Grandmaster Xiang to handle, their presence there would be of no use. They arrived in Tianyang City. Grandmaster Xiang and his group took Feng directly to the academic exam venue. Upon arriving at the venue, Feng had already prepared everything he needed, including his admission ticket and ID card. The college entrance exam begins with the academic assessment, followed by the practical assessment. The academic assessment consists of a comprehensive exam covering Chinese, math, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology, accounting for 10% of the total score. Do your best on the exam. We'll be waiting for you outside, Grandmaster Xiang said. Once you're done, I'll go and deal with those experts who tried to ambush you earlier. Feng nodded. Let us finish the entire college entrance exam first, then deal with them. I'm off now everyone, wait for my good news. Feng entered the exam hall. Good luck, Grandmaster Xiang and several government warriors called out encouragingly. Wait for the good news, Feng replied with a smile. You'll witness the birth of a top scorer in the college entrance exam with your own eyes. Feng laughed heartily, then filed in with the other examinees, entering the exam hall and disappearing from view. That's the spirit. We'll wait for your good news, Grandmaster Xiang replied, gazing in the direction Feng had vanished. Over the past 12 days, Feng had been staying with him, and he had witnessed Feng's progress firsthand. A 4-rank increase in cultivation in just 12 days, it was simply staggering. No wonder the martial god had taken notice of her. With such extraordinary talent and that terrifying ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks, she might truly create a miracle, perhaps even securing the top spot on the college entrance exam. The most prodigious talent in this year's Southeast Province is the pride of the province's strongest martial king clan, a girl whose martial talent was awakened at the age of 8 when her grandfather, a martial king, used his extraordinary spiritual power to purify her body and awaken her potential. Her current cultivation has reached level 5, stage 5, making her the top contender for the top spot in this year's Southeast Province college entrance exam. Next are several supreme prodigies, whose cultivation levels hover around level 5, stage 1, and who are expected to rank among the top 10 in the province. The remaining prodigies with a shot at the top 100 all possess cultivation levels of level 4 or higher. Most hail from level 8, level 9, or Grandmaster martial clans. If Feng is to become the top scorer in the Southeast Province college entrance exam, she must outscore them all. Feng was so confident in himself they wondered where that confidence came from, and they secretly looked forward to seeing how he would perform. That afternoon,
Feng finished his academic exam and was confident he'd scored 90%. Tomorrow was the warrior practical exam. He had already earned a perfect score on the body unlock rate test. As long as he made a stunning impression during the warrior practical exam, he would crush the competition. The warrior college entrance exam. The main focus is the practical combat assessment. The scores from the academic exam and the body unlock rate serve as baseline scores, with little difference among the candidates. The warrior practical combat assessment is the key to setting them apart. That evening, Grandmaster Xiang took Feng to meet someone, Duan Yang, the governor of the Southeast Province. As someone favored by the martial god, Duan Yang had already received instructions from the martial god to pay special attention to Feng. Now that Feng had come to Tianyang City to take the college entrance exam, it was only natural for him to pay a visit to the provincial governor. As the governor of the Southeast Province, Duan Yang was no ordinary figure. With cultivation at the 9th rank Martial King realm, he was one of the two most powerful figures in the Jiangnan province. After visiting Governor Duan Yang, Feng returned to his hotel. Without doing anything else, he emerged from his cultivation in the system space and slept soundly. He was preparing for tomorrow's practical combat assessment. The next day, Tianyang City's first exam hall. Feng and all the prodigious candidates from the entire Southeast Province whose cultivation levels exceeded level 3 had gathered here to prepare for the practical combat assessment. In the Southeast Province, the total number of high school seniors amounted to over 1 million. However, there were only about 1,000 prodigies who had broken through level 3, a ratio of 1 in 1,000. These 1,000 are the cream of the crop among the province's prodigies, the most exceptional of the exceptional, and represent the future hope of the Southeast Province. Don't worry, Godfather. I'm determined to be the top scorer this year, said the girl Duan Yang called Tingting, clenching her delicate fist with full confidence. The girl's name was Chu Tingting. She was the prodigy of the Chu family, the foremost martial king clan in the Southeast Province, and was also this year's most prodigious candidate in the province, with a cultivation level of level 5, stage 5. Chu Tingting's grandfather, Chu Junlin, was a 9th rank martial king, just one step away from becoming a battle emperor. Chu Junlin and provincial governor Duan Yang were jointly regarded as the two greatest powerhouses in the Southeast Province, with neither surpassing the other. It's good that you're confident, Duan Yang nodded and said, come with me. Grandpa will introduce you to a new friend. A new friend? What kind of new friend? Chu Tingting asked, puzzled. You'll find out once you get there, Duan Yang said with a mysterious smile, leading Chu Tingting toward Feng. As someone favored by the martial god and possessing an epic grade peak tier talent, Feng's future achievements were boundless. His goddaughter was also a prodigy, so introducing the two was a natural move. If fate brought them together in the future and they sparked some chemistry, that would be a good thing. Take a guess, is Chu Ting the female lead? Arriving in front of Feng, Duan Yang introduced Chu Tingting. This is Feng, a very promising young man. Hello, Chu Tingting said, extending her hand to introduce herself. Feng said, extending his hand to shake Chu Tingting's. Feng, Tingting is in the same class as you. She'll be taking the special admissions exam for a prestigious university in a few days, Duan Yang said. I'm introducing you too early so you can look out for each other when the time comes. Feng nodded and sized up Chu Tingting, noticing that she didn't seem particularly interested in him. It seemed she looked down on him because his cultivation level was lower than hers. It was likely that Chu Tingting was only standing there talking to him and shaking his hand entirely for Duan Yang's sake, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have even given him a second glance. Seeing Chu Tingting's attitude, Feng lost interest as well. After greeting Feng, Chu Tingting turned to Duan Yang and said, Godfather, the assessment is about to begin. I'm going to get ready now. Go ahead, Duan Yang nodded, feeling a bit awkward. He could tell that Chu Tingting didn't seem to care much for Feng. My goddaughter, you really don't understand your godfather's well-meaning intentions. If you keep acting like this, you're going to miss out on a true dragon. Feng's cultivation level isn't high right now, but that is only because his martial arts talent awakened too late. Duan Yang was well aware of the terrifying potential of Feng's epic grade peak tier talent.
His cultivation progress is advancing by leaps and bounds. In just a few years, Feng will reach a terrifying height. By then, they'll all likely be looking up to him. My goddaughter, you only see that his cultivation is lower than yours now, but you don't realize his potential is limitless. Never mind, never mind. Matters of fate are hard to explain if there's no fate, even his matchmaking won't help. After Chutingting walked away, Duan Yang and Feng exchanged a few words with the Grandmaster before turning to leave. Now, the candidates were preparing to enter the simulated combat chamber for the practical assessment of the college entrance exam. 1,000 candidates were divided into two groups. Chutingting was assigned to the first group. Feng, on the other hand, was assigned to the second group. The first group of 500 consisted of the top 500 candidates in terms of cultivation level. Among them, Chutingting had the highest cultivation level, level 5, 5th Dan. Of the remaining 499 candidates, 13 were at level 5, and 97 were at level 4. There were 389 candidates with cultivation levels ranging from level 3, 5th Dan to level 3, 9th Dan. The 500 candidates in the second group all had cultivation levels ranging from level 3, 1st Dan to level 3, 5th Dan. During the practical assessment, everyone's attention was focused entirely on the 111 candidates with cultivation levels of level 4 or higher. They had little interest in students below level 4. Candidates below level 4 might be able to gain admission to top 100 universities in Huaxia, but they had little hope of entering the two global super universities ranked in the top 10, Shenlong and Yanhuang. Soon, the assessment began. Chutingting and the other candidates ranked in the top 500 entered the simulated combat chambers to start the practical combat assessment. Outside, as time ticked by, everyone waited with bated breath to see which of them would emerge as this year's top scorer in the Southeast Province College entrance exams. Would it be Chutingting from the Martial King clan? Or perhaps Shiro, Wanhui, or Yu Hodong from one of the major Supreme clans? All three hailed from Supreme clans in the Southeast Province. While there were dozens of Supreme clans in the region, only 3 were represented among this year's examinees. Wanhui of the Wan clan, with a cultivation level of level 5, stage 4, ranks second only to Chutingting. Yu Hodong of the Yu clan and Shiro of the Shi clan both have cultivation levels of level 5, stage 3, placing them behind Chutingting and Wanhui. Nevertheless, they are still among the top 4 in terms of cultivation. The remaining 10 candidates who broke through to level 5 range from level 5, stage 1 to level 5, stage 2, and all hail from Grandmaster clans in the Southeast Province. Chen Mo, director of the Provincial Education Bureau. Su Chen, mayor of Tianyang City, a supreme of the Chu family, a Martial King clan, and the supremes of the 3 supreme clans, the Shi, Wan, and Yu families, were currently discussing the front-runners for this year's college entrance exam top scorer. The supreme of the Chu clan said indifferently, "This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam can be none other than a member of our Chu clan. Although your Chu clan's Chutingting is 1 segment higher in cultivation than my Wan clan's Wanhui, she is, after all, merely a woman who has been pampered since childhood. In terms of combat prowess, my Wan clan's Wanhui is still superior," the supreme of the Wan clan replied. Wanhui is currently at level 5, stage 4. He has already mastered 2 4th-grade superior martial arts techniques. Moreover, under the protection of our Wan family's experts, he frequently battles monsters in the monster forest to gain combat experience. The top spot in this college entrance exam can only go to our Wan family. Head of the Wan family, aren't you speaking a bit too soon? The supreme elder of the Shi clan retorted, "Although the young prodigies from your 2 clans are 1 or 2 segments higher in cultivation than our Shi clan's prodigy, Shiro, the difference between 1 or 2 segments isn't that significant." Before the college entrance exams, Shiro entered a level 2 dungeon and obtained a considerable legacy. In the practical combat assessment of the exams, he may very well be able to subdue the prodigies from your 2 clans. The supreme elders of the Chu and Wan clans both snorted coldly but did not speak up in rebuttal. Since the Shi clan's supreme elder was so confident, they would simply wait for the results. Then they would see which clan's young prodigy would claim the top spot in the college entrance exams. As for the supreme of the Yu clan, he did not speak up to argue with the others. His clan S prodigy, Yu Hodong, had shown extraordinary talent in sword cultivation from a young age and had now reached the minor accomplishment stage in a 5th grade sword technique. With the support of a 5th grade sword technique, he was sure to shine brilliantly in college entrance exam's practical assessment. Su Chen, the mayor of Tianyang City, did not join the debate among the 3 Supreme Clan leaders, though he held high hopes for Chu Tingting. Having been carefully trained since childhood by the Chu clan's martial king, Chu Tingting was naturally no less capable than the young disciples of the major Supreme Clans. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, director of the Provincial Education Bureau, kept glancing in Feng's direction. Back outside the 9-star dungeon, Huang Anhua, director of the Anqing Education Bureau, had told him that Feng was a prodigy favored by the martial god. Now that Feng had also arrived in Tianyang City for the practical exam, Chen Mo wondered how he would perform and whether he might bring him a pleasant surprise. After all, as someone favored by the martial god, he surely couldn't be too far off the mark. While speculation ran rampant outside about who would claim the top spot on the college entrance exam, inside the simulated combat chamber, the top 500 prodigies from the southeast province were fighting tooth and nail to boost their scores. Simulated combat chamber. A total of 100 levels had been set up. For each level cleared, points were awarded based on the perfection of the performance generally. Clearing a level earned 8 to 10 points. A level judged perfect earns 10 points good, 9 points and passing, 8 points. In the simulation combat chamber, level 1 simulates a tier 1 beast, while level 10 simulates a tier 10 beast. Level 11 simulates a level 1, rank 1 monster, and level 20 simulates 3 level 1, rank 9 monsters. Level 21 features a level 2, segment 1 monster, and level 30 features 3 level 2, segment 9 monsters. Level 31 features a level 3, segment 1 monster. And so on. Level 90 features a level 9, segment 1 monster, and level 100 features 3 level 9, segment 9 monsters. In the simulated combat chamber, Chu Tingting had cleared the first 49 levels with a perfect rating, earning a perfect score of 10 on each level. Upon reaching level 50, she was surrounded by 3 level 4, segment 9 monsters. It took her quite some effort to defeat them, and she received only a good rating, passing with a score of 9. In levels 50, 52, and 53, she again received only good ratings, passing all 3 with 9 points. As for level 54, she gave it her all to defeat the monsters but received only a passing rating, clearing the level with 8 points. By level 55, the simulation chamber generated level 5, 5th dan monsters equivalent to her own cultivation level. She pulled out all the stops but still couldn't defeat them. In the end, she had no choice but to end the assessment and exit the simulation chamber. She made it to level 54. She had done her best with this result. She should be a shoo-in for the top spot on the college entrance exam. That's all for today's update. The excitement continues tomorrow. Wan Hui, Yu Hodong, and Sherdong also emerged from the simulation chamber one after another. Wan Hui, at level 5, stage 4, made it to level 53. Yu Hodong, at level 5, stage 3, made it to level 53. Shiro, at level 5, stage 3, made it to level 54, the same as Chu Tingting. However, when he cleared levels 53 and 54, he received only a pass rating, whereas Chu Tingting received a good rating on level 53 and a pass on level 54, so her score was 1 point higher than his. That said, the final scores won't be determined until the academic assessment results are released and combined with the base body unlock rate scores. For now, it's still too early to say who ranks higher. The practical assessment for the first group of students concluded. Chu Tingting, Shiro, Wan Hui, and others approached Su Chen, the mayor of Tianyang City. The supreme elders of the Chu, Wan, and Shi clans, along with several other supreme elders, also gathered around, eager to learn how the top-ranked prodigies had performed. Seeing the elders gather around, Chu Tingting spoke up first. "I'm certain I'll be the top scorer on this college entrance exam. The Chu family's young lady is so confident." The supreme elders from several families were somewhat surprised. To be so confident about securing the top spot right after completing the assessment, it seemed she must have performed exceptionally well. Of course. During the simulated combat, I made it to level 54 and was defeated at level 55. With this result, I'm guaranteed to be the top scorer.
Chu Tingting declared with absolute certainty. What? She actually made it to level 54. The supreme masters around her looked on in disbelief. After all, the monsters simulated in the combat chamber are actually more powerful than their real-world counterparts of the same level, and they fight with far greater ferocity. Breaking through to level 54 means that Chu Tingting's combat prowess ranks among the very strongest in level 5, segment 5. Generally speaking, college entrance exam candidates have lower combat prowess than warriors of the same level. After all, since they're preparing for the warrior entrance exam, they devote most of their time to improving their cultivation and studying theoretical knowledge, rarely spending time training in martial arts or battling monsters to hone their practical combat skills. It's no exaggeration to call them greenhouse flowers. For Chu Tingting to break through level 54 at level 5, 5th Dan is already incredibly impressive. She is very likely to be the top scorer in this college entrance exam. Hee, Shiro chuckled from the side and said casually, "Sorry, but I also cleared the 54th level, so it's still up in the air whose final score will be higher." Hearing this, the several supreme masters nearby were startled once more. Shiro, at level 5, stage 3 he had actually cleared level 54 as well? How was that possible? Didn't that mean Shiro possessed the strength to challenge opponents of higher levels? The supreme elder of the Shiro family, standing nearby, smiled mysteriously and said, "I told you all long ago that Shiro of the Shiro family obtained a remarkable legacy in a level 2 dungeon. Thanks to this legacy, he has shown brilliantly in the college entrance exam, so breaking through the 54th level is no surprise. I'm afraid, Supreme Elder of the Chu family, the top scorer in this exam will undoubtedly be from the Shiro family." The Supreme Elder of the Chu family snorted coldly and said, "Although your Shiro family's Shiro was able to break through to the 54th level, his score upon clearing each level certainly won't be as high as that of our young Master Tingting. Let us wait and see which family's young prodigy will claim the top spot in this college entrance exam." Standing nearby, the head of the Wan family hurriedly asked his prodigy, "Wan Hui, how many levels did you reach?" 53, Wan Hui replied, sounding somewhat dejected. Ah! The head of the Wan family sighed. His heir had only reached the 53rd level, lower than the heirs of both the Chu and Shiro families. It seemed the top spot in the college entrance exam would not go to the Wan family this time. Still, the head of the Wan family comforted Wan Hui, "It's nothing. Even though you can't claim the top spot, with your results, you're guaranteed admission to either of Huaxia's 2 super universities. Don't be discouraged." Wan Hui nodded, though he still felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected that despite ranking second in cultivation across the entire province, he'd only made it to the 53rd level, not even matching Shiro, whose cultivation was 1 tier lower than his. Standing nearby, the patriarch of the Yu family similarly inquired about the performance of his own descendant, Yu Hodong. But upon learning that Yu Hodong had also only reached the 53rd level, he sighed. It seemed that this time, the top scorer on the college entrance exam would come from either the Chu family or the Shiro family. At that moment, the second group of candidates, the remaining 500, prepared to enter the simulated combat chamber for their practical assessment, though they received far less attention than the first group. After all, the cultivation levels of these 500 candidates ranged only from level 3, stage 1 to level 3, stage 5, which was no match for the first group. No one would believe that the top scorer on the college entrance exam would come from this second group of candidates. Duan Yang approached Feng and said, "It's almost your turn. Good luck." Seeing Duan Yang speaking to Feng, the supreme leaders of the major clans standing nearby looked puzzled. Why would Duan Yang suddenly go out of his way to greet a high school student and even encourage him? Could he be a distant relative of Duan Yang's? Chu Tingting said, "That guy is just a candidate from Ancheng. He is at level 3, stage 2, nothing special." Upon hearing this, the supreme leaders of the major clans lost interest. People from small towns like that might be considered prodigies in their hometowns, but in a big city, they're just ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. Shiro looked at Chu Tingting and teased, "Just now, I saw Duan Yang lead you over to greet him and even have you shake his hand. Could it be he was trying to introduce you to him to set you two up? Don't gross me out, okay?" Chu Tingting said angrily. "That hick, ever since I shook his hand just now,
I've felt completely uncomfortable. Didn't you see I only exchanged a few brief words before coming over? Setting us up? No way. He is probably some poor, distant relative of Grandpa Duan. Since Grandpa Duan asked, I couldn't very well refuse. Chu Tingting said with a pout. That is for sure, Wan Hui chimed in from the side. People from small towns like that haven't seen much of the world. They're always trying to climb the social ladder by getting to know us, hoping we'll give them a leg up someday. The group kept belittling Feng, their words dripping with sarcasm and disdain. They looked down on someone like Feng, who came from such a small town. Duan Yang and Feng, standing nearby, naturally overheard their conversation, and Feng's expression darkened slightly. Duan Yang also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the one who had introduced Feng to them, and Feng hadn't done anything wrong. Yet they had already jumped to the conclusion that Feng was his distant, impoverished relative, using that to belittle him as someone from a backwater who hadn't seen the wider world and was trying to climb the social ladder by associating with them. But as the governor of a province, he couldn't very well make a fuss over a few juniors. Doing so would only reinforce their belief that Feng was indeed his distant, impoverished relative, causing them to look down on him even more. Duan Yang hadn't expected that his good intentions would backfire, causing Feng to be insulted for no reason. He couldn't just tell those younger men outright that Feng was the one chosen by the martial god, possessed epic grade peak tier talent, and had a future with limitless potential. Only Feng himself could clear his name. Only when Feng shone brilliantly would they realize how short-sighted they'd been and understand who the real hick was, and who was actually trying to climb the social ladder. Feng's sullen expression gradually cleared. He didn't blame Duan Yang for anything, nor did he argue with Chu Tingting and the others. I'm going to take the assessment, Feng said indifferently, then walked straight toward the simulated combat chamber. Although his cultivation was currently at level 3, stage 2, his physical attributes were already comparable to those of level 4, stage 2. When his Thunder Extreme physique was activated, they were even on par with level 5, stage 2. Add to that the 9th rank cultivation technique Thunder and Lightning Art, the body refining sacred art Blood Goddess Indestructible Body, his body as tough as copper skin and iron bones, the 2 5th rank perfect martial arts Blood Thunder Spear and Koi Body Art, the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Divine Incantation, and the soul power attack secret technique Soul Chasing Thrust. Even an opponent at level 5, stage 6, he could easily defeat. This year's top scorer on the college entrance exam is bound to be him. With his combat prowess, breaking through all 56 levels in the simulated combat chamber would be no problem at all. When the results come out, he'll make sure Chu Tingting and the others know who the real hick is and who is the one who has never seen the world. Guess what, is Chu Ting still the female lead? There is more to come today. Seeing Feng walk straight into the simulated combat chamber, Duan Yang and Grandmaster Xiang couldn't help but marvel. He is quite a character. He knows when to yield and when to push forward, and he remains neither arrogant nor impatient. If it were an ordinary prodigy, someone favored by the martial god who faced such an insult, they would likely have charged forward long ago, mindlessly boasting, "Look who is backing me. If you mess with me, I'll wipe you all out," and so on, issuing a string of threats. But Feng didn't do that. Instead, he chose to keep a low profile and bide his time, ultimately proving them wrong with his strength. When it comes to background, none of the younger generation here can compare to Feng. After all, the martial god stands behind him. Martial arts cultivation. Level 1 warrior. Level 2 warrior. Level 3 warrior. Level 4 warrior. Level 5 warrior. Level 6 warrior. Level 7 warrior. Level 8 warrior. Level 9 warrior. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Martial Arts Supreme. Martial Arts King. Martial Arts Battle Emperor. Martial Arts Great Emperor. The martial goddess cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Earth's martial arts world, surpassing even ordinary martial arts great emperors to become the undisputed number 1. With the martial god standing behind him, Feng's background surpassed that of everyone else. But when it came to keeping a low profile, Feng was the most unassuming of all. Someone like Feng often remains silent until he makes a stunning debut. True to form for someone favored by the martial god, it will be hard for him not to rise to great heights in the future. The second group of 500 people entered the simulated combat chamber one after another, and the practical assessment began. Inside the simulated combat chamber, Fong gripped his long spear and prepared to tackle the challenges. The first level simulated a first-tier ferocious beast. Fong cleared it with ease, earning a perfect rating. The simulation chamber featured a total of 100 levels. For each level cleared, points were awarded based on the perfection of the performance. Typically, clearing a level earned 8 to 10 points. A perfect rating earned 10 points, a good rating earned 9 points, and a passing rating earned 8 points. In the second level, a second-tier beast appeared. Fong cleared it with ease and received a perfect rating. The 10th level featured a 10th-tier beast. Fong cleared it with ease and received a perfect rating. Level 49 featured a level 4, 9th rank monster. Using 2 5th-grade martial arts techniques mastered to perfection, Fong easily cleared the level and received a perfect rating. Both of Fong's 5th-grade martial arts techniques were of superior quality. Having cultivated them to perfection, their destructive power rivaled that of 6th-grade techniques, making it naturally easy for him to defeat a level 4, 9th rank monster. In the simulated combat chamber, Fong had cleared the first 49 levels with a perfect rating, earning a perfect score of 10 points on each level. Upon reaching level 50, 3 level 4, 9th dan monsters appeared. 3 lion-tiger beasts, covered in fur and bearing 4 claws, resembling lions yet not quite lions, resembling tigers yet not quite tigers. Fong stomped the ground violently, his body surging upward. He unleashed the koi body art, instantly appearing before the lion-tiger beasts. He thrust his long spear forward, and a powerful surge of thunderous strength up from his dantian, coiling around the spear's tip. He executed the 4th rank martial art, cloud-piercing spear. Purple lightning flickered from the sharp spear tip as he lunged toward the neck of the first lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast suddenly unleashed its full power. Black demonic energy erupted from its body, and endless flames swirled around it. The lion-tiger beast lashed out with its massive tail, flames coiling around it. In an instant, it became a fiery whip, cracking the air as it met Fong's terrifying thrust. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the lion-tiger's massive tail repelled Fong's thrust, and the flames and lightning on its tail annihilated one another. Fong was taken aback. This lion-tiger possessed immense strength. It had actually managed to withstand his full power strike, unleashed with a 4th rank martial technique. Without hesitation, the lion-tiger opened its gaping maw and lunged at Fong. Fong activated his 9th rank cultivation technique, thunder and lightning art. Surrounded by lightning, he leaped into the air and thrust his spear downward from mid-air. Blood-red lightning swirled around the spear, imbued with terrifying penetrating power and the might of thunder and lightning. He unleashed the 5th rank martial technique, blood lightning spear. Since a 4th rank martial technique couldn't kill you, let us try a 5th rank one. Thud! The lion-tiger beast's neck was pierced by Fong's 5th rank martial art, blood lightning spear, and its massive body collapsed instantly. The remaining 2 lion-tiger beasts continued to charge at Fong. Fong moved as nimbly as a koi, dodging to the side, then leaped suddenly into the air, continuing to unleash the 5th rank, upper-grade martial art, blood lightning spear. Blinding bloodlight and swirling lightning, carrying the strength to destroy all, instantly killed the lion-tiger beast in front of him. The remaining lion-tiger beast was also quickly slain under the combined assault of Fong's 2 perfected 5th rank martial arts techniques. Level 50 cleared. Evaluation, perfect. Level 51 featured a level 5, Tier 1 monster. Fong looked at the level 5 monster ahead and instantly activated his Thunder Extreme body. To deal with level 5 or higher monsters, he had to unleash his ultimate strength. Only then could he ensure a perfect rating in the upcoming levels. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from Fong's body. Lightning patterns began to form across his bare torso. Streak after streak of black lightning continuously supplied him with energy, making him grow stronger and stronger. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Fong's combat power instantly increased more than tenfold as he charged toward the level 5, Stage 1 monsters ahead. Fong unleashed his full power in a sudden burst, delivering a devastating punch to the level 5, Stage 1 monster. Purple lightning surged across his fist. It was the 4th rank martial art, Thunderbolt Fist.
Empowered by the Thunder Extreme Body, the Thunderbolt Fist unleashed immense destructive power.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, the punch filled with destructive strength and empowered by the Thunder Extreme Body sent the monster flying backward. Its chest exploded on impact, and it fell to the ground, dead.
Level 51 cleared, evaluation, perfect. Next came levels 52, 53, and 54.
Relying on the Thunder Extreme Body and 2 perfected 5th grade martial arts techniques, Fong cleared all of them with a perfect evaluation.
In level 55, Fong faced a level 5, rank 5 monster.
Even with the Thunder Extreme Body and the divine ability Thunder Summoning Incantation, he could only pass with a good rating.
In level 56, a level 5, rank 6 monster appeared.
Fong activated his Thunder Extreme Body to its fullest and combined it with the Thunder Summoning Incantation, barely passing with a pass rating.
Level 57, a level 5, rank 7 monster appeared. Fong's aura erupted throughout his body as he activated the divine technique Thunder Summoning Chant.
Within the simulated combat chamber, lightning flashed and thunder roared, instantly surging thunder energy gathered and merged with the thunder patterns on Fong's body.
Go! Fong roared. Instantly, the terrifying lightning gathered from all around surged toward the level 5, stage 7 monster.
The blue lightning, like a thunder dragon, struck the powerful monster head-on in an instant. The monster's body was struck by lightning. Purple bolts raged across its form, and arcs of electricity illuminated the entire simulation chamber.
A moment later,
as the lightning dissipated, the monster appeared thoroughly battered, though it had sustained little actual damage. Having already reached level 5, stage 7, this lower-tier lightning was hardly enough to seriously injure it. Seeing this, Fong decided to withdraw from the assessment. Since his current strongest attack couldn't harm the monster before him, continuing was pointless.
He was unable to defeat the monster before him.
Fong also possessed a secret soul power attack technique called Soul-Piercing Spike, but he couldn't use it in this simulated combat chamber. Since the monsters here were all generated by the chamber's simulation and lacked true soul power, the technique would be ineffective against them. Still, with his current performance, he should be a shoo-in for the top spot on the college entrance exam.
That's all for today's update. Ahem, you guys really can't take a joke. I was just messing with you.
Someone like Shootingding is obviously not the female lead. She is just an extra who has managed to survive for over 10 chapters, used solely to make others look foolish. And yet, people actually threaten to abandon the book over someone like her.
That's sad, a little upsetting, a little heartbreaking.
Fong stepped out of the simulated combat chamber.
Grandmaster Xiang and Governor Duan immediately stepped forward and asked, "How did the exam go? Are you confident you'll make it into the top 100?
The top 100 is the threshold for admission to Huaxia's 2 super universities. Only those who rank within the top 100 have a chance of being accepted by either institution. Grandmaster Xiang knew that although Feng's cultivation level was only at level 3, stage 2, his combat prowess was comparable to that of a level 4 warrior, so his score on the practical exam shouldn't be low.
Top 100?
Shootingting, standing nearby, remained non-committal, her voice tinged with sarcasm as she said, "For someone at level 3, stage 2, trying to make the top 100 is probably harder than climbing to the heavens." Shiro and Wan Hui both looked on with disdain.
The top 100?
That was too high an expectation for this country bumpkin. It was completely impossible.
Top 100?
Fong said nonchalantly, "Since Master Xiang has so little faith in my abilities, if I break through 56 levels in this practical assessment, I'm guaranteed to be the top scorer on the college entrance exam."
What? 56 levels?
Upon hearing this, both Grandmaster Xiang and Duan Yang were stunned. Had they heard correctly?
Fong had said he'd broken through 56 levels in the practical assessment. That score completely outshone Shiro and Shootingting.
If that were true, then the top spot on the college entrance exam would be a sure thing. That's right, 56 levels, Fong confirmed once more. There was no reason for him to lie about something like this. Standing nearby, Shiro, Wan Hui, Shootingting, and the others were all left speechless upon hearing this.
What? This country bumpkin claims he broke through the 56th level during his practical assessment? The top spot on the college entrance exam is a sure thing. Even the several supreme masters standing behind them were at a loss. Feng spoke with such conviction that it seemed he might actually be telling the truth. Ha! Chu Tingting suddenly burst out laughing, her smile laced with sarcasm. She shook her head and said, I've seen people brag before, but never to this extent. With a cultivation level of 3rd rank, 2nd tier, he is telling me he broke through 56 levels? Do you think we didn't take the combat assessment? Do you think we're as gullible as you country folk, believing every lie you spout? Hearing this, the supreme masters also laughed sarcastically and shook their heads. It was one thing for a young person to crave recognition, but this level of vanity was simply going too far. Just to win a moment's praise, he actually claimed to have broken through the 56th gate as if he were guaranteed to be the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Such a baseless and ignorant act was simply laughable. Probably just to get close to me, Chu Tingting said indifferently. After all, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world would try to brag about his abilities in such a childish way, hoping to catch my eye. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that this approach only makes him seem incredibly childish and ridiculous to me. Shiro, standing beside Chu Tingting, remarked, people from small towns are just that they always manage to pull off some ridiculous stunts you'd never expect, providing us with some entertainment. Clearly, neither Chu Tingting, Shiro, Wanhui, nor the other supreme masters believed Feng had actually broken through the 50th level. In fact, they found it childish and laughable. Upon hearing this, Duan Yang felt a bit awkward. He didn't believe Feng's story either. He hadn't witnessed Feng's ability to challenge levels above his own, so he was skeptical of the claim that Feng, at level 3, stage 2, had broken through the 54th level and won first place on the college entrance exam. At the same time, he felt a tiny bit of disappointment. He hadn't expected Feng to be this kind of person, someone who would tell any lie just to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Such an unrealistic, vain person left him somewhat disappointed. The martial goddess judgment was a bit off. Upon hearing this, Feng's expression darkened. He hadn't intended to argue with them, but these people kept belittling him, as if they'd gotten a kick out of it. Feng snapped at Chu Tingting, I was just bragging to get your attention. You're not even worth it, you're nothing but a nobody. I'm confident in what I've said. Just wait until the scores come out, and everyone will see for themselves, Feng snapped. By then, it'll be crystal clear who's vain and who's a hick. With that, Feng turned and walked away. The college entrance exam had ended today, but the scores wouldn't be released immediately. There was no point in staying here to argue with them. In 7 days, when the scores came out, the truth would be revealed. Master Xiang and several Anqing government warriors followed Feng as he left. Master Xiang watched Feng's solitary figure recede into the distance. He wanted to say something but held his tongue. Unlike Duan Yang, he believed Feng's words. He knew Feng's character well. He was absolutely not the type to brag recklessly just to impress a woman. If Feng said he had broken through the 56th level, then he had truly broken through the 56th level. Seeing Feng and Master Xiang's grouped apart, Chu Tingting and her group sneered, he is flying into a rage out of shame. We exposed his lie right there on the spot. He is too embarrassed to show his face. Well, when the scores come out, the truth will come to light. I can't wait to see this hick-ass lies shattered and watch him squirm in shame. Meanwhile, Duan Yang, standing nearby, began to feel a bit hesitant. He wasn't sure if his actions just now had caused Feng to harbor any ill will toward him. He didn't believe Feng's words, and Feng hadn't bothered to explain further. When Feng left, he didn't even glance at Duan Yang. Duan Yang had a vague sense that he'd missed an opportunity, a chance to build a genuine connection with Feng. After Grandmaster Xiang and Feng left the first examination hall, Grandmaster Xiang asked, where are we going now? First, let us grab a bite to eat and take a nap. Tonight, we're going to kill some people. Feng said coldly. He was seething inside and needed to vent his anger. He couldn't possibly let the 2 major clans in Tianyang City who had hunted him down 12 days ago get away with it. The Su and Lu clans, tonight is the night your entire families will be wiped out. All right. Grandmaster Xiang nodded. After a moment of silence, he said to Feng, that kid Feng, I believe in you. I believe you've already broken through the 56th gate and will become the top scorer on this college entrance exam.
Hearing this, Feng stopped in his tracks. A fleeting flash of emotion crossed his eyes as he asked, why? Logically speaking, most people would immediately dismiss the idea that he'd broken through the 56th gate, assuming he was bragging just like Duan Yang had. Given his at level 3, stage 2, breaking through the 56th gate was indeed beyond belief. Belief is belief, there is no need for all these whys. Grandmaster Xiang laughed, his sparse hair blowing in the wind, giving him an air of a reclusive sage. Feng's eyes welled up with tears, his heart was moved. Perhaps this was what a true friend was. You didn't need to prove anything, belief was simply belief. Ha, kid, enough of that. Go back and get some rest. Tonight, we're going to kill some people. Grandmaster Xiang said. Feng nodded. That night, Feng and his companion had everything ready. Accompanied by several government warriors, they walked out of the hotel and headed straight for the Su family, a level 7 martial arts clan in Tianyang City. Tonight, the Su family's blood would flow like a river. Meanwhile, members of the Su family and over a dozen other major clans had already made plans to dispatch their best fighters to ambush and kill Feng. This time, Feng had come to Tianyang City, their territory, and there was no way they would let him escape again. Tonight, the dozen or so major clans had mobilized a total of 20 level 6 warriors. This time, they prioritized numbers over strength. 20 level 6 warriors were more than enough to take down Feng, a high school student, and the few warriors from the Anqing government. Of course, their target was Feng. Killing him would suffice. There was no need to kill the warriors from the Anqing government. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to deal with the aftermath. Both groups set out at the same time and met on a secluded street in Tianyang City. The 20 men sent by the dozen or so major clans arrived in front of Feng and his group, fixing Feng with icy stares. Today, let us see where you'll run, a level 6 elder from the Lu family barked. Run? Let us see who is running today. Feng snorted coldly. Such arrogant talk. Today, I'll see where you get the courage, the warrior leading the group from the 10 major clans snorted coldly. Feng glanced at Master Xiang beside him. Master Xiang gave him a knowing smile and stepped forward. A surge of aura erupted from his body, and terrifying mana burst forth, instantly causing the sky and earth to change color as a powerful aura of intimidation pressed down upon the 20 members of the 10 major clans. A martial arts grandmaster. The 20 men ahead, sensing Grandmaster Xiang's overwhelming pressure, were utterly stunned. This old man, who had been standing quietly by Feng's side all along, was actually a martial arts grandmaster. In an instant, all 20 of them were paralyzed with fear. A martial arts grandmaster, the 20 of them combined wouldn't even be enough to give him a scratch. They had absolutely no intention of putting up a fight. Retreat! Without a moment's hesitation, the 20 turned and burst forward at full speed, fleeing into the distance. In a situation like this, running was their only chance of survival. To stay meant certain death. Where do you think you're going? Master Xiang barked coldly. Gripping the Xuanhua sword shrouded in dark red mana, he swung it forward. He charged toward the 20 ahead. With a single swing of the Grandmaster's sword, the heavens and earth changed color. All the mana in the surrounding space converged upon Master Xiang's mystic fire sword, unleashing a blade of light dozens of meters long. Whoosh! Blood spattered everywhere. Several of the stragglers at the rear were instantly sliced in half by the sword, collapsing to the ground on the spot in a gruesome spectacle. Those running in the middle had their legs severed by the aftereffects of the sword's light, falling to the ground and wailing in agony. Feng surged forward, unleashing the blood thunder spear. A crimson glow boiled as lightning coiled around the spear tip, and the sound of roaring thunder seemed to echo all around. He thrust the spear toward a Lu clan elder who had been cut down by Grandmaster Xiang and was now lying on the ground. You were so arrogant just now, now I'm going to kill you. Thud. The spear pierced his throat. The Lu clan elder clutched the spear lodged in his throat as blood foam continuously bubbled from the corner of his mouth. Speaking incoherently, he gasped, Why is there a grandmaster by your side? Even in death, he could not fathom why there was a grandmaster by Feng's side.
Among the dozen or so major clans, even the strongest, the Sioux clan, was merely a 7th-rank clan. As mere 7th-rank warriors, they were completely powerless against a grandmaster. If they'd known Feng had a grandmaster by his side, they would never have dared to attack him. But now, it was too late. "Not a single one of you will escape today," Grandmaster Xiang snorted coldly. With a flash, he appeared directly in front of the elite fighters from the 10 major clans who were fleeing, blocking their path. A martial arts grandmaster's speed far surpassed theirs. Even if they fled the moment they realized the danger, it was utterly futile against a martial arts grandmaster. They simply couldn't escape his control. Grandmaster Xiang raised the Xuanhua sword high in his hand. Terrifying mana erupted from his body, causing the temperature around him to soar as if a blazing sun had risen. With a single swing, he struck at the crowd ahead. Seeing this, the dozen or so people ahead suddenly unleashed their full power. Their mana surged as they unleashed their ultimate techniques to counter Master Xiang's strike. Whoosh! A massive flash of sword light erupted as their attacks collided with Master Xiang's strike, causing their assaults to disintegrate instantly. Grandmaster Xiang's terrifying strike sent the dozen or so people flying backward. They crashed violently to the ground and skidded along the surface for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Some were severed at the waist, while others bore massive gashes from which blood gushed, as if their flesh had been scorched by flames. With a single sword strike, he cut down several more and severely wounded others, leaving them lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, breathing out more than in. Only the 3 elders with the highest cultivation level 6, 9th Dan, remained largely unharmed. At that moment, Feng and several warriors from the Anqing government, who had been positioned behind them, appeared behind the remaining 3 elders, cutting off their retreat. From the front, Grandmaster Xiang, wielding the mystic fire sword, slowly approached the trio. The 3 were trapped with no escape, neither up nor down. They slowly rose to their feet, gazing at Grandmaster Xiang and his companions with an extremely cold stare, and roared, "We'll fight you to the death." Having said that, the level 6, 9th rank elder from the Su family suddenly unleashed his full cultivation power and spun around to charge at Feng. Although his words were directed at Grandmaster Xiang, his true target was Feng. He had no chance of winning in a head-on clash with Grandmaster Xiang, but if he faced Feng directly, he was absolutely certain he could kill him with a single strike. They knew full well that there was no way out today. They might as well take one of them down with them. If they killed Feng, their mission would be considered complete. Just as the Su clan elder turned to attack Feng, the remaining 2 level 6, 9th Dan elders charged toward Grandmaster Xiang in perfect unison, aiming to buy time for their comrade. They were well aware of Grandmaster Xiang's speed. Without them helping to stall him for even a moment, the Su clan elder would find it extremely difficult to kill Feng. Seeing the Su clan elder lunge at Feng, Grandmaster Xiang flew into a rage and roared, "Are you looking to die?" His aura erupted as he prepared to step forward and stop him. As a level 6, 9th Dan powerhouse, the Su clan elder was determined to kill Feng, and Feng would find it very difficult to block him. However, the other 2 level 6, 9th Dan elders had already closed in, launching lethal attacks at him as if their lives depended on it, forcing him to defend himself. Meanwhile, the Su clan elder was already charging toward Feng. No one could help him now. He was on his own. Seeing the Su clan elder charging at him, Feng's pupils contracted as a sense of mortal danger washed over him. Without hesitation, Feng instantly activated his Thunder Extreme body. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying surge of thunder energy erupted from within him. On his bare torso, thunder patterns began to form, with wave after wave of black lightning lines continuously supplying him with energy. He unleashed Soul-Piercing Spike, a secret technique capable of attacking soul power. Feng's soul power erupted instantly, transforming into an invisible spike that pierced toward the Su clan elder's mind. Whether he survived or not hinged on these 2 moves. Trouble, the Su clan elder thought to himself. The soul-piercing spike was invisible and intangible. He could only sense the danger approaching but had no idea where it was coming from, leaving him unable to defend against it. Thud! Struck by soul-piercing spike, the Su clan elder's speed plummeted. His mind spun, and his gaze went blank. Feng suddenly unleashed his full power, delivering a devastating punch toward the Su clan elder. Purple lightning surged along his fist. It was the 4th rank martial art, Thunderbolt Fist. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the punch filled with devastating strength and empowered by the thunder extreme body sent the Su clan elder flying backward. Feng pressed his advantage, unleashing the soul power attack soul-piercing spike once more. The soul power transformed into an invisible spike, piercing toward the elder's brain. The Su clan elder was struck, and his mind remained in a daze. Feng unleashed his full aura and activated the divine technique thunder summoning mantra. Instantly, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Feng channeled the surging power of lightning from the heavens, merging it with the thunder patterns on his body. Go! Feng roared. Instantly, the terrifying lightning gathered all around him surged toward the Su clan elder, who was flying backward. The blue lightning, like a thunder dragon, struck the dazed elder in front of him in an instant. The Su clan elder's body was struck by lightning. Purple lightning raged across his body, and arcs of electricity illuminated the surrounding streets. A moment later, the lightning dissipated, and the Su clan elder landed, smoke rising from his hair and a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Though he hadn't sustained serious injury, he never imagined that, as a level 6, 9th rank cultivator, he would actually be driven back by this kid. At that moment, Grandmaster Xiang had already slain the two level 6, 9th rank elders who had been harassing him and stepped before Feng. Seeing this, the Su clan elder was overcome with despair. He had just missed his best chance to kill Feng, and now that Grandmaster Xiang was free to act, he knew he was finished. Go to hell! Grandmaster Xiang roared, unleashing his full power. His speed was unimaginable. In an instant, he was in front of the Su clan elder and struck out with a palm strike, sending the elder flying through the air. Bleeding from his nose and mouth as he flew through the air, he crashed onto the street ahead. Countless bones in his body were shattered. His frame seemed to have fallen apart entirely. Blood bubbles continuously bubbled from the corners of his mouth, and he died moments later. How could he possibly withstand a single palm strike from a Grandmaster? Let us go to the Su family, Grandmaster Xiang declared. Having dealt with these fools who come to meet their doom, he was heading straight for the enemy's stronghold. Tonight, it was destined to be a nightmare for these clans. That's all for today's update. The excitement continues tomorrow. I've caught a cold, my head hurts a bit and my throat is sore, so I'd appreciate a 5-star review to cheer me up. Feng, Grandmaster Xiang, and several warriors from the Anqing government headed straight for the Su family compound. The 4 who had ambushed Feng in Anqing last time were not among this group of 20. Su Jian, the head of the Su family, was one of those 4. Feng brought Master Xiang to the Su family estate not to exterminate everyone in the Su family, but to kill only the family head. They arrived at the entrance to the Su family estate. Several security guards stopped Feng and his group, saying, "This is private property. Who are you looking for? I'll go announce your arrival first." Grandmaster Xiang snorted coldly, unleashing a surge of aura that sent the security guard flying backward. The group then strode into the Su family estate. The fallen security guard was horrified. Intruders had breached the Su family estate, and they were no pushovers. The security guard pressed the alarm button, and instantly, alarms blared throughout the Su family's villa complex. From deep within the Su family villa, one powerful warrior after another began to pour out. Feng, Grandmaster Xiang, and their companions had barely advanced a few hundred meters when they saw numerous Su family experts charging out from the depths of the villa, surrounding Feng, Grandmaster Xiang, and the others. The Su family was vast and influential, with a large number of members. Few recognized Feng, only a select few who had been involved in that incident. "Who are you to dare break into the Su residence at night?" A Su family elder, a level 6, 9th dan martial artist, barked coldly from among the arrivals. He had not been involved in the matter of Su Jian sending men to ambush Feng, so he did not recognize Feng. "We've come to take your clan leader's life. Have Su Jian come out and face his death," Feng said coldly. "How dare you? It seems you're asking for death," the Su clan elder replied coldly, gripping his greatsword as he charged toward Feng. A mere level 3 warrior daring to threaten the life of the Su clan leader, it was nothing short of suicide. The remaining Su clan experts formed a circle, surrounding Feng, Master Xiang, and the others. Since these intruders had come looking for trouble, they wouldn't be leaving. The Su clan wasn't some place where just anyone could come and go as they pleased. Feng sneered and looked at Old Master Xiang. I'll have to trouble you, Old Master Xiang. Grandmaster Xiang nodded, glared at the Su clan elder charging toward them, and roared, our target today is Su Jian alone. Hand Su Jian over, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Old man, you're still so arrogant even as death approaches. Don't hold back? Let us see just how unforgiving you are. The Su clan elder unleashed his full cultivation, his 6th level, 9th rank aura bearing down on Grandmaster Xiang. His footwork and martial techniques erupted a 6th rank footwork technique as his long sword flashed with a cold light, moving as fast as lightning to strike at Grandmaster Xiang. You're asking for death. Don't blame me. Grandmaster Xiang gave a cold snort. In an instant, surging Xian fire energy gushed from his dantian, and flames continuously gathered on his long sword. He unleashed his sword technique, striking out with a single slash that clashed directly with the Su clan elder's blade. With a single stroke from the Grandmaster, those around them could only see a massive beam of sword light piercing through space, instantly sending the Su clan elder's sword and all flying backward. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Su clan elder slammed into the ground. A massive gash appeared on his body, blood gushing out ceaselessly. His eyes bulged wide, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. How powerful! Seeing this, another level 6, 9th rank elder of the Su clan, gripping a long sword, instantly lunged at Master Xiang. A faint wind blade swirled around the blade, of formidable 6th rank sword technique. Grandmaster Xiang gave a cold snort as his aura erupted, flames around his body, as if the fire god had descended. He swung his sword. The flaming sword instantly sliced the charging Su clan elder, sending him flying backward. One of the elder's hands was severed, and blood gushed out. A martial arts grandmaster, exclaimed the remaining Su clan elder, a 6th rank, 9th degree martial artist. Judging by the power unleashed in Grandmaster Xiang's 2 strikes, this was indeed the caliber of strength possessed only by a martial arts grandmaster. Hearing this, everyone from the Su clan present was utterly stunned. The old man who had sent 2 elders flying with just 2 strikes was actually a martial arts grandmaster. A martial arts grandmaster was absolutely beyond the Su clan's ability to resist. No wonder he dared to come alone to attack the Su clan. He was a martial arts grandmaster after all. What kind of person had their clan head offended to bring such a terrifying enemy upon the Su clan? A single grandmaster would be more than enough to wipe out the entire Su clan 10 times over. Just then, who is so bold as to trespass into the Su clan in the dead of night? Do you want to die? From deep within the Su estate came the furious roars of 3 men. The Su family's 3 level 7 warriors had arrived, including the family head, Su Jian. Su Jian and the other 2 level 7 warriors charged forward. Upon seeing Feng and his companions, Su Jian froze. It was that kid. He just dispatched men, along with high-ranking members from over a dozen clans, to ambush Feng? Why was Feng here now? Could it be that the experts sent to ambush him had missed Feng, allowing him to escape unscathed? It was possible. However, since they missed him and Feng had come here anyway, he walked right into a trap. Before the Su clan members surrounding them could inform Su Jian that the old man by Feng's side was a grandmaster-level powerhouse, Su Jian and his 2 companions were already advancing toward Feng. Looking at Feng, Su Jian sneered, "Kid, I let you slip away by the skin of your teeth last time in Anqing. This time, I'll see how you manage to escape." Escape? Why would I escape? Feng sneered. "We came here today specifically to find you." Find me? Su Jian was taken aback, somewhat baffled by Feng's line of thinking. By normal logic, shouldn't Feng have run away and kept a low profile upon seeing him? Why would he dare come looking for him? Could it be that Feng had brought some terrifying ally with him, someone who wasn't afraid of him? Su Jian glanced at Master Xiang standing beside Feng, then at the Su family members around him. He noticed that all the Su family's top experts were looking at Master Xiang with fear in their eyes, their faces pale with dread, and cold sweat pouring down their brows. They were terrified of this old man. Looking for you? Of course, it's to wipe you out. Feng sneered coldly. Master Xiang, standing nearby, looked at Su Jian. You're quite something, daring to storm into my territory to ambush me, your younger brother Feng. That takes guts. Go ahead, tell me, how do you want to die? You certainly think highly of yourself. Su Jian snorted coldly. He was certain this old man was the backup Feng had brought in. But Feng was only a level 3 warrior. What kind of expert could he possibly summon? At most, a level 7 warrior. With the Su family as 3 level 7 warriors all present here, why would they fear a single man like you? Master Xiang sneered coldly as his vitality surged. Flames swirled around the tip of his sword, and the sound of raging fire seemed to roar all around him as he slashed at Su Jian. The angle was devious. He wasn't aiming to kill Su Jian outright, but to cripple him first, then finish him off slowly. A streak of sword light sliced through space, tearing the air apart, and struck Su Jian's legs with brutal force. Whoosh! Flesh and blood flew everywhere as Su Jian's legs were instantly severed by the razor-sharp sword beam. Head of the family. The 2 level 7 warriors of the Su family were horrified. The sword was so fast they hadn't even had time to react. One of the Su family's level 7 warriors, wielding a large broadsword whose blade glinted in the light, charged toward Grandmaster Xiang. In an instant, he stood before Grandmaster Xiang. A terrifying burst of mana erupted from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as icy energy boiled. He swung his broadsword at Grandmaster Xiang. A 6th rank martial technique, Extreme Cold Blade. Seeing this, Grandmaster Xiang gave a cold snort, his expression unchanging. In an instant, surging flames erupted from his dantian, converging on his long sword, the tip blazing with fire. With a light swing of his sword, he directly clashed with the strike from the Su family's 7th rank warrior. Grandmaster Xiang's strike instantly shattered the Su family's 7th rank warrior's blade's glow, then struck the warrior himself, sending him flying backward and slamming him violently into the ground. Put! The Su family's 7th level warrior spat out a mouthful of blood. His face pale, he managed to say with difficulty, "Martial arts Grandmaster." The strength Master Xiang had unleashed was truly at the Grandmaster level. This old man was a martial arts Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Su Jian's face turned deathly pale. He finally understood why the Su family's experts who had arrived earlier had been so terrified. Because that kid Foam had actually brought a martial arts Grandmaster here. I've been sick all day. I just finished writing this chapter, and there's more to come later. Today, I saw a reader constantly ranting in the comments section, stirring up trouble, and attacking me. I'm so exhausted I can't be bothered to deal with him. Everyone from the Su family present turned pale with fear. A Grandmaster had come to their doorstep and he was here to seek revenge. The Su family is probably doomed this time. From what Su Jian had just said, the Su family members realized that it was Su Jian who had gone to ambush the man in the first place. That was why he was coming after them now. What were they supposed to do? Today, we will kill only Su Jian. Grandmaster Xiang said coldly. Anyone who dares to step forward to stop us will die. Hearing this, the Su family members around him breathed a sigh of relief. Killing just Su Jian would be manageable. Interfere? What a joke, trying to stop a Grandmaster just to save Su Jian. As long as they could appease the Grandmaster's wrath, Su Jian could die as long as it didn't drag the entire Su family down with him. As a level 7 martial arts clan, the Su family had numerous factions. Both Su Lei, who had been slain by Feng, and Su Jian, who had gone to ambush Feng, belonged to the same faction. They did not represent all the factions within the Su family. This was precisely why Feng intended to kill only Su Jian. The debt must be repaid to the right person. Since Su Jian had gone to ambush him, Feng would settle the score with Su Jian alone. The situation with the Su family is different from that of the Li family. The Li family was united in its desire to eliminate him, whereas within the Su family, only members of Su Jian's faction sought to take action against Feng. Feng need only deal with Su Jian's faction. Now that the elite fighters of Su Jian's faction have been nearly wiped out by Grandmaster Xiang, as long as Su Jian is eliminated, it doesn't matter whether the rest are killed or not. Upon hearing that only he was to be eliminated, Su Jian's face betrayed despair. He never imagined that he, the head of the prestigious Su family, would end up in such a state, abandoned by his own clan. His son, Su Lei, had also been slain by Feng. The hatred he harbored toward Feng had not diminished because Feng was now backed by a grandmaster. On the contrary, it had only intensified. Now that he was about to die, he cared about nothing else. Feng snorted coldly and unleashed the 5th rank body art, the brocade carp body art. A terrifying burst of speed erupted so fast it was almost unbelievable, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Su Jian. He channeled the thunder and lightning art, his body enveloped in lightning. With a single leap, he thrust his spear downward from mid-air. Blood-red lightning swirled around the spear, and a terrifying force of lightning enveloped it, empowered by the power of blood-red lightning. He unleashed the 5th rank martial art, Blood Lightning Spear. Su Jian had just been struck by Grandmaster Xiang's sword, his leg severed and his body severely wounded. He braced himself with both hands on the ground and retreated desperately, but he could not escape Feng's spear thrust. Thud! Blood spattered as Feng's spear pierced right through Su Jian's shoulder. Ah! Su Jian screamed in agony. He could tell that Feng didn't intend to kill him with a single strike, but rather to torture him slowly, letting him die in agony. That was why the spear had struck his shoulder, not his heart. Feng sneered coldly as he pulled out the spear and said, "Weren't you so arrogant that day, hunting me down and blasting me with a single palm strike that broke who knows how many of my bones? Now, I'll let you experience that pain and despair for yourself. You little bastard, don't get too cocky. You're not going to die a peaceful death." Su Jian spat venomously. "Oh." Feng replied indifferently, then thrust his spear forward with all his might, piercing Su Jian's other shoulder. "But before that, I'm going to torture you slowly," Feng said calmly, then pulled the spear out, sending blood splattering across the floor. Su Jian glared at Feng with a frenzied look and shouted, "If you've got the guts, just kill me. Kill me. You want to die that badly? Then I'll grant your wish," Feng said indifferently. With that, he thrust his spear violently into Su Jian's throat, piercing his neck clean through. Su Jian clutched his neck with both hands as blood gushed out. Moments later, he was dead. The head of a 7th rank martial arts clan had fallen. "Let us go to the Lu family," Feng said. He immediately pulled out the spear and turned to walk out of the Su family compound. Next stop, the Lu family. Master Xiang and several Anqing government warriors followed close behind. Behind them, the Su clan's warriors sighed inwardly. The Lu clan was likely doomed. Of all the people you could have provoked, they thought, you had to go and provoke the descendant of a grandmaster. Isn't that asking for death? Clearly, the Su clan's elite warriors had already come to regard Feng as the descendant of a grandmaster. And it made sense. If he weren't the descendant of a grandmaster, why would a grandmaster-level powerhouse personally intervene and storm the Su clan? That very night, none of the dozen or so major clans in Tianyang City that had participated in plotting to ambush Feng were spared. Feng led them all straight to the grandmaster's doorstep. Every member of the factions associated with this incident from those dozen major clans was slaughtered. For the next 3 days, Feng stayed in Tianyang City, devoting himself to cultivation. His cultivation level rose from level 3, stage 2 to level 3, stage 3. Open status panel. Host, Feng. Cultivation level, level 3, stage 3 5-star super warrior. Soul power, 3400 level 4, stage 4. Vitality, 33,000 level 4, stage 3. Speed, 330 ms level 4, stage 3. Strength, 33T level 4, stage 3. Physical defense, level 5, stage 4. Number of entries into system space, 0. With soul power at level 4, stage 4, his physical defense rivals that of level 5, stage 4. Empowered by the Thunder Extreme Body, coupled with 2 5th-grade martial arts techniques, the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Incantation, and the Soul Power Attack Secret Art Soul Chasing Incantation, Feng's current combat power is on par with that of a level 5, stage 7 warrior. When Feng's cultivation reached level 3 warrior, the system upgraded, again, increasing the daily cultivation time in system space from 40 days to 50 days. Now that his cultivation has reached level 3, it is extremely difficult for Feng, a 5-star super warrior, to advance even 1 rank. However, thanks to the time advantage provided by system space, As long as he spends 2/3 of each day in the system space cultivating his cultivation level, he can advance one rank in just 3 days. Feng devotes the remaining 1/3 of his time to refining the meditation diagram of the demon ape, the soul-chasing dagger, the thunder-summoning mantra, and the blood goddess indestructible body. These 4 techniques are his life-saving trump cards. A few days ago, when that level 6, 9th tier elder from the Su family ambushed him, if he hadn't possessed the soul-chasing dagger, a secret art capable of directly attacking soul power and causing his opponent to become dazed, he would likely have died. And then there was Su Jian's palm strike and Anqing the other day. Had he not possessed a body as tough as bronze and iron, coupled with the blood goddess indestructible body, a physical cultivation technique that enhances physical defense, Su Jian's single strike would likely have sent his soul to the underworld. While cultivation level is certainly important, these combat techniques are equally crucial. Feng possesses an epic grade peak tier talent. If he weren't a 5-star super warrior, if he weren't cultivating a 9th rank cultivation technique, and if he weren't simultaneously practicing the blood goddess indestructible body, soul chasing dagger, and thunder summoning incantation, he might be able to level up very quickly. He could advance 1 level after just 2 days of cultivation in the system space. But that was absolutely not what he wanted. In warrior cultivation, laying a solid foundation is the most important thing in the early stages. He spread out his time. Although it seemed like he was leveling up quickly, advancing 1 rank every 3 or 4 days, Feng knew full well that those 3 or 4 days in the system space were equivalent to nearly half a year of cultivation. Moreover, by cultivating a 9th grade cultivation technique while simultaneously practicing physical body refining methods, and being a 5-star super warrior, his foundation was incredibly solid. Coupled with the soul power contemplation technique Feng had recently begun cultivating, once he reached level 9, rank 9, he would be able to advance directly to martial arts grandmaster without encountering any bottlenecks. In the future, he could even break through to even higher realms. With everything proceeding according to plan, the future looked promising. 3 days have passed since the college entrance exam. There are 4 days left until the results are announced. Before that, the top 100 universities nationwide will hold special admission trials. Tomorrow, the top 100 universities nationwide will conduct special admission trials across 20 trial zones in Huaxia. Those who pass these trials will secure admission slots with reduced score requirements. Among the top 100 universities nationwide are the 2 super universities, Yenuan and Shenlong. Feng will participate in tomorrow's special admissions trials. He has a backup plan. Once his college entrance exam scores are released and combined with the special admissions spot, his admission to both super universities will be guaranteed. Update complete. The excitement continues tomorrow. The special admissions trials for top universities are held at 20 designated test sites spread across Huaxia. Candidates from Feng's Southeast Province and the 2 neighboring provinces will take the trial at a single testing site. Each province has approximately 1,000 eligible candidates, so the total number of participants from the 3 provinces exceeds 3,000. Taiyuan City serves as the testing site for Southeast Province and the 2 neighboring provinces. Feng and the 1,000 candidates from the Southeast Province traveled there by train. In addition to Feng and the other 1,000 students, the train carried over 10,000 ordinary people who were not warriors. They were all passengers bound for Taiyuan City. The global population currently stands at around 20 billion, but there are only 2 billion warriors, a ratio of 1 in 10. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, warriors are a symbol of prestige. Warriors enjoy a lofty status not only because of their formidable strength but also because they shoulder the responsibility of protecting ordinary people on Earth. Throughout the centuries of war between humans and monsters, the peaceful and stable lives of ordinary people would not have been possible without the bloodshed and sacrifices of the warriors. Consequently, warriors hold a prestigious position in human society and receive various benefits and preferential treatment. For example, when Feng and the other 1,000 candidates were to travel to Taiyuan City for the special admissions trials at prestigious universities, the government directly allocated 1,000 free seats on a train bound for Taiyuan City. These were provided to the 1,000 candidates from the Southeast Province. Feng and the other 1,000 candidates from the Southeast Province boarded the train bound for Taiyuan City. On the train,
Some ordinary people watched as Fong and the other 999 top students boarded the train, their faces filled with envy. "Mom, are these older brothers and sisters the powerful warriors?" asked a 5 or 6-year-old ordinary passenger sitting by the window. Her mother, sitting beside her, nodded and said, "Yeah, you must study hard so that one day, just like these older brothers and sisters, you can become a powerful warrior, protect humanity, and defeat the monsters." These older brothers and sisters aren't just ordinary warriors, they're the elite of the warrior world, the cream of the crop. They're the top 1,000 out of a million test takers in our southeast province, and even the one with the lowest cultivation level is a level 3 warrior, Yaya's mother said, her eyes brimming with admiration. "I'll definitely study hard so I can become as outstanding as these older brothers and sisters," the little girl said with a determined look in her eyes. The train pulled away, heading for Taiyuan City. After the train departed, Duan Yang, governor of the Southeast Province, and Chen Mo, director general of the Education Bureau, along with a group of government officials, boarded a helicopter to follow the train from behind. Governor Duan Yang asked, "How many of these 1,000 candidates do you think will pass the special admissions trials for prestigious schools and become special admissions students?" Chen Mo, Director General of the Southeast Provincial Education Bureau, replied, "This trial tests commitment and responsibility. It tests the fundamental duty of a warrior. Most of these students come from martial arts clans and have felt superior to others since childhood. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for them to pass. Out of 1,000, if even 100 make it through, that would be quite good." Indeed, this year's special admissions program for prestigious universities is different from previous years. In the past, the focus was on testing ability. This year, it's about responsibility and the warrior's calling. With great power comes great responsibility. I hope more of them will pass. Those who secure a special admissions spot at a prestigious university will receive far more preferential treatment than those who enter through the regular admissions process, said Duan Yang. "Let us hope so," Chen Mo replied calmly. "Now that the overall strength of Earth's warriors is growing day by day, I'm afraid the day when the martial god launches an all-out war against the monsters isn't far off. I hope these young successors can grow up quickly." The train was speeding along. The Southeast Province was 400 kilometers from Taiyuan City, and the journey would take about 6 hours. Feng's compartment. The scenery outside the window whizzed by, and Feng, leaning back in his seat, began to drift off to sleep. At times like this, he didn't need to practice, he could relax completely and get some proper rest.